have medical conditions such as diabetes, hypertension, obesity, and prostate problems. I'm happy to say that we have 98% success rate with all our patients. Our customized solutions will allow you to perform within 10 minutes and last an hour and even longer. You can regain your love life and tackle your ED and PE problems. Guys, your partner will never complain again. Our clinic has the most affordable prices, so if you visit other clinics and you're not completely satisfied, then you need to call Choice Men's Health.
Regain your love life regardless of your age or medical history. Choice Men's Health guarantees results on your first visit or you pay nothing. Call now. 404-400-1170. That's 404-400-1170.
Get the dirt out before school's out and call Zero Res. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $129. Mention me, Chris Chandler, to secure this deal today. Book online at ZeroResAtlanta.com. Zero Res, spell it backwards or forwards. It's the right way to clean.
All right, Greg Russ is joining us a bit early. Stories from Studio B1 doesn't actually commence until 6 p.m.
Good.
But we have some Greg Russ. And, there's also George Stein's going to be on in the 5 o'clock hour. I hope you can handle that.
I like Stein. We text each other.
Oh, really? You talk about me?
How you doing, Greg?
You talk about me?
He just says hello randomly sometimes to me, which is very nice.
It is nice.
He's thinking about you. That's cool.
It's nice to know that people are thinking about us. I saw before I came in that Miley Cyrus dropped her album overnight.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hasn't she released like 4 singles from it? I have one here, the one that she's got right now. And I have to say this, Miley, it's getting great reviews.
Yeah.
People are saying it's maybe your best.
Okay.
And I heard the song. I'll play a little bit of the song. It's called Easy Lover. It's not bad. And I will say this.
She's an easy lover.
Yeah,
that's not that one.
She
No, it's not that one.
got by you, believe
Now,
it.
I'm gonna say something here that people go, no way. And of course, obviously, the production values on this song are different. But I'm gonna tell you something I know by listening to this song. As a huge Crowded House fan myself, and as a huge fan of Neil Finn, the songwriter, Miley's been listening to some Crowded House. Now, that being said, production style wise, it doesn't sound like, but I am so intimately familiar with Neil Finn's songwriting style that there's no doubt in my mind that she's been listening to a lot of Crowded House. Oh, I'm assuming she writes her own songs. I don't know. Whoever wrote this. Do you?
I mean, I collaborate.
Yeah, okay, of course. Pretty good song.
You're my baby. You're the only one. You drive me crazy. But I still miss you when you're gone. Every second, every hour.
She's undressing in the video.
I can see.
Nobody wants Neil to do that.
To light me up, I love to hate you.
It's a good song.
But I can't stand it when you're gone. So I call you once every hour.
Yeah. So there you go. Yeah. Don't get a big head. Everybody's saying it's a great album.
You know what's missing? You know what's missing?
What is missing?
Auto-tune.
That's what I thought. Now, I don't know. I don't have a great enough ear. Is there some pitch work
don't
being
hear
done there? But there's
Well,
definitely.
listen, everybody gets a little bit auto-tuned. That's just the way it goes. But it's just how much,
Yeah.
I can sing.
You can sing, and I
can really, bust out a tune.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, well, I don't think that there's auto-tune on there, but I don't know if there's pitch correction. There could be a
There's
little.
always
bit
pitch correction.
A little, yeah. There's always a little bit of there, huh?
You should have never doubted her because remember Wayne Coyne was really in love with her at one point, and not just because she was young and pretty. I think he
that had
respected
something to
her
do with
for
it.
work.
Knowing Wayne
I was
Coyne.
talented.
That was
and
part
I
of
was,
it,
had
yes.
a great butt.
That was
And I
definitely
also
part
like to
of
make
it.
out with his wife.
Yeah, at the time.
It's fine.
There it is. I've always thought that she had talent.
Good the pipes. Chops.
Good pipes. Good pipes. A good sense. Is the phone ringing?
That's yours.
Is it mine?
Wayne.
Oh no,
Wayne
it's this.
texting. Miley.
Why
Heard the
is
new
my-
song.
Hey, let me text you back. Hey, buddy.
Oh, you haven't shut off the text on your computer yet?
Is that what it is? Did I have the audio up? No, the audio wasn't up.
Oh,
People don't want
boy.
to listen to this.
I tried to roll with it, but you guys stopped down.
Yeah, you guys decided to
Started
just
talking
break
about
the wall and just talk about it.
Well, that's because you, Miley, and we're breaking the wall. That's what you do, right? You break the wall.
No, you say you can make the joke because we're professional.
Who's she seeing lately? This is funny. Is she
myself.
married now? Is she like?
No,
She with Thor?
She was.
no.
No, she
that's
was-
where I wrote that song. I can buy myself flowers.
Oh yeah.
I wrote that about him because
She's-
he was like a real bummer.
No, she's with Max Morando.
Yeah, doesn't he look like a businessman or something? It's like he does not look like the kind of person that would be with Miley Cyrus. Doesn't seem
Max
like-
Morando. He's
Why, is he not dirty?
Drummer. He's the drummer for Lily.
Oh, okay. Well, the guy before.
Yeah, he's pretty rock and roll.
For a long time, she was with this guy who was like a very like kind of suit and tie kind of.
That was Helmsworth, right?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Was she with him?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't care who
I was
celebrities
married
are
to that
dating.
bummer for like 2 years.
Were you? I had no
Yeah.
idea.
I wrote the song because there's a really good famous thing where we were on the red carpet,
Yeah,
and they were
yeah.
taking our picture,
Yeah.
and I was being like badass,
Yeah, with your
and
butt. Uh-huh.
he was like, "Hey, knock it off," and I was like, "Man,
She's
That sucks.
Miley. You're robbing the cradle here. You're 32, and this guy's 26.
Uh-oh.
yeah."
Hey, tell Greg Russ he can't speak. Talk about
Yeah,
robbing
exactly.
the
How old's
cradle.
your wife or whatever?
How dare you?
Greg Russ is dating Bill Belichick. That's how the
We're going to
13
focus on other
years.
things.
13 years.
13?
Same generation.
Are you bookending the same generation? Are you at the beginning of the
bookending the same generation, which is ridiculous. We're not the same generation.
Wait, whoa. How can you say it's ridiculous? Obviously, you do have things in common. You've lived together for over 2 years.
There's plenty in common, but my life.
Did you just?
No, what I'm saying,
Hey, whoa.
there's a lot of my life that I remember before computers and before the internet. And when you're born in 1995,
Yeah.
you don't really have as many of those memories.
So you're
And I
saying
think that's a big marker.
I'm a
in one's
millennial.
life.
Are you? I don't even
think
know.
so.
You're 32. What's 32? A millennial, right? No.
Correct.
Yeah.
You're to the end of the millennials, right?
Totally.
Yeah, it's like 30.
My
29, 30
youngest
the
son
end.
is 27, and he's the one after What is
Gen Z.
It's Gen Z? Yeah.
I think
That's weird.
96, 95 or 96 is the end.
I'm 32. I'm a millennial.
And you were at the
go.
end. How do you feel about that, George Clark? How do you feel about your? Can I tell you that before Gen X, nobody ever spoke about their generation. It just wasn't even a thing. Like we heard
Boomers.
but we heard about the baby boom.
Right.
That's when I was growing up after World War II. There was a baby boom. And I didn't even know that I was a boomer until after everybody started talking about all the generations, and I looked it up, and I'm in the last year.
Well, I thought
64.
the boomers were the coffee generation because that's what the Maxwell House called them.
The coffee generation.
Yes.
Were they the people who invented coffee?
And
or
then they
first
were the
discovered?
Pepsi generation.
Oh, yeah. Well,
It's that author, Douglas What's-His-Face, who wrote the Generation X book. And then ever since then,
this got to
it
be a
Du-
new thing.
yeah.
Douglas Dumbass?
No, I was going to say Douglas
He's good.
Copeland, but he didn't. He wrote something else.
You don't mean Douglas Murray, do you? The guy who did... never mind.
Hold on, I'm getting another text.
We asked too many questions.
Douglas Copeland wrote Gen X.
Yeah, nobody knows who that is. Who's that? Who's
Well, he
Douglas
wrote the
Copeland?
book Generation X, which is why.
And he made a bunch of money, and
And
so
then
since then,
yes.
every generation has to have a name and some sort of signature kind of move, you know, like their thing.
the Nene.
The differences are vast now with technology.
Certainly,
That's true.
vast between millennials and
Generations.
Well,
yes,
even within
depends on which
that's
ones.
why I have such a problem with being, categorized as a millennial, because there are so many millennials that grew up with the internet and grew up with technology like that, cell phone, way before I had a cell phone. So it feels weird to identify with them. 'cause I
Yeah,
don't-
but they all had memories of a life without it. That's
No.
the thing. No, there's nobody. I mean, actually,
Millennials. Now, if you were born in 96, do you really have
yeah,
Yeah.
memory
exactly.
of a
No.
life without
no, you have yes, you definitely have a memory. First of all, I'm talking
without
about
phones?
Yeah, I mean the iPhone doesn't come until 2007.
Yeah,
but
but
not
people
internet.
had phones
You see
and
the
they had the
peop-
internet.
No, people had phone. I get it, but the era that we're in right now, to me, is post-smartphone. The era of people remember. Everybody in your generation remembers a time where people were not walking around looking down at their phones. So
right,
that's the
but
thing you
that's
have
not
in
the
common.
only thing that having the internet was like in your home
yes.
was the biggest thing, and people in the millennial generation some of them grew up with that and we didn't. And we were there. The old millennials, right? The oldest ones grew up without that stuff for way longer.
She's a self-hating millennial.
Uh-huh.
And it's
No,
sad.
Autumn wants,
It's just
Autumn wants to
sad.
be the Oregon Trail sub generation.
Yes.
Yeah, the Oregon Trail generation.
You died of dysentery.
Yeah, butthead
That's a
died
real
of
thing.
dysentery.
They say when generations cross over, there's a few years in between. So between X and millennials, there's a few years that we fall into.
Mm-hmm.
Autumn and I, that Autumn really likes to lean into, and some people do call it the
You know what?
Oregon
I
Trail
don't.
generation.
I honestly don't care what generation I'm from. I'm the last year of the boomers. Does that actually describe me? If I've been born,
No, and you should be upset
6 months
also.
later, I shouldn't
So
be
boomer.
upset.
Because it's
Join the
fake.
movement, Eric.
You shouldn't be upset. It's fake.
Am I supposed to pretend I'm with what's after boomers? Gen X?
Yes.
Okay, am I going to pretend I'm Gen X?
You're
what
a
do I care?
cusper.
Okay, I'm a cusper, but what does it mean? It doesn't mean anything.
Exactly.
Well,
It
you
doesn't
act kinda
mean
boomery, though,
anything.
for
It's
real.
almost astrology at this point. Alex Williams says travel advisory on Georgia 400 in Buckhead.
Yep, all due to this crash right now. They're holding all lanes. It's been in 2 right lanes, 400 southbound, just below Lennox Road, exit 2. That's got you stacked up all the way back up into Sandy Springs, almost back toward Glen Ridge until they can get things open up here. Maybe think about Roswell Road, Piedmont Road, Peachtree, Dunwoody. Some of those are going to take you out of Sandy Springs and into Buckhead as good alternates there. Over into DeKalb County, just had all lanes briefly held. I-20 westbound before Candler Road, exit 65. They get a crash cleared up there, so the delays from 285 will start to improve. Speaking of 285 in DeKalb, we also had a crash, 285 southbound, the inner loop near La Vista Road, exit 37. Looks like that's been moved off to the right, but still a slow ride as you leave 85 Spaghetti Junction, making your way into Tucker. Watching earlier trouble on I-20 on the west side of town at Sidney Darden.
Well, it's not trouble anymore. That crash that was blocking the I-20 eastbound exit ramp to Lee Road, that's exit 41. Well, it's now clear. All lanes are back open. You should be able to get off just fine. However, still really stop and go. I-20 westbound over on the west side, particularly around exit 44 to Thornton Road. That's going to make it for a little bit of a rough ride as you're making your way towards Douglasville. From the Coolray Carrier Traffic Center, Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
Listening to 95.5 WSB pays.
The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz.
That is awesome. 5 chances a day to win $5,000.
Download the WSB app. Your next chance to win is coming up at 5 p.m.
Oh my God.
From 95.5 WSB.
Overhead Door Company of Atlanta is hiring residential garage door technicians and installers. You can earn a hiring bonus up to $2,500. Apply today at overheaddooratlanta.com. Overheaddooratlanta.com.
At Shane Company, we love a spring engagement, but you might be wondering, how do I find the perfect engagement ring? As a trusted family jeweler since 1929, we get asked this a lot. We have a wide selection of ring settings, like vintage designs with romantic details, floral settings inspired by nature, and classic styles with clean lines and sleek metals. Dreaming of the most beautiful diamond you've ever seen? At Shane Company, we handpick only the sparkliest center stones in all shapes and sizes, from oval to round to marquise, and more. We have gorgeous natural and lab-grown diamonds at competitive prices, in-store, ready to compare side by side. Drawn to certain colors? We're known for our rainbow of vivid natural sapphires, including shades of blue, straight out of a fairy tale, handpicked by our owner, Tom Shane. At Shane Company, we have the best free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, plus resizing, repairs, and cleanings for life. Visit us at shaneco.com or in store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
This is Scott Slade. Nothing takes the place of time when it comes to spotting problems with your health, especially cancer. The earlier, the better. Like me. My doctor saw one lab work number that led to a diagnosis early enough, so I still had options. Now, that's where virtual imaging comes in. They've got the safest CT imaging option in the Southeast with 98% accuracy. Virtual Imaging's LDCT body scan can be invaluable, giving you time and options for early treatment. They can detect tumors as early as precancerous virtually anywhere in your body, and aneurysms you may not even know are there. For a limited time, Virtual Imaging is offering their LDCT body scan for only $995 per scan. That's a $2,495 value. Now, appointments must be scheduled in May. There are a limited number of scans available at this price, so a few minimum requirements may apply. Don't put this off. I've done it. Call 770-678-SCAN. That's 770-678-SCAN. Or make an appointment by visiting their website at virtualimagingatl.com.
You still want a new deck on your house, but you think you may have missed a deck building window? Well, you're wrong. Dave Baker here. At Ben Hill Renovations, deck building goes on year-round. Whether your existing deck is old, rotting, and unsafe, or you just want to upgrade your outdoor living space, now is the perfect time to get the ball rolling. Check out their new website at bhrenovations.com. Better yet, go to their showroom, speak with the designer, and see all that they have to offer up close. Ben Hill Renovations, creating raving fans since 1964.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
What? We're back? My goodness. So I just saw on the television there that the Chrisleys were giving some sort of press conference. And underneath it said former reality show people, Todd and what's his wife's name? Whatever, the Chrisleys. And
Savannah?
Is her name Savannah?
That's the daughter. Sorry, that's the daughter.
The daughter that got the that was smart enough to start talking to Donald Trump about a year ago and got this pardon for them. Now, when I see that, I say, oh, former reality show host or whatever. I don't know. Stars, okay. Says, here's my prediction. One part of it I think is pretty bold. The other part is not. Former, not for long. Like somebody's going to get them. They're going to have a new reality show very quickly. But here's the other part. What is happening in somebody's space right now? Is a UPS driver just shown up or something? There's a lot of bumping going on. I don't know. I don't know what's happening. I'll just go through it. Here's my other prediction, though. So the Chrisleys get a new reality show. That's not much of a prediction. Trump makes an appearance on the new reality show.
Muted.
Todd, congratulations, buddy. Thanks for all your support, and we just wanted to wish you well. We know that you really didn't do anything that bad, and you're a great guy. Your whole family's great, and congratulations again. And if you need anything, I'm here for you.
And by the way, could you just tell Autumn that if I hear her say her mic is muted, it's not muted?
Well, hold on a second.
Autumn, you're not muted.
That wasn't my fault.
If I hear you say, no, my mic's muted, that means that your mic is not muted.
We were having a conversation.
I thought that I was...
Okay. All right. Okay. I'm just tossing it out there.
I was muted. So
This wouldn't happen on the Chrisleys.
Who was bumping? Greg, were you bumping?
It was Christina's fault. She ran up the stairs.
Not professional.
You were just going to roll through it, so I didn't say anything.
Yeah, all right. I should have rolled through it, but this is very
Now I can't hear about the Chrisleys, and I've been waiting all day to hear about the Chrisleys.
Well, you see, when you're not professional, you lose out from time to time.
I'll hang around through the break for this one.
Alex Williams says Georgia 400 is jammed between Sandy Springs and Buckhead.
It is this afternoon. If you're heading southbound, trying to head toward the city, heads up for this crash. Now just one right lane blocked, 400 southbound, south of Lennox Road, exit 2, but still a slow ride back toward Glen Ridge. I would just stick with 400 now. An alternate would really just push you out of your way. Once you get past that, you're going to stay on the brake lights southbound through downtown, 75, 85, 17th Street down to I-20. Northbound slows, Highway 166 up past Freedom Parkway, 75 north in Cobb. We'll call it sluggish for the afternoon so far through Marietta up into Kennesaw. How's I-85 I-95 in Gwinnett County, Sydney Darden.
A little bit better news. We did have a crash or an incident blocking all lanes temporarily. I-85 southbound, your exit 101 to Indian Trail Road. It's now off to the shoulder. All lanes are back open, so you will see that volume steadily improve as you make your way towards Spaghetti Junction. The opposite side of that I-85 northbound, a little bit of stop and go around exit 99 and Jimmy Carter Boulevard. Once you hit that 85-316 split, you're also slow past Sugarloaf Parkway as you make your way towards Sewanee. From the Coolray Carrier Traffic Center, Triple Team Traffic 95.5 WSB.
The biggest factor, I think, in choosing a company is their integrity. Are they going to warranty their work and stand behind their work?
Meteorologist Glenn Burns loves his Infinity from Marvin Fiberglass Windows from North Georgia Replacement Windows.
The product, of course, has to be good, but the folks standing behind that product have to be even better. This is the company that has the best products, the best service, the best installation.
Infinity from Marvin, replacement windows, yeah.
At Kroger, we've lowered prices on over 1,000 items across our stores so you can save even more. Whether you're shopping in-store or online at Kroger, we've lowered prices on thousands of the items your family wants and needs. And with lower prices, your dollar goes further every time you shop with us. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
You can save big on 6-packs of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, or Canada Dry. Select varieties or buy 2, get 2 free with your card. Limit 8. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
For many of you, it's happening. Your hair's thinning, your crown's disappearing, and maybe hair loss has you feeling your identity is lost altogether. Well, I got good news. It's Advanced Hair's incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts regrowing your own natural hair the very next day, and it's guaranteed to grow for life. It's Mark Aaron back with you. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly subscriptions. They help retain what you have, but what about regrowing your hair permanently in specific areas? From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to their world-class physicians, it's not maybe your hair will regrow, it's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, and I've seen their results, friends. For your free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts, call 470-660-HAIR. That's 470-660-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Here at Massey, we know a thing or two about bugs. We've been keeping pests out of homes for almost 100 years. Our customized pest prevention program keeps bugs outside, in their home, not yours. Because when we prevent pests from getting in, we protect health, home, and family. Make your home a Massey home. Schedule your free inspection today at MasseyServices.com. Massey Services. Expect more and get it.
Trust is not just a word, it's an experience. When your home needs service, you can trust TE certified electrical, plumbing, heating, and cooling. Hey, it's Chris Chandler. TE is the company I trust to fix any problem once and for all. Their 5-star customer experience means easy online scheduling, friendly technicians, and a lifetime workmanship warranty, so I can just sit back and relax.
TE certified, we love your home.
WSB Atlanta, WSB FM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk. News, weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
At 5 o'clock, I'm Bill Caiaccio. News sponsored by D. Geller & Son Jewelers. Our top local story, a man is dead, another on the run after a shooting outside a charity in Chamblee. At this hour, there's a manhunt for 31-year-old Jeremiah Clanton.
Police believe the suspect is armed and dangerous. He and another man were outside the St. Vincent de Paul charity on Chamblee-Tucker Road.
Surveillance video depicted the victim and the suspect in a physical altercation before the shooting occurred.
Captain Jason Wasdorp with Chamblee Police says the victim died from a gunshot wound to the chest. They believe the shooter then fled on foot to the nearby Chamblee MARTA station, catching a southbound train into Atlanta. If you see this man, do not approach. Just call 911. Graham Carroll, 95.5 WSB.
We've posted the suspect's picture at WSBRadio.com. It is 75 degrees in Atlanta. The rain moving out just in time for the weekend. Channel 2 Action News Chief Meteorologist Brad Nitz has Atlanta Radio's only 5-day forecast coming up. Several local government governments are called out by federal officials claiming they are protecting undocumented migrants.
The Department of Homeland Security calls DeKalb, Douglas, and Fulton counties and the city of Atlanta sanctuary jurisdictions in a new listing. It claims these local governments are harboring undocumented migrants and aren't complying with federal immigration agents. The agency says it will notify each jurisdiction and demand each immediately review their policies and make any changes to align with federal immigration laws. Austin Eller, 95.5 WSB.
And we have just received a statement from Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens, who says while Atlanta remains a welcoming city, it's well known Georgia state law has prohibited sanctuary cities since 2009. He says this order will not affect how his administration upholds municipal, state, and federal laws. The end of an era. After more than 40 years, the specialty shops at the Cobb Galleria will close tomorrow.
At one time, the upscale shops inside the Cobb Galleria were a hub for Atlantans trying to find unique clothing, gifts, and accessories. But Tijuana Faison, owner of Design Phase Boutique, says they have struggled with foot traffic since the pandemic.
My really faithful customers, some of them started trickling back in, but I never was able to grasp the customers that would come in before.
She's closing up after 18 years, but plans to continue to operate online. For now, the shops are closing to make way for a massive overhaul of the complex. In Cobb County, Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
President Trump says Elon Musk is one of the great business leaders and innovators the world has ever produced.
He stepped forward to put his very great talents into the service of our nation, and we appreciate it.
It is the last day on the job for Musk as a special government employee. Trump praised Musk for his efforts to cut government spending through his work with Doge. New recommendations on who should get a COVID shot. WSB health reporter Sabrina Cupid says the Atlanta-based CDC is out with an update today.
The CDC now says that children can get the COVID-19 vaccine, but the decision should be made after talking to a doctor, or what they call shared clinical decision-making. CDC saying if a parent chooses to get their child vaccinated, children 6 months and older can get the vaccine. The agency still broadly recommends COVID-19 vaccines for moderately or severely immunocompromised children, in addition to most adults for now.
Todd Chrisley speaks publicly today for the first time since he was released from prison after his presidential pardon.
I want to thank first and foremost my Lord and Savior, because that's who got me through it. I want to thank President Trump. I want to thank the administration. I want to thank Alice Johnson. I want to thank every person that has prayed for us.
Todd and Julie Chrisley, the stars of Chrisley Knows Best, are back home in Tennessee after serving time behind bars for conspiring to defraud banks and the IRS in a case in Atlanta. The Atlantic hurricane season begins Sunday, and National Hurricane Center Deputy Director Jamie Rome says the forecast cone now does more than just predict the path of the storm.
We've gone ahead and overlaid the wind watches and warnings on the cone in really bright colors to sort of almost force people to look at the wind threat.
He says due to forecasting improvements, more people now die from rip currents than storm surge. It is now 5:04. The Von Hessler Doctrine continues in less than 2 minutes. Right now, live team coverage of traffic and weather. Triple team traffic begins with Alex Williams.
Watching the brake lights start to improve a tad bit between Sandy Springs and Buckhead with this crash still in the right lane, 400 southbound below Lennox Road. No more need for an alternate if you're traveling northbound. You'll see those brake lights pretty tough this afternoon through downtown from Highway 166 Langford Parkway up toward Peachtree Pine Street. Traveling 285 westbound, the outer loop on the north side, on and off the brakes, leaving Georgia 400 in Sandy Springs. If you're heading over to Truist Park for the Braves game, that's going to be the slowest spot. Getting over to I-75, then we'll call it sluggish through Smyrna Vinings, making your way southbound down to I-20, the West Freeway. Had some earlier trouble on 285 over in DeKalb County, Cindy Darden.
Yeah, but it's clear now. Used to be 2 right lanes blocked, I-285 southbound on the inner loop near exit 37 to La Vista Road, but now lanes are back open. Still just a little bit of stop and go just through Clarkston as you're making your way towards I-20. Traffic brought to you by Reliable Heating and Air. Stop paying for expensive heating and air repairs or home warranties. Get a reliable protection plan for just $14.99 a month and enjoy 100% parts and labor coverage for any age, system, make, or model. Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
Now Atlanta Radio's only 5-day forecast, sponsored by Shoemate, the official air conditioning of Atlanta. Here's Channel 2 Action News Chief Meteorologist Brad Nitz.
Tomorrow we start cool at 59, then mostly sunny, breezy, high 80. And for Saturday, partly cloudy, just 30% chance of an isolated storm late, low 61, high 82. Now my 5-day forecast for Monday and Tuesday: sunny, low 63, high 85, and mostly sunny Tuesday, low 65, high 87.
75 in Stockbridge, 73 in Doraville, 76 in Roswell. More news at 5:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Bill Caiaccio, 95.5 WSB.
Hour 3 of the Von Hessler Doctrine begins right now. And it's going to begin on a good note, because Hour 3 is the 5 o'clock hour, and that means it's time for the 5 o'clock hour keyword in the WSB 5K a day bonus blitz. This hour's keyword is check. 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 Go to the WSB Radio app or WSBradio.com/cash for your chance to win. Again, that keyword is CHECK. Check. The man's here, so let's do this.
It's time to go down by law with George Stein.
George Stein, how are you? Has it been a good week of justice?
Yes, it has. It's been kind of quiet. You know, a lot of the judges are out of town on vacation, and the same with prosecutors.
So what they take they go the Memorial Week. The week after Memorial Day, they keep on going. Is that how it?
Typically, yes, they keep on going. Or there's sometimes they're doing further legal education, requirements
of
and
course.
meetings, vacation.
Got to keep up with all the new laws and technology, for heaven's sake.
That's right.
What do they do when they have to keep up? It's like, obviously, like, well, this technology thing, you're 70. Maybe you need to take a seminar, understand this is the internet. So that when these cases come before them, they can understand them. Things like that, right?
That's right. What's ChatGPT?
Yeah, it's important that a judge knows, because after they know, after a while, they'll just put all the facts of the case into ChatGPT, and ChatGPT will render a judgment. What are you going to say, Greg?
Well, I was going to ask if stenographers have lost their jobs yet.
No.
They will.
No, maybe in the future, and it might not be too far away, but they're still there.
Remember, I'm not rooting for it. It just seems like the first thing to go in a courtroom.
It would be the worst thing, because I don't want to miss out on seeing those images of that person talking into that thing over their face. Are they repeating everything that they hear? Is that what they're doing?
My client said, "Does he have asthma?"
But are they just repeating everything that they hear, George? What are they saying?
Yeah, they're doing it word for word.
So they're going like, judge, all right, blah 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 blah, defense lawyer, blah 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 blah, defendant, blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
Oh wow, you got to.
I thought they did it in shorthand. So
well, the original scheme was they did it in shorthand, and they had the little stenography like mini typewriter, and they did it that way. But now more modernly, they're using more technology, and they record it also, so they can go back and check it.
Okay, I guess it works better. It's a better. Is it a better? Has it proven to be?
It's more
better,
accurate.
More
it's
accurate?
easier for them too, because some people talk really fast.
Yeah, but. And they're trying to type.
Yeah, and sometimes they'll break away from their mouthpiece and say, "Slow down."
It's great, like a fighter pilot unbuckling that thing and opening it up.
Get some lawyer from.
All right, stop rambling.
Some lawyer from New York talks too fast.
Hey, you're in the South, my friend. Slow down. All right, George. I want to. Obviously, the biggest ongoing legal case in the country right now is the case against Diddy. And I just want to say that so far, now my understanding is they are going to plead guilty to domestic violence. And as you said before we got on the air, they have to, because there's video evidence of it. So taking that off the table, my assumption is he's going to plead to that, and he's going to get sentenced something. For the domestic violence.
I mean, that's the least of his problems. Okay,
but actually, this is the problem.
And it's a throwaway charge.
Right.
The lawyers say you have to do it. His team say you have to do that to create credibility. Because if he denies that, and they show them a moving picture, of him doing it on the hallway of that hotel room,
and that's something to be sentenced for. But as far as the rest goes, and I'm not following it every day, I'm just, I see something in the news aggregators every couple of days. I check, see plenty of stuff that's salacious, plenty of stuff that's freaky. But I have to say, first of all, I haven't seen the human trafficking yet. Like, who's the kid that was taken from one state to another? And so if that comes into it, and maybe that's coming later, then I'll be more convinced that they're going to get this guy for these things. But the stuff, I would be terrible on a jury, because I just would not, I mean, he did this 18 times at 18 different parties. And as a jury member, I'd be like, and that you kept attending. And again, outside of the domestic violence, from what we've heard so far, a lot of embarrassing stuff, a lot of titillating stuff, a lot of salacious stuff, a lot of fun stuff to make jokes about. But it's not against the law to corner the market in baby oil. And a lot of these people are like, well, yeah, I was the guy that one guy, he was on call for these freak-offs for years or more than a year. And so I don't know that outside of the domestic violence so far, I'm hearing anything that seems illegal.
Right. Well, when the prosecution does their opening statement, that they're kind of presenting to the jury what they're going to prove throughout the case. It's sort of a roadmap. And sometimes they prove it later on, and sometimes the jury's left with that empty feeling, well, hey, you promised this when you did opening, but we never got it, and it creates reasonable doubt. Now, strategically, sometimes the prosecution likes to start with fire and brimstone and do the most salacious, most incriminating, most damning charges right up front to get your attention. And strategically, sometimes that works, or sometimes strategically they do it later on. They do a slow rollout.
Right.
And so
I'm
we're
looking
going to have to wait
human,
and see.
I'm looking for the human trafficking. I mean,
Yeah.
I've had it up to here with, it was wild, baby oil, and Diddy was sitting in some kind of costume watching everything happen, and all of these things are interesting to think about, and I just don't see yet the thing that's going to put him in prison for the rest of his life.
Right.
Because I don't think domestic violence is going to put him in prison for the rest of his life. It might put him in there for a few years, but I don't think it's going to be for the rest of his life. And the hype, is this one of these like Fonnie Willis, Young Thug type of cases where just throw everything at the jury? And because a lot of these celebrities get a second chance because they go back and look at this stuff and they go, well, you never should have allowed the jury to know this about this guy if you weren't getting to a point about it.
Yeah.
What's the point? That he had freak-offs? Is that illegal?
Yeah. I mean, listen, so far, with the female witnesses, it seems pretty amazing to me to accuse him of such terrible things, of raping and forced sex and all those sorts of things, and they keep on showing up and go to his birthday party afterwards.
That's the part. And I know that as soon as you say that, or I say that, what are you blaming the victim? And that's like, no, you've been trained to ask that question as a jury member, you are supposed to look at everything that's going on. You're not supposed to go, hey, I can't. And it seems reasonable to me that if you attend 5, 6, 7, 8 of these freak-offs, I mean, how do you...
Yeah, nobody's forcing you. So.
Well, if in terms of his wife, I guess he was, because he was violent. And a lot of these people are saying that he led them to believe that he could make bad things happen to them if he wanted to. And maybe he did, but in a court of law, did he make these bad things happen? Did he hire people to go after other people? Did he, I'm at the kind of case that they're bringing against him. At this point, I'm expecting people up there who are already in prison for some other thing to say, yeah, he paid me to break that guy's kneecaps because he, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what I'm not getting. Just every day it's more just, he was a freak with his parties and more stories about baby oil. Is there a limit to the amount that you're allowed to buy? I mean, it's freaky. It seems weird to me. I would not be all that impressed from what
drugs,
I've seen.
Right? Didn't they find drugs in one of the raids? Ketamine, ecstasy.
Sure, but was Elon there before they showed up?
I take it with the prescription, thank you.
Again, it's 2025 America. Drugs? Is he going to go to jail for the rest of his life?
I
Because they found...
just didn't know if that was one of the charges.
Sure.
Of that
Well, and it's also part of the sex trafficking, I guess.
Yeah, but
the
where...
drugging of people and them, they can't consent.
Right.
If
Under duress, they showed up.
All this, as a jury member, I'm going to say, yeah, that happens to me once. Even if I decide he's powerful and I'm not going to go and I'm afraid to tell the cops or whatever, after I'm at a party and I'm drugged and I wake up the next day and I'm walking kind of funny, that's the last time I attend one of those parties.
I don't know. They had a bunch of free Ciroc vodka.
Oh, well, hold on. Now, that does
resist the
change things.
Ciroc.
That does change things, and probably some great artists performing as well. So there are...
I'd like to say, for the record, Ciroc, still in business, distanced themselves from Diddy. Doesn't condone anything. In case somebody's listening, I'm not trying to say that.
Oh,
they're
well,
really
don't
a part
worry
of
about
this.
that. If somebody's, that kind of person, the fact that you just,
You never know.
it's not going to help. They're deranged. They're the person that would listen to somebody say that on the
It was
radio
a
and get
Ciroc
upset.
rep listening. It's like, hey.
Hey, you know what? If you're a Ciroc rep or any kind of rep, AI will probably be doing your job in a few years anyway. So you got other things to worry about than what Greg Russ says on the Von Hessler doctrine. And it's not any more controversial than what I am, because I'm honestly, I'm looking at this and I know people want to say, you're blaming. I don't think that I am blaming the victims, but when you go back and do something 5, 6, 7 times, in the Trump case with E. Jean Carroll, the judge would not allow the jury to know that she tweeted in like 2012. This incident was supposed to happen in like 84, 85. And then she tweeted in 2012 that something like, about to get a glass of wine and cuddle up for my favorite television show, The Apprentice. Isn't that information that the jury should have? And I think for the same reason, because I would think to myself, if someone had damaged me in the way that she's saying that he did to her in 1984, there is no way in hell that the show that person hosts is going to be my favorite show to cuddle up with a glass of wine. So I know, just hate me if you want, and you say I'm blaming the victim. I'm not. I'm just trying to figure this out. And until we see people who were against their will, like where is the human trafficking? And as far as human trafficking goes, if you tell me it's a 25-year-old call girl who does this for a living and they bought a plane ticket to go, I'm not buying that as human trafficking. To me, human trafficking is people are being exploited and there's nothing they can do about it. And usually they're pretty young.
Yeah.
They're underage. So that's it. That's my defense of Diddy. It will not go on much longer. It's not my defense of Diddy. It's if you're going to hype me up and tell me that this and this is going to happen, then it needs to happen. I mean, Diddy is innocent until proven guilty, except for the domestic stuff, because we've seen that hallway thing, and that obviously did happen. Yeah. Alex Williams says, better news on 85 in Sewanee.
That is right. We had a crash 85 northbound up around Highway 317, Lawrenceville, Swanee Road, exit 111. Wasn't there too long. They cleared it up, but it's done a number to the ride, slowing you as you leave Highway 316. Before that, 85 northbound, really not too bad this afternoon from 285 as you travel up into Norcross and Duluth. Heads up, though, in Gwinnett County, traffic lights still on the blink. Have been all afternoon on Holcomb Bridge Road at Spalding Drive. Treat that as a four-way stop. Holcomb Bridge eastbound is jammed all the way back to Barnwell Road in Roswell. Westbound delays start around Peachtree Corner Circle. Might want to think about Old Alabama Road as an alternate between Roswell and Gwinnett County there. Watching the crash heading into Buckhead and downtown is Sydney Darden.
Yeah, that crash, Georgia 400 southbound near exit 2 to Lenox Road. Now just blocking one right lane as it has been for the last few minutes or so. So you're still pretty stop and go once you make your way to the downtown connector. Still going to see a rough ride through Midtown. And it's going to continue until you get to I-20 to merge there in the heart of the city. This report is sponsored by Purple Mattress. Purple mattresses and pillows are up to 75% off for a limited time. Stop by their showroom at the outlet shops at Atlanta this weekend for amazing deals. From the Cool Ray Carrier Traffic Center, Triple Team Traffic 95.5 WSB.
Tomorrow on the Nightcap with Jared Yamamoto, I'm coming in fresh and ready to go from vacation. I'm ready to take your calls at 404-872-0750 for an Ask Jared Yamamoto edition of the Nightcap with Jared Yamamoto. We'll also cover the latest news of the night tomorrow from 11 to midnight, and we're proudly brought to you by Guardian Home Experts, Heating, Air, and Plumbing.
Some things really love the rain, like flowers, your lawn, frogs. Other things like your roof, not so much. And if your roof is old, it's taken a lot of abuse from the elements over the years. Home Fix It Show host Dave Baker here from my roofing experts at Findlay Roofing. The roof guys. Water is your home's #1 enemy, and your roof is your front line of defense to stop it from getting inside. Heavy rain and severe storms like we've had recently can expose roof leaks and lead to water damage. So, How's your roof holding up? If you're not sure, I recommend you schedule a Findlay Roofing free roof analysis. It's easy. Go to roofroof.com, set up your appointment, and a highly trained professional will thoroughly examine your roof. No obligation, no charge. And if you need a new roof, remember Findlay has seen it all and replaced it all. They have replaced over 65,000 roofs in the metro area. That's why when it comes to your roof, you need to think of Findlay first. Schedule your free roof analysis at findlayroofing.com.
Roof.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
Americans love using their credit cards, the most secure and hassle-free way to pay. But DC politicians want to change that with the Durbin-Marshall credit card bill. This bill lets corporate megastores pick how your credit card is processed, allowing them to use untested payment networks that jeopardize your data security and rewards. Corporate megastores will make more money, and you pay the price. Tell Congress to guard your card, because Americans lose when politicians choose. Learn more at guardyourcard.com. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Attention men, are you suffering from ED or PE? Here's an important message from Choice Men's Health.
I'm Dr. Katz and I'm the Chief Medical Director at Choice Men's Health. Are you performing the way you want to in the bedroom? If the answer is no and you've tried Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra and were disappointed, then you need to come see us immediately. If you don't see results on the first visit, then there's no charge. Many of our patients have medical conditions such as diabetes, hypertension, obesity, and prostate problems. I'm happy to say that we have 98% success rate with all our patients. Our customized solutions will allow you to perform within 10 minutes and last an hour and even longer. You can regain your love life and tackle your ED and PE problems. Guys, your partner will never complain again. Our clinic has the most affordable prices, so if you visit other clinics and you're not completely satisfied, then you need to call Choice Men's Health.
Regain your love life regardless of your age or medical history. Choice Men's Health guarantees results on your first visit or you pay nothing. Call now. 404-400-1170. That's 404-400-1170.
The integrity this company has is amazing. They are just unbelievable, start to finish.
Meteorologist Glenn Burns loves his Infinity from Marvin fiberglass windows from North Georgia Replacement Windows.
They made everything so easy. The planning, the installation was flawless. Just a perfect job, and now it just made such a difference in the house.
Infinity from Marvin Replacement Windows, yeah!
It's time to celebrate you at Pike Nurseries. Now through Sunday, June 1st, don't miss our Customer Appreciation Sale. Brighten your garden with blooming annuals, petunias, marigolds, begonias, and more. Just $1.29 each. Plus, save on garden favorites like lush hostas, encore azaleas, graceful Japanese maples, and so much more. There's never been a better time to shop Pike Nurseries, your neighborhood garden center. Have fun playing in the dirt and let Pike Nurseries take the guesswork out of gardening. When it comes to your home, quality is crucial. Trust the Plus. Painting Plus. The Plus means siding, gutters, windows, decks, porches, roofing, and of course, painting.
Hi, I'm Charlie, owner of Painting Plus and the Plus family of businesses. Quality comes first. We have the most experienced exterior craftsmen in the industry.
If your home's exterior has it, the Plus can improve it. Painting Plus. Siding, gutters, windows, decks, porches, roofing, and more. Trust the Plus. PaintingPlus.com.
All right, George Stein, we don't have a whole heck of a lot of time here, so I'm going to first let you and the audience know that we need to get some understanding on exactly what went on with Trump's tariffs, because a couple days ago, an international trade court, not international, it's a United States court, but it's called the, I think, International Trade. They basically said, this is unconstitutional, the way you're doing these tariffs, and basically said, you got to stop it right now for almost all the tariffs. Then a day later, another court said, well, we're going to look at it, and while we're looking at it, you can still do it. And we'll get to more of that and deconstruct that when we get back. For right now, I want to remind people that the 5 o'clock hour keyword for the WSB 5K a day bonus blitz is CHECK, check. Go to the WSB Radio app or WSBradio.com/cash for your chance to win. Again, that keyword is CHECK, check. Alex Williams says there are work zone delays on I-20 in DeKalb.
That is right. Always a busy work zone. It'll be even more active later tonight. Right now, no cones blocking the roadway, but we just did have all lanes blocked in Lithonia. I-20 westbound at Panola Road, exit 71, right in the heart of that work zone. Hero got a stall off to the right, so all lanes have reopened. Still a little slow from Evans Mill, Turner Hill area, but that will improve. Eastbound on and off the brakes as well, leaving 285, making your way out past Wesley Chapel Road, exit number 68. How's I-20 over there on the west side of town, Sydney Darden?
Well, we just found something new. I-285 westbound on the inner loop near Flat Shoals. We got one left lane knocked out due to a crash, slowing you down as you make your way towards the airport. A traffic brought to you by Reliable Heating and Air. Stop paying for expensive heating and air repairs or home warranties. Get a reliable protection plan for just $14.99 a month and enjoy 100% parts and labor coverage for any H system make or model. Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
There's nothing like a warm weather day here in North Georgia. Restaurant patios are packed. There are so many festivals, and I love concerts under the stars. Hey, it's Smiler Mark McKay. Imagine doing all of that and building your credit. You can with the Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa credit card. You build credit with money you were already going to spend while avoiding interest. Better credit means lower rates on car and home loans and better terms to borrow money for life's unexpected expenses. The Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa has no annual fees, interest, or credit checks, and you can use it everywhere Visa is accepted. Make everyday purchases count with Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa credit card. Get started today at Chime.com. Chime feels like progress.
Chime is a financial technology company, not a bank. Banking services provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Members FDIC. The Chime Credit Builder Visa credit card is issued by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Chime checking account required to apply. On-time payment history may have a positive impact on your credit score. Results may vary. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Stop me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. Timing depends on submission of payment file. Fees apply at out-of-network ATMs.
When my grandfather, Jim Ellis, started our business in 1971, he knew it would be difficult to please every customer. However, that didn't stop him from trying. Hi, I'm Stacy Ellis, Vice President of the Jim Ellis Automotive Group. For over 50 years, we've built our reputation on honesty, effort, and doing what's best for our customers. That means transparent pricing and a commitment to making your car buying experience quick, easy, and convenient. We work hard to help you find the right car at the right price with a shopping experience designed around you, whether you shop in person or online at jimellis.com. Are we perfect? No. Sometimes things don't go as smoothly as we hope. Maybe there's a miscommunication or an unforeseen hiccup. We get it. When that happens, we don't make excuses, we work to make it right. That's why last year we earned nearly 14,000 positive reviews from customers who trust us to do the right thing. When you're ready for your next vehicle, trust a name that's been doing right by customers for more than 50 years. Jim Ellis Automotive, where you can always expect the best.
Men, trouble in the bedroom? Not anymore. Priority Men's Medical Center restores your love life in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Priority Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Priority Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. You'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8885. 404-885-8885. To restore your love life in just one visit, call now. 404-885-8885.
At Chain Company, we've been engagement ring experts for almost 100 years. We have the largest selection of diamonds and gemstones in stock. You don't have to wait to compare them side by side. Find the one that speaks to you at shaneco.com or in store. Chain Company, your friend and jeweler.
You need to replace all your windows, but some can't wait.
Start small with a single window or one room, and your window price will be locked in. Hi, it's Ted and Jonathan from North Georgia Replacement Windows.
Our fiberglass windows are beautiful, not big and bulky like vinyl composite windows.
Your detailed window and door installation will be quick, clean, and hassle-free.
Window shopping made simple with 0% interest available.
Infinity from Marvin, replacement windows, yeah!
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
At 5:30, I'm Bill Caiaccio with our top local story. Chamblee police searching for an armed and dangerous man who shot and killed another man outside the St. Vincent de Paul charity on Chamblee Tucker Road. The suspect identified as 31-year-old Jeremiah Clanton. Captain Jason Wasdorp with Chamblee police says a fight between the two men ended with the victim shot in the chest and the shooter running away.
We believe the suspect went to the Chamblee MARTA station and hopped on a train southbound into Atlanta.
We posted a photo of the suspect at WSBRadio.com. If you see this man, call 911. It is 74 degrees in Atlanta. The rain and storms are gone. Will it be a nice weekend? Channel 2 Action News Chief Meteorologist Brad Nitz has Atlanta Radio's only 5-day forecast coming up. A potentially explosive situation in Douglas County is safely resolved after dozens of residents have to evacuate.
A tanker truck carrying highly explosive ammonium nitrate was driving down Wilson Road on the south end of the county when it tipped over into a ditch. Douglas County Fire Chief Miles Allen says this was an extremely dangerous situation.
Once we realized the material that was on the vehicle, we immediately isolated, denied entry. We evacuated upwards of 40 to 50 homes.
There was no leak, but they had to remove the blasting caps, which are used to cause an explosion. The scene's been cleared, and residents are allowed back home. Austin Eller, 95.5 WSB.
President Trump thanks Elon Musk for his service as his 150-day assignment as a special government employee comes to an end.
Today it's about a man named Elon, and he's one of the greatest business leaders and innovators the world has ever produced. He stepped forward to put his very great talents into the service of our nation, and we appreciate it.
Trump praises Musk for his efforts to cut government spending through his work with DOGE. Several metro Atlanta counties and cities are named in a new Department of Homeland Security list of so-called sanctuary cities. The announcement from the federal agency names DeKalb, Douglas, and Fulton counties along with the city of Atlanta. Fulton County says it complies with state and federal laws banning sanctuary jurisdictions, and they are not sure why this designation was made. A warning to parents. A new government report uncovers over 80 sudden infant deaths in Georgia linked to nursing pillows.
They're popular with new moms, nursing pillows, but they can be dangerous, even deadly, says Dr. Bridget Hamilton at Emory. In fact,
we reviewed a bunch of cases from across the state of Georgia, and we found that there were 84 babies who died where this nursing pillow was identified by the teams who reviewed the cases as being a potential factor.
She says the pillows are great for breastfeeding, but when they are used in sleep environments, they can become deadly. Sabrina Cupid, 95.5 WSB.
The Postal Service is out with its annual dog bite report, and Georgia ranks in the top 25 for states with the most dog bites at more than 100.
In terms of Atlanta, there are only 2 bites reported, along with 8 other cities, including Alpharetta, Marietta, and Forsyth.
Tiffany Rollins with the U.S. Postal Service says overall 6,000 mail carriers were bitten by a dog. California has the most. 8 months after his death, fans of Dikembe Mutombo have a chance to pay their respects.
A memorial service for the Hawks great is set for Saturday morning at 10:30 at Georgia Tech's McCamish Pavilion. It's free to the public. Mutombo's widow says she would love as many people to attend as possible. While Mutombo's on-court performance earned him a spot in the Hall of Fame, his philanthropic work is still being felt. His memorial fund is even raising money for local groups, including Hosea Fees and the Piedmont Brain Tumor Center, where he received treatment before his death from cancer last September. The memorial is expected to include speeches and musical performances. It'll also be live streamed. Judd Hickenbotham, 95.5 WSB.
Actress Loretta Swit from MASH fame has died.
From now on, I'm number one. Me, Margaret Houlihan. And believe me, soldier, I deserve better than you.
She was best known for playing Major Margaret Hot Lips Houlihan on the 80s TV series. She won 2 Emmys for that role. Swit was 87. It is now 5:34. Time for live team coverage of traffic and weather. Triple team traffic begins with Alex Williams.
And we got a new crash on the southeast leg of the perimeter, Bill. It's in that left lane. We told you about it, and it's still there. 285 westbound, the inner loop between Flat Shoals Road exit 48 and Boulder Crest Road exit 51. That's slowing the ride back toward I-20. Elsewhere on 285, southbound, the inner loop into DeKalb, actually improving for already 535 this afternoon. A little sluggish from 285, 85 Spaghetti Junction area down through Tucker. 285 westbound, head over to Truist Park for the Braves game. A few brake lights in Sandy Springs from Georgia 400 over to Riverside Drive. Checking the ride northeast of town on I-85, Sydney Darden.
Yeah, and I-85 northbound as you're coming off 285. So just a little stop and goage around exit 99 and Jimmy Carter Boulevard. Also checking some traffic light issues. We do have flashing lights at the intersection of Holcomb Bridge at Spalding Drive. Treat it like a four-way stop, folks. It's been like that for the last few hours or so. I-85 northbound also still really slow, leaving a Sugarloaf Parkway on your way towards Sewanee. From the Cool Ray Carrier Traffic Center, Triple Team Traffic 95.5 WSB.
Now Atlanta Radio's only 5-day forecast with Channel 2 Action News Chief Meteorologist Brad Nitz.
The storm threat is over. Clearing sky as we head through this evening. It's turning cooler overnight down to 59 Saturday morning. Mostly sunny, breezy, and 80 tomorrow. On Sunday, partly cloudy, 30% chance of an isolated shower or storm late. Low 62, high 82. Monday, sunny, low 63, high 85. And my 5-day forecast for Tuesday and Wednesday. Mostly sunny both days. Lows in the mid-60s, highs in the mid-80s.
75 in Norcross, 74 in Smyrna, and 73 in Union City. More news at 6 o'clock. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Bill Caiaccio, 95.5 WSB.
Metallica in the round. The M72 World Tour continues. Live from the 50-yard line of Mercedes-Benz Stadium. One night only. June 3rd. Metallica. Special guests, those Cowboys from Hell, Pantera. Are you talking to me? Are you talking to me? And Suicidal Tendencies. Tickets on sale now. Available at Ticketmaster.com. Metallica in the rounds. The M72 World Tour continues. Presented by In Kind.
A DUI conviction could be life-changing. Get the DUI lawyer. GeorgeStein.com.
The Lloyd Advisory Group has a question for you. Is your retirement inflation-proof? Here's what we mean. In retirement, chances are you're on a fixed income with unpredictable expenses. So how do you not run out of money when the cost of just about everything continues to go up? You inflation-proof it. Financial advisor Mark Lloyd and the team at Lloyd Advisory Group can show you ways to help fight inflation so it doesn't outpace your income. Call us today at 770-766-5611. Inflation can take a huge chunk out of your retirement savings, but it doesn't have to. With some simple planning, inflation can go from being a major disruption to a minor annoyance. Call Mark Lloyd and the team at Lloyd Advisory Group now to start inflation-proofing your retirement today. 770-766-5611. That's 770-766-5611. Insurance products and services are offered through the Lloyd Advisory Group. Investing involves risk, including the potential loss of principal.
All right, we got to try to get to the bottom of what's going on with the courts and Trump concerning tariffs. So basically, it's called the Court of International Trade, but it's not an international court somewhere in Belgium. It's in New York, and it's an American court that makes judgments concerning American trade with the rest. That's why it says international in there. It's not an international court.
And all of our trade partners, too, from other countries, too, they agree ahead of time if there's a dispute. It'll be settled there in the international court.
Now, there's 9 judges, but 3 of them on this court. One that was, I believe, a Reagan appointee, an Obama appointee, and a Trump appointee. These 3 judges who saw this case because small businesses, there's a couple of different groups that sued. 5 small businesses who say that these tariffs are just making it impossible for them. And then I think 12 states are Democrat-led states. Mm-hmm. So you had 2 entities there. So the part about the small businesses was done by like a libertarian, I think it's called the Center for Law Justice or something like that. It's a libertarian outfit. And I just saw that Trump called the lead guy a sleazebag. He's a known conservative lawyer. He just called him a sleazebag. So from these 2, the states are saying we're being harmed because of these tariffs.
Right.
And these 5 small businesses are saying we're being harmed. And the 3-judge panel basically said this is based on an emergency act that does not apply. And so a couple days ago, it looked like all of the tariffs had to be lifted. All of the tariffs that were done under this emergency proclamation. Other tariffs that were not affected. And then like a day later, it was appealed, and another court said, well, you can keep doing it while the appeal process goes on. That's where we are now, right?
Yeah, we are. I mean, listen, Article 2 of the Constitution empowers the president to invoke the emergency clause, which allows him to use tariffs, okay?
Right. But let's remember, this particular clause didn't come into 1977.
Right. Supposedly to the emergency being to handle trade imbalances.
Right.
We don't have trade imbalances with every country. For instance, like England, they have a trade imbalance with us. So, but nevertheless, that's the power that he's invoking. And this court said that he's abusing that power. So they blocked it. It's basically like an injunction. They're alleging irreparable harm. That's when you block or
right, because what's happening to these businesses and also the states.
Right, and so he immediately took it to that higher level federal appellate court that said, well, not so fast.
Yeah.
I'm going to lift this block, and the status quo is back in place now.
While the appeal process goes on.
Yes. So they're going to look at it more closely. But I think ultimately Trump's going to win.
You do? I don't.
Yeah.
I don't, because I think that the Constitution is pretty forceful on the idea that this stuff comes out of Congress. And I think he's not going to win on this particular emergency action, because I think that they're stretching it too far. I think it's meant to, where if the president gets in a situation where he's dealing with like one country, it's an immediate thing. I need to do something right now to redress this problem. It was never intended to be written this broadly. Now, the problem is with Congress, too, because they've been giving presidents more and more authority in this area, because Congress does nothing these days except, cheer or get mad at the president. That's your job as a congressperson these days. So it'll be, well, we'll see how this plays out, George. Now that there's a standoff, I think Trump is it's going to go all the way to the Supreme Court.
Yeah, I think so. I guess the idea is that if we do nothing and we don't do tariffs, we could go totally broke. And
yeah, but can he prove that? But I mean, that's a very macro kind of idea that is true. I don't know that you can actually. The judges have to believe that, okay, there's a real threat here that is existential, and that's why the president needs this authority. And I don't know that he can meet that. I just don't think we've been going the way that we're going. It's not going to address the $36 trillion of debt.
Well,
and that's a real danger.
The idea is that if the economy grows, supposedly, it's going to address a portion of that, which is better than nothing.
The International Emergency Economic Powers Act, enacted in 1977, is a U.S. federal law that grants the president authority to regulate international commerce after declaring a national emergency in response to any unusual and extraordinary threat to the United States, originating in whole or substantial part outside the country. And so I think that gives him a very limited, it's like, this country is doing this, and I need to do this back right now. When you say the whole world, the emergency is that the whole world, I just don't think it's going to hold up. But I'm not the lawyer.
Well, we'll see.
And I'm quite frankly, I'm rooting for it not to hold up. I think that this is an absurdity that one person is able to decide all of these tariffs that affect I think that the whole thing about him being a king and all that, a lot of that is rhetoric from the left. But this is the kind of power. I do not think that Ben Franklin and Thomas Jefferson would be for this. Right. I can't speak for them, but there was a reason that they had checks and balances, and the president is the commander in chief. So in certain moments, the committees have to get out of the way. Things need to be done right now. And authorities, acts like this are for those situations. They're not for general macro policy. Like, I'm a new administration and this is my policy. And I'm rooting for him to lose on this one, because I don't want an imperial presidency. Whether Congress likes it or not, they're going to have to make some decisions. And whether presidents like it or not, they have to work with Congress. And if people hate Congress, I've got an idea. Stop re-electing the same bozos. This is what you hear from people. Wow, we hate Congress. Well, nobody Almost everybody in the House of Representatives gets reelected. Almost everybody in the Senate gets reelected. That's not on a judge that you're mad at. That's on you.
Well, I guess if push comes to shove, he could push it through Congress. Some tariffs, some semblance.
Sure. He has other levers, by the way, that he can use.
Yes.
If this gets taken away from him, it's not like he doesn't have other things that he can use. But I think he's going to have to kind of include Congress on most of it. But there are other areas. Like, for instance, what they were knocking down with this was not going to affect the auto stuff and a few other categories because he had declared those tariffs based on other laws or acts that are deemed appropriate. This is not seen as appropriate by most people. I don't think that you want one person can wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning and decide, I'm going to slap 150% tariff on some other country. And then, mom and pop who have a little shop somewhere that is dependent upon that, they need to see that coming. They need to see Congress debating it, knowing it's going on. It's up for a vote. It might change. Hey, you can get ready for it, but not on a whim. He's doing this on a whim, and I don't think that that's constitutional. And now everybody can hate me because I'm saying I hope he loses on this one. I don't hope he loses on everything. There's a lot of stuff I think he's directionally correct on. I like the fact that he's trying to end wars. I'm in favor of that. But you do not, and I'm trying to get across to MAGA, you do not want to give, I know he's your favorite president. You're giving these powers to the presidency, right? Which is based on precedence, which sounds a lot like president. And again, I said it yesterday. Just imagine AOC doing the same stuff. What is more of an emergency than the planet is going to melt if I don't act? Every climate thing that you hate as a Republican would just be, you could use all of the same stuff and say, hey, it's an emergency. AOC has already been on record as saying we only have 12 years left, and that was like 8 years ago. So think, people, think. Alex Williams says there's a crash cleanup on Georgia 400 in Buckhead.
Yeah, been lingering here for a while. Still in the right lane, 400 southbound past Lennox Road, exit 2. The delays have gotten much better, though, out of Sandy Springs. You don't really slow until you get right at the exit 2 Lennox Road, so just hang in there, stay to your left. Once you get past it, it improves heading into Midtown. You do jam up, though, 75-85 southbound, starting right at 17th Street. Starts to get a little bit better, though, down to I-20. Northbound still packed in, 75-85 northbound from University Avenue up past Peachtree, Pine Street. How are we doing with that crash on 285 in DeKalb County, Sydney Darden?
Well, we now have 2 left lanes knocked out. I-285 westbound on the inner loop near exit 48 to Flat Shoals Candler Road. Over there, as you're making your way towards the airport, those delays for you are going to stop as soon as you merge on from I-20. From the Coolray Carrier Traffic Center, Triple Team Traffic 95.5 WSB.
The U.S. is investing up to $1 billion to fight the spread of bird flu.
At the top and bottom of every hour.
Traffic congestion around Metro Atlanta continues to cost commuters.
And when it breaks.
The suspect is in critical condition after being struck multiple times.
Check back 3, 4, 5 times a day for the latest.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's breaking news station.
You've had your windshield wipers on high a lot lately, and they're getting the job done, but how is your roof holding up after all this heavy rain? Dave Baker here from my local experts at Finley Roofing, the roof guys. It's a fact. Water is your home's #1 enemy, so weather like we've been having recently can really challenge your roof. You may not even see signs that your roof is leaking or damaged, so after weather like this, think of Finley first and schedule a free roof analysis. Finley will send a highly trained professional to your home who will thoroughly examine your roof. No obligation, no charge. Finley is the best. They installed the roof on my home, and I trust them, and you can too. Finley's replaced over 65,000 local roofs. They've mastered the roof replacement process with impeccable, high-quality work. They've seen it all and replaced it all. Schedule your free roof analysis at FinleyRoofing.com. Roof.
Many of you know that my inspiration for becoming an accident attorney was my brother Tim, who was rendered a quadriplegic at age 18. I didn't know what a personal injury lawyer was or what they did, but I soon did. Tim was treated terribly by the insurance company, and I became enraged. It was a constant delay and deny. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Tim later worked with me for 27 years. Last year, my hero died at age 65. You can see my eulogy for him by visiting mybrothertim.com.
He was one hell of a man. Because of Tim, together we built the largest injury firm in the world, and our clients are treated the way I would want my family to be treated. At Morgan & Morgan, nobody is a nobody and everybody is a somebody. If you need our help, visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer. See you soon, Tim. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, get a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate and sell your home for maximum value, and that's without the stress of listing your home on the market. Hey, Sean Hannity here. You know, trying to sell your home can be overwhelming. With the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can skip the entire hassle, get an all-cash offer, and close within days. That means no showings, no open houses, and the best part, no stress. Just go to markspain.com and find out what your guaranteed offer will be, and then you can start packing.
At Kroger, we've lowered prices on over 1,000 items across our stores so you can save even more. Whether you're shopping in-store or online at Kroger, we've lowered prices on thousands of the items your family wants and needs. And with lower prices, your dollar goes further every time you shop with us. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Right now, 18-ounce packages of Georgia-grown blueberries or 12-ounce packages of raspberries are just $3.49 each with your card. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto-pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
All right, George Stein. Got to go to the smoking gun for at least one of these stories. Ex-con arrested for prison drone drops, cops say. This guy was, he spent nearly 20 years behind bars.
Yeah.
Didn't learn much of a lesson.
He's going back.
He's only 46, so he spent most of his adult life not learning lessons, I guess. Because and I guess the Florida prison yard, of course, it's Florida. Apparently, they've had a lot of pre-dawn drone drops 8 times over the past 2 weeks. This guy was dropping in phones and cigarettes, contraband. How is this even possible? If you build something so that people can't get out, is it really that difficult from keeping things from getting in?
Well,
this guy's an idiot. He's going to get caught, obviously.
Yeah.
But is this a problem in the prison system?
Well, I mean, the fences only go so high. So.
I know, but you can see it, and you can see it coming down. How can it be successful?
Well, I mean, I think they fly them pretty high up so you can't hear them.
Right.
So that's probably what it is. But you're right. It's mostly cigarettes and cell phones.
Right. But if I'm standing there sentry and I'm up on the wall, I'm going to see these things landing in the prison yard. Am I not? I don't really. Or are they asleep at night?
I would think they're taking a nap on the job.
8 times in the last 2 weeks this has happened? Now, it doesn't. I didn't read enough of the story to know if they stopped it every time and now they just found the guy. But so, yes, we could say this is illegal, right? You're not allowed to do this? Is this guy's definitely going back to prison?
I think so. He's just trying to do a little favor to his brothers behind bars.
Maybe he knows he's going to go back anyway because he's just that kind of guy. And when he gets back in there, he wants to be really popular. Like, oh, hey, it's cigarettes. Hey, Mr. Cigarettes.
Well, they'll be mad at him because they won't be getting their stuff anymore.
Yeah, man, why are you such an idiot? But, I mean, how many times can a drone drop into a prison yard be successful? I mean, it just seems like a type of things that...
I mean, if nothing else, they probably seized and noticed there's lots of cell phones being seized and lots of cigarettes around.
I just can't get past this thing flies out of the air lands in a prison yard. A prisoner, I guess they don't land, they just drop the pack or something and fly back away. But I mean, at that point, if I'm standing guard, it's like, all right, get down there and figure out what that package is. How does this even work?
You know, if you read the autobiography of Henry Hill, the Goodfellas was based on.
Yeah.
He had people who would bring bags of Italian foods and, salami, whatever, and throw it over the wall. And they got away with that the whole time they were there.
Now, my guess, because of the
It was
mafia,
a federal prison. So.
But was it also kind of thing where he had a deal with the guards? Look the other way kind of thing?
Maybe, yeah. And maybe this, too. You don't know.
Possibly.
Yeah, I mean, remember El Chapo and his tunnels? No.
Yeah, well, that's not the whole idea. The way to get out of a prison usually is to tunnel your way out. Or, like, jump inside of a laundry bin or something and be...
Or those guys in Alabama, they had help from a guard, right?
They had help from a guard.
It's usually the case.
So this guy's going back to prison, right? And it's too bad. Just didn't learn his lesson. George Stein, tell people how they can get more George Stein.
Yes, in your time of need, if you want a lawyer who's battle-tested in the courtroom, remember this. We've mastered the art of two things. Been in a motorcycle accident? Go to steelhorselaw.com. Got a DUI? Of course, you're going to go to georgestein.com.
Thank you, George Stein. Alex Williams says, unfortunately, there's a crash causing delays on 285 in DeKalb.
Yeah, it was a crash and a stalled Big Rig. 285 westbound, the inner loop past Flat Shoals, exit 48. They held all lanes for several minutes, just got it all off to the right, but it has really jammed up the ride from I-20. Just hang in there. Those delays should start to improve. Before that, 285 southbound, looking for a new crash just below La Vista Road that's keeping you slow leaving I-85 Spaghetti Junction. Speaking of, how is I-85 up toward Gwinnett County? Sydney Darden?
It's looking a little bit better. Still a little bit of stop and goage as you're making your way off Spaghetti Junction onto I-85. It does break apart by the time you get to exit 99 to Jimmy Carter Boulevard. Elsewhere, we are still dealing with that traffic light issue. All flashing lights, Holcomb Bridge Road at the Spalding Drive intersection. You're going to have to treat it as a four-way stop, folks. From the Cool Ray Carrier Traffic Center, Triple Team Traffic 95.5 WSB.
It pays to have the WSB radio app. Download it today and get ready for the Blitz.
Oh my God. The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz. 5 chances a day to win $5,000.
It's the Blitz.
The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz.
Your next chance to win is Monday morning at 8.
Oh, that's cool.
From 95.5 WSB.
Download the WSB radio app now.
Get rid of that musty, dusty smell in your home with help from the Zero Res Air Duct experts. Mention me, Chris Chandler, and get $50 off your next air duct cleaning. Just use promo code AIR50 when scheduling online at ZeroResAtlanta.com. Zero Res, it's the right way to clean.
I'm consumer investigator Dale Cardwell.
And I'm Monica Pearson. Dale and I have worked together for years, first at WSB, and today helping you find Georgia's best companies and sharing why they're the best.
Monica, one of the first companies I researched and recommended is Amco Transmissions and Total Car Care. For more than a dozen years, they've consistently met my 7-point standard and honored my Make It Right guarantee. And I know you believe in Amco just as much as I do.
Dale, over the years, we've both reported about people getting taken advantage of. So I'm keenly aware what it takes to deliver not just great performance, but great customer service. People who follow my advice literally stop me on the street and thank me for referring them to Amco.
We all need mechanics we can trust for correct diagnosis, efficient repair, and fair price. Not just for transmission repair, but engines, brakes, check engine lights, and so much more. Call the locally owned Amco near you.
And I know their nationwide warranty protects you everywhere.
That's AA.
MCO.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are 2 very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call 404-390-4000. That's 404-390-4000.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
At Shane Company, we've been engagement ring experts for almost 100 years. We have the largest selection of diamonds and gemstones in stock. You don't have to wait to compare them side by side. Find the one that speaks to you at shaneco.com or in store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
WSB Atlanta, WSB BFM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk. News, weather,
Traffic. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
At 6 o'clock, I'm Bill Caiaccio. News sponsored by Mark Spain Real Estate. Our top local story, money to pay for a major Atlanta project could be in jeopardy as the U.S. Senate considers President Trump's budget plan. Here's a report all new at 6 o'clock.
The Stitch is an innovative project aimed at connecting the heart of Atlanta that was separated by the interstate. The project has been approved for $157 million in federal funding. Jack Seeby, director of the Stitch, says they are watching the budget negotiations closely.
We've heard things, not to say that there hasn't been, I think, some concerns like the mayor pointed out, but we are moving forward with the goal of breaking ground next year.
U.S. Senator Raphael Warnock saying in a statement that he will do everything in his power to protect the funding. Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
74 degrees in Atlanta. Storms are gone. Does this mean a dry, sunny weekend? Meteorologist, Channel 2 Action News Chief Meteorologist Brad Nitz has Atlanta Radio's only 5-day forecast coming up. Armed and dangerous. That's how police describe 31-year-old Jeremiah Clanton, the man they're looking for in a deadly shooting in Chamblee.
Police were called to the St. Vincent de Paul Charity on Chamblee Tucker Road after reports of a shooting.
When the officers arrived, they have rendered aid. The DeKalb County Fire Rescue transported the victim to the hospital, where he subsequently passed away.
Captain Jason Wasdorp with Chamblee Police says surveillance cameras captured the suspect arguing with the victim before the shooting. It is believed the shooter then fled on foot to the nearby MARTA station and took a southbound train towards Atlanta. If you see this man, call 911. Graham Carroll, 95.5 WSB.
And we have pictures of the suspect posted at WSBradio.com. A new federal list of sanctuary cities includes several metro Atlanta governments.
The Department of Homeland Security claims a number of counties and cities across the country are not complying with federal immigration agents and are giving, quote, legal protections to undocumented migrants. On that list, DeKalb, Douglas, and Fulton counties, along with the city of Atlanta. The agency says it will notify each local government demanding they revise any policies that don't align with federal immigration laws. Austin Eller, 95.5 WSB.
Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens says while Atlanta remains a welcoming city, it is well known Georgia state law has prohibited sanctuary cities since 2009. He says this order will not affect how his administration upholds municipal, state, and federal laws. After more than 40 years, the specialty shops at the Cobb Galleria are closing tomorrow. Tijuana Faison has owned Design Phase Boutique for the last 18 years and says the once booming mall has come on tough times.
So it's been highs and lows over the years. And of course, COVID didn't help. So there's been a struggle through these past, 5 years. It's been really a struggle.
The shops are closing as part of a massive overhaul of the entire Galleria complex. A man is arrested on Long Island, New York for sex crimes involving a child in Gwinnett County. New York State Police arrest 41-year-old Oswin Padilla as part of an investigation by the Duluth Police Department. The victim's mother found a number of explicit messages and photos between the two and reported it to police. Padilla told police he used multiple social media accounts to seek out explicit content for minors even when he knew their age. He is awaiting extradition to Georgia. Reality TV star Todd Chrisley says he is grateful to be out of prison after his pardon for bank and tax fraud.
Todd Chrisley says it was overwhelming to reunite with his wife Julie after full presidential pardons brought them home. Viewers will see that reunion as he says they began filming for a new show the night they got out.
We're blessed to have our family back, and we're blessed to be coming back to television. Because we do have a much bigger story to tell now than we ever have.
Asked about his youthful appearance despite 2 years in prison camp, Chrisley jokes it's the BOP glow.
I had nothing to do other than to read and to work out.
He says he won't forget the men with whom he served time. Veronica Waters, 95.5 WSB.
WSB Money Update, a mixed day to close the week on Wall Street. The Dow makes a late rally to finish up 54 points. The S&P finishes down a fraction of a point, and the NASDAQ loses 62. It is 6:04. The Von Hessler Doctrine continues in less than 2 minutes. Right now, Triple Team traffic begins begins with Alex Williams.
It's been pretty active on 285 in DeKalb County this evening, Bill. We had that crash installed Big Rig clear, 285 westbound, the inner loop past Flat Shoals, exit 48. A little bit of lingering volume coming down from I-20, but that's getting better. Now, before that, we just had a crash. Looks like it's cleared itself from the center lane, 285 southbound, the inner loop, La Vista Road, exit 37. Still seeing some brake lights leaving I-85. 285 westbound, the outer loop heading out of Sandy Springs over to Cobb County, maybe heading over to Truist Park for the Braves game. A little bit of volume, not awful though, from Riverside Drive over to I-75, exit 20 there in Cobb. Checking the ride through downtown Atlanta, it's Sydney Darden.
And it's really not as bad as I thought it would be for a Friday afternoon. Only a little bit of stop and goage through Midtown on the connector southbound. It does break apart by the time you get to the top of the Grady curve. Your real issues are going to be 85 northbound near exit 244 to University Avenue is where you're really going to start seeing those brake lights fill in and past the heart of downtown, merging onto I-20 until you get to Midtown. I'm Sydney Darden from the Coolray Carrier Traffic Center, Triple Team Traffic 95.5 WSB.
Now Atlanta Radio's only 5-day forecast, sponsored by Shoemate, the official air conditioning of Atlanta. Here's Channel 2 Action News Chief Meteorologist Brad Nitz.
The storm threat is over. Clearing sky as we head through this evening. It's turning cooler overnight down to 59 Saturday morning. Mostly sunny, breezy, and 80 tomorrow. On Sunday, partly cloudy, 30% chance of an isolated shower or storm late. Low 62, high 82. Monday, sunny, low 63, high 85. And my 5-day forecast for Tuesday and Wednesday. Mostly sunny both days. Lows in the mid-60s, highs in the mid-80s.
74 now in Covington and Marietta, 72 in Douglasville. More news at 6:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Bill Caiaccio, 95.5 WSB.
All right, Caiaccio, 4 fingers high. Hour 4 of the Von Hessler Doctrine begins right now. Did Trump do something like he retruth? Is that what you call it when you repost on Truth Social? Did he retruth?
Retruth.
He retruth something. I didn't realize that Pepe the Frog thing was still around with the alt-right. Is that still a thing?
Kek.
George?
Yeah.
What's it called?
Well, the ancient god is Kek, and he's a god of like mischieviousness.
Okay, you're getting real deep.
Mischief. Oh, he knows.
And Pepe is the frog that was like co-opted by
the alt-right. And so he retruth something from a Pepe the Frog guy from the alt-right, and basically said, I think it was like a Belushi thing from Blues Brothers. It's on a mission from God.
Yes,
but
nothing
then
can stop what is coming.
Yeah, and the inclusion of Pepe the Frog that got people going. And
well, QAnon loves Pepe,
right? So that's kind of like it's maybe appealing to those folks. What is that? What you're trying to do? Is that what?
Well, basically, if you're curious, and I'm taking a pause from my current speech at
thank you. I appreciate that, by the way.
Well, I told them, I said I have to go on the radio show, the Von thing. God told me to wreck the American economy with erratic tariffs for absolutely no reason at all. Good luck trying to stop me. I have God and Pepe the Frog on my side. Feels good, man. Do we love Pepe? We love him, don't we? I mean, he's a cute little frog, right? Why, yes. Go ahead. Go home to Mama.
Why are so many people leaving? Do we love Pepe the Frog?
Well, look, go home to Mama. Look, I think he's cute. Look. Anyway, if you leave now, you're going to miss this long-winded story I have about a guy that you don't know from 1974.
Are you about to go into the weave?
About to the weave and the bob, and there she is. Look at her. Boy, she's a nasty woman.
All right, so... Yeah, no, George, the Pepe thing. I thought that was over, but
It'll never be over.
If I ever go, is that one of their phrases?
No, but Pepe,
sounds like
the
one
meme.
of their bumper sticker things.
Pepe is a meme that people love on 4chan. It's not always associated with the alt-right. It's just they love it.
Yeah,
and
it's a dog whistle these days, apparently, to rile the fringe.
Yes,
on the alt-right side.
So, is it now put in as a gaslighting thing by the alt-right just to upset the left or something?
Some of them still use it. I see it less and
less. They
less.
really want to take over the world with just white people? Let's just get to it. George, what is it? Is Pepe the Frog just want white people to take over the world, or is it now a tongue-in-cheek kind of like way to gaslight?
Energy. It's internet meme kind of joking energy.
I don't get it.
That Pepe represents.
Greg, you ought to watch Rumble sometimes. There's the way that Rumble, which is a YouTube alternative, the way that it is, there's like 6 really good shows, and then the rest are some of the most insane things you'll ever see in your life. Some are just like, boring people with shows, but
That's what YouTube was like 10 years ago, 20 years ago.
Nothing like this. There are these channels on Rumble, and every time you go there, it's just a full. Mind you, I'm watching this in my basement, so it's like a big movie screen. It's a full screen of like 800 things going on. Like there'll be an electrified American flag, and Pepe's wearing sunglasses in the corner, and there's 900 other things. And then, like, there's a guy like way down in the corner, and he's like, I don't know what he's doing. He's talking about something, and he's got sunglasses on, but I can't figure out, is it just, you talk about meme energy. It feels like cocaine energy.
Is he showing live streams in the boxes?
Kind of,
Because
yeah.
that's on YouTube too.
Oh, is that what's going on? So it's a bunch of crazy people's different lives? Because it looks like literally there's like 90 things happening in
I'll tell
different
you,
boxes.
It's called a happening video, and it comes from happening threads on 4chan. When there's a lot of news, when there's wars,
Right.
they find all the different webcam. Like Gaza, they used to strike Gaza with drones a lot
Right.
before everything that happened. And every time that would happen, you'd see
They go live.
4 or 5
See,
different cameras.
I don't think that's this, because it's almost as if every little section of the screen is some kind of different meme. But there's so many of them, and they're all kind of bouncing around. And I have no idea who's watching this as, oh, this is what I came for. Oh, there's the information.
What's happening? So in each little box, let's say you send an electrified American flag. Is it
That's-
just something on loop, or is it?
Yeah, kind of. Like everyone is just kind of a thing happening. It's hard to describe because literally there's 35, 40, maybe 90 is too much. But the boxes are small.
Oh, yeah.
And there's just a lot going on. And usually, it won't just be Pepe at the bottom. Is Pepe moves a little bit.
Oh, he's animated.
Yeah, it's a lot of like GIF. Very gify.
Well, you gotta
like imagine
realize
35 GIFs on one screen.
you're not the audience for that. The audience for that are ADD kids who are on Ritalin or
Really?
Yeah, that's.
I could sit here and watch this all day.
They call it weaponized autism on 4chan.
Oh, they're doing it on purpose.
Yes.
Everything's born out of 4chan.
Yes,
This is
they
what I-
call it that, and they collectively get together to try. Remember when who's that actor Shia LaBeouf put the
Yeah.
and he had to move
Do
it.
You
He had-
will not divide us.
You will not divide us, and he started moving it around. They were geolocating it based on an airplane direction and the mountains, and they called it. That's what it came
I
out
see.
of.
So what's going on with these people? Are they just like 22-year-olds who will grow up, or are they?
Some of them are in their 50s.
I mean, like
This
that
is
seems
the
kind
new
of
right.
seems very cruel to me to try to. I
Oh.
mean, messing with people is one thing, but I mean, if you're trying to mess with people who have a genuine sort
Well,
of
the problem-
like you could try to make people who are epileptics go into an epileptic fit. That would,
The problem is they banned raids and trolling, and when you ban those things, which were fun and they didn't affect politics or anything like that, there's a vacuum. So they.
I don't know what that
gravitated-
is. What are raids and trolling?
Well, there used to be websites where people would go live. It was like Blog Talk this, Blog, whatever. They were live streaming, and then a bunch of people from 4chan would go in the room and bomb them off. Or Blog Talk Radio, they would go and prank them.
Oh, I
It's
see.
all pranks, but it was online. Well, they
Yeah,
banned it.
that's why I've never. That's why I've never gone the 4chan route. I don't like I don't like pranksters.
Well, that's only a small portion of it. There's all sorts of things.
No, don't get defensive.
I'm not
I
defensive.
know
I'm
you
just,
like
I'm
you like
explaining
you like
it.
you like pranksters.
Well, I
know.
missed that part of it.
I love other people's humiliation for my entertainment.
I think pranksters, for the most part, are just people who like to be cruel, but they don't want to cop to it.
Now, I don't like the guys with the feather dusters who touch people's necks in Home Depot and then turn around real quick.
Yeah,
and then their
well-
buddy's recording it. One of those guys is going to get beat up.
That's all
someday.
TikTok stuff.
Yes.
And it's
Well,
fun.
There was that,
Oh, go
there's
ahead.
that guy who goes around and does stuff like that, and he has a bodyguard, so the people that he screws with can't even do anything back to him.
Well, there's
Johnny
courage.
Somali.
Is that his name? He got shot at some
Oh,
point.
no, this is a
That
different guy who keeps getting arrested, and he's facing charges in Japan.
I did see like what do they call them up? Smash cut videos, smash up video. You know, when you get, I used to call them a montage. I would say a montage of
Yes.
annoying influencers being punched in the face.
Yes.
Like they're not all punched in the face, but when it does happen, that like they'll just decide that I'm the person who jumps out of the bushes and scares you or whatever. And then, sometimes you scare somebody who's mentally not right. And you're really scaring them. Like it's it's a moment of clarity when the goofy jokester's doing something and then actually really scares the hell out of somebody who starts crying or something like that. And there's a moment there where usually the influencer's like, oh, well, maybe can I get back in these bushes? I don't know.
Yes, no doubt.
No, but then they realize they got gold and
Yeah.
they post it so everyone can see it, and you can laugh at the person who's crying.
I saw one where it seemed to me like maybe the little girl, and I don't think that they targeted it for this reason. I just think it became obvious that it was like a 14-year-old girl, and the guy jumps out because this is what he does on his TikTok thing or whatever. And, I don't know if she was severely, she was suffering from something. I'm not a doctor. I don't know. But she wasn't, a complete and total 14-year-old the way that you think about it. And I could tell the guy who jumped out of the bushes was like, ooh, I'm sorry. Because she just started crying, and it was just horrible. But why? I get it when young people do that kind of stuff. We did stupid things when I was young. And I guess if you put a TikTok thing to it where you can suddenly become
money?
famous
Yeah.
and money and all that, it only encourages it. But I want it shut down. All of it. All of social media. Are you guys with me? Who's with me?
Autumn
Who's
is.
with me? Autumn?
Nah.
We're shutting it all down.
I mean,
Well, even your Chinese sites.
How am I going to watch the Amish girl cook?
She's going to have to get a
when
show.
I was cooking for my family, I made this bread every day.
She sounds just like her.
Oh, my goodness. You guys are actually watching. You know what? I need to be watching Amish people cook because maybe I wouldn't get the RFK Jr. diseases if I.
You wouldn't.
If I.
Cook everything in lard.
They call everybody who questions anything with pharmaceuticals and vaccines, conspiracy theorists and stuff. But out of the RFK Jr. stuff, there is this thing I keep hearing, and I haven't looked into it yet, and I want to look into it, that he claims that basically there's percentage-wise 0% autism amongst the Amish. Is that true? Is that true? Now it
well,
sounds.
do they get tested for it?
Well, that's another.
Do they
That's
allow
what.
that?
That's a good. But they have medical care, I would imagine. And I think they take.
Do you have a witch doctor?
I mean, they don't just die. They don't just die if they're
We
17.
don't allow zippers or whatever, but we're allowed to go to the doctor.
So, and that's a good question. There's many good questions around it, but I feel like people are afraid to go there because they don't want to be called conspiracy theorists or anti-vaxxers. Look, it comes down to this. It's either true or it's not. If it is, what they used to say on
There's a
CNN about
study,
the Russia
RFK.
stuff. What? Go ahead.
There's a study that he references when he talks about that there's no autism cases in the Amish community, and apparently that's an anecdotal study. It's not peer reviewed.
But couldn't we find out? Isn't it worth if people are noticing? Let's just say that there's less. If people are noticing that amongst one demographic in the United States, there's far less of anything, any kind of illness or anything. Why don't we just go let's do a real study? Okay.
Apparently there were in 2008 and 2011. This is the Pennsylvania and Ohio.
All right, hold on to that because we're 2 minutes late for traffic. When we come back, we'll finish. Alex Williams says that things are improving on 85 into Gwinnett.
Yeah, we'd like to see it after the week we've had, Eric. 85 northbound, just tapping the brakes with that merging madness, leaving 285 heading up toward Norcross. Then a few more brake lights, but not awful. 85 northbound from Old Peachtree Road up to 985. A few southbound brake lights out of Duluth, 85 southbound, leaving Highway 316. Still got the traffic lights flashing red, have been all day on Holcomb Bridge Road at Spalding Drive. Treat that as a four-way stop, really jammed both ways on Holcomb Bridge. You might want to think about Old Alabama as an alternate. How's I-75 south of the city, Sydney Darden?
It's looking a lot better than just an hour ago. I-75 northbound as you're merging on through Locust Grove, exit 212 to Bill Gardner. Just a little bit of brake tapping. Only really seeing those brake lights fill in around McDonough, but breaks apart well before you make your way to Stockbridge. So a really easy ride if you're making your way towards the south side perimeter. You know what else is really easy and looks really nice? This report sponsored by the Georgia Lottery. Tomorrow's Powerball jackpot is $207 million. Powerball players can win millions playing in-store or online at galottery.com. Only from the Georgia Lottery. Drawings every Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday. From the Cool Ray Carrier Traffic Center, Triple Team Traffic 95.5 WSB.
Hi, it's Tim Andrews from the Von Hessler Doctrine, inviting you to join me for the Tim Andrews Popcast, my weekly pop culture and entertainment show. My guest this week, comedian Dusty Slay. He's bringing his brand of comedy to Atlanta on August 9th. We'll talk about that, AI, and a whole bunch of other things. That's the Popcast, tomorrow night at 7 p.m. on 95.5 WSB.
Get the dirt out before school's out and call Zero Res. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $129. Mention me, Chris Chandler, to secure this deal today. Book online at ZeroResAtlanta.com. Zero Res, spell it backwards or forwards. It's the right way to clean.
Protect your liver and give it the support that it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
Mom and Dad seem different after a European-style holiday on MSC Cruises.
Call us Cloud and Yvette.
The ship had restaurants, shops, and nightlife.
La Galleria.
And of course, American touches, like an aqua park and a sweets shop.
American je ne sais quoi.
Mom, you're from Wisconsin.
Wisconsin, Kevin.
Book now and save up to 40% off, plus kids sail free. MSC Cruises. Let's holiday. To book, visit msccruises.com or contact your travel advisor. Restrictions apply. Ships registered in Panama and Malta.
Attention men. Are you suffering from ED or PE? Here's an important message from Choice Men's Health.
I'm Dr. Katz, and I'm the Chief Medical Director at Choice Men's Health. Are you performing the way you want to in the bedroom? If the answer is no, and you've tried Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra and were disappointed, then you need to come see us immediately. If you don't see results on the first visit, then there's no charge. Many of our patients have medical conditions such as diabetes, hypertension, obesity, and prostate problems. I'm happy to say that we have 98% success rate with all our patients. Our customized solutions will allow you to perform within 10 minutes and last an hour and even longer. You can regain your love life and tackle your ED and PE problems. Guys, your partner will never complain again. Our clinic has the most affordable prices, so if you visit other clinics and you're not completely satisfied, then you need to call Choice Men's Health.
Regain your love life regardless of your age or medical history. Choice Men's Health guarantees results on your first visit or you pay nothing. Call now. 404-400-1170. That's 404-400-1170.
Well, we've looked into it while off the air, and it's very murky from what I see. Greg's seen some stuff too. It's a good question about whether or not the Amish are actually, being tested for autism as much as anybody else. But according to the CDC, 1 in 36 is the average, right?
Yes.
In America. And there's a study from 2008 that says amongst the Amish it's 1 in 271, but there could be a lot of underreporting there. But here's the other thing that we found out in our little search was that this group of the Amish in Pennsylvania, 98% vaccination rate. And that makes me...
That was the Ohio Amish community.
Ohio.
Yes.
I'm sorry. If it's true that any group has the same vaccination rate as the rest of us, and still on any kind of illness or anything, you find that for some reason they just don't have nearly as many percentage-wise as people who are afflicted with anything, I think then, in terms of this, you could start looking at things like diet and stuff like that, because that kind of surprised me that 98% are. I mean, listen, Autumn and me, I was the same way. Like, do they even go to the doctor? I have no idea, because I'm not Amish. Was there anything in the stuff that you found, Greg, that was different from that, or?
No, that was the same. There was a 2008 study that was published in the Journal of Autism and Developmental Disorders. That was the Pennsylvania study, and then the Ohio one was 2011 Journal of Child Neurology. Same as you found, 1 in 271 children.
But okay, but that particular community was 98% vaccinated.
Yes. Yeah.
So if there's that much of a difference, 1 in 36 as opposed to 1 in 271, can't we be looking at things like diet, lifestyle?
Diet of the mother while the child is in
something.
utero.
Look, I got nothing against General Mills, but he may not have been looking out for me my whole childhood.
Maybe he doesn't have enough potassium powder like the Skittles.
Something.
They're getting rid of something that, I think it was potassium oxide or something.
Well, it's about time.
Yeah.
We got rid of that potassium oxide.
Now I can eat Skittles again.
It probably isn't good just because it has potassium in the name. It probably isn't a good thing.
I think that the best diet, and I'm not talking about losing weight diet. We say diet. I'm going on a diet. But I mean your overall diet is when people say, hey, I don't eat anything that wasn't food 100 years ago. Now, I don't have that discipline because as far as I know, Milky Way bars, did they exist 100 years ago? How
Probably
am I doing?
100 years
Oh,
ago.
yeah, because we're getting pretty good. We're in the 20s now.
Yeah, we're old.
Oh, yeah, well, we're getting I'm
Chicken
thinking
fingers weren't around then. Chickens didn't start growing fingers till the 70s.
Yeah, things like that.
1924. So we just hit the 100-year mark.
Look at that.
The Milky Way bar.
Did we celebrate that properly? By the way, when we were looking at trying to figure out this autism amongst Amish stuff and the different studies, I will tell you something. So whenever online, whether it's AI or just you're looking in a Google search, whenever a story comes up, it tells me and says, but that was debunked. This word debunked now, I'm out. Whenever I just think of debunked is a politically charged word, and the people who claim that something is debunked never seem to feel the need to give you the source. They just say, it was debunked. And so probably, overdoing it, as I am known to be somewhat extreme, I've just gotten to the point now where if the word debunked is in there, I immediately just don't believe anything. It's like climate change. I don't know what's going on with climate change. What I do know is it's all become so political that you can't separate out what's real from what's not real, because once things have been political for 20 years, that means subsidies are out there. That means certain people make their living. And on both sides, on all sides. That's how I feel about debunked. It's like, well, I don't know. Just I don't trust what anybody says on climate change, no matter what side they're on. And once somebody tells me something was debunked, I immediately stop hearing what they're going to say, whatever they're saying. Alex Williams says there's a crash on I-20 in DeKalb.
And we got to love the Von Hessler effect because it is in place right now. It was in a left lane, and they just got it to the right shoulder. I-20 westbound, Panola Road exit 71, but still slow through Lithonia. Inside the perimeter, 20 westbound, seeing a few brake lights between Moreland Avenue and the downtown connector. How's the ride on I-75 northwest of town, Sydney Darden?
Not very eventful, which is good news. I-285 westbound on the outer loop, maybe a little bit of stop and goage and near exit 20 merging onto 75 as you make your way through Cobb County. A very clear ride, especially to that 575-75 split. Only a little bit of volume as you're making your way towards Cherokee County. Y'all, traffic brought to you by Reliable Heating and Air. Stop paying for expensive heating and air repairs or home warranties. Get a reliable protection plan for just $14.99 a month and enjoy 100% parts and labor coverage for any H system, make, or model. I'm Triple Team Traffic 95.5 WSB.
I love my home, and now I found a company that loves it as much as I do. TE Certified Electrical Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Chris Chandler here. These folks have done work in my home. Boy, it didn't take long to realize I could trust their expertise, their attention to detail, and what I think you'll find, just as I did, an amazing level of service. TE Certified has more than 20,000 five-star reviews, and it's been serving Atlanta for decades.
TE Certified, we love your home.
Men, trouble in the bedroom? Not anymore. Priority Men's Medical Center restores your love life in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Priority Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Priority Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. You'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8885. 404-885-8885. To restore your love life in just one visit, call now. 404-885-8885.
It's still the greatest form of advertising, word of mouth. If we could bottle it and sell it, we'd be rich. But we can't. That's what keeps it honest. Hi, I'm Dan Watkins, owner of All Four Seasons. From garage doors to entry doors to windows, for every opening of your home, we've got you covered. Talk to your neighbors. Chances are we worked on their home. They'll tell you all about their 5-star experience with All Four Seasons. When trust matters, trust us. All, the number 4, seasonsgarages.com.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
Americans love using their credit cards, the most secure and hassle-free way to pay. But D.C. politicians want to change that with the Durbin-Marshall credit card bill. This bill lets corporate megastores pick how your credit card is processed, allowing them to use untested payment networks that jeopardize your data security and rewards. Corporate megastores will make more money, and you pay the price. Tell Congress to guard your card, because Americans lose when politicians choose. Learn more at guardyourcard.com. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Looking for the perfect restaurant in Midtown Atlanta? Hey, it's Belinda. Saints and Council in Colony Square is my favorite. From sunrise to date night, wake up with fresh, locally inspired breakfast or linger over a laid-back brunch on their beautiful outdoor patio. Planning a night downtown or at the Fox or Symphony Hall? It's just a short stroll away. Saints and Council delivers unforgettable dining every time. Visit Saints and Council to book your table today.
Foundations are created equal, and neither are foundation repair methods. That is why you should always turn to Atlanta Ramjack for your foundation repair. Mark Beckham here, and we have carefully designed our foundation repair methods over the years, currently holding 12 different patents for our solutions. So if you see cracks in your brick or floor, or if a door doesn't shut properly, or your windows stick, this can all spell foundation trouble. Visit AtlantaRamjack.com for your free estimate and peace of mind.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
At 6:30, I'm Bill Caiaccio, news sponsored by the Lloyd Advisory Group. Our top local story, a manhunt for a suspected killer. Chamblee police searching for 31-year-old Jeremiah Clanton, who's considered armed and dangerous. He's accused of shooting another man outside the St. Vincent de Paul Charity on Chamblee-Tucker Road. Captain Jason Wasdorp with Chamblee Police says the suspect hopped on a MARTA train toward Atlanta.
We have partnered with MARTA PD, and they're assisting trying to locate the suspect.
The shooting happened after a fight between the two men. We posted a photo of the suspect at WSBRadio.com. 74 degrees in Atlanta. The rain is long gone. Will it be a sunny weekend now? Channel 2 Action News Chief Meteorologist Brad Nitz has Atlanta Radio's only 5-day forecast coming up. 2 men convicted of murdering the owner of a Metro Atlanta check cashing store get life in prison.
2 gang members, Daquan Rashad Clark and Troy Hunt, will spend the rest of their lives in prison for targeting and killing the owner of a DeKalb County check cashing store. The Gwinnett County DA's office says Clark and Hunt followed 55-year-old Suki Hong home one night and fatally shot and robbed it in his Gwinnett home. 2 others are wanted in the murder, but 1 man died in prison from an overdose, the 4th person still at large. Clark has been sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole in 80 years. Hunt faces life with parole in 30 years. Daphne Young, 95.5 WSB.
A big project plan for downtown Atlanta could be in jeopardy as the U.S. Senate considers President Trump's budget plan. The Stitch would connect communities downtown separated by the interstate and has already been approved for $157 million in federal funds. Jack Seeby, director of the Stitch, tells WSB this money is critical.
We are definitely relying on this money to help make it happen. We're tracking that closely and I think trying to definitely advocate for the importance of that funding.
They hope to break ground next year. Georgia Senator Raphael Warnock says he'll do everything in his power to protect funding for the project. Saturday marks the end of an era for the Cobb Galleria.
The Galleria's specialty shops will close after more than 40 years. It's all part of a grand expansion and overhaul of the complex. Tijuana Faison, owner of Design Phase Boutique, has been here for 18 years and says business has slowed.
So it's been highs and lows over the years. And of course, COVID didn't help. So there's been a struggle through these past 5 years. It's been really a struggle.
She says she's working to find a place to store all of her merchandise and plans to move things online for the time being. In Cobb County, Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
We have an update on the salmonella outbreak linked to recalled cucumbers. The Atlanta-based CDC says 45 people in 18 states, including Georgia, got sick in the outbreak. There were 7 confirmed cases here in Georgia. The recalled cucumbers from Florida are no longer available in stores. Cucumbers grown in Georgia are safe to eat. Atlanta fans can pay tribute this weekend to one of the city's most beloved sports figures.
Dikembe Mutombo's number 55 hangs from the rafters at State Farm Arena, and his presence can still be felt through his memorial fund, which raises money for local entities, including the Shepherd Center. Now, 8 months after his death from brain cancer, a free memorial service at Georgia Tech's McCamish Pavilion will honor the Hawks great and Basketball Hall of Famer. It'll be Saturday morning at 10:30 and will include speeches and musical acts. His widow says she wants as many people to show up as possible to pay their respects. Judd Hickenbotham, 95.5 WSB.
MASH star Loretta Swit has died at the age of 87. She played Major Margaret Hot Lips Houlihan on the 80s CBS sitcom. Swit won 2 Emmys. during MASH's 11-season run. After more than a 3-hour rain delay, the Georgia Bulldogs are rolling in Game 1 of the NCAA baseball tournament in Athens. The Dogs lead Binghamton 17-2 in the 8th inning at Foley Field. With a win, Georgia will play the winner of the Duke-Oklahoma State game tomorrow at Foley Field. The winner of the double elimination regional advances to the Super Regional next weekend. It is now 6:34, time for live team coverage of traffic and weather. Triple Team Traffic begins now with Alex Williams.
Still watching a few brake lights on 85 northbound. Out of the cabin in Gwinnett, not bad though. You're just seeing it approaching Jimmy Carter Boulevard, exit number 99. Then a little slow again, passing Sugarloaf Parkway to Old Peachtree. Luckily, no crashes in the way. Where it is really jammed up in Gwinnett is still with these traffic lights that have been flashing red all day long. Holcomb Ridge Road at Spalding Drive. Make sure you treat that as a four-way stop. It's got Holcomb Bridge eastbound jammed up back into Roswell as you leave Barnwell Road. I think we have some better news on I-20 out in DeKalb County, Sydney Darden.
Yeah, we had an incident, I-20 westbound exit 71 to Panola Road. It was affecting one left lane there, a crash, but it's now off to the shoulder, so delays are proving on your way out of Stonecrest. Still a little stop and go as you're approaching 285. From the Cool Ray Carrier Traffic Center, Triple Team Traffic 95.5 WSB.
Now Atlanta Radio's only 5-day forecast with Channel 2 Action News Chief Meteorologist Brad Nitz.
The storm threat is over, clearing sky as we head through this evening. It's turning cooler overnight down to 59 Saturday morning, mostly sunny, breezy, and 80 tomorrow. On Sunday, partly cloudy, 30% chance of an isolated shower or storm late, low 62, high 82. Monday, sunny, low 63, high 85, and my 5-day forecast for Tuesday and Wednesday. Mostly sunny both days, lows in the mid-60s, highs in the mid-80s.
Right now, 71 in Noonan, 74 in Midtown Atlanta, and 70 in Dunwoody. More news at 7 o'clock. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Bill Caiaccio, 95.5 WSB.
Thanks for calling Reliable Heating and Air.
Hi, yeah, my AC just died, and I live in Watkinsville, Georgia. Do you guys come out this far?
Yep, we have over 300 techs all over the greater Macon, Atlanta, and Athens area, and we can fix it fast.
Great, but replacing it's going to be super expensive, right?
How does $69.99 a month sound?
Wow!
Get any size air conditioner from Reliable for only $69.99 a month with zero down, our lifetime warranty, and guaranteed next day installation, or we pay you $500. Go to ReliableAir.com.
Hey folks, Dr. Joe Esposito here. If you've been in an auto accident, don't wait. The pain might not show up right away, but the damage can last a lifetime if it's left untreated. Now, our team of doctors at PainFreeAtlanta.com specialize in post-accident chiropractic that gets to the root of the cause, and that helps you heal naturally without relying on painkillers and risky surgery and other procedures. And if your condition requires further medical attention, we work with a trusted network of qualified medical doctors and specialists to ensure that you get the full care that you deserve. Let us guide you through every step of the process, safely, professionally, and with compassion. We can also find honest, qualified legal representation if necessary. Don't fall for scam artists whose only concern is their wallets and not your health. We also document your injuries so that you get the settlement you deserve. Call us at 404-333-7777 to schedule a free consultation or visit PainFreeAtlanta.com. That's 404-33-47s or visit PainFreeAtlanta.com.
So did this happen today, George, at during the Elon Musk Oval Office presser?
Yes.
Apparently, Trump was asked whether he would consider pardoning Diddy if he ends up being found guilty. And he gave kind of an answer, not a complete answer, but I'm open to it, right?
I would certainly look at the facts. If I think somebody was mistreated, whether they like me or don't like me, it wouldn't have any impact on me. Mr. President.
How many freak-offs did you go to, Mr. President?
Well,
big baby oil guy?
I would hate. I'm allergic to baby oil. I don't like it. I prefer, I prefer wet. You ever buy wet?
I've never bought wet.
You can buy it at the grocery store now. You used to have to, wear a coat and gloves and a mask and everything and go.
It's a new day. People.
New day. You can buy wet. It's really good. It's lubricant, water-based lubricant.
Yes.
It's very slick.
So you ever go to one of the white parties or the freak-offs or?
No.
Were they the same thing?
They didn't invite me.
The white parties.
No, they were all white. So you could have a freak-off where they're all white, but not every freak-off was a white party.
Right. Okay, so
who was that laughing?
But did some of the white parties where they're all dressed in white, did they sometimes become freak-offs?
Well, I think eventually, if you had enough weed
like the
around.
after hours.
Yeah. The after hours and I got a smudge on my white coat. I better take that off. Oh, wow, it's kind of warm
I don't
here.
think they were that
Maybe.
like.
You got any applesauce? The apples.
What's the applesauce story?
You don't know
there's
this?
There's so many stories.
Diddy loved applesauce. He put it on everything he ate. He'd put it on his cheeseburgers, but he also put it on other things.
Oh, really?
Yes.
He enjoyed the taste of applesauce, is what you're saying.
That's interesting and juvenile. Don't you think?
Yeah, kind of. I didn't think of it that way, but yes.
But not illegal. It's the most important thing. Unless, as long as it's consensual, you can't force somebody to apply applesauce to themselves.
Why does this become a thing that we know? Like, there's the CEO of Citadel Financial, Ken Griffin, I think his name. Apparently, he likes mayonnaise, and these things just spread
on
around.
everything. Did it start with Patrick Mahomes? I put ketchup on my steak.
Well, we know about Diddy because it was in testimony.
Yeah, why would that come out? Well, I guess it's not really relevant to the jury, I suppose. But maybe
So
as you're telling a story.
Oh,
When he gets
maybe
pierogies,
it has
he's applesauce.
No,
he's not sour cream.
Well, that makes sense. Some people do that.
maybe it has to do with like corroborating testimony.
Yes, corroborating.
You know, like is that So like all like the same
Corrobor.
people have the similar stories.
Yeah, it could be that. Well, we all agree that the man likes his applesauce.
That's
Wouldn't
how
that
you
be
prove
something
your
that everybody
credibility.
knew about him? Now,
I don't
listen, if you are doing something with applesauce that is deemed non-consensual, you really are a freak.
But you can go back 21 years ago.
Spooning it.
To the Chappelle show. He did a bit making fun of Diddy, where he was telling his assistant, go down to wherever in New York City and get me some Cambodian breast milk from an immigrant.
Yeah.
I mean, it was very bizarre and freaky, but he had to have known.
Of course, everybody knows about these things.
That's good breast milk.
I
Everybody
should try to get in to the trial. It's not far from. Apparently, there are only 36 public seats every day.
Wouldn't you?
and
You'd
people-
have to get there by.
Yeah.
You'd have to be there for 24 hours and
Yeah,
hope somebody
they line
fainted.
up. They just wait, and apparently, news organizations are paying people to stand in line.
I think that's not a new
Get in.
thing. I think when these big public cases, they'll do that. They'll find one person and your
Well,
job.
Give me some money. Get WSB to give me some money. I'll pay someone to hold my spot, and then
No,
I'll
we're
go
not
in,
doing that.
And I'll report.
You just reminded me that this is a comedy show. With that, yes, of course. Have WSB give us some extra money so you can go down and be a first-person reporter at the Diddy trial.
Here's the way to go. Okay, we'll give you the funds coming out of Autumn's paycheck.
That's right. Well, that's what I would say. Take it out of Autumn's paycheck.
I don't like that deal.
Huh?
Well, you don't have
I don't
any.
think
You don't have a
that's good.
choice. You don't have any-
Well, first of all, that's like, where are your loyalties? Do you want the show to be better? Do you want the audience to enjoy? You're being a little bit selfish here, I feel.
No,
like.
it's not at my expense.
Well, no, it's not really at your expense because a rising tide lifts all boats.
Yeah.
So if the show's doing better, you're doing better.
Take one for
Well,
the team.
Historically, that has not been the case.
What about boats? Have you found boats that don't rise? When,
No, not
that's
about
what I
both,
said.
but your metaphor and its
Yeah.
application to my paycheck.
Oh, no, that's I wasn't making it as a metaphor. I just thought it was interesting that when tides rise, all boats
Oh, well,
rise
apropos
with
to
it.
Nothing.
Yeah. I just think that you should care more about the show itself and how popular it is. And if you have to give a little to get a little.
So I can get into the Diddy trial.
So Greg, who is broke.
We'll do a GoFundMe.
And we'll do a GoFundMe.
I was in with Diddy when I did those
I
videos.
know.
I brought up Ciroc earlier because I went and shot some videos for Ciroc. It was like Jeremy Piven's birthday party.
Yeah, you came to Atlanta for
weird.
that, didn't you? You were in
No, not
Atlanta for a
that one.
Ciroc thing. I don't know if Diddy was involved.
Can't remember what that one is. And then I went to Heavy D's funeral because Diddy and Heavy were friends.
And you taped that for him. So did you? How you were
Salt
just
and pepper
dealing.
and Heavy D up in the limousine.
You were just dealing with the production elements, right? Diddy
Yeah, I
didn't ever
met-
come over and go.
I never met Diddy.
Because I think he would have invited you to a freak off. He would have thought, hey, this guy's freak off material.
Too hairy.
You think so?
Too hairy. Too hairy. You see those arms.
It's not even true. It's not, I heard you once on the air, by the way, compare
He
the,
said
the
you were
amount
her
of hair. Hold on. I heard you once on the air compare the amount of hair I have to Robin Williams. It's not even close.
Oh, no.
I have no hair on my knuckles.
Okay.
It's not on my back.
Okay.
It's not on my shoulders.
Okay. Well, the
come
part
on.
of you that I see is when you wear a short sleeve shirt. So I'm going off of, your
normal.
arms.
It's a normal amount of hair.
Too hairy for Diddy.
Yeah, too. But apparently it's not, or else you would have definitely been invited to the. What were you, like 10 years younger when this was going on? Was this like 8 years ago?
Yeah,
you
it
were
was, 10,
10.
11,
Yeah.
12.
Is Bieber going to, speaking
They
of
were like 30.
hairless, is Bieber going to testify in this?
I don't know. I don't follow it
He's on
close
too many
enough.
drugs.
Oh, now those are
Allegedly.
allegations, young lady.
Okay, we'll take a look at him and you tell me otherwise.
Well, his wife. His
I
wife
have eyeballs.
Been a believer.
Yeah, they're married.
Haley
Idiot.
Bieber.
Mhm.
She just sold some stupid line of something that her name is attached to
Road.
for $1 billion. $1 billion. Another
Where's all
company.
this money come from?
I don't
It's
know.
fake.
There's no way. There's no way
Yeah.
that her. What is her? What?
Road Cosmetics.
Yeah, and so it's cosmetics. Are they really better than?
Well, Millie Bobby Brown is making bank doing that kind of thing. She doesn't ever have to act again.
Well,
Rihanna
that's
did it,
good because it turns out if you saw the
Rihanna's stuff is actually really, really good. Though.
you've seen
I don't
that
know about these other people.
the Electric State, it's good that she doesn't need to act.
Oh, is she
anymore.
in that?
Yeah.
I haven't seen it.
Apparently, she's not a very good actress.
She's not bad playing a
Yeah, she was like
telekinesis chick.
a telekinesis chick.
That's what she had.
Honestly,
On the
hard
show.
work that young lady did for that role.
Okay.
And you know, the telekinesis chick.
I couldn't think of the character's name. 11.
11.
7.
28 now.
I only ever saw the first season.
Good
So,
actress.
no, she was great because she was a kid and, put in a situation. She didn't really have to act all that much. She had to be kind of catatonic.
She was in a
throughout that
BBC show
season.
before that was really good that got canceled after one season, but that show was good and she was great in that.
She's in a Hunger Games movie. I know that.
Is she? I
No.
don't-
I'm getting her confused with Rachel Zegler. She's in that last Hunger Games thing.
Yeah, the
She
last
was in a Hasidic Jewish, not a documentary, but something about their lives.
Which one?
Yentl?
Seven,
Zegler
11,
or 7-11?
Was it a
7-11?
miniseries or a movie? There was a series. A
Wasn't it?
limited
Maybe it was a
run
miniseries.
series about a woman who leaves
That's
the
good
Hasidic
breast milk.
community.
Alex Williams says hey, this is good news as we get close to 7 p.m. on this Friday evening. It's clearing up. The ride around 285. Yeah, going to put a smile on some faces this Friday evening, Eric. 285 westbound, the outer loop. If you're leaving Georgia 400, making that late push over toward Truist Park, really just tapping the brakes from New Northside Powers Ferry, exit 22 over to I-75, then looking great. Heading southbound through Smyrna Vinings into Cobb County, 285 southbound now a speed limit shot, leaving I-85 Spaghetti Junction down to I-20 the East Freeway. Don't forget in Gwinnett County, traffic lights still flashing red on Holcomb Bridge Road at Spalding Drive. Treat that as a four-way stop. How are things through downtown Atlanta, City Darden?
Well, those delays are definitely improving on the connector northbound near exit 244 to University Avenue. Only a little bit of slowing as you make your way up the Grady curve. It does break apart by the time you get to Midtown. Similar story, 7585 southbound. Only a little bit of stop and go traffic through Midtown and breaks apart by the time you get to I-20. This report is sponsored by the 2025 FIFA Club World Cup. The 2025 FIFA Club World Cup is coming to Atlanta, so get ready for a global soccer showdown at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Don't just watch history, be there. Get tickets at FIFA.com/tickets from the Cool Ray Carrier Traffic Center, Triple Team Traffic 95.5 WSB.
Where you get your news is where you win.
Download the WSB app and get ready for the WSB 5K a day bonus blitz.
Amazing. 5 chances a day to win $5,000.
The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz.
5 words. 5 times a day. Every weekday.
Are you serious? Your next chance to win is Monday morning at 8.
Just enter the word at WSBRadio.com or on the WSB Radio app.
Oh, no.
The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz.
On 95.5 WSB.
It's not going away. That spot you're trying to ignore in the ceiling, yep, it was there last week. It was there last month, and it's only going to get worse. Hey, it's Dave Baker, host of the Home Fix-It Show, for my experts at Finley Roofing, the roof guys. Everything you own and love lives under your roof, and it's long overdue to be replaced. So think of Finley first. Now that Finley has 0% financing available, it's even easier to stop procrastinating and get your roof replaced. Finley has installed over 65,000 roofs locally, including mine. They've mastered the roof replacement process with impeccable, high-quality work. Finley's seen it all and replaced it all. That's why Finley stands behind their work with a lifetime warranty on labor and materials at no additional cost. Nobody else does that. So now with 0% financing available, get started today with a Finley Roofing free roof analysis. FinleyRoofing.com. Roof.
It's time to celebrate you at Pike Nurseries. Now through Sunday, June 1st, don't miss our Customer Appreciation Sale. Brighten your garden with blooming annuals, petunias, marigolds, begonias, and more. Just $1.29 each. Plus, save on garden favorites like lush hostas, encore azaleas, graceful Japanese maples, and so much more. There's never been a better time to shop Pike Nurseries, your neighborhood garden center. Have fun playing in the dirt and let Pike Nurseries take the guesswork out of gardening.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and more people looking beyond pills and steroids and surgery. Hey, it's Mark Aaron for QC Kinetics. At QC Kinetics, they've been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they have helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. The truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment. Now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. They're well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. They're not masking the pain. They're going after the very source of it. Yes, you can say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Learn more about this revolutionary treatment and get a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now. 770-285-8026. 770-285-8026. That's 770-285-8026.
Overhead Door Company of Atlanta is hiring residential garage door technicians and installers. You can earn a hiring bonus up to $2,500. Apply today at overheaddooratlanta.com. overheaddooratlanta.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
I'm not exactly sure what he's saying. But Suge Knight, I think, is agreeing. I don't know. He's saying that he's going. Suge Knight is in prison, but I think he has a podcast or something. So he gets to. We hear what he thinks about things, and apparently he slammed the prosecution's presentation in the Diddy trial. I'm just looking for. Look, whether they say it's time served by the time this is all done, or they add a couple years for domestic violence. I get that. I see that. But all this other stuff. It's not adding up yet for me. It's
the
just
trafficking
not.
And the
Where's
other
the
thing,
human trafficking?
The RICO.
Yeah, all of that. Where is the trafficking? If I get another male stripper who says, "Yeah, I was on call every time they needed me for a freak off, I was there, but let me tell you, it was awful. I'd never do it again." It's like, well, how many times did you do it? Somewhere between 8 and 20. I don't like that. Is just not to me. Okay, he's freaky. All right, we found this out about Glenn Greenwald. People are freaky in different ways. Domestic violence, absolutely. He's either going to get time served or more time on top of it. But I'm just not. It's not illegal to be weird.
Yeah, it's not a human trafficking, but Kid Cudi did testify that he broke in. Diddy broke into his house and opened his Christmas presents.
Okay, but
vandalism?
Did he call the cops when that happened? Did that happen last Christmas or again?
Yeah, it's still not.
You know, I really don't want to go. I absolutely know there are situations where people who are victims are frightened. They can't come forward. That's absolutely true. But we can't broaden that out to, well, I don't know. He's a powerful guy, so I decided I better attend my 12th freak off. I'm not buying it. As these male strippers that show up and are on the stand, it's like, yeah, they're basically on call for freak-offs. And now that they're looking at it, it's like, hey, that wasn't cool. We've been told that there's human trafficking involved here. Now, that might, if that comes down and that's real, then I will change my tune on this. But so far, all I see is what was obvious before the trial, because we saw that hotel video that he was abusing his wife violently. So that's obviously a thing. But I'm beginning to wonder if this is one of those cases against celebrities that happens so often, where so much is promised, very Fonnie Willis-like. So much is, and who was the guy before Fonnie Willis went after Ray Lewis and struck out? And
oh God, I remember that
Paul,
trial.
whatever
Yeah,
his
I don't
name
remember
was,
his name.
he was in there forever. Always make all the we're going to do this, we're going to show this, we're going to show that, and then people end up walking constantly. Paul Howard, that was his name. So I don't know. I just do not see it. I do not see it. But I want to end on a better note than that, and that is too bad Jared's not here. He'll be back Monday. Because he'd be so proud. Because it turns out that Atlanta ranks among top cities in U.S. for bachelorette parties. Now, can we be proud?
Oh, that is good news.
Can we? It's about time.
Oh my gosh!
Even though Jelly Rolls is closed.
Even though, look out, Nashville. I think that we came up like 5th in bachelorette parties. One of the worst things in the world that can happen is that you run into a bachelorette party. You're out. You're out.
Like those balloons and the
just everything about
headbands.
A gaggle of drunk young women. Is there anything?
The Wiener Sippy Cup.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think it's worse in Nashville because it's all happening on that one,
Broadway.
Yeah,
Broadway.
one
It's right there.
centralized location.
I would imagine in Atlanta it's probably happening at this hotel or that hotel, immediate surroundings.
That's what I was
Not
gonna
quite the
ask.
same.
Where?
Yeah,
What's
we
the
don't have that
destination
anymore.
in Atlanta.
What's that?
I was just curious about the destination in Atlanta where they go.
I-
I'd like to say that this survey, by the way, that ranked Atlanta 5th overall, done by the Liquor Brothers.
I was going to break that up. It says right here, a new survey by the Liquor Brothers. Who are they?
I hardly know them. Should I?
Aha. Arg. I didn't mean that in a taunting way. We're leaving. I just want to give you a good laugh.
Yeah,
on
and
the
I
way
thought you were
out.
going to end on a good note.
Ha, ha.
Ha ha ha.
You think it funny?
Ho ho.
All
Lips
right.
Atlanta. That's apparently a place people like to go. Lips.
Lips?
Oh, Lips is fun.
Where's that? George doesn't know, and he's a young guy.
I don't do that crap.
It's a drag, like.
Oh, that
Oh,
would
that's
be
why you know,
Yeah, that'd
because
be
you're a
fun.
huge drag.
She's a
unlike-
huge drag.
She's a huge drag fan.
God of
And-
drag.
And
All right.
Tongue and Groove, which is still around.
We gotta go.
Wow.
We gotta go, folks.
Well, we got-
Applebee's.
That music
Jared's
is
not
telling.
here.
The music is telling us two things.
It's
Shut
been
the
a
hell
nice
up.
week.
Get the hell out. I'm gonna torture myself for a week. I'm off next week. Good.
Yeah.
It worked. If this was a way for you guys to make sure that I didn't enjoy my vacation.
You abandoning us.
Where you
All right.
going?
I'm going home.
Home.
All right. We got to get out of here. Shelley Winter is up next. He's got a great radio show for
The
you.
genie's angry.
The genie's upset. Next week, it's the Doctrinaires. You'll have a lot of fun. That starts Monday, 3 p.m. You're all invited. Until then, continue on your journey. Don't be an idiot. Don't piss off the genie.
656 Cool Ray Carrier, WSB 24-hour traffic center. Some leftover brake lights downtown. Just seen them 7585 North University Avenue up past Freedom Parkway. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
Money Update. From WSB consumer expert Clark Howard. Sponsored by Reliable Heating and Air.
The airport has raised parking rates so high to where if you are going away on a trip for a week, the cost of your parking at the airport will be higher than the cost of your round trip ticket. I'm not kidding. So you need to rethink how you're going to park for your trip because there's no relief on the parking front far into the future. You got to come up with a new way to get to and from.
Home improvement projects can be a stressful guessing game. Trust the Plus. Painting Plus, the highest level of communication. The Plus means siding, gutters, windows, decks, porches, roofing, and of course, painting.
Hi, I'm Charlie, owner of Painting Plus and the Plus family of businesses. We'll make you comfortable and keep you informed with every step of your project.
If your home's exterior has it, the Plus can improve it. Painting Plus, siding, gutters, windows, decks, porches, roofing, and more. Trust the Plus. PaintingPlus.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code LIKE to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code LIKE for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code LIKE for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
WSB Atlanta, WSBB FM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk. News, weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
At 7 o'clock, I'm Steve Summers. Our top story, anger and disbelief after 3 metro counties and the city of Atlanta are accused of helping illegal immigrants to avoid deportation.
The Department of Homeland Security claims a number of counties and cities across the country are not complying with federal immigration agents and are giving, quote, legal protections to undocumented migrants. On that list, DeKalb, Douglas, and Fulton counties, along with the city of Atlanta. The agency says it will notify each local government demanding they revise any policies that don't align with federal immigration laws. Austin Eller, 95.5 WSB.
A couple of very pointed responses to what the federal government is accusing some metro counties and the city of Atlanta of. Mayor Andre Deckens, Atlanta, responding, saying, quote, while Atlanta remains a welcoming city, it is well known that state law has prohibited sanctuary cities since 2009. Fulton County responding, saying, quote, Fulton County complies with state and federal laws that ban sanctuary jurisdictions. We are not aware why this designation was made. Last day on the job for Department of Government Efficiency had Elon Musk. President Trump calling Musk one of the great business leaders and innovators of all time. Musk says while he is leaving, Doge will remain.
The Doge team will only grow stronger over time. The Doge influence will only grow stronger.
Musk's departure comes days after he criticized Trump's budget that passed the House and is now in the Senate. A long-planned project aimed at reconnecting Atlanta neighborhoods is now in jeopardy thanks to Doge-inspired cuts in the president's budget.
The Stitch is an innovative project aimed at connecting the heart of Atlanta that was separated by the interstate. The project has been approved for $157 million in federal funding. Jack Seeby, director of The Stitch, says they are watching the budget negotiations closely.
We've heard things, not to say that there hasn't been, I think, some concerns like the mayor pointed out, but we are moving forward with the goal of breaking ground next year.
U.S. Senator Raphael Warnock saying in a statement that he will do everything in his power to protect the funding. Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
73 in Midtown, Atlanta's most accurate and dependable forecast is coming up shortly. New recommendations tonight for which children should get a COVID shot.
The CDC now says that children can get the COVID-19 vaccine, but the decision should be made after talking to a doctor, or what they call shared clinical decision making. CDC saying if a parent chooses to get their child vaccinated, children 6 months and older can get the vaccine. The agency still broadly recommends COVID-19 vaccines for moderately or severely immunocompromised children, in addition to most adults for now.
95.5 WSB health reporter Sabrina Cupid there. Looks like COVID is claiming another kind of victim. The 40-year-old specialty shops at the Cobb Galleria are closing for good tomorrow. Design Phase Boutique owner Tijuana Faison says that it took the pandemic to put her out of business after 18 years.
There's been a struggle through these past 5 years. It's been really a struggle.
Replacing the shops at the Cobb Galleria will be some kind of massive overhaul of that property. A sigh of relief from residents along Wilson Road in Douglas County tonight, that after crews secured an overturned truck carrying ammonium nitrate before it could explode. Fire Chief Miles Douglas says they had to act fast.
Once we realized the material that was on the vehicle, we immediately evacuated upwards of 40 to 50 homes.
So fortunately, he says that none of the chemical actually spilled out of the truck. There's no word yet why that accident happened. Residents are back home tonight. Loretta Swit, Major Margaret Hot Lips Houlihan on the hit sitcom MASH, has died. Swit's publicist says she passed away of natural causes at her New York City home. Swit won a pair of Emmys for the Army nurse role. Loretta Swit was 87 years old. It's 7:04. Time now for live team coverage of traffic and weather. Sydney Darden starts us off in the WSB 24-hour traffic center.
Yeah, we just found something new over in Gwinnett County. I-85 and northbound, a stalled vehicle near Lawrenceville Swanee Road, exit 111. That's knocking out one left lane. That's slowing you down as you make your way up towards Swanee. This report sponsored by Wendy's new Frosty flavors. Wendy's is putting a twist on a classic with all Frosty flavors, with all new Frosty flavors. Find your new favorite flavor and clock in for sweet treat time anytime, including midnight or later. Refresh on a classic? Well, it's got to be Wendy's at participating locations. Hours may vary by location. I'm Sydney Darden, 95.5 WSB.
The storm threat is over, clearing sky as we head through this evening. It's turning cooler overnight down to 59 Saturday morning, mostly sunny, breezy, and 80 tomorrow. On Sunday, partly cloudy, 30% chance of an isolated shower or storm late, low 62, high 82.
75 in Marietta, 73 in Hapeville and in Midtown. More news at 7:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Steve Summers, 95.5 WSB.
Hi, Sean. I talked to you yesterday. Good. You are fantastic. Thank you. Yes. A great host. Show is ready to listen to his show. Absolutely. 95.5.
We're going to run this town tonight, every night, Monday through Friday. The Shelley Winter Show runs this town tonight. Hey, I'm back. Thank you for the text, the calls, the instant messaging, messages, everything. Everything. I love every single one of you. This is the best listening audience in the world. And you guys, after last night's show, I started last night's show just kind of talking to you personally, and so many of you reached out and touched me and prayed, told me you're praying for me and everything. And I just cannot thank all of you enough. I really can. If I see you in the street, if I hug you, just say, Shelley just gave me a hug. I wonder why. Well, that's why. Because you prayed and you wished me luck and you prayed for me and everything. I love you all so much. Let's start off. I want to start off tonight with these clips. Now, the first clip you're going to hear is from Bloomberg News for 95.5 WSB, and the second clip is going to be from our very own Jonathan O'Brien. It's about the Stitch.
Mayor Dickens said in an interview with Bloomberg News that the $157 million project is in jeopardy from President Donald Trump and the Republican-led Congress. The project would turn a city overpass into a park and provide 3,000 housing units. The funds, now facing repeal, were part of a Biden administration grant program that provided money to improve communities affected by divisive infrastructure, often cutting off black neighborhoods from other parts of cities decades ago. I'm Bloomberg's Gina Cervetti for 95.5 WSB.
The goal of the Stitch is to connect communities separated by the interstate in the heart of Atlanta. Jack Seeby, director of the Stitch, says they have signed grant agreements for $157 million in federal funds, which are critical to the project.
We are definitely relying on this money to help make it happen. We're tracking that closely and, I think trying to definitely advocate for the importance of that funding.
In a statement, U.S. Senator Raphael Warnock says he will do everything in his power to protect this funding. Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
So here's the backstory. During the Biden administration, Pete Buttigieg, of Secretary of Transportation, they historically had found and learned, and a lot of news stories had come out of how during the building of the interstate highway system in this country after World War II, segregation and integration were hot-button topics, particularly in the South, particularly here in the state of Georgia. And so when they were building the highway system, they used the highway system at that time to be a natural barrier between black and white communities. So they couldn't be accused of, we're not being racist. We're just segregating people. We're running the highway through black neighborhoods, and we're going to separate. So there's a famous quote. Mayor Hartsfield at the time said that I-20 would be a boundary between the white and Negro communities. The white communities on the north of I-20 and the Negro communities south of I-20. And when it got down to the connector, many businesses, because it ran right through the heart of downtown, and so the way they drew up the highway system to run through the heart of downtown, the black communities were on the west side, and the white communities were downtown on the east side. And so this was a big deal. This was in the 40s, 50s, and 60s. This happened. Now, it was the times. I'm not defending it in any way, shape, or form. I'm just saying it was the times, right? No one, it happened. So now skip ahead to a couple years ago. They came along with this idea. Because that happened back then, these guys came up with this genius idea called the Stitch. And the Stitch is going to be, or proposed to be, you're coming down the connector or up the connector, but let's say you're coming down the connector, you get to a part of the connector where you go through a tunnel. And above the highway would be a quarter mile of grassland, parks, affordable housing. We don't know what that term means anymore in the city of Atlanta, but they use it consistently. You hear it, you heard it in those clips. Affordable housing. But parks and things to do would be above the ground, and it's called a Stitch. And so now what's happening is the $157.5 million that was going to come from the federal government due to these historical racial incidents of putting highways through black communities, they're going to build these parks above the highway. And Senator Warnock, as you said, he's going to fight tooth and nail to keep this money. Nikema Williams, we're going to fight. Mayor Dickens, we need this money. Don't cut it. Here's my problem, my brothers and my sisters who listen to the Shelley Winter Show. Democrats, senator, congressperson, and mayor are fighting for $157.5 million that was coming to the city of Atlanta to build something called a Stitch to remedy, quote unquote, racial animus from the 40s and 50s, and they're going to build parks to benefit white people. Think about that, my friends. Think about that. Nikema Williams, Raphael Warnock, and Andre Dickens won $157 million to build a park and, quote-unquote, affordable housing for gentrifiers, for, dare I say, colonizers. That's what's going on. Affordable housing in the city of Atlanta on a brand new patch of land over a highway. How affordable is it going to be? Tell me. $2,000 a month for a studio, $5,000 a month for a one-bedroom, $7,500 for a two-bedroom, two-bath. Or let's say you build condos. What are they going to start at? $750, $800? Who's going to be the developer? Who's going to be the builder? Who's going to be the contractor? Who's going to build a tunnel and the highway and all of that stuff? Huh? Any of that going to be the traditionally oppressed? No. They'll be the same people that built the condos. You see, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you like this. This Stitch and the fight for this $157.5 million given to you using historical racial animus that happened in the 40s and 50s is exactly what would happen with reparations if black people ever got it. Oh, Shelley, don't hit them so hard at 7:12 in the evening on Friday. And it's true. There's not one African American that's going to benefit from this money. Now, if I'm Donald Trump, I'll say, no, I'm not going to cut the 157.5. What I am going to do is earmark the 157.5 for charter schools, for schools, books, to let parents homeschool if they choose to create jobs. I'm not going to give it to you for a posh park with affordable housing, and I do air quotes again. It's ridiculous. But once again, you're seeing what the Democrat Party does to its constituents. They're arguing to keep $157.5 million to build parks and affordable housing over a highway, and not one single historical African-American resident of the city of Atlanta is going to see a dime of that money or will benefit from those parks. But you have black senator, black congresswoman, black mayor all fighting to keep that money coming, to benefit other people, using the 40s and 50s of the racism of the 40s and 50s as the impetus for getting the money in the first place. Does anybody see the total hypocrisy in this? It's hypocrisy at its finest. When I first moved here, my friends, Atlanta truly was Wakanda. It really was Wakanda. When I first moved here, I went to Busy Bees on Martin Luther King, and I was standing there ordering. I used to get the ham hock special. I know, but I love ham hocks. I didn't do it all the time, but every now and then I get the taste for these ham hocks. And I get the 2 ham hock special with collard greens. And standing behind me while I was ordering was the great Maynard Jackson, who put his entirety of his career on the line by doing for the community and making sure things worked for the community, making sure the community got money, making sure jobs came, and they ran him out of town. He was standing behind me at Busy Bee, and he leaned over and he says, "Hey, young man, you keep eating those, it's going to be problems, going to clog your arteries." Never forget that. I was in Busy Bee ordering food, and the great Maynard Jackson was standing behind me ordering with me. That's when Atlanta could have been called Wakanda. Now, the same Democrats, the same African-American leaders, the same boule, the same bourgeois has turned this great city of Atlanta from Wakanda into Asgard. So you got to stop voting for them. They've completely given your city away. Yet you stand and continue to go to the polls and vote for them. I don't, my lifetime, I can't, for the life of me, understand the logic. $157.5 million is not going to go to one single African-American soul. And the parks are going to be used by people who are gentrifying the city. And your black senator, your black congresswoman, and your black mayor are fighting tooth and nail to keep that money to come. It's disgusting, my friends. It's absolutely, positively disgusting. From Wakanda to Asgard in 2 decades. And you keep voting for it. 404-872-0750. 1-800-WSB-TALK.
It's 7:15 in the Cool Ray Carrier WSB 24-hour traffic center. We now have a temporary all lanes blocked I-85 northbound near exit 111, Lawrenceville Swanee Road, as they work to get that stalled vehicle off to the shoulder after it was previously blocking one left lane. I expect that to be cleared up in the next few minutes. This report sponsored by Dairy Queen. Layer on the flavor of the DQ Sauced and Tossed Chicken Strip Baskets, now available in Honey Barbecue or New Buffalo. For a limited time only, happy tastes good, only at participating Dairy Queen locations. I'm Sydney Darden, 95.5 WSB.
It pays to have the WSB radio app. Download it today and get ready for the Blitz.
The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz. 5 chances every weekday to win $1,000.
Your next chance to win is Monday at 8, 10, 12, 2, and 5. It's a Blitz.
The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz.
From 95.5 WSB.
Download the WSB radio app now.
Is thinning hair or receding hairline making you self-conscious? Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com or in stores at your local CVS.
I bet it is safe to say you are sick and tired of home services companies that don't show up on time, don't fix it right, and then ghost you when you need them later. Hey, it's Chris Chandler. I have learned I don't have to worry about any of that because I only trust TE Certified Electrical, Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. TE Certified is a well-oiled machine. They gave me the highest level of communication and follow-up. They're on time, friendly, and fully stocked. And when I say TE is a well-oiled machine, it means you'll have an easy and seamless experience, from quick online scheduling to that personal level of communication before, during, and long after too, with their lifetime workmanship warranty. As an actual TE customer, I can tell they really do love my home too. I personally received their 5-star customer experience, and I highly recommend them. TE Certified's well-oiled machine gives you peace of mind, and that's priceless.
TE Certified, we love your home.
Hope. It's more than a word. It's a breakthrough in the making. At City of Hope, we're pushing the boundaries of science, targeting cancer at the molecular level, with teams of experts working together to personalize a treatment plan right down to your DNA with unprecedented speed, making every second count, with appointments in as little as 24 hours. City of Hope, advancing cancer care at life-saving speed. Learn more at cityofhope.org.
Hey, it's Shelley Winter. Virtual imaging saved my life. When I got my first scan done, I saw that I was living a very unhealthy lifestyle. So I changed everything. I exercised more, I ate better, and I took better care of myself. And that's why virtual imaging is so important. Go to virtualimagingatl.com and schedule an appointment. They've got the best CT imaging in the Southeast with a 98% accuracy and low radiation. Virtual Imaging's LDCT whole body scan can be invaluable, giving you time and options for early treatment. They can detect tumors as early as precancerous virtually anywhere in your body, and aneurysms you may not even know are there. For a limited time, Virtual Imaging is offering their LDCT body scan for only $9.95 per scan, a $2,495 value. Appointment must be scheduled in May, and there are a limited number of scans available at this price, and a few minimum requirements may apply. Call 770-678-SCAN.
When my wife and I got married after both graduating law school, we didn't have two nickels to rub together. Ultima had to give me her gas card just to drive home. We never could have imagined that one day we would have the largest injury firm in the world and $25 billion in money collected and counting. As good Catholics, we had 4 children fast. They all work in the firm today. Our family protecting yours. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. But our greatest gift was years away, grandchildren. Today we have 6 and counting. It's the greatest joy that we have ever experienced. I think about them all day long. Our family promises to protect your family should you need us. Call us. It's easy. Visit forthepeople.com and make sure you hug your grandchildren. God's final gift to us. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
From house hunting to boxing up your entire life, moving is hectic. That's why when my family and I moved, we chose Scana Energy as our natural gas provider. Their dependable customer service and great options made things really easy for Mama Bear and me. Now, if only they could help me find where the Cubs put the packing tape. Oh. For a limited time, receive a $60 bill credit when you sign up. Call 1-877-GO-SCANA or visit scanaenergy.com/mover60 for details. Limited time offer. Additional terms and conditions apply.
With Orchard, you can buy your new home before selling the old one and get paid twice. Cash up front now, more cash when it sells. Get started at Orchard.com. Get paid twice. Orchard.com.
Monica Pearson for Superior Plumbing. Did you know the water pressure regulator is the heartbeat of every home? It can affect all things in your plumbing system, and when it's not regulated, it is the main cause of most plumbing problems. They only last about 8 years. Have Superior Plumbing check yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Shelley Winter Show, live, local, topical, and relevant. Let's hit the phones really quickly. Oscar, ATL. Go ahead, Oscar.
Shelley, you know I've been listening to you for a long time.
Oh, thank you, Oscar.
Sometimes I fall out with you. But, boy, you ain't never preached like you preached today, boy. You calling them out, man. You need to be careful.
Yes, sir.
You calling them out. I'm yours forever. You calling it out.
Not
the stuff
wait,
that
Oscar.
doing is ridiculous.
Oscar, hold on, brother. We gotta go back up. I'm yours forever.
Yep.
You okay? So you got a little excited then.
No, I just fell out because I'm being honest with you.
I understand. I'm being funny. I'm having
Sometimes
fun.
I felt like you were being an Uncle Tom.
I understand.
But what you preaching, bro? Boy, you preaching it, bro. That's what it is. It's ridiculous what they doing. Right up under our nose. It's ridiculous, man. You preaching, brother.
Oh, thank you, Oscar. Have a great weekend, my friend.
Yep.
And Oscar, I'm sure before 9 o'clock I'll say something where you can call me an Uncle Tom again, all right? Just to make it.
You will, but I still love you, man.
I love you too,
do your thing. You're not scared to push the boundaries.
My man,
and
thank
that's
you.
what's going to make you different. That's what's going to make you stand out.
Thank you.
You got to not ever be scared to push the boundaries.
Thank you, Oscar.
Of what people think about you, man. You're great, man. That's some real stuff you said, bro.
Thank you, brother. Have a nice weekend. God bless you, Oscar. I appreciate
All
that
right,
very
man.
much.
All right.
Very much. That's a kind call. Kind call. He will soon. I got some stories here where he'll call me an Uncle Tom, but it's okay. He'll still be listening, so I appreciate you, Oscar.
You'll still be his.
I'll still be his.
See, you don't have to worry about me talking about your legs. You need to worry about Oscar.
Oscar. I appreciate you, Oscar. I know what you meant, brother. A great call. So I want to talk really quickly about this story. So there's a Metro. It's a fascinating story. It's a great story, actually. So let me tell you, when I was in high school, I graduated from Riverdale High School, private school in the Bronx. I would leave Harlem and go to private school. I had a knapsack. All my friends carried the bungee. This is back in those days, right? But I had a knapsack and all of that stuff. And it's different, right? The genius of Valerie Winter and raising me was I was able to traverse worlds early on without ever. She always told me, just be yourself. You don't have to change and be different people. Just be yourself wherever you go. And that's what I learned early on. So I was able to go to private school with a bunch. I was the only black male in my graduating class, and three sisters, Melanie King and Melanie King. I remember because I took her to the prom. She was fine. I'll tell that story one day. Anyway, we all went to school together. Right, but it was only 4 African Americans in my graduating class of about 120. Small private school, Riverdale High School in the Bronx, and but I was the only black male. So, but I went home to a fully all black Harlem. Right, so two different worlds, and it was great. My mom was a genius in doing that for me. When I graduated high school, I had a job after graduation day, whatever day graduation was during the week. I had a job waiting for me. So my dad, who drove a yellow cab, he owned his own medallion. He drove a yellow cab. After graduation, I came off the stage. I took off my cap and gown, got in his cab, and he dropped me off at my job right after graduation. My mom didn't have a big party or anything like that. Just I graduated. It was expected. No celebration. Like, when I was like, hey, guys, I graduated. They're like, okay, yeah, you were graduating high school from when you were in nursery school. You've been trained to graduate high school. It's no big deal. So this Metro Atlanta teenager, right, his name is Mikhail Baker. He graduated high school, right, and his graduation medals, and he showed up to work at Burger King in Decula. Now everyone is like, oh, look at this. And he raised $35,000 from 1.2 thousand donors. Let me say this to Mr. Baker. I am in no way, shape, or form disrespecting you, sir. I think you're going to be a great young man. This shows gumption. This shows get it attitude. But what I'm saying to the community, everybody listening to me, we've got to stop celebrating things that should be done normally. Like, we can't take this as some special thing. Yes, you're special, Mr. Baker. You're probably, and I know in my heart, you're a great kid. But going to work that you were already on a schedule to go to work in the Burger King in Decula, because if you didn't want to go to work, you would have told the job, hey, I'm graduating that day, I'm going to go home. Okay, Mikhail, we got you for the next day. You went to work because you wanted to go to work. That's to be celebrated, but it's nothing special. And I'm not trying to downgrade you. I'm not trying to pull you down. I'm just trying to tell you, you just graduated high school. That was a given. You went to work after graduation on the same day you graduated with your medals, with your cap and gown, and you went to work at Burger King. That is a given. Let's not start celebrating things that should happen in the normal course of living our lives. Proms, graduation from high school, these things are givens. We need to start celebrating the extraordinary, not the ordinary. It's the Shelley Winter Show. We'll be right back. 404-872-0750, 1-800-WSB-TALK. Woohoo, it's Friday. I'm feeling good because of you. We'll be right back.
At Kroger, we've lowered prices on over 1,000 items across our stores so you can save even more. Whether you're shopping in-store or online at Kroger, we've lowered prices on thousands of the items your family wants and needs. And with lower prices, your dollar goes further every time you shop with us. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
You can save big on 6-packs of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, or Canada Dry. Select varieties or buy 2, get 2 free with your card. Limit 8. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
It's time for the pro to get everything for the job delivered. Large orders of lumber, doors, windows, paint, plumbing, anything the job needs, all from one partner. Get it today with same-day delivery. Get it tomorrow with next-day delivery on 50,000 plus products. Or get it on your timeline with scheduled delivery on everything from framing to flooring. It's time to get your whole job, all your jobs delivered. Ask about all our new delivery options at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Squirrels in your attic are not leaving without a fight. Scott Slade here. You need the Breda Wildlife Guarantee. It covers every entry point, old and new. Other companies only guarantee the entry point they seal. So each time that squirrel chews a new hole, and they will, it'll cost you hundreds more. But under the Breda Wildlife Guarantee, you stay protected at no additional cost.
Breda, no need to be afraid of bugs.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
At 7:30, I'm Steve Summers. Our top story, anger and some disbelief after 3 metro counties and the city of Atlanta are accused of helping illegal immigrants to avoid capture.
The Department of Homeland Security calls DeKalb, Douglas, and Fulton counties and the city of Atlanta sanctuary jurisdictions in a new listing. It claims these local governments are harboring undocumented migrants and aren't complying with federal immigration agents. The agency says it will notify each jurisdiction and demand each immediately review their policies and make any changes to align with federal immigration laws. Austin Eller, 95.5 WSB.
Those named in the immigration Homeland Security outline basically are saying, what are you talking about? Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens, he responded, quote, while Atlanta remains a welcoming city, it is well known that state law has prohibited sanctuary cities since 2009. Fulton County saying a lot of the same thing. Fulton County complies with state and federal laws that ban sanctuary jurisdictions. We're not aware why this designation was made. And more local frustration after word that a long-planned project aimed at reconnecting Atlanta neighborhoods is now in jeopardy.
The goal of the Stitch is to connect communities separated by the interstate in the heart of Atlanta. Jack Seeby, director of the Stitch, says they have signed grant agreements for $157 million in federal funds, which are critical to the project.
We are definitely relying on this money to help make it happen. We're tracking that closely and I think trying to definitely advocate for the importance of that funding.
In a statement, U.S. Senator Raphael Warnock says he will do everything in his power to protect this funding. Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
72 in Midtown, Atlanta's most accurate and dependable forecast coming up soon. The search goes on tonight for a killer. Chamblee police say an unidentified man was shot and killed in front of St. Vincent de Paul on Chamblee Tucker Road. Police Captain Jason Wasdorp says it started with an argument.
Surveillance video depicted the victim and the suspect in a physical altercation before the shooting occurred.
Police say the gunman, now identified as 31-year-old Jeremiah Clanton, hopped a MARTA train into Atlanta and disappeared. He is considered armed and dangerous. Israel accepts a new temporary Gaza ceasefire while Hamas is still thinking about it.
Hamas is reviewing the document. It's yet to give a formal response, but it seems doubtful it's going to be acceptable, above all because it wants a commitment to end the war for good.
While Hamas reads the fine print, Israeli airstrikes killed 27 people in Gaza today, another 72 yesterday. Smoke from a massive Canadian wildfire could soon be choking parts of the northern U.S.
Dry conditions fueling wildfires, forcing at least 17,000 evacuations in Manitoba. Smoke crossing the border could hamper air quality across the northern plains and Midwest in the coming days.
Air quality alerts could be up as far south as the Carolinas by tomorrow. From wildfires to floods, at least 100 people dead after torrential rains caused massive flooding in Nigeria. Officials say the death toll likely to go way up. It's 7:33. Time now for live team coverage of traffic and weather. Sydney Darden is in the WSB 24-hour traffic center.
Well, that crash that was blocking multiple lanes, 7585 northbound, your exit 244 on University Avenue, now off to the shoulder. No delays as you make your way towards the downtown area. Speaking of delays, though, they're starting to build up over in Gwinnett County. A stalled Big Rig I-85 southbound, your exit 105 to Steve Reynolds Boulevard. That is slowing you down as you are merging on there from Highway 316. This report is sponsored by Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Learn more about their support of common threads in nutrition education at anthem.com/dream. Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield is the trade name of Blue Cross and Blue Shield Healthcare Plan of Georgia Incorporated. I'm Sydney Darden, 95.5 WSB.
The storm threat is over. Clearing sky as we head through this evening. It's turning cooler overnight down to 59 Saturday morning. Mostly sunny, breezy, and 80 tomorrow. On Sunday, partly cloudy, 30% chance of an isolated shower or storm late. Low 62, high 82.
73 in Mableton, 72 in Stone Mountain and in Midtown. More news at 8 o'clock. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Steve Summers, 95.5 WSB.
Coming up next, we want to talk some local politics. Also want to talk about male infertility. They've got something, I don't know. This one we've got to talk about, my friends. We've got to talk about it. 448-720-0750, 1-800-WSB-TALK. As a matter of fact, it's Friday. Get to call in and ask me anything you want to ask me. I'm an open book tonight. 448-720-0750, 1-800-WSB-TALK.
I'm here with Chris Hoffman, the founder of Hoffman Financial Group, to discuss one of the biggest blind spots that people face when saving for retirement, and it's a head-scratcher. Chris, how do so many people not know what they're invested in?
That's the biggest flaw that everybody runs into. They think they know what equities they have, they think they know what bonds they have, but they really don't know how those mutual funds or how those index funds are performing in conjunction with one another. So, I would liken this to a big pot of soup, and we're just throwing all the ingredients in the refrigerator in this thing. It's not very good. It's just a mishmash of stuff. And sometimes you like the way it tastes. Sometimes you don't. And when you don't know why. You don't know if you got too much chicken in there or too much vegetables in there or what's going on. And I ask every caller that comes in for an initial consultation, do you know how your portfolio is broken down? And they say, well, I've got, 20 or so options in my 401k, and I just picked 2 of them or 3 of them. I thought I needed some international. I thought I needed some U.S. equities. I thought I needed some bonds. And they're just guessing. So you have to absolutely know what you're invested in, and that's where we will run the 401k portfolio x-ray for you, because that'll break it down. If you're not proficient at investing and don't understand this world, we will walk you through it. Not knowing what you're invested in is a big hindrance to growing and protecting your money. We will run a portfolio x-ray for you and educate you on exactly what's in your portfolio.
Set up a time to get your complimentary portfolio x-ray today. Call the Hoffman Financial Group at 404-737-3858. That's 404-737-3858, or book online at unleashyourmoney.com. Investment advisory services offered through Brookstone Wealth Advisors, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through Hoffman Financial Group Incorporated, Georgia Insurance License number 163546.
In Atlanta, there is always something happening.
Tanker truck crashed into the median.
The Triple Team Traffic Center has you covered.
No traffic getting through in either direction.
Helping you on your commute.
Avoid the area at all costs. Take Highway 155 or Highway 4223.
Brought to you by the Cool Ray Lifetime Parts and Labor Warranty.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
It's the Shelley Winter Show, ladies and gentlemen. Woo! I may have to go out tonight. I'm looking clean. I am looking clean. I got my suit on. Let me tell you, I was at a luncheon. I want to get to this local politics. A good friend of mine, Daniel Blackman, I want to talk to you about his story. Also want to talk about male infertility. But I was at a luncheon today. His name is Yerkeel Leiter, Dr. Yerkeel Leiter. He is the Israeli ambassador to the U.S., and he was visiting Atlanta, and I went to a luncheon with Anat Sultan Dadan, the Consul General, for the southeastern United States, for Israel. And so he's the Israeli ambassador to the U.S., so he's the top of the totem pole representing Israel here in the United States. And it was a great luncheon, and we had a lot of questions. We're going to get him on the show via phone probably in the next coming days. But he told a story that I want to share with you. That is powerful, very powerful story. The question he was asked was about, is it proportional, right? Is the October 7th to where it is now? Is it proportional, right? Do you think it's proportional, or do you think it's overdone, right? Too much, right? And so he told the story. He started off by saying, Israel is so is proportional, and we're so protective of not wanting to harm innocent civilians that I lost my son. That's what he said. I lost my son. And he said, because essentially what he's saying is, and it's not his words specifically, but what he's kind of saying is that if we did not care about innocent lives, we would have just carpet bombed Gaza and leveled the whole thing. We didn't have to send troops in. And he didn't say that, but I'm saying that's what he's trying to say. It's like we're so concerned with not wanting to harm women and children that we sent ground troops in, and he lost his son. And he told the story that when they knocked on his door, it was in Israel, to tell the family that they've lost a loved one in war. It's a male and a female comes, a male officer and a female officer. And a male officer, there's no feelings, there's no emotion, it's just cut to the chase. We're sorry to inform you, your son has died in battle. And then a female officer, he tells his story, is to comfort the family, the hugs, the comforting, the softness, and everything like that. It's a kind of a very extraordinary way to inform families that their family members died in combat. But then, remember, I told you, he's the Israeli ambassador to the U.S., Dr. Leiter. He's the head of the totem pole here in the U.S. representing Israel. Well, you remember 2 young people were murdered, shot in cold blood, executed, shot in the back as they're crawling away. This murderous thug rolled up on them and shot them both in the head, killing them in the street. And they worked for the Israeli embassy. So when that happened, he now became the knocker of the door. It happened to him. Someone knocked on his door to tell him his oldest son, his firstborn, was killed in battle with Hamas. And now because 2 staffers of his, he was the bearer of that same bad news to parents of those 2 young people. And I just thought when I was listening to him, it's such a powerful testament of what's happening over there. It's war. We don't really see it as such, because in the reporting, it's who killed who, but it's a war going on over there. A real fighting war. Started with the attacks of October 7th. And it's just, I don't know if I could live in a war zone, because that is war. And I don't know if I could live in a war zone. If we were in some, like Atlanta was fighting Clayton County or Cobb County, and we were at war with Cobb County right now, and there's a battle, constant battles going on back and forth, I don't know that I could live here. I'd move. What a testimony. What a testimony. When we come back, I want to talk about male infertility. Check this out, Magic Mike. Lab-produced sperm. Yeah, nothing could go wrong with that. We'll talk about it next. Male infertility, how lab-produced sperm could transform future fertility treatments. Yeah, not going to mess with that. We'll be right back. It's the Shelley Winter Show, live, local, topical, and what? Relevant. We'll be right back.
The news of the day through the eyes of Eric Von Hessler.
It's the only way to do any kind of reform of the federal government.
If it's on your mind, it's on his.
I don't remember.
Eric Von Hessler, Monday at 3.
Who are you speaking for?
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
So you're losing your hair and you need a simple solution that works, but you want the best. It's Mark Arum here. Modern technology, top-rated physicians. You want something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair's completely redefined hair restoration, from the experience itself to the unmatched results they produce. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, address them all with a simple one-day treatment in a calm, relaxed environment with experienced pros. Advanced Hair has performed tens of thousands of breakthrough advanced FUE treatments, and get this, your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day. No one else in Atlanta can offer the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. Fix your hair loss today, starting with your free consultation, and you'll also get $500 off if you move forward. Call 470-660-HAIR. Refine your hairline with the team that's redefined hair restoration. And don't forget to ask about that Advanced Hair Guarantee, 470-660-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
Mom and Dad seem different after a European-style holiday on MSC Cruises.
Call us Cloud and Yvette.
The ship had restaurants, shops, and nightlife.
La Galleria.
And of course, American touches, like an aqua park and a sweets shop.
American je ne sais quoi.
Mom, you're from Wisconsin.
Wisconsin, Kevin. Book now and save up to 40% off, plus kids sail free. MSC Cruises. Let's holiday. To book, visit msccruises.com or contact your travel advisor. Restrictions apply. Ships registered in Panama and Malta.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Time marches on, and a lot has changed. But one thing has not changed. Washington regulations on local stations. Regulations that make it tough for local TV and radio stations to compete with global big tech platforms. If you want to keep local news, weather, and live sports on TV and radio, we need updated regulations. Tell Washington to modernize the rules to help local stations compete. Learn more at nab.org/modernize the rules. This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
It's 7:45 in the Cool Ray Carrier WSB 24-hour traffic center. Still watching that stall, I-85 southbound near exit 105 to Steve Reynolds Road, involving again that big rig. Now 2 left lanes knocked out as they work to get this completely cleared off the shoulder. Expected delays though stretching back to Highway 316. This report sponsored by Wendy's new Frosty flavors. They are putting a twist on a classic with all new Frosty flavors. Find your new favorite flavor and clock in for a sweet treat anytime, including midnight or later. Refresh on a classic? Well, that's got to be Wendy's at participating locations. Hours may vary by location. I'm Sydney Darden, 95.5 WSB.
Shelley Winter live, local, topical, and relevant. Let's take Tom. It's been holding. Go ahead, Tom.
Just talk about the election and the split with the highway between the property separating the blacks and whites. Well, I found that in politics, your vote is kind of like the disclosure on medicine. You as a voter has determined that the benefits outweigh the side effects of the official, whereas the doctor determined the benefits outweigh the side effects of the medicine.
Okay. All right. Cool stuff, Tom. Thanks a lot, brother. We appreciate you. Male infertility. So let me read the headline to you. Male infertility, how lab-produced sperm. Lab-produced sperm. Let me say that again. Lab-produced sperm could transform future fertility treatments. Imagine a future where diagnosis of untreatable male infertility is no longer the end of the road, because science has found a way to produce human sperm from lab-engineered testicular tissue. Now look, I'm not a scientist. I'm really not. Just a talk radio host with opinions. Strong opinions. Great opinions. You know, opinions you kind of don't see coming. Oh, where's he going with this? Where's he going? Oh, I didn't see that coming. Left turn, right turn. But this is no bueno. No bueno. I wouldn't subject. Could you imagine? Now, you know, I got the test a couple years ago. I haven't done it in a while, but years ago I took the test and my swimmies were strong. There were less of them because I was older, but they were strong. They had strong tails, as the doctor said. You just don't have as many because you're older. It's a couple years ago. So I could still reproduce. But imagine if I could not. Imagine if the doctor said, hey, Mr. Winter, woof, you got no swimmies. And the swimmies you do have no tails. They're just there. You're infertile, Mr. Winter. Let's say the doctor said that. And I wanted to have a child. I wouldn't subject my loved one, my spouse, my baby, to injecting her with lab-produced sperm. I'm just think about that. You're in love, right? You're in love. You met the woman of your dreams, but you find out you're infertile as a man. But this is her. This is the one. It's the mother of your children, future mother of your children. And you say, well, baby, we can't do it. And they say, well, only way to do it is they'll inject you with lab-produced sperm. Now, think of it like this, right? It's almost like you can't have kids, so you ask your boy to do something in a cup, and then they inject your boy's sperm into the woman, into your woman. That's your boy's kid. That's truly your boy's kid. That's not your kid anymore. So if it's lab produced, then whose kid is it? It's not mine. Oh, look, we have a wonderful baby boy. No, you in the lab have a wonderful baby boy.
Well, technically, you said it comes from the
lab engineered testicular tissue.
Testicular tissue. I mean,
lab
what
engineered.
Tissue? Lab engineered. Okay.
So they're engineering the testicular tissue to create the sperm.
But couldn't they just use the person's tissue?
I don't know if you infertile. I don't know if your tissue works. I'm reading from the article. You're right. It makes sense.
That's what I would think.
But I'm thinking if it's lab produced, then you're not the father.
Mm.
You're not the dad. I mean, look. Let me say you're the dad because you're going to raise them and love them and all of that stuff. But biologically, you're not the dad. It's lab produced. And so now, what happens with DNA? Is it your DNA? Because 5 years in, you could break up with the girl and say, that's not my kid. It's the lab's kid. And she'll take you to court, and she'll say, hey, you got to pay child support. And you'll say, no, it's not my kid. It's the lab's kid. Go to the lab. Get the money from the lab. This is my point. I'm making jokes, but this is my point. Technology, years ago in college, my boys and I, we were all in college, right? Bunch of us, different backgrounds, different areas, mostly from the Northeast, but because I went to Syracuse. So, but we're just hanging around, probably doing some drinking and partying. Probably had some girls over, and at some point, it's just like 7 of us in a room. Then it dwindled down to like 3 or 4. Now at this point, it's like 4 of us in a room. And at that time, we were new in school, right? This is early first semester. So I can honestly tell you that it wasn't garbage. We didn't get it from the townies. What we got from, we brought from home. So, I'm talking about the weed, of course. So it was better quality. This is freshman year of college. And I'll never forget us sitting around because we all played Jeopardy. We all came from different backgrounds, but we all had played Jeopardy. We all watched Jeopardy growing up, and we all thought we were the odd man out. But when we got to school, we realized, oh, wow, you watch Jeopardy? Yeah, I watch Jeopardy. You watch it? Oh, wow. And, we all friends. But we all sat around, and we had a great argument. The argument was, could man destroy himself with his own technology? In other words, can we get so smart and advanced? This is the 80s. Can we get so smart and advanced that we literally destroy humanity with our own technology? Like no asteroid would hit us, no atomic bombs would blow us up, but we would actually, our own technology, our own advancements would get to the point where we destroy ourselves. And that was an argument for hours. And this is one of those things that I see, like this is lab-produced sperm. That doesn't sound like it's going to go well. AI taking jobs, that doesn't sound like it's going to end well. Chemical companies being protected against lawsuits when there's evidence that shows people can catch cancer from it, that's not going to end well. That was political. I did that on purpose. That wasn't advancing technology. That was political. That was my shot. I'm sorry. It's the Shelley Winter Show. 404-872-0750. 1-800-WSB Talk. Let's go to Ben in Atlanta. Go ahead, Ben.
Yeah, hey, Shelley. So it kind of raises the question. I think there was even a TV show, Who's Your Daddy?
Right.
I mean, now it's going to be like, What's Your Daddy?
What's Your Daddy? Right. Yep.
And as far as could we destroy ourselves with our own technology, there's a writer, Kurt Vonnegut.
Yep.
And he had a great book, and it was about a think tank where they were given an assignment. How would you cross a large body of water with an army? And they came up with something called Ice 9. They would freeze it, and the army would walk across. They created it, and then they realized everything has water in it. And as soon as you introduce it into the water in the world, everything would freeze. And the story was, how do we keep that from happening?
Right.
Is it possible? Yeah.
Absolutely. Great call, Ben. Great call. Let me tell you, my favorite Kurt Vonnegut book story, Cat's Cradle, and my favorite quote from it, I say it to myself at least 3 times a month. Be like a baby, the Bible say, so I stay like a baby to this very day.
There you go.
Great
All
call.
Right, Kelly.
Great call, my friend. Great call. And you can look it up. And also, if you need me to explain it to you, then you shouldn't be listening to the Shelley Winter Show. Man, I'm feeling good. You guys have me feeling so good. I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, after last night's show, I got so many instant messages on Facebook, so many messages on Twitter. I got several emails, phone calls, text messages from people saying, not even, and 99.9% of them did not ask what was going on. Every single one of them simply said, hey, man, I'm praying for you. I'm praying for you. Wishing you the best. If you need anything. I tell you, I love you all. We'll be right back. It's the Shelley Winter Show. I'm going to talk about my good friend Daniel Blackman. And also we're going to, I told you about the Israeli ambassador already. We're going to talk about something come out of California called Grading for Equity. Whew, wait till you hear this.
Monica Pearson for Superior Plumbing. Are you a plumber but looking for a better work-life balance? Superior Plumbing is looking for a few good plumbers to join their team. They offer a stable career with great pay and benefits. More importantly, you can build your career with a trusted company.
Hey folks, Dr. Joe Esposito here. If you've been in an auto accident, don't wait.
The pain might not show up right away, but the damage can last a lifetime if it's left untreated. Now, our team of doctors at PainFreeAtlanta.com specialize in post-accident chiropractic that gets to the root of the cause, and that helps you heal naturally without relying on painkillers and risky surgery and other procedures. And if your condition requires further medical attention, we work with a trusted network of qualified medical doctors and specialists to ensure that you get the full care that you deserve. Let us guide you through every step of the process, safely, professionally, and with compassion. We can also find honest, qualified legal representation if necessary. Don't fall for scam artists whose only concern is their wallets and not your health. We also document your injuries so that you get the settlement you deserve. Call us at 404-333-7777 to schedule a free consultation or visit PainFreeAtlanta.com. That's 404-33-47s or visit PainFreeAtlanta.com.
Looking for the perfect engagement ring? At Shane Company, we know this is an exciting time. It can also be overwhelming. Customers say this a lot. Where do I start? How do I choose? At Shane Company, this is where the magic happens. Since 1929, we've been experts at helping customers find the perfect engagement ring. We invite you into the design process, help you pick out the perfect diamond or colorful gemstone, and choose a style that speaks to you. Come see us in store and at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Preparing to sell your home can be costly and time-consuming. Skip the hassles of a traditional home sale and sell your home stress-free with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Hi, it's Chris Chandler. Say goodbye to the stress that comes with showings, open houses, and costly home repairs. My friends at Mark Spain Real Estate will sell your home fast and for maximum value. With over 12,500 five-star reviews, trust the top real estate team in the U.S. to sell your home for top dollar. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.
WSB Atlanta, WSB BFM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
News, weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
At 8 o'clock, I'm Steve Summers. Our top story is new tonight.
There will be no layoffs and no outsourcing whatsoever.
President Trump telling Pennsylvania steelworkers tonight that they will soon be the only game in town.
At U.S. Steel's Mon Valley Works, the president said steel tariffs will be doubled.
From 25%, we're doubling it to 50%.
During a rally celebrating Japan-based Nippon Steel's investment in U.S. Steel, Trump said there's a lot in it for America's steelworkers.
There will be no layoffs and no outsourcing whatsoever, and every U.S. steelworker will soon receive a well-deserved $5,000 bonus.
Amid the celebration, concern that the president's steel tariffs could raise prices for U.S. goods.
And in fact, the price of steel products has risen 16% just since Trump became president. Again, that's according to government numbers. 73 in Midtown, Atlanta's most accurate and dependable forecast is coming up. Anger and a lot of disbelief after 3 metro counties in the city of Atlanta are accused of helping illegal immigrants to avoid deportation.
The Department of Homeland Security claims a number of counties and cities across the country are not complying with federal immigration agents and are giving, quote, legal protections to undocumented migrants. On that list, DeKalb, Douglas, and Fulton counties, along with the city of Atlanta. The agency says it will notify each local government demanding they revise any policies that don't align with federal immigration laws. Austin Eller, 95.5 WSB.
Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens responding to those accusations tonight, saying, quote, while Atlanta remains a welcoming city, it is a well-known fact that state law has prohibited sanctuary cities since 2009. Fulton County, they've out with their own response, saying, quote, Fulton County complies with state and federal laws that ban sanctuary jurisdictions. We are not aware why this designation was made. A long-planned project aimed at reconnecting Atlanta neighborhoods is now in jeopardy.
The goal of the Stitch is to connect communities separated by the interstate in the heart of Atlanta. Jack Seeby, director of the Stitch, says they have signed grant agreements for $157 million in federal funds, which are critical to the project.
We are definitely relying on this money to help make it happen. We're tracking that closely and, I think trying to definitely advocate for the importance of that funding.
In a statement, U.S. Senator Raphael Warnock says he will do everything in his power to protect this funding. Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
Search continuing tonight for a killer. Chambly police say an unidentified man was shot and killed in front of St. Vincent de Paul on Chambly-Tucker Road. Police Captain Jason Wasdorp says it started with an argument.
Surveillance video depicted the victim and the suspect in a physical altercation before the shooting occurred.
Police say the gunman, he's identified now as 31-year-old Jeremiah Clanton, hopped a MARTA train into Atlanta. He's considered armed and dangerous. A sigh of relief from residents along Wilson Road in Douglas County tonight. That after crews secured an overturned truck carrying ammonium nitrate before it could explode. Fire Chief Miles Douglas says they had to act fast on this one.
Once we realized the material that was on the vehicle, we immediately evacuated upwards of 40 to 50 homes.
No word why the accident happened. Residents are back home tonight. New recommendations for which children should get a COVID shot.
The CDC now says that children can get the COVID-19 vaccine, but the decision should be made after talking to a doctor, or what they call shared clinical decision making. CDC saying if a parent chooses to get their child vaccinated, children 6 months and older can get the vaccine. The agency still broadly recommends COVID-19 vaccines for moderately or severely immunocompromised children, in addition to most adults for now.
That's 95.5 WSB Health reporter Sabrina Cupid. Loretta Swit, Major Margaret Hot Lips Houlihan on the hit sitcom MASH, has died. Swit's publicist says she passed away of natural causes at her New York City home. She won a pair of Emmys for the Army nurse role. Loretta Swit was 87 years old. It's 8:04. Time now for live team coverage of traffic and weather. Sydney Darden starts us off in the WSB 24-hour traffic center.
Yeah, and we found something new. I-285 southbound on the inner loop, just past the exit to Glendale Road, just past exit 44. You've got multiple right lanes closed down right now due to a crash. Authorities working to get that situated over on the shoulder. In the meantime, though, you can expect those delays pushing you back almost towards Lawrenceville Highway. Speaking of delays, I-85 southbound, still a travel advisory in effect near exit 105 to Steve Reynolds Boulevard. That stalled big grid hasn't budged since it stopped in the middle of the interstate. Authorities right now trying to get it off to the shoulder, but expect delays pushing you all the way back to Highway 316. I'm Sydney Darden, 95.5 WSB.
The storm threat is over. Clearing sky as we head through this evening. It's turning cooler overnight down to 59 Saturday morning. Mostly sunny, breezy, and 80 tomorrow. On Sunday, partly cloudy, 30% chance of an isolated shower or storm late. Low 62, high 82.
72 in Conyers, 71 in Noonan, 73 in Midtown. More news coming up at 8:30. Breaking news when it happens. Steve Summers, 95.5 WSB.
Shelley Winter Show, live, local, topical, and relevant. Let's take some calls. Let's go to Chris in Dallas. What's going on, Chris?
Hey, Shelley, this is Chris in Dallas. I got the answer to your question about can man kill himself and eliminate himself with his technology. The answer is absolutely yes. If everybody would go back in time and look at a movie called 2001, A Space Odyssey, they will find the answer, and it's scary as hell.
All right, Chris, tell us what you really feel. Thank you for your call, Chris. We appreciate you. Have a wonderful weekend. Tommy in Marietta. Go ahead, Tommy.
Hello.
Hey, Tommy.
The only thing I have to say about it is one of these days, and I think it's going to be very close, that God ain't going to put up with no more.
All right. Thanks, Tommy. Friday night. It's Friday. Still Friday. Great call, Tommy. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll talk about my good friend Daniel Blackman. So what happens in politics? This happens all the time. If you've ever run for office on either side, one of the first things people do, it's the first thing people do. So Shelley gets in the race for, I don't know, District 5, Congress. I live in Mableton. I say, oh, you know what? They fired me off the radio station. I'm going to run for Congress. And I announced I'm running for District 5, 5th District for Congress. And the first thing my opponent does is see where I live. I don't care what office you're running for, state house, state rep, dog catcher, doesn't matter. The first thing your opponent does is see where he lives to check residency. And then that person will find out, oh, Shelley lives in Mapleton. He doesn't live in a district. And then they'll run ads or try and get me off the ballot because I don't live in a district. And that's what happened to Daniel Blackman. He's running for District 3 Public Service Commission. And so what they did, he doesn't live in a district. So Brad Raffensperger, Secretary of State, ruled as Secretary of State he had to be taken off the ballot. Daniel Blackman and his campaign ran to the courts, which they should have done, and said, no, we're appealing this decision by Secretary of State Raffensperger for disqualifying us. And they ran to courts, and the court, Judge Ural, Ural Glanville, ruled in Daniel Blackman's favor, and while he's appealing this, his name stays on the ballot. So now it's got to wind its way through the courts. It's for the Public Service Commission is an appeal on June 10th, so he's staying on the ballot for right now. And Blackman says he's qualified to run for office, Public Service Commissioner in District 3. Now, here's my problem. I get residency. It's not a big deal to me. People make a big deal about it. He doesn't live here. He doesn't live here. Come on. It's silly. It's not a big deal to me. I don't care if my congressman lives in the district. I do care if they live in a state, obviously. But I don't care if my congressman lives in the district. I really don't. Can they do the job? Do I agree with the policies? It's the nitpicky part of politics. But here's my point. Public Service Commission. Come on. Really? Residency for Public Service Commission? I like Daniel. He's a good friend. I voted for him the last time. I like Daniel. Because I think, honestly, I may get in trouble. I may get in more trouble for what I'm about to say than what I said at the start of the show. So I guess I'm going to get in trouble at some point. But the Public Service Commission seems to me to be owned and funded by Georgia Power. I mean, that's just my honest opinion. Rate hikes. I mean, is this anybody ever going to be on a Public Service Commission to say, no, we're not going to give you rate hikes? Come on. The Public Service Commission does not work for the people of Georgia. It doesn't. Let's be honest. I know a lot of them, but come on. Let's be honest. Every time they talk about, we're going to fight this, and they go vote for it anyway. Rate hike. Oh, yeah, rate hike. Rate hike, rate hike, rate hike, rate hike, rate hike, rate hike, rate hike. All the time, every time. I could someone call me at 404, excuse me, 872-0750, 1-800-WSB Talk, and tell me if can you find a time when the Public Service Commission in recent times voted against a Georgia Power rate hike. I'd be surprised to learn that they ever have. So, Daniel, I hope, I don't know what's going to happen in a race, but I will say I don't care where he lives. Let him run. But the rules say, residency rules are garbage. We all know it. People rent a house. People get a house. People, I live here. And then you find out they barely show up. Yeah, I mean, come on. It's a ridiculous rule. And it's the first thing people do when people announce they're running. And someone did it to Daniel. But I don't know what's going to happen. But I'd like to get somebody on that commission that at least ostensibly fights for the people. I mean, you know what I mean? Like a state house rep, a state senate rep, they fight for their districts. But the Public Service Commission really is supposed to be the people that guard, that protect us against the big corporations. It really is. That's what its job is supposed to be. And if they're kind of friendly and in bed with the big corporations, in this case, Georgia Power, kind of can't fight for us, can you? So I don't know what's going to happen, but I wish them good luck. Let's go to Logan. Hey, Logan.
Hey, man. Appreciate you letting me on. I have been praying for you, too.
Thank you.
Keep doing what you do, and whatever you're going through, I understand, and I will. And I mean it when I say it. Also, all the other callers that came before, they pretty much touched on everything. between the robots, the DNA with the, sperm, and what if they started making eggs, which is fine. I mean, but is it human, clone, whatever? But that doesn't matter. I just follow the Bible, man. I mean, you quote the Bible very often, and that is all that really matters in the end, and family, and praying for people, because prayer does heal.
Absolutely,
it's
it
just
does.
hard.
It does.
All right, well, love your brother.
Love you too.
Good night.
Thanks, Logan. We appreciate you calling, brother. Let's go. I want to talk about this story. We got, you know what? Let's hold it. I'll come back with this story. The headline is San Francisco's absurd new plan for school kids. Wait till you hear this. I won't say Democrats anymore. My liberal friends, they have run out of ideas. Wait till you hear this. I'll give you a hint. It's called grading for equity. It's called grading for equity. You can't make this up. Like, if I'm a Republican running for office, these are the kind of things I'd run on. I just run ads of everything liberals want to do and say, vote for me, because I'm not crazy. The Shelley Winter Show, 448-722-0750, 1-800-WSB-TALK. When we come back, we're going to talk about San Francisco's new plan, unveiled by Superintendent of Schools in San Francisco, Maria Sue. And the new plan is called grading for equity. You can only imagine. We'll be right back.
It's 8:15 in the Cool Ray Carrier WSB 24-hour traffic center. Construction cones going up around the metro area. I-285 southbound on the inner loop near exit 44 to Glenwood Road. You've got two right lanes knocked out there, really slowing you down as you're making your way towards I-20 over into DeKalb County. And still watching that travel advisory out in Gwinnett. I-85 southbound near exit 105 to Steve Reynolds Boulevard. Stalled big rig now getting hooked up to get towed off to the shoulder. But in the meantime, still expect those delays to knock you back to Highway 316. I'm Sydney Darden, 95.5 WSB.
Hey, Monday starting at 5 on Atlanta's Morning News. 5-day forecast for the week, and tariff court decisions fallout will go live to Washington to ask what's next on WSB.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
Summertime means lots of home time, so give your family a clean start with help from Zerorez. Why settle for old-school chemicals and harsh soaps when you can enjoy ZR water technology for carpets that stay cleaner longer? Right now, you can get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $129. That is 3 rooms for $129. Mention me, Chris Chandler, to secure this deal, or book online at ZerorezAtlanta.com and ask about Zerorez commercial cleaning, too. Zerorez, all they leave is clean.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back?
back. If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code LIKE to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code LIKE for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code LIKE for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, it's Shelley Winter. Virtual imaging saved my life. When I got my first scan done, I saw that I was living a very unhealthy lifestyle. So I changed everything. I exercised more, I ate better, and I took better care of myself. And that's why virtual imaging is so important. Go to virtualimagingatl.com and schedule an appointment. They've got the best CT imaging in the Southeast with a 98% accuracy and low radiation. Virtual Imaging's LDCT whole body scan can be invaluable, giving you time and options for early treatment. They can detect tumors as early as precancerous virtually anywhere in your body, and aneurysms you may not even know are there. For a limited time, Virtual Imaging is offering their LDCT body scan for only $9.95 per scan, a $2,495 value. Appointment must be scheduled in May, and there are a limited number of scans available at this price, and a few minimum requirements may apply. Call 770-678-SCAN.
That's your garage door. Almost broken, but technically not broken yet. And you know the old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? So you don't fix it, 'cause it ain't broke. And it gets worse. Until one day, 2 a.m., raining alligators, carload full of dry cleaning, you push the button, and out of nowhere, guess what's broke? Your garage door. At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. A garage door that's almost broken can actually do more damage than one that's fully broke. Jammed up parts put an extra strain on the motor, rollers out of whack stress the tracks and the belts. Fix it early while it's still a simple repair and before your car gets locked out or locked in. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll come over and make it right. Because if it's almost broke, you fix it.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
Shelley Winter Show. Man. Prayer works. So, grading for equity. Listen to this. Okay, let me just read it for you. Okay, all right. Superintendent of Schools Maria Sue unveiled the new, quote, grading for equity, end quote, plan last week that will scrap homework and weekly testing and allow students to pass with scores as low as 41. Will allow students to pass with scores as low as 41. What they're doing, listen to this. What the plan is set to go into effect later this fall. Sue has been able to push the policy through without being the subject to a public vote, despite it affecting more than 10,000 students in 14 high schools in San Francisco. The new plan will essentially eliminate homework. Magic Mike, listen to this, right? Oh, because you got kids. The new plan will essentially eliminate homework and weekly testing from making up a student's final semester grade. No homework and weekly testing. The student's grade will be based solely on a final exam, which they can also take multiple times. They could be late in handing in assignments or even fail to appear in class without having an effect on their overall mark. Current thresholds in place, a student needs a 90 for an A and a 61 for a D. The changes will mean a score as low as 80 will get you an A, while a mark of, catch this, 21 counts as a D. Now listen to this. The guy that brought this idea to him, this guy's name is Joe Feldman. In an article on the School Superintendents Association, Feldman said the percentage of students receiving D's and F's decreased. Of course they did. But catch this. and decreased more dramatically for students of color and students with special needs. So you can get a D with a 21. And the guy says the percentage of students receiving D's and F's decreased.
I'm sorry. You can get a D with a 21. How in the hell can you get an F? Like
Zero.
How
you got nothing right.
How dare you get an F?
Right.
Like,
it's crazy.
There's
Student
no way.
grades didn't just improve, they were more accurate. How can it be more accurate? No homework. You don't have to come to class, and you can take the finals as many times over until you get it right. This is, let me tell you, this is, now, if this were Minnesota or Mississippi or Alabama, I can understand. What I mean by that is maybe they need the help. This is San Francisco, ladies and gentlemen. It's the tech capital of the world. It's the tech capital of the world. So your kid is going to high school in the tech capital of the world, and they get a 21, and they passed. This is obscene. It's obscene. But this is what the politics of low expectations. This is what this is. Well, we realize that these kids can't read and write. We realize they can't pass the test. So what we're going to do is lower all the standards. And we're going to make a 21 a passing grade. A 21. A 21. If you shoot 21% from the field in a basketball game, you will be benched. If you shoot 21% in a basketball game, you go through an entire basketball game, 12-minute quarters, 30-minute halves. Hey, Shelly, man, you're off tonight. You just shot 21%. We're just going to sit you down for a few. It's not passing, 21%. 21%. If you bat 200 in the major leagues, you're just going to get benched. And batting and a good hitter in the major leagues hits 300. But 200, you hitting 200 in the major leagues, you're going to get benched. And you're going to let these kids go through high school with 20s and 30s and 40s on their grades and pass them through and they throw their hats up in the air and then run to Burger King after graduation? And then their parents are going to spend $15,000 on a prom dress? I mean, what's going on here? This is what liberals think. This is what liberals think of students of color. It's really what they think of us, of our children. And what's also going to happen, say you're a parent in San Francisco, right? Your kid's going to a high school. You make sure your kid does homework. You make sure your kid's studying. Comes home from school, which homework you got? Sit right there and do it. Oh, it's 8 o'clock. You go to bed at 9 o'clock. But for 15 minutes, I want you to crack open any of your books and read something. Well, I'm not on that chapter yet. Read it anyway. This is what good parents do. And so what you're telling me is those parents are going to stay in these schools? Heck no. No parent whose kid is on its way to Stanford or Harvard or UGA or any other top college in the country is going to want their kids graded against the kid that's passing, but he got a 21. It brings down everything for the rest of the school. And home prices are based on good schools. So once you crash the schools, the home prices crash, and everybody that can leaves. And guess what you have 10 years from now because of this policy? A desert of a school system. You'll have to close some high schools, and you're going to be left with nothing but 20 to 40 score students. A bunch of C and D students, and those are inflated C and D students. You're really going to be left with a bunch of F students getting Ds. And that's not going to bode well for the future of San Francisco, the tech capital of the world. But this what comes from the mind of liberals. You know why it comes from the mind of liberals? Because conservatives look at everyone as an individual. If you make an individual decision to ruin your life, conservatives see that as your individual decision to ruin your life. Liberals look at people and say, everyone must be the same. This is not equal treatment. This is unequal treatment because the kids that are studying even the poor kids, even the kids of color, those kids are going to be disproportionately affected and impacted by the decisions of liberals who think in their minds that this is a good idea. The Shelley Winter Show. We'll be right back. 404-872-0750, 1-800-WSB-TALK.
For many of you, it's happening. Your hair's thinning, your crown's disappearing, and maybe hair loss has you feeling your identity is lost altogether. Well, I got good news. It's Advanced Hair's incredible, yet simple, one-day treatment that starts regrowing your own natural hair the very next day, and it's guaranteed to grow for life. It's Mark Aaron back with you. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly subscriptions. They help retain what you have, but what about regrowing your hair permanently in specific areas? From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to their world-class physicians, it's not maybe your hair will regrow, it's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, and I've seen their results, friends. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 470-660-HAIR. That's 470-660-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
There's nothing like a warm weather day here in North Georgia. Restaurant patios are packed. There are so many festivals, and I love concerts under the stars. Hey, it's Smiler Mark McKay. Imagine doing all of that and building your credit. You can with the Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa credit card. You build credit with money you were already going to spend while avoiding interest. Better credit means lower rates on car and home loans and better terms to borrow money for life's unexpected expenses. The Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa has no annual fees, interest, or credit checks, and you can use it everywhere Visa is accepted. Make everyday purchases count with Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa credit card. Get started today at Chime.com. Chime feels like progress.
Chime is a financial technology company, not a bank. Banking services provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Members FDIC. The Chime Credit Builder Visa credit card is issued by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Chime checking account required to apply. On-time payment history may have a positive impact on your credit score. Results may vary. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Stop me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. Timing depends on submission of payment file. Fees apply at out-of-network ATMs.
If it's happening on the streets of Atlanta,
Cobb County Medical Examiner's Office identifies 57 sets of cremains.
if it's happening on the roads leading to Atlanta,
Massive project at 285 and Georgia 400 has been a big improvement.
we've got it covered.
Atlanta jurors convict a former Customs and Border Protection officer.
Your 24/7 news source.
Covering the stories that impact you.
Tune in throughout the day to stay up to date.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's breaking news station. Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's news and talk.
At 8:30, I'm Steve Summers. Our top story is new this hour. Sheriff's deputies showing why crime does not pay in Hall County.
5 men featured in the Hall County Sheriff's Wanted Wednesday posts have been taken into custody this week alone in a number of unique ways. On the wanted list since 2023, Michael Chosewood surrendered on charges of deposit account fraud. Burglary suspect David Michael Cornett was found in a neighboring jail. Carl Jr. Paget arrested for first-degree burglary. Hall County deputies picked up 17-year-old Jalen Davis at his job in a smash-and-grab case. And Olafia Hester, facing meth and fentanyl trafficking charges, was nabbed in a traffic stop. Veronica Waters, 95.5 WSB.
Not all the bad guys are locked up tonight. The search is going on at this hour for a killer. Chamblee police say an unidentified man was shot and killed in front of St. Vincent de Paul on Chamblee Tucker Road. Police Captain Jason Wasdorp says it all started with an argument.
Surveillance video depicted the victim and the suspect in a physical altercation before the shooting occurred.
Police say the gunman is now identified as 31-year-old Jeremiah Clanton. He apparently hopped a MARTA train into Atlanta. He is considered armed and dangerous. 72 in Midtown. Atlanta's most accurate and dependable forecast is coming up in just a couple of minutes. Anger and disbelief after 3 metro counties and the city of Atlanta are accused by Uncle Sam of helping illegal immigrants to avoid deportation.
The Department of Homeland Security claims a number of counties and cities across the country are not complying with federal immigration agents and are giving, quote, legal protections to undocumented migrants. On that list, DeKalb, Douglas, and Fulton counties, along with the city of Atlanta. The agency says it will notify each local government demanding they revise any policies that don't align with federal immigration laws. Austin Eller, 95.5 WSB.
Reaction tonight from Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens. He says, quote, while Atlanta remains a welcoming city, it's well known that state law has prohibited sanctuary cities since 2009. Fulton County also laying out a response tonight. Fulton County complies with state and federal laws that ban sanctuary jurisdictions. We are not aware why this designation was made.
The best and strongest steel on earth will forever be made in America and made in Pennsylvania.
President Trump telling steelworkers in that state tonight that they will soon be the only game in town.
At U.S. Steel's Mon Valley Works, the president said steel tariffs will be doubled.
From 25%, we're doubling it to 50%.
During a rally celebrating Japan-based Nippon Steel's investment in U.S. Steel, Trump said there's a lot in it for America's steelworkers.
There will be no layoffs and no outsourcing whatsoever, and every U.S. steelworker will soon receive a well-deserved $5,000 bonus.
Amid the celebration, concern that the president's steel tariffs could raise prices for U.S. goods.
The price of steel products has risen 16%, according to government numbers, just since Trump became president again. Looks like COVID is claiming another kind of victim. The 40-year-old specialty shops at the Cobb Galleria are closing for good tomorrow. Design Phase Boutique owner Tijuana Faison says it took the pandemic to finally put her out of business after 18 years.
You know, once people started coming out, some of them, of course, you know, my really faithful customers, some of them started trickling back in, but I never was able to grasp the customers that would come in before.
Replacing the shops at the Cobb Galleria will be some kind of massive property overhaul. It's 8:33. Time now for live team coverage of traffic and weather. Sydney Darden starts us off in the WSB 24-hour traffic center.
Better news over in Gwinnett County. That stalled big rig now finally off to the shoulder. I-85 southbound near Steve Reynolds Boulevard. The last few Hero trucks and first responders vehicles are pulling off as we speak, so all lanes should be back open pretty soon. And we do have those construction cones going up around the metro area over in DeKalb County. I-285 southbound on the inner loop near exit 44 to Glenwood Road. 2 right lanes occupied due to road work that's going to take you into your weekend. I'm Sydney Darden, 95.5 WSB.
The storm threat is over. Clearing sky as we head through this evening. It's turning cooler overnight down to 59 Saturday morning. Mostly sunny, breezy, and 80 tomorrow. On Sunday, partly cloudy, 30% chance of an isolated shower or storm late. Low 62, high 82.
72 in Chamblee, 71 in Brazelton, 72 in Midtown. More news at 9 o'clock. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Steve Summers, 95.5 WSB.
Coming back, going to talk about what RFK Jr.'s already got Skittles to do. Also, want to talk about some language being removed from the CDC website. A lot coming up, and then taking your calls. 44872-0750, 1-800-WSB Talk. We'll be right back. Yay!
Topical.
Basically, the text of the email reads like this.
Local.
Someone bought a car with my credit, and someone tried to file a tax return.
Mark Aram.
I'm a simple man with simple needs.
Monday at 9 a.m.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Not everything in life comes with a guarantee, but for premium local farm fresh sod that comes with a 1-year guarantee, family owned and operated, NG Turf is the only grower to consider. NG Turf sells direct to homeowners. Get your sod from a certified turf professional at ngturf.com.
Hey folks, Dr. Joe Esposito here. If you've been in an auto accident, don't wait. The pain might not show up right away, but the damage can last a lifetime if it's left untreated. Now, our team of doctors at PainFreeAtlanta.com specialize in post-accident chiropractic that gets to the root of the cause, and that helps you heal naturally without relying on painkillers and risky surgery and other procedures. And if your condition requires further medical attention, we work with a trusted network of qualified medical doctors and specialists to ensure that you get the full care that you deserve. Let us guide you through every step of the process, safely, professionally, and with compassion. We can also find honest, qualified legal representation if necessary. Don't fall for scam artists whose only concern is their wallets and not your health. We also document your injuries so that you get the settlement you deserve. Call us at 404-333-7777 to schedule a free consultation or visit PainFreeAtlanta.com. That's 404-33-47s or visit PainFreeAtlanta.com.
Getting engaged? At Shane Company, we'll help you find the perfect diamond. This is your engagement ring, aka only your life's most important piece of jewelry. No need to worry. As gemstone experts since 1929, we handpick only the most beautiful natural and lab-grown diamonds cut to our high standards in every price range. We have diamonds in all shapes and sizes, ready to compare side by side right here in our store. Come see for yourself at Shanco.com or at your local store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Get the dirt out before school's out and call Zero Res. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $129. Mention me, Chris Chandler, to secure this deal today. Book online at ZeroResAtlanta.com. Zero Res, spell it backwards or forwards. It's the right way to clean.
It's my song. Oh. Rah, 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 rah. Rah, 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 rah. No, no, no. Rah, 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 rah. No, no. Rah, 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 rah. No, no, no. Shelley Winter Show. Live, local, topical, and relevant. Let's go to Lisa in ATL. Hey, Lisa.
Hey, Shelley. I didn't know if you saw that Maria Sue, the superintendent of that San Francisco Unified School District, said they've decided not to pursue the strategy.
I did not see that. I did not see that. So the outcry was so loud.
Yes, so much backlash that she said they need to they need to focus on their budget, on stabilizing the district, and
that is
working
awesome.
with the community. And Ro Khanna spoke out against it, too.
Yeah, well, a bunch of people, a bunch of businessmen, yeah, and Ro Khanna's are progressive. So let me tell you, Lisa, first of all, I appreciate you so much. Thank you for telling me that. So let me tell you what happened. This story I never got to last night. And so I didn't search it because I had the story already pulled. So I probably should have done that. But thank you so much
you're welcome.
for bringing that information
it's good news for San
It's
Francisco.
very good news, very good news. But it doesn't take away from what I said because what I said was still true, right? Yeah, awesome.
No, the fact that they would even propose that was was unbelievable.
Great call, Lisa. Thank you so very much. Have a
you're
wonderful
welcome.
weekend.
You as well.
God bless you. So listen to this, COVID. CDC website, it said that they're removing language, stronger language, right? It posted new recommendations that say healthy children and pregnant women may get COVID-19 vaccinations, removing stronger language that those groups should get it. So they're saying they may get it if they want to. They may get it if they want to, but they don't have to get it. Before it said you need to get it. If you're a healthy child, pregnant woman, you better get the vaccine. It says may be given to those groups. The announcement from earlier this week sounded like CDC was going to fully withdraw any statement that could be construed as a recommendation for these vaccines in these populations. It's not as bad as it could have been, Dr. Jason Schwartz said. So they just removed the stronger language saying you may get it. I mean, you just as much as removed it, Mr. Dr. Schwartz. You tell a healthy kid or a parent, you tell a parent of a healthy child or a pregnant woman, hey, you can get it. May means you can do it if you want to. That allows me to comfortably say, without fear, oh, I'm not going to get it. As opposed to before where it says you should get it. Now you're telling me to get it, so now I got to think about, oh, man, what should I do? Do I want my kid? He's healthy. Do I want him to get it? But they say I should. It's fascinating to me, man, how they try and just spin these things into positives for themselves. They really do. It's just funny to me. It's like, for instance, I'll give you a perfect example. Elon Musk, they had a press conference today. Elon Musk's leaving, right? You should have seen the number of headlines that said Elon Musk being thrown out, Elon Musk being removed. All of these headlines, I'm thinking to myself, no. President Trump said he's still going to be working and advising and standing on the sidelines. And Elon Musk says, yeah, this was only supposed to be for 100-something days, 120 days. I can't remember the number. And it's coming up today is that point. So I'm leaving. Okay, doing what the Congress, because on Monday, if I stayed, you would have told me he overstayed. this is just the way it's fascinating to me. And I don't see how anybody still believes them in anything they say. Like at this point, if I'm watching CNN or MSNBC and the weather comes on and says it's raining in Mableton, Georgia right now, I would go to my window and look. Like, for real. Now, if Christina Edwards tells me it's raining, I'm taking it because I know it's true. But if I heard them, if CNN or MSNBC or the New York Times or Washington Post or any of these news outlets, these mainstream media news outlets, tell me, hey, Shelley, it's raining over your head, over your house, I go check the windows. Let me see for myself. Now, of course, here, take it as solid as a rock. When we tell you what the weather's going to be, the weather's going to be that. You don't have to question it. When we tell you what the news is, you don't have to question it. When we tell you our opinions all day long, you don't have to question it. 404-872-0750, 1-800-WSB-TALK. The last segment of the show, the weekend schedule. Every Friday, I give you the weekend schedule. This is the schedule of what I'm going to be doing, where I'm going to be, if you want to hang out, if you want to meet me or, join me, whatever. But I also want to talk about missing kids. I should have started with this, but I wanted to end with it because it's not really the greatest news. Shelley went to show. We'll be right back.
Listening to 95.5 WSB pays.
No way!
The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz.
That is awesome.
5 chances a day to win $5,000.
Download the WSB app. Your next chance to win is Monday morning at 8.
Oh my God.
From 95.5 WSB.
With our weather extremes, I wanted windows that would stand the test of time. Hi, it's meteorologist Glenn Burns, and I found them. I love my Infinity from Marvin fiberglass windows from North Georgia Replacement Windows. I was blown away. They're energy efficient and incredibly durable. 8 times stronger than vinyl, so they last. Experience the fiberglass difference in your home or in their new Alpharetta showroom.
Infinity from Marvin Replacement Windows, yeah!
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
Bluebell Groom's Cake Ice Cream is renewing its vows on the frozen aisle. Milk chocolate ice cream with chocolate cake pieces, chocolate-coated strawberry hearts, swirls of strawberry sauce, and chocolate icing. See you at the reception.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at all Little Giant farmers markets. Oh, there it goes again. I think old Rusty's had her last ride.
Aw, I think you're right. It's time to let her go. But what if she could still do some good?
What do you mean?
Well, we can donate it to the Tommy Nobis Center.
Really?
They take old cars, running or not, and use the proceeds to help people with disabilities find jobs.
So instead of Rusty just sitting in the driveway, she could help someone who needs a job?
Exactly. And donating is easy. They pick it up for free.
That's a great idea.
Donate your vehicle to Tommy Nobis Center and help people with disabilities gain meaningful employment. Visit TommyNobisCenter.org to donate.
At QC Kinetics, we're all about keeping you in the game, helping you get lasting relief from joint pain. That's why we're excited to announce that QC Kinetics is now partnering with the National Pickleball League. So many of our satisfied patients are avid pickleball players, and they're thrilled with how we've helped them get back on the court. As lead sponsor of the National Pickleball League, we're committed to help pickleball fans of all ages with the latest, most advanced regenerative cell treatments. These treatments use your body's own healing power, revitalizing and restoring damaged joint tissue the natural way, with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Whether you're a pickleball fanatic or enjoy golf or running or tennis, stay in the game with help from QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics, proud to promote active, pain-free living as a lead sponsor of the National Pickleball League. Call now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 770-285-8026. That's 770-285-8026. 770-285-8026.
Now's the perfect time to cash in on your unwanted gold, silver, and luxury watches. I'm Anthony, owner of A1 Gold Buyers. You'll get top dollar, immediate payment, and free, no-pressure evaluations. With years of trusted experience, we make the process quick, fair, and hassle-free. No appointment necessary. Come see us at 5779 Statebridge Road in Johns Creek, next to Pike Nursery. A1GoldBuyers.com. A1 Gold Buyers, where you get great service and great prices.
Your time is 8:48 in the Cool Ray Carrier WSB 24-hour traffic center. Those traffic cones going up all over the metro area. I-285 southbound on the inner loop past exit 44 to Glenwood Road. We do have some construction cones taking out the right lane as you make your way towards I-20. And speaking of south side, I-75 southbound just past the I-65. You've also got one right lane knocked out due to construction. That's going to be slowing you down as you make your way through Stockbridge and towards McDonough. I'm Sydney Darden, 95.5 WSB.
Shelley Winter Show. Headline: Biden administration failed to probe more than 7,300 reports of migrant child trafficking. HHS is found. The Biden administration failed to investigate more than 7,300 reports of human trafficking involving child migrants and tens of thousands of other concerning leads. That means that people called in and said, "Hey, this kid is being trafficked," and they failed to investigate. And then the others were like, "Oh, I think something's going on. Maybe I should call," and they failed to investigate. Since launching the investigation in February, this is RFK. Remember when I told you I don't want to let this ever be forgotten? Sorry, I get passionate when it comes to this stuff. I don't want anybody ever to forget that the Shelley Winter Show was first and foremost dedicated to getting Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Nominated and confirmed. Ever forget this show? The Shelley Winter Show, 7 p.m. to 9 p.m., Monday through Friday. I don't care what you think of the man. This show was the only show that pushed him. 65,605 backlogged reports. They're pouring over them. This is HHS, Robert F. Kennedy. See, I don't care about his stance on abortion. I don't care that he may have some ideas about natural cures. I don't care about that. This is what I care about, and they're doing the work. Since launching the investigation in February, the department has processed 18,868 cases, but still has 1,688 of possibly fraudulent sponsors receiving the kids, 7,346 human trafficking reports, and another 46,311 tips from grantees, staff, and unaccompanied minors themselves to vet. That's why I wanted RFK. To save the children. Oh, but Shelley, he's a Democrat. Poppycock. Save the children. Let me tell you what I'm doing this weekend, my friends. Good for you, Robert F. Kennedy. Good for you. I'm telling you, man. Marco Rubio, RFK Jr. are my top, and J.D. Vance. I love J.D. Vance as well. But RFK Jr., I fought hard to make sure RFK Jr. was confirmed. Fought very hard. Made calls, spoke to people, spoke to him, had him on a show. I wanted that guy in. For this very reason. Because he owes no one anything. See, you get these people in there, and they're part of the swamp. And you say, oh, well, they're a Republican. We need to get a Republican in there. And the Republican is part of the swamp. And then you don't pay any attention to what they do because they don't really do anything. But this guy's doing something. Got the CDC to say may take the vaccine if you're a healthy child or pregnant kid. Guess what else he did? Skittles no longer uses controversial ingredient eyed by RFK Jr. Mars Inc. Skittles candies are no longer being made with the popular food additive called titanium dioxide. The chemical, which whitens foods and brightens colors, was recently targeted in the Maha Commission report. A spokesman for the candy confirmed to Bloomberg News on Tuesday that titanium dioxide was removed from all Skittles production at the end of last year. Boom! Boom, shakalaka laka. And before you say, well, Shelley, this happened last year, he wasn't confirmed yet. He had been talking about it beforehand, and they knew he was going to be HHS secretary. Come on. Come on, man. Come on, man. Suckity. He's crazy. He's a Looney Tune. But he's saving the children. I don't care if a crazy man saves the children. I just want the children saved. Let's go. So this is what I'm doing this weekend. Tomorrow, Saturday, there's a great event called Blavity. It's going on all weekend, Saturday and Sunday. Going to hit that up a little bit in the morning, then do the Car Guys at 12 noon and Inside Georgia Real Estate with Deborah Gordon at 1 o'clock. And then at 2 o'clock, I'm going to go home, chill, wait for these Game 5, right? It's Game 5 tomorrow. Indiana and New York Knicks game. Game 6. You have two more. Game 6 of Indiana Knicks. Watch that tomorrow at the house. Then Sunday, clean up, go to Golden Corral, get the weekend buffet brunch at Golden Corral. I love Golden Corral breakfast. Who's a fan? Love it. So this is what I do. I go to the waffle station first. I get my seat, put my plate down, put my drink down, go to the omelet station, get my omelet. I eat my omelet, then I go get my French toast, and I get a waffle, and then sometimes and then I load up on the meats. I get all the sausages, the turkey sausage, the pork sausage, the bacon. I just love going. I usually take my newspaper in there. I just love Sundays at Golden Corral. I'm back, ladies and gentlemen. I am back. And then Sunday afternoon, here's the big thing. We have just a few slots available, okay? So I need you to go to Concord. I need you to go to concordaction.org. I need you to go to concordaction.org right now if you want to join us. We are doing this event, concordaction.org. Click on events. I posted on my Facebook. We just have a few slots left. Sunday from 3 to 5. All right. When you register, you'll find out where it is. Okay. What we're doing is with Callan Bordeaux and I partnered up, and what she does with Concord Action, they go across the country and they do these events where people come together. We're looking. We probably got about 5 or 6 slots left. So if you want to come, please register right now. Go to concordaction.org. But we're going to divide everybody up in equal kind of groups, and then you and your group, you work together to balance the federal budget. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be very diverse. Democrats, Republicans, independents, retirees, young people. A lot of diversity in that room. Between she and I, she's got her people she invited, which are largely independent, moderate Democrats and Democrats. And I've got my people that I've invited, you guys, conservatives. It's going to be a very diverse audience. We're expecting some press coverage out of it. So please go to concordaction.org and register, and you'll find out where the location is. It's downtown Atlanta, plenty of free parking. The event is free, everything. Parking deck is covered, secure. For those of you who live outside the perimeter, I'm not going to Atlanta, it's not safe. Well, this is very safe. All right, Sunday 3 to 5 after church, and it's free. So go to concordaction.org, click on events, and we'll see you Sunday between 3 and 5. Ladies and gentlemen, again, I cannot thank you all enough. I am so thankful to all of you. It's unbelievable the number of people who reached out to me in various ways. I even got people who, when you call, you can do the email thing, right? And the email is a voice email, and it types it up. Like a voicemail is a voicemail, but it types it up on your email. I even got those from over a dozen people, just basically saying, hey, I'm praying for you, whatever you're going through, this too shall pass. And it made me feel so good. It really did. And then I talked to an old friend of mine last night that I hadn't spoken to in many years. and they told me the impact that I had on their life, because I hadn't spoken to them in many years, and the impact that I had on their children's lives. And that made me feel good. And then when I went to the Israeli ambassador luncheon today, literally the young lady, Ashley, shout out to Ashley, when I got there, she came to me and says, hey, would you do us the honor to pray after the luncheon? And I said, absolutely. And that just kind of reinforced everything that you guys called in and told me, and made me feel better about my friend that I hadn't seen in many years, made me feel, it just reinforced that, yeah, Shelly, no matter what you're going through, brother, we got you. God's got you. Your people have you. And I appreciate that so, so very much. Love you all. Have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. And know this. God loves you. We'll be back on Monday. God bless you all.
This is Scott Slade. Nothing takes the place of time when it comes to spotting problems with your health, especially cancer. The earlier, the better. Like me. My doctor saw one lab work number that led to a diagnosis early enough, so I still had options. Now, that's where virtual imaging comes in. They've got the safest CT imaging option in the Southeast with 98% accuracy. Virtual Imaging's LDCT body scan can be invaluable, giving you time and options for early treatment. They can detect tumors as early as precancerous virtually anywhere in your body, and aneurysms you may not even know are there. For a limited time, Virtual Imaging is offering their LDCT body scan for only $995 per scan. That's a $2,495 value. Now, appointments must be scheduled in May. There are a limited number of scans available at this price, so a few minimum requirements may apply. Don't put this off. I've done it. Call 770-678-SCAN. That's 770-678-SCAN. Or make an appointment by visiting their website at virtualimagingatl.com.
Some things really love the rain, like flowers and ducks. Other things, not so much, like your old roof. Dave Baker here from our roofing experts at Finley Roofing, the roof guys. Water is your home's #1 enemy. Your roof is your front line of defense to stop it from getting inside. Heavy rain, like we've had recently, can expose roof leaks and lead to water damage. If you're not sure how your roof is holding up, think of Finley first and schedule a free roof analysis. No obligation, no charge. FinleyRoofing.com. Roof.
WSB Atlanta, WSB BFM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Hey, I'm Chris Chandler. Monday at 5 on Atlanta's Morning News, your forecast for the week and what Clark Howard says more real estate agents are doing in the current market on WSB.
News, weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
At 9 o'clock, I'm Steve Summers. Our top story this hour is new. Delta Airlines Flight 1457 returns to Atlanta Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport shortly after taking off for Tampa tonight. Delta says it was a mechanical problem, but doesn't say exactly what that mechanical problem was. Our partners at Channel 2 Action News say nearly 200 passengers on that plane. They're being put on another jet that is expected to leave for Tampa in about 15 minutes. 71 in Midtown. Atlanta's most accurate and dependable forecast is coming up. Anger and disbelief after 3 metro counties and the city of Atlanta are accused of helping illegal immigrants to avoid deportation.
The Department of Homeland Security calls DeKalb, Douglas, and Fulton counties and the city of Atlanta sanctuary jurisdictions in a new listing. It claims these local governments are harboring undocumented migrants and aren't complying with federal immigration agents. The agency says it will notify each jurisdiction and demand each immediately review their policies and make any changes to align with federal immigration laws. Austin Eller, 95.5 WSB.
Some reaction after that designation tonight. Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens saying, quote, while Atlanta remains a welcoming city, it's well known that state law has prohibited sanctuary cities for about 16 years now. Fulton County responding, saying, quote, Fulton County complies with state and federal laws that ban sanctuary jurisdictions. We're not aware of why this designation was made. Sheriff's deputies showing why crime doesn't pay in Hall County.
Hall County Sheriff's deputies logged some unique captures of suspects from their Wanted Wednesday social media posts. 51-year-old Carl Jr. Padgett was arrested on 2 charges of first-degree burglary. Olafia Hester had warrants on charges of trafficking fentanyl and methamphetamine. He was found in a traffic stop. Jalen Davis, a 17-year-old accused in a smash and grab, was arrested while at work. Deputies found burglary suspect David Michael Cornett in a neighboring county's jail, and Michael Chosewood, who's been wanted for 2 years for deposit account fraud, turned himself in at the Hall County Jail. Veronica Waters, 95.5 WSB.
Meantime, the search goes on tonight for a killer. Chambly police say an unidentified man was shot to death in front of St. Vincent de Paul on Chambly-Tucker Road. Police Captain Jason Wasdorp says it was an argument that got this whole thing going.
Surveillance video depicted the victim and the suspect in a physical altercation before the shooting occurred.
The gunman, identified as 31-year-old Jeremiah Clanton, hopped a MARTA train, got away into Atlanta. Police believe he is considered armed and dangerous.
There will be no layoffs and no outsourcing whatsoever.
President Trump telling Pennsylvania steelworkers tonight that they will soon be the only game in town.
At U.S. Steel's Mon Valley Works, the president said steel tariffs will be doubled.
From 25%, we're doubling it to 50%.
During a rally celebrating Japan-based Nippon Steel's investment in U.S. Steel, Trump said there's a lot in it for America's steelworkers.
There will be no layoffs and no outsourcing whatsoever, and every U.S. steelworker will soon receive a well-deserved $5,000 bonus.
Amid the celebration, concern that the president's steel tariffs could raise prices for U.S. goods.
Price of steel products has risen 16% just since Trump became president, again, according to government numbers.
From now on, I'm number one. Me, Margaret Houlihan.
Loretta Swit, Major Margaret Hot Lips Houlihan on the hit sitcom MASH, has died. Swit's publicist says she passed away of natural causes at her New York City home. Swit won a pair of Emmys for the role she played on that popular sitcom. Loretta Swit was 87 years old. It's 9:03.
It pays to have the WSB radio app. Download it today and get ready for the Blitz.
Oh my God.
The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz. 5 chances a day to win $5,000.
It's the Blitz.
The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz.
Your next chance to win is Monday morning at 8.
Oh, that's cool.
From 95.5 WSB.
Download the WSB radio app now.
Time marches on, and a lot has changed. But one thing has not changed. Washington regulations on local stations. Regulations that make it tough for local TV and radio stations to compete with global big tech platforms. If you want to keep local news, weather, and live sports on TV and radio, we need updated regulations. Tell Washington to modernize the rules to help local stations compete. Learn more at nab.org/modernize the rules. This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Hey folks, Dr. Joe Esposito here. If you've been in an auto accident, don't wait. The pain might not show up right away, but the damage can last a lifetime if it's left untreated. Now, our team of doctors at PainFreeAtlanta.com specialize in post-accident chiropractic that gets to the root of the cause, and that helps you heal naturally without relying on painkillers and risky surgery and other procedures. And if your condition requires further medical attention, we work with a trusted network of qualified medical doctors and specialists to ensure that you get the full care that you deserve. Let us guide you through every step of the process, safely, professionally, and with compassion. We can also find honest, qualified legal representation if necessary. Don't fall for scam artists whose only concern is their wallets and not your health. We also document your injuries so that you get the settlement you deserve. Call us at 404-333-7777 to schedule a free consultation or visit PainFreeAtlanta.com. That's 404-33-47s or visit PainFreeAtlanta.com.
Summer is almost here, and let's be real, your house looks like it's been hiding under a pile of pollen, doesn't it? Just like mine in that dirty driveway. Ooh, not fooling anybody either. That's why I called Wise Guys Pro Wash. They gave me a quote, showed up the next day, and bam, clean house, sparkling patio, and a deck I actually want to sit on. With more than 2,000 5-star Google reviews, Wise Guys is the only company I trust to get my home summer ready. Mention me, Chris Chandler, and get $70 off your next service. Book now at wiseguyspro.com. Get rid of that musty, dusty smell in your home with help from the Zero Res Air Duct experts. Mention me, Chris Chandler, and get $50 off your next air duct cleaning. Just use promo code AIR50 when scheduling online at ZeroResAtlanta.com. Zero Res, it's the right way to clean.
The Sean Hannity Show, sponsored by Mark Spain Real Estate. Get a guaranteed offer on your home today.
Time now for live team coverage of traffic and weather. Sydney Darden is in the WSB 24-hour traffic center.
We got quite a bit of traffic cones going up for weekend construction. First over in DeKalb County, I-20 westbound near Panola Road, exit 71. You got one right lane knocked out there as you're making your way towards 285. Speaking of 285 southbound near exit 44 to Glenwood Road, you've got multiple right lanes knocked out due to road construction. And then over on the south side, I-75 southbound near Hudson Bridge Road, exit 224. You've got one right lane also affected. That's going to slow you down as you make your way towards McDonough. I'm Sydney Darden, 95.5 WSB.
The storm threat is over. Clearing sky as we head through this evening. It's turning cooler overnight down to 59 Saturday morning. Mostly sunny, breezy, and 80 tomorrow. On Sunday, partly cloudy, 30% chance of an isolated shower or storm late. Low 62, high 82.
70 in Norcross, 69 in Lovejoy, 71 in Midtown. More news at 9:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Steve Summers, 95.5 WSB.
The Sean Hannity Show, sponsored by Mark Spain Real Estate. Get a guaranteed offer on your home today.
And thanks to all of you for being with us. Write down our toll-free telephone number this Friday. It's 800-941-SEAN if you want to be a part of the program. President Trump wrapping up with Elon Musk at the White House. He's still staying on. Doge is still continuing. But Elon is not going to be able to devote as much time as he would like to. But he will still be overseeing so much of it. But the guy's got 1 million businesses to run. And it was only supposed to originally be for 130 days. And the Doge team, while many members will stay intact, and those policies are going to continue to be implemented across every aspect of our government with the goal of, getting to $2 trillion in waste, fraud, abuse, and corruption. They've gotten hundreds of billions of dollars. And it was kind of sad to me. And I'm watching Elon, and I've gotten to meet him now a number of times. I've met him like 3 or 4 times now. And the guy's absolutely brilliant. He's somebody that you sit there and you want to listen and learn from. And he does not think like the rest of us. He's on this whole other level, this whole other plane. And it's fascinating to watch. And you see it in his work, his Boring Company, for example. We don't really talk about that, and his ability to build tunnels and do it cheaply and get it done. I mean, look at the Second Avenue subway system in New York. How many decades and billions of dollars have they wasted on that project? Remember, it was like
the Second Avenue subway?
Yeah, remember how much money they've been spending on that?
I got to tell you something. I love that subway. It saves my life.
Oh, well, weren't they supposed to extend it, and they still haven't gotten it done? There's like every other. I think it took 30-some-odd years, and somebody told me, I think they recently finished LaGuardia Airport. That airport, my entire adult life was under construction, and you could barely move.
It is pretty nice, but it's still filled with lazy people, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, well, thankfully I don't have to fly through it anymore. Thank goodness. I don't want to go near it. I just think, though, why would anybody want to do what Elon Musk was trying to do and has been, and frankly, very successful in accomplishing a lot and getting us on the right track? And if we follow through on his example, this country, imagine cutting out, stop robbing from our kids and balancing our budget and eliminating government waste, fraud, and abuse and corruption. Just what we found with USAID alone was unbelievable. He leaves having found at least $200 billion, but every department is in the process. Remember, after the one big, beautiful bill, then Republicans will have to almost immediately begin the process of returning to regular order, and that means getting a budget together by October 1st when the fiscal year begins. I hope they accomplish that. I hope they begin the process of getting that budget in balance because it's critical, and we got to stop robbing from our kids and grandkids. I think what the president's been able to set up financially for the country is pretty phenomenal. And it's transformational in so many different ways. Nobody gives the president credit. I know there's a lot of talk about tariffs, and I would like to see more tariff deals done. And the president did point out today that China's already broken the tariff agreement that they had with the U.S. And he said he made a fast deal with China to save them from what I thought was going to be a very bad situation. And because of this deal, everything quickly stabilized. China got back to business as usual. Everybody was happy. It was good news. And then he said the bad news is China, perhaps not surprisingly to some, has totally violated their agreement with us. So much for being Mr. Nice Guy, he said. It's not immediately clear what agreement was broken, but, I mean, Scott Bessent, was the one that broke that news after one long weekend. Now, the Chinese need access to our markets. That's not going to change. They were experiencing a lot of turmoil in terms of their economy. And so I do believe that will force them back to the table. There was even unrest in many cities in China as people were being laid off and they're not being paid well to begin with. But nobody gave Donald Trump credit. I mean, all the foundational pieces for the greatest economy, or the golden age, as he calls it, are in place. But he doesn't. Nobody really ever talks about it. We have $10 trillion in investment commitments over the next 4 years, and we're going to bring pharmaceutical manufacturing back to America. We're going to start producing semiconductor chips here in America. We're going to have more car plants built right here in America, and foreign car companies are investing in those plants. I mean, that alone is going to create untold millions of high-paying career jobs for Americans. Now the tariffs also took in a whopping $25 billion last month. In April and May, there were record months in terms of tariff money that was brought into our government. But you start with a basic truth, a fundamental truth that is simple, and that is we've been ripped off, and we've allowed countries to rip us off, friend and foe alike. Now, you have two choices at that point. You continue to be ripped off and allow countries to rip you off, or you stand up for yourself and you say, this has got to stop. And I think the president's decision was the right decision. But between the $10 trillion in commitments from countries and companies and the rest of his economic plan, including the one big beautiful bill that will be the largest tax cut in history, that will eliminate taxes on tips and overtime and Social Security, et cetera, it is, it's just going to take a while to get going. Now, I do believe by the time the midterms come along, the economy is going to be humming, because every time conservative principles are put in place on the economy, those principles work. And for the president now to finish with, in my view, there are really 5 big deals that need to be done. China's one of them. India is another one. Australia, the EU, and Canada/Mexico. That'd be 6 countries if you're counting officially, but I'm counting Canada and Mexico together. And we're instilling those principles. It is, it's a pretty incredible time that we're living in. It's very transformational. Newt and I were talking about this yesterday, and he couldn't be more right. The Trump administration has issued merit-based hiring guidelines for the federal government. How's that for a change of pace? What a difference an administration can make. They're creating merit-based hiring, ending the use of race, sex, religion, data for diversity, equity, inclusion, and the Office of Personnel Management released their merit hiring plan, and it was sent Thursday to heads and acting heads of departments and agencies. I mean, why shouldn't the best qualified person get the job? Well, they weren't given the same opportunity. Not everybody in life is not fair in that sense. But what about the people that work harder in school? What about the people that do those free internships? What about the people that put the time in? I mean, in some cases, they end up getting punished for doing it. Now, the Supreme Court has backed Donald Trump on ending Joe Biden's illegal alien parole pipeline. They ruled Friday that the president can move forward with the ending the former president's parole pipeline for illegals while the case makes its way through an appellate court. And by the way, we're talking about the legal status of more than 530,000 illegals from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, Venezuela, who were allowed into the U.S. via a Biden-era parole pipeline known as the CHNV program. And following the announcement, 2 non-governmental organizations, partially funded by Alex and George Soros's Open Society Foundation, they sued the Trump administration. I mean, there's never-ending lawsuit. I mean, what the left does, and this is their tactic and strategy, is what they could never run on and win on electorally, and what they could never get done legislatively because the American people would never support it. They go to judge shopping and go to judicial activists. At a minimum, they're just slowing down the president's progress. So now the Supreme Court is limiting judges' authority to block infrastructure projects over environmental concerns. Elections have consequences. There is a constitution that we get lectured about all the time. The very people that said democracy is on the ballot, democracy in peril, are the very people that for 4 years covered up Joe Biden's significant cognitive decline. This is the biggest White House presidential scandal in history, that we had everybody knowing that you had an incompetent, frankly, cognitively incapacitated president. I mean, and then they were going to run him for re-election. And one guy quoted in this fake Jake Tapper book saying, yeah, we just have to, roll him out every once in a while to show proof of life. I mean, fully willing to take the power of the presidency away from him. Pretty unbelievable. Now, we did have this ruling yesterday about, the battle over tariffs, and the president rebuked a trio of judges who overturned his tariff agenda. But then immediately thereafter, an appeals court reinstated the president's policy. A federal appeals court has blocked a lower court ruling striking down the president's reciprocal tariffs at the request of the White House, and that is the right decision. That would be, the power of the president. And it really is, these are incredible times that we're living in. I mean, if you can believe it, you had a federal district judge on Wednesday say that the Trump administration's effort to deport Mahmoud Khalil may be unconstitutional. But I'm sorry, conservative legal experts are not buying. You're not from this country. Why do you think you have constitutional rights? This guy was leading these pro-Palestine, anti-Israel activists and protests at Columbia University. An immigration judge said he could be deported, but then a U.S. district judge for New Jersey said that the order is likely to be dismissed as unconstitutionally vague. Again, judge shopping, judicial activism. Mark Levin wrote a whole book about it, Men in Black. And one good thing I saw, the Justice Department is telling the American Bar Association they're no longer going to comply with their stupid ratings for judicial nominees. They shouldn't. And frankly, it's about time somebody stood up to the Federalist Society, because they have made some awful recommendations. They say they look for originalists for the Supreme Court and other high positions on the court, and they have been wrong way too often for my liking. And there's got to be a different process to get people that have strong constitutional originalist thinking for our court system. This Biden cover-up scandal, I am telling you, and this was right on so many levels. We first pointed it out in 2019. Now, think of all the things that the Democrats and the media, legacy media mob have gotten wrong. The list is staggering. And don't think it's by accident. They covered up Joe's cognitive state. They knew better. They lied. They didn't care because they hate Trump. They didn't care that Hillary Clinton paid for the dirty Russian disinformation dossier that ended up being the basis of 4 FISA applications and warrants that ruined Carter Page's life and backdoored spying on Donald Trump, the candidate, the transition team, and the president. They ignored the phony valuation of Mar-a-Lago at $18 million. Sorry, it's over $1 billion. Ask any realtor in Palm Beach, Florida, and they will tell you it's over $1 billion. And now it sounds crazy, and it is. But go look on Zillow, the price of homes in Palm Beach. It's crazy. They didn't care. They didn't care that Letitia James ran on a Get Trump platform or Alvin Bragg ran on a Get Trump platform. They didn't care about the fact the statute of limitations had run out on a misdemeanor case, and they came up with a novel legal theory to bring up those phony 34 charges against Donald Trump. The media, all they cared about, and the same with Joe Biden and his cognitive state, was protecting Biden and hurting Trump. They didn't care about the 574 riots in the summer of 2020. They only cared about the one riot. The media has gotten so much wrong. Now, they're paying a price. I noticed that fake Jake Tapper had the lowest ratings he's had in like 10, 15 years. And he's got more publicity than he's ever had. But meanwhile, the media got Richard Jewell wrong. They got Duke Lacrosse wrong. They got UVA wrong. They got Ferguson, Missouri wrong. Freddie Gray wrong. They get everything wrong, and they never make a correction. And all the scandals involving, or so-called scandals with Trump, because they are corrupt, they're ideological, they're liberal leftist talk show hosts, and they are not journalists like they claim. Listen, one thing, summer is heating up, but the savings are cooling off fast. Now's your last chance to shop at Blinds.com and their Memorial Day mega deals that are going on. Save up to 50% with a minimum purchase and get a free professional measure. Now, Blinds.com invented a better way to shop for custom window treatments. 100% you do it online with upfront pricing, no commission, pressured salespeople all over you, no showroom markups. And whether you're a do-it-yourself or warrior or, maybe you prefer the full white glove treatment, doesn't matter. Maybe somewhere in between, Blinds.com will help you. They have professional design experts that can help you pick the perfect selection on your schedule, and they'll handle everything from measuring to installation. And by the way, you're going to love, you can style every room in your home and transform every room in your home from their blackout shades, their motorized options. I love them all. Their patios, outdoor patio shades. Anyway, it's Blinds.com, the #1 online retailer of custom window treatments. Their Memorial Day mega sale, the last chance. This deal ends today. Go to Blinds.com, save up to 50% off with a minimum purchase plus free professional measure. 50% off, free measure at Blinds.com.
Chucky Schumer is sure upset because we want to see where the money went.
Where's the money?
Maybe we should start with him. How about it, Chucky? Where is the dough? Sean Hannity.
All the news, weather, and traffic you need. 95.5 WSB.
Hey everybody, it's Linda McLaughlin with the Sean Hannity Show, and we are thrilled to be with Yael Eckstein today. She is the CEO of the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, and she knows exactly what is happening on the ground in Israel, and that's why she's here with us today for our Israel Today Minute.
Well, hello, Yael. Recently a Houthi missile attack targeted Israel on the night of Lag BaOmer, a joyful Jewish holiday. What message can we draw from the timing of that attack?
Linda, it's very evident here in Israel that darkness hates light, that when there's evil, it hates holiness. And here in Israel, we were celebrating Lag BaOmer, which is exactly the time that we're celebrating the Word of God, that we are lighting bonfires and recognizing we have to be the light. We're called by God to be the light. And this is a special holiday also for children. So across Israel, our enemies knew it. We were out celebrating God's Word, looking at the bonfire and bringing that message into our lives that we have to be the light into the nations, the light into the world. And that's why Houthis from over 2,000 miles away, who represent darkness, whose slogan is death to Israel, death to America, they launched a ballistic missile at Israel when they knew the children were out on the street celebrating. And so as the sirens sounded, there were thousands of children across Israel who had to run to find shelter in 60 seconds from this missile. But Israel's enemies failed because light always outshines the darkness. And so as soon as the siren was over, we went back out and continued rejoicing because that is what God calls us to do.
Very, very true indeed. Thank you so much, Yael.
Thanks, Linda.
Thanks again, everybody. This is Linda McLaughlin with the Sean Hannity Show and Yael Eckstein of the International Fellowships of Christians and Jews. We'll see you next time for the Israel Today Minute.
David is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Nice to meet you. My name is David. I've been a pharmacist for 44 years, and I'm from Flowery Branch, Georgia. When I first started taking Prevagen, I noticed stuff just seemed to come together and fit like a jigsaw puzzle. When I have customers come in, I recommend Prevagen. Number one, because it's safe and effective, does not require a prescription, and I've been taking it quite a while myself, and I know it works. I wouldn't recommend something like Prevagen if I didn't think it was worth it because it works so good for me. And I love it when the customers come back in and tell me, David, that really works so good. Makes my day.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
It's not going away, that spot you're trying to ignore on the ceiling, and it's only going to get worse. Hey, it's Dave Baker, host of the Home Fix-It Show for my experts at Findlay Roofing, the roof guys. Your roof is long overdue to be replaced, and now Findlay has 0% financing available, so it's even easier to get a new roof. Get started today with a Findlay Roofing free roof analysis, then take advantage of the 0% financing available. FindlayRoofing.com. Roof.
At Kroger, we've lowered prices on over 1,000 items across our stores so you can save even more. Whether you're shopping in-store or online at Kroger, we've lowered prices on thousands of the items your family wants and needs. And with lower prices, your dollar goes further every time you shop with us. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Right now, 18-ounce packages of Georgia-grown blueberries or 12-ounce packages of raspberries are just $3.49 each with your card. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Summer is almost here, and let's be real, your house looks like it's been hiding under a pile of pollen, doesn't it? Just like mine in that dirty driveway. Ooh, not fooling anybody either. That's why I called Wise Guys Pro Wash. They gave me a quote, showed up the next day, and bam, clean house, sparkling patio, and a deck I actually want to sit on. With more than 2,000 5-star Google reviews, Wise Guys is the only company I trust to get my home summer ready. Mention me, Chris Chandler, and get $70 off your next service. Book now at wiseguysprowash.com.
As we roll along, 800-941-SEAN if you want to be a part of the program. Linda, do you agree that this Joe Biden cognitive cover-up is the greatest presidential White House scandal in our lifetime?
I do.
Because what people are not really focused on, and they really need to, and we're going to get into we're doing a deep dive into this tonight, is what they don't understand. The president is the commander-in-chief. And now we had the story come out today, damning new evidence, and James Comer came out. It was on in the Western Journal that the auto pen scandal, there was more activity with that auto pen in the last 100 days of the Biden administration than in his first 3.5 years. The guy used to be able to sign his freaking name. And that raises the questions about the pardons that he gave last minute, even to his family, in my view.
Time marches on, and a lot has changed. But one thing has not changed. Washington regulations on local stations. Regulations that make it tough for local TV and radio stations to compete with global big tech platforms. If you want to keep local news, weather, and live sports on TV and radio, we need updated regulations. Tell Washington to modernize the rules to help local stations compete. Learn more at nab.org/modernize the rules. This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Mark Arum.
What did you do last week?
He knows Atlanta.
It hasn't happened here.
And Atlanta knows him.
I'm a simple man with simple needs.
Mark Arum.
Like the new boss comes in and says, we're starting all over here.
Monday at 9 a.m.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk. Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News. Weather.
Traffic. 95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
At 9:30, I'm Steve Summers. Our top story, Delta Airlines Flight 1457 due to take off from Hartsfield-Jackson any minute for Tampa after being forced to return to Atlanta tonight. Delta says a mechanical problem that prompted pilots to turn around above the Georgia-Florida line is what caused it, but they're not saying exactly what the issue was. Nearly 200 passengers. They are now on another plane bound for Tampa. Takeoff expected any moment. 69 in Midtown. Atlanta's most accurate and dependable forecast is coming up soon. A long-planned project aimed at reconnecting Atlanta neighborhoods is now in jeopardy.
The Stitch is an innovative project aimed at connecting the heart of Atlanta that was separated by the interstate. The project has been approved for $157 million in federal funding. Jack Seeby, director of the Stitch, says they are watching the budget negotiations closely.
We've heard things, not to say that there hasn't been, I think, some concerns like the mayor pointed out, but we are moving forward with the goal of breaking ground next year.
U.S. Senator Raphael Warnock saying in a statement that he will do everything in his power to protect the funding. Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
A former Atlanta Hawk great is being honored tomorrow, not only for what he did on the court, but in the community as well.
Dikembe Mutombo's number 55 hangs from the rafters at State Farm Arena, and his presence can still be felt through his memorial fund, which raises money for local entities, including the Shepherd Center. Now, 8 months after his death from brain cancer, a free memorial service at Georgia Tech's McCamish Pavilion will honor the Hawks great and Basketball Hall of Famer. It'll be Saturday morning at 10:30 and will include speeches and musical acts. His widow says she wants as many people to show up as possible to pay their respects. Judd Hickenbotham, 95.5 WSB.
It's 9:32.
With Orchard, you can buy your new home before selling the old one and get paid twice. Cash up front now, more cash when it sells. Get started at Orchard.com. Get paid twice. Orchard.com.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
At Shane Company, we've been engagement ring experts for almost 100 years. We have the largest selection of diamonds and gemstones in stock. You don't have to wait to compare them side by side. Find the one that speaks to you at shaneco.com or in store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code LIKE to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code LIKE for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code LIKE for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
When someone's AC is on the fritz, drains are clogged, or wall outlets are sparking, Castile Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Castile will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at CastileAir.com.
Just a word of wisdom from your friend Mark Aram. A damaged roof doesn't always lead to an entire roof replacement project. As a full-service Atlanta roofing company, my friends at Dr. Roof offer comprehensive roof repairs that will lengthen the lifespan of your existing roof and ensure that it will continue to protect your home as it should. It's storm season. Get peace of mind from my friends at Dr. Roof. They've been in business for over 35 years, and Dr. Roof offers up to a 5-year warranty on roof repairs. Get all the info online at drroof.com.
When traffic
No
hits,
traffic getting through in either direction.
the Triple Team Traffic Center has you covered.
Even the bridge over 75 is being held.
Your source for Atlanta's traffic.
Traffic out of Spaghetti Junction along 285 westbound and a crash on Peachtree Boulevard 141 southbound before 285.
Brought to you by the Cool Ray Lifetime Parts and Labor Warranty.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Time now for live team coverage of traffic and weather. Sydney Darden is in the WSB 24-hour traffic center.
A little bit of better news out of Cobb County. We had a crash. I-75 southbound near exit 261 near Delk Road. That was blocking one left lane. Now gone. All lanes back open. Headed towards 285. We do have a lot of delays over on the east side, though, due to construction. I-285 northbound on the outer loop. We just found road clones go up near the Stone Mountain Freeway, and then I-285 southbound near exit 44 to Glenwood Road. You've got two right lanes knocked out there due to construction to take you into your weekend. I'm Sydney Darden, 95.5 WSB.
The storm threat is over. Clearing sky as we head through this evening. It's turning cooler overnight down to 59 Saturday morning. Mostly sunny, breezy, and 80 tomorrow. On Sunday, partly cloudy, 30% chance of an isolated shower or storm late. Low 62, high 82.
68 in Johns Creek, 69 in Tucker and in Midtown. More news at 10 o'clock. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Steve Summers, 95.5 WSB.
100-941-SEAN if you want to be a part of the program. When you need to reach elderly relatives, maybe parents, grandparents, aunts, uncles, whoever it happens to be, well, you can use our new sponsor, Rapid Radio Walkie-Talkies. This is not a toy. This is industrial strength, the real deal. And Rapid Radios will keep you connected with any aging relative at the touch of a button. You want to stay in touch with your kids, but you also want to make sure they stay off the internet? Well, you can do it with Rapid Radios. Again, touch of a button. And it's just incredible. What about friends, employees? What if there's a natural disaster? The beauty of Rapid Radios, they are 100% private. There's no subscription plan ever. You never pay any monthly fee at all. And it is incredible technology. It's on a nationwide LTE network. You can, I'm in Florida. I can talk to somebody in New York or Pennsylvania where Linda is, or we can talk to people out in California, Idaho, Oregon, you name it, Washington State. And it's just great technology. Anyway, everyone's talking about it and saving money because of it. And if you go to rapidradios.com right now, you'll get 60% off free UPS shipping. If you add the radio code radio25, promo code radio25, you'll get an extra $25 off and a free EMP protection bag, all from Rapid Radios, rapidradio.com. Now, we're going to do a lot on this tonight because I think it's the biggest White House presidential scandal in our history. What did they know? When did they know it? And who was really in charge? Because it wasn't Joe Biden. I mean, this is as damning as it gets. And that is, and I saw this, I forgot who wrote this, in the Western Journal, I guess. James Comer speaking to reporters. And this auto pen scandal is the real deal. And he stated that they identified individuals effectively doing the work of the president in place of the president, signing executive orders and pardons via auto pen. What is this auto pen thing? I don't get it. I know authors have often used it for a book. They'll do variations of their handwriting, and people do. I've always felt that's disingenuous. I was given an opportunity in a book to do it, and I'm like, I can sign the stupid book. What's the big deal? I mean, if people are nice enough to buy it, I should be grateful that they would want my signature, and I am, by the way. Anyway, I remember that one year, Linda, I signed about 80,000 tip sheets, and then they actually inserted it as a page in the book.
Yeah, you were super happy about that, too. It was really fun.
It took forever. It took
one of our better memories here. It was just so, you're just
well,
so
I did it over
enjoying.
my 2-week vacation around Christmas. I just literally, and then people said, well, your handwriting changed. I'm like, no, my arm was dead tired.
Yeah, it was a lot. I don't think anything was worse than the day you did the live signing. Not worse, but just overwhelming at the Reagan Library back in the day. That was a lot.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, but it was fun. I mean, you know what? I'm grateful. Somebody asked me recently. I was at the Florida Panthers game. I love ice hockey. And I can't stand any New York team anymore. I'm done. I'm checked out of New York. I'm a Florida Panthers fan, and this is their third trip to the Stanley Cup, and they're going to be playing. It's a rematch with Edmonton again this year, and that series went 7 games last year, and they were up 3-0. You know how stressful that was for me. It's more stressful than doing the show and talking to you on a daily basis. That could be pretty stressful.
It's pretty intense.
So, and somebody said, you must not like taking selfies. I'm like, can I ask you a question? And she goes, sure. I said, what do you do for a living? And he tells me whatever the business he's in. I said, if your customer asked to take a picture, would you take a picture? I mean, anybody that wouldn't take a picture with somebody that's nice enough to want one, I'm like, you're insane. I wouldn't have a job unless people listen to my show or watch my TV show. I'm very grateful. I don't know why people have that attitude. There are people You know, Frank Sinatra famously told, would curse people out if they asked for an autograph or a picture. I'm like, well, why? It makes no sense to me. Anyway, Comer, was on my show earlier this week, but anyway, also posted on X and revealed that there had been a massive uptick in these pardons and executive orders during Biden's last 100 days. And he said there was an activity in the last 100 days of the Biden administration more than the first 3.5 years. And he said the 4 staffers that we asked to have come in for transcribed interviews have all lawyered up. He said there's more activity in the last 100 days of the Biden administration than the first 3.5 years of the Biden administration. Now, that means far more reaching executive orders. Now, I've been told by some of my sources that there are certain traps that have been set by the people that knew they were leaving to try to make the Trump people look bad. And all I'll tell you is if some things seem to be going slower than you might like, that may be part of the reason. As a matter of fact, I can confirm it is part of the reason. That is very, very real. And one day that will come out. But we've got to ask questions here that I guess are a little bit uncomfortable for people. Like I remember the Wall Street Journal. Remember in early June of 24, they had a story entitled Behind Closed Doors, Biden Shows Signs of Slipping. Now, we were talking about this as early as 2019. We went out on a limb. We were widely panned, widely criticized, attacked for it. And anyway, eventually people started catching up. Wall Street Journal writes this piece in June of 2024 about Biden slipping. And the reporters behind that story were viciously attacked by just speaking up and telling the truth. And then it was not long thereafter that they came up with this term cheap fake videos. And here's where the tough question is going to come in. Were the people closest to Biden? I know I'm not supposed to ask this question. Is anyone really going to try and convince me they didn't see it? Or do you believe, as I do, that they saw far worse than we ever saw? That whenever Joe got in public, we got the best Joe that we were ever going to get. And it had to be far worse behind the scenes. And that's why you had this small window, 10 to 3 every day or 4. And how many days did they call lit at 9 a.m., 10 a.m. in the morning? Meaning you're not going to see or hear from the president again all day. Compare that to the speed of Trump. It's unbelievable. But does the word elder abuse seem to be appropriate here? If people knew he was that cognitively impaired and not up to the job, and they still were pushing him to run when he could barely get over the finish line and finish his first term and maybe wasn't even in charge at the end? I mean, that's such a massive scandal. Unbelievable. Core inflation has fallen to its lowest rate in 4 years. Well, I guess Wall Street was wrong again. The CPI, Consumer Price Index, only up 0.1% in April. The second month in a row, consumers got relief from inflation that has plagued the economy throughout the Biden years. And by the way, it turns out prices are just up 2.1%. Now remember, Biden inherited 1.9%. Then he took it to 9%. 2.1%. Well, what has the Fed been telling us their target is? 2.0. Jerome Powell cut interest rates immediately. You reached your stated goal. There's no earthly reason why you're keeping interest rates this high, because it's hurting the economy. It's slowing down home building. It's slowing down the sale of existing homes. What are you doing? This is your favorite inflation gauge, the Fed's favorite inflation gauge, the Consumer Price Index. It's unbelievable. America's trade deficit with the rest of the world has been cut in half. This was in the Wall Street Journal. Most of the media breaking its neck looking the other way. This morning's stunning Commerce Department report on inflation now plunged under Donald Trump to a 4-year low, and you probably won't be hearing too much about it. But, then you have, thanks to the Trump tariffs, America's trade deficit with the rest of the world has now been cut nearly in half. U.S. trade deficit for goods shrank substantially in April as new tariffs weighed on imports. Good imports fell 20%, $276.1 billion. Exports rose 3.4%. Well, that's good for American workers, isn't it? And he will get these trade deals done. I'm very confident of that. New Commerce Department numbers show that inflation rate under Trump has now dropped to the lowest level in 4 years. Incomes rose by a healthy 0.8% in April. Oh, we're doing a lot better already under Donald Trump. Wait till we get the big, beautiful bill, energy dominance going, the tax cuts in place, the $10 trillion in committed monies to be spent, manufacturing beginning in this country. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent telling Fox News that he has sympathy for some members of the Senate who want more spending cuts, but the issue can't be solved in a year. They're doing their very best, but they're also working under the difficulty of reconciliation, which is hard. But it is, I would argue, the most conservative bill I've seen in my life. It's not perfect. And I think they got to get to work right away and take their pen and start slashing as much as possible and move this country towards a balanced budget and stop robbing from our kids and save, Social Security and Medicaid and also build the next generation of weaponry. It's going to take a lot of money. We need to get people back to work with high-paying career jobs. It's a great way to start. Volkswagen, which is Europe's largest industrial group, said that they will make, quote, a massive investment in the U.S. Why are all these countries doing this? Because of Donald Trump. Why are they doing it also? Because they want access to our markets. They want to sell you their stuff. That's the reason. And as long as we sit back and allow these countries to abuse us, they'd never make these investments. Why should they? And we were stupid enough to allow it to happen. There was an interesting Salon piece out. How low will Democrats sink before the DNC acts? The DNC can't get their own act together. You got David Hogg saying that he's going to primary, raise millions of dollars in primary incumbents. By the way, Victor Davis Hanson is predicting Schumer's ouster by AOC as political pressures mount. I can see that for sure. 100%. Jasmine Crockett goes on. I guess Jim Acosta, Fake News Acosta, has a podcast. Anyway, he had on one of our favorite Democrats. We love Jasmine Crockett on this program. I'm sorry. We love AOC. We love Jasmine Crockett. We love the squad. We love Grandpa Bernie. I mean, that's the face of the Democratic Party. Let everybody hear from them. Did you see Stephen A. Smith? You'd play them all day if you could last night on TV. It was pretty funny. But there, and she thinks that actually believes that Donald Trump will throw her in jail. Nobody wants to throw her in jail. Just keep talking. And let Michelle Obama keep talking, too. Did you hear she was talking about autism may have been caused by older sperm? Did you see that this week? And then
She's
claiming
crazy.
a woman's reproductive system is not primarily intended for bearing children. Reproductive system. Let's pay attention to the words we're talking about here. Well, that's what she said. Anyway, she was having a discussion about where women should go to get proper information. So many men have no idea what women go through, right? Well, there are things that men go through that maybe women don't know about.
Exactly.
That makes sense, right?
Yeah, enough. I'm just
hate to
over it. The feminists need to be quiet.
We haven't considered, how it affects a lot of male lawmakers, a lot of male politicians, a lot of male religious leaders, and how they think about the issue of choice as if it's just about the fetus, the baby. But women's reproductive health is about our life. Well, nobody, rape, incest, mother's life. Almost everybody makes those exceptions and more. Countries
I
kind
like
of
how
settled
it's called
on.
a fetus. It's a fetus, but if it was
That's what it
murdered,
is.
it'd be a double homicide. It'd be murder.
Do you hear Anthony Weiner's back? He was asked about are women, he quipped that women are crazy about him, despite going to prison and being required to register as a sex offender. Oh, sure. Oh, my God, they're crazy about me, he said. Women are crazy about me. It's on some podcast. And, meanwhile, the sexting saga began more than a decade ago with a lewd photo of the married congressman in his underwear was posted on one of Weiner's public social media accounts. Whoopsie daisy. Remember when Andrew Breitbart took over that press conference and then we had him on
Dude,
right after?
that was incredible. That was
so
actually
funny.
incredible.
He commandeered the whole presser. He just took over the room.
Yeah, but he kept his
he was
phone
a-
on. So we were able to get him live while it was happening.
Oh, he was a force of nature. And he and I, we once had a big battle. You remember, I've told this story before, but Breitbart. So one day he gives a speech, and he uses Linda salty language, very salty language. Words I would never use for a woman, okay? And I call him. I said, how'd you like your speech? He said, the crowd loved it. I said, let me ask you a question. Do you want to be able to have power and influence for just the long term, or are you just in this for the short term? Long term. And then we got into an argument. Well, I said, if you keep calling women those names, you're never going to be taken seriously. Anyway, he ends up hanging up on me. He didn't call me back. And then after he called me back, he hung up on me again. And he finally called me back and he said, I thought about it. You're right. He was a good guy. He really was. And he was gutsy. He was like one of the first people to be out there and be really gutsy. All right, 800-941-SEAN if you want to be a part of the program. I want to tell you how you can save money, not sacrifice service. Switch to my cell phone provider. That's Pure Talk. It's a veteran-run company. Right now, our friends at Pure Talk, they offer the same exact service as the big carriers, AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile. Why? Because they use the same cell towers, the same 5G network. You get the same service. Average family saves over $1,000 a year. And Pure Talk has now partnered with another advertiser of ours that we love, Allegiance Flag, which is the highest quality American flag, period, hand-sewn, Charleston, South Carolina. And they want to give 1,000 of those flags to U.S. veterans in time for the 4th of July. Just make the switch, and a portion of every sale will go to provide these high-quality flags to deserving veterans. And with plans from just $25 a month, you get unlimited talk and text and plenty of data. You get America's most dependable 5G network. You get roaming, mobile hotspot, get it all. Just dial pound 250, making the switch is simple, fast, and easy. You use the keyword Save Now. Pound 250, keyword Save Now, and you'll be supporting veterans with an Allegiance flag. And make the switch to America's wireless company, Pure Talk.
Sean Hannity talks to the people involved in the top stories of the day. Every day. Sean Hannity is on. Your non-stop news source. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Time marches on, and a lot has changed. But one thing has not changed. Washington regulations on local stations. Regulations that make it tough for local TV and radio stations to compete with global big tech platforms. If you want to keep local news, weather, and live sports on TV and radio, we need updated regulations. Tell Washington to modernize the rules to help local stations compete. Learn more at nab.org/modernize the rules. This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Summer is almost here, and let's be real, your house looks like it's been hiding under a pile of pollen, doesn't it? Just like mine in that dirty driveway. Ooh, not fooling anybody either. That's why I called Wise Guys Pro Wash. They gave me a quote, showed up the next day, and bam, clean house, sparkling patio, and a deck I actually want to sit on. With more than 2,000 five-star Google reviews, Wise Guys is the only company I trust to get my home summer ready. Mention me, Chris Chandler, and get $70 off your next service. Book now at wiseguysprowash.com.
Hey folks, Dr. Joe Esposito here. If you've been in an auto accident, don't wait. The pain might not show up right away, but the damage can last a lifetime if it's left untreated. Now, our team of doctors at PainFreeAtlanta.com specialize in post-accident chiropractic that gets to the root of the cause, and that helps you heal naturally without relying on painkillers and risky surgery and other procedures. And if your condition requires further medical attention, we work with a trusted network of qualified medical doctors and specialists to ensure that you get the full care that you deserve. Let us guide you through every step of the process, safely, professionally, and with compassion. We can also find honest, qualified legal representation if necessary. Don't fall for scam artists whose only concern is their wallets and not your health. We also document your injuries so that you get the settlement you deserve. Call us at 404-333-7777 to schedule a free consultation or visit PainFreeAtlanta.com. That's 404-333-7777. 4 7s, or visit painfreeatlanta.com.
WSB Atlanta, WSBB FM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
There's nothing like a warm weather day here in North Georgia. Restaurant patios are packed. There are so many festivals, and I love concerts under the stars. Hey, it's Smiler Mark McKay. Imagine doing all of that and building your credit. You can with the Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa credit card. You build credit with money you were already going to spend while avoiding interest. Better credit means lower rates on car and home loans and better terms to borrow money for life's unexpected expenses. The Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa has no annual fees, interest, or credit checks, and you can use it everywhere Visa is accepted. Make everyday purchases count with Chime's Secured Credit Builder Visa credit card. Get started today at Chime.com. Chime feels like progress.
Chime is a financial technology company, not a bank. Banking services provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Members FDIC. The Chime Credit Builder Visa credit card is issued by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Chime checking account required to apply. On-time payment history may have a positive impact on your credit score. Results may vary. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Stop me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. Timing depends on submission of payment file. Fees apply at out-of-network ATMs.
It turns out everything we reported about Russia collusion ended up being right, just like we're right about so many other things. We'll check in with Greg Jarrett on the other side of this. Why is the Nashville mayor, Freddie O'Connell, endangering the lives of ICE agents by doxing them? And when is that going to be against the law? Also, Rick Burgess will join us, and we'll talk about how good parenting and fatherhood and toxic versus toxic masculinity and what the difference is. You know, yeah, you can be the head of your household. Oh my gosh, open the door for a woman. Oh, pay for a date. Toxic masculinity. Straight ahead. You know, many dedicated first responders and service members like Austin Rees have paid a high price for the safety and freedom that we all enjoy every day. Now, Austin served 3 deployments in Iraq, spending 13 years with the Navy Explosive Ordnance Disposal Unit. Now, he learned to skydive on the job, became a military freefall instructor, but in what was thought to be a routine jump, something went terribly wrong, and Austin hit the ground at 65 miles an hour. In that moment, his life sadly changed forever. He broke his pelvis, his ankle. He suffered a spinal cord injury that left him paralyzed. But because of your generosity, friends like you, Tunnel to Towers was able to give Austin...
Men, trouble in the bedroom? Not anymore. Priority Men's Medical Center restores your love life in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Priority Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Priority Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. You'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8885. 404-885-8885. To restore your love life in just one visit, call now. 404-885-8885.
If you have been in a car accident in the past and have settled your case, I may have some good news. Some unethical lawyers have people known as runners who come directly to your hospital room or home and solicit your case. It's a disbarable offense. Anyone that would hire these scumbags needs to have their heads examined. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Now for the good news. If this happened to you, we will sue these lowlifes and fight to get all your fees back. And then look and see if these bottom feeders also malpracticed your case and sue them for that too. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain. Visit forthepeople.com for a free consultation or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529. If someone does this to you, call the Bar Association and report them. Let's fight these bums. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
News, weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
At 10 o'clock, I'm Steve Summers. Our top story this hour, take off anytime now for Delta Airlines, Flight 1457. After the flight had to return to Atlanta Hartsfield-Jackson International shortly after taking off for Tampa tonight. Our partners at Channel 2 Action News say Delta tells them it was some kind of mechanical problem that forced the turnaround. Nearly 200 passengers are on another plane right now for the hour-long trip when it happens. 68 in Midtown, Atlanta's most accurate and dependable forecast is coming up soon.
There will be no layoffs and no outsourcing whatsoever.
That's good news for Pennsylvania's steel workers tonight. President Trump telling them that if the world wants steel, they'll have to go through them.
President Trump announced he's doubling his tariff on steel imports to the U.S.
We're going to bring it from 25% to 50%, the tariffs on steel into the United States of America, which will even further secure the steel industry in the United States.
The president delivered the news as he touted a deal between U.S. Steel and Japan's Nippon Steel.
Price of steel products, according to the government, has risen 16% just since Trump became president again. Local reaction tonight after the Department of Homeland Security accused 3 metro counties and the city of Atlanta of helping illegal immigrants to evade capture.
The Department of Homeland Security calls DeKalb, Douglas, and Fulton counties and the city of Atlanta sanctuary jurisdictions in a new listing. It claims these local governments are harboring undocumented migrants and aren't complying with federal immigration agents. The agency says it will notify each jurisdiction and demand each immediately review their policies and make any changes to align with federal immigration laws. Austin Eller, 95.5 WSB.
Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens reacting tonight saying, quote, while Atlanta remains a welcoming city, it's well known that state law has prohibited sanctuary cities since 2009. Fulton County, they responded too. Fulton County complies with state and federal laws that ban sanctuary jurisdictions. We're not aware why this designation was made. Still no sign of a killer wanted since early this morning. Chamblee police say an unidentified man was shot and killed in front of St. Vincent de Paul on Chamblee-Tucker Road. Police Captain Jason Wasdorp says it happened during an argument.
Surveillance video depicted the victim and the suspect in a physical altercation before the shooting occurred.
Police have identified the gunman as 31-year-old Jeremiah Clanton. They say that he hopped a MARTA train going into the heart of Atlanta after this slaying. He is considered armed and dangerous.
From now on, I'm number one. Me, Margaret Houlihan.
Loretta Swit, Major Margaret Hot Lips Houlihan on the hit sitcom MASH, has died. Swit's publicist says she passed away of natural causes at her New York City home early this morning. Swit won a pair of Emmys for the Army nurse role. Loretta Swit was 87 years old. It's 10:03.
More local news.
While seen at a Covington Walmart after an employee.
More traffic.
85 south out of Brookhaven, crowded beginning past Claremont.
More weather.
The Sunnyside community may have been impacted by this tornado.
Atlanta's morning news.
Monday morning at 5.
This is a complicated, controversial subject.
Wake up with 95.5 WSB.
How Atlanta starts its day.
Hope. It's more than a word. It's a breakthrough in the making. At City of Hope, we're pushing the boundaries of science, targeting cancer at the molecular level, with teams of experts working together to personalize a treatment plan right down to your DNA with unprecedented speed, making every second count, with appointments in as little as 24 hours. City of Hope, advancing cancer care at life-saving speed. Learn more at cityofhope.org.
So you're losing your hair and you need a simple solution that works, but you want the best. It's Mark Aram here. Modern technology, top-rated physicians. You want something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair's completely redefined hair restoration, from the experience itself to the unmatched results they produce. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, address them all with a simple one-day treatment in a calm, relaxed environment with experienced pros. Advanced Hair has performed tens of thousands of breakthrough advanced FUE treatments, and get this, your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day. No one else in Atlanta can offer the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. Fix your hair loss today, starting with your free consultation, and you'll also get $500 off if you move forward. Call 470-660-HAIR. Refine your hairline with the team that's redefined hair restoration. And don't forget to ask about that Advanced Hair Guarantee. 470-660-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
I've been forecasting sunshine for you for 40 years. Hi, it's meteorologist Glenn Burns, and now I'm excited with the sunshine inside my home. It's bigger and brighter thanks to my Infinity from Marvin fiberglass windows from North Georgia Replacement Windows. They're not big and bulky like vinyl composite windows. Fiberglass is stronger with narrower frames that brighten your home with more daylight and bigger views.
Infinity from Marvin Replacement Windows, yeah!
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code LIKE to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code LIKE for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code LIKE for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
At Shane Company, we've been engagement ring experts for almost 100 years. We have the largest selection of diamonds and gemstones in stock. You don't have to wait to compare them side by side. Find the one that speaks to you at shaneco.com or in store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
The Sean Hannity Show, sponsored by Mark Spain Real Estate. Get a guaranteed offer on your home today.
Time now for live team coverage of traffic and weather. Jay Holloway starts us off in the WSB 24-hour traffic center.
Heavy on the traffic heading south I-75 and Henry. Road maintenance blocks a right lane near Hudson Bridge Road exit 224. Seeing brake lights all the way back to the I-675 exchange. Travel advisory for DeKalb as construction on the outer loop of 285 northbound shuts down 2 right lanes near Highway 78, which is exit 39. Also advice for travel on 285 southbound the inner loop for 2 right lanes out for road work near exit 44 Glenwood Road. Leave a little earlier so the delays don't trouble you tonight. Jay Holloway, 95.5 WSB Traffic.
I'm Channel 2 Action News Chief Meteorologist Brad Nitz. Under a clear sky, we're headed to the mid-upper 50s by Saturday morning. Mostly sunny, 80 tomorrow. And then on Sunday, low 61, high 82 with just a 30% chance of an isolated storm.
67 in Alpharetta, 69 in East Point, 68 in Midtown. More news at 10:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Steve Summers, 95.5 WSB.
The Sean Hannity Show, sponsored by Mark Spain Real Estate. Get a guaranteed offer on your home today.
Hour 2, Sean Hannity Show this Friday, 800-941-SEAN is our number. You want to be a part of the program. Fox News legal analyst, number 1 best-selling New York Times author Greg Jarrett is with us. Before we get to a lot of the legal issues of our time, and there's a ton of legal issues in the news today, I do think this issue, first broken by John Solomon, but actually first broken by our ensemble cast, including Greg Jarrett, John Solomon, and others, as it relates to Nellie Ohr. And what we have discovered is that the Department of Justice knew damn well a long time ago that Nellie Ohr, whose husband was Bruce Ohr, Deputy Assistant District Attorney or whatever, well, not District Attorney, but Attorney General, and she was up to her eyeballs working for Fusion GPS. They, of course, were responsible for working with former MI6 agent Christopher Steele. They came up with the dirty Russian disinformation dossier. That dossier was then used 4 times, even though it was debunked, even after it was debunked in December of 2016. And they still used it as the bulk of information for the FISA applications. Comey signed 3 of the 4 of them. You had to renew it every 3 months. And on page 53 of Greg's number 1 best-selling book, he did point out all of this 6 years ago. Greg Jarrett, take a victory lap. You deserve it.
Well, thanks. And again, you were instrumental in all of this. And, you know, we discussed it 6 years ago in 2019 when my book Witch Hunt came out. So I was reading through these newly declassified FBI documents showing that Nellie Ohr gave false testimony. And I knew where that had been written before because I wrote it almost word for word, chapter 2, page 53, and then many pages thereafter. And I detailed all of her false statements. I had gone through the testimony I had also obtained documents which showed the same thing. She denied, for example, in her testimony, sharing her dossier research with anybody at the Department of Justice. But as I wrote in the book, there are 339 pages of emails showing that she sent it to at least 3 prosecutors at the Department of Justice. And in fact, those same emails prove that she knew of the DOJ's parallel investigation of Trump, even though she testified to the exact opposite.
But it's important to remind people, Greg, that dirty dossier, and there are even claims and people that believe, and maybe you believe, that she actually wrote at least part of it, if not all of it, that in fact that they knew it was false, they didn't care, and it, without any real basis to start an investigation, it became the impetus for the opening of what was known then as and now as Operation Crossfire Hurricane, which was the Russia hoax.
Yeah, she helped research at least 2 phony dossiers on Trump that essentially were mimicked or merged into Christopher Steele's infamous bogus dossier. Then she and her husband, Bruce Orr, the number 4 at the Department of Justice, met secretly with Christopher Steele, 9 a.m. at the Mayflower Hotel in Washington, D.C. on July 30th, 2016. I wrote all of this in my book, Witch Hunt. And that date's important because the very next day, the Crossfire Hurricane investigation of Trump was launched without any legal basis, no credible evidence, and in direct violation of FBI regulations. So, as you and I were talking last night, it was crooked top to bottom. And James Comey knew at the outset that it was all a complete fiction. He didn't care. He hated Donald Trump so much, he was willing to abuse the law, lie to the courts, deceive the American people, all to take down President Trump. And, the lesson here is the people we entrust to enforce the law can themselves become law breakers, and yet none of them were ever charged or held accountable.
Well, I think that's the key thing. They weren't charged, they weren't held accountable, and I guess the statute of limitations probably by this point has run out on this. And it's very interesting as you watch this. For example, all these issues, the media has had a reckoning. In 2007, and again, give me a little bit of time to set this up here. In 2007, I said journalism's dead. After this past election, I said legacy media is dead. They just don't know it yet. And I think it's coming to be true and proven more true every single day.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at Fake Jake Tapper, for example, I mean, his show has hit the lowest ratings they've ever had since 2015. So the legacy media mob, I would argue, is paying a price, and I don't think they'll ever get credibility back. These bureaucrats that were in the what we call deep state, they were not held accountable. But back to the media. I mean, I learned a lesson because I was on the air when the Atlanta Journal-Constitution came out with, Richard Jewell fits the profile of the lone bomber. He lives with his mother. And I said on the air, I didn't know Richard Jewell was listening to me. And I ended up getting one of the first interviews with him as a result. I said, just because he lives with his mother does not make him a terrorist. This is ridiculous. And I was the only one that did it. And he said that to me. And I was shocked when he said it, but it opened my eyes. And I didn't rush to judgment. The media got wrong Duke Lacrosse. We got it right. You were on my show often then. We got UVA right. We got Ferguson, Missouri right. Hands up, don't shoot, never happened. We got Freddie Gray in Baltimore right because we had sources. I had a source in the George Zimmerman case that told me early on, now there's going to be eyewitness testimony that will claim that it was George Zimmerman screaming because his head was being pounded into the cement, and that would probably mitigate any guilty verdict. And they got every one of those issues wrong, and they rushed to judgment every time. So there's this unholy alliance with the legacy media and this deep state, and they never get held accountable, although I would argue media is being held accountable because people don't trust them. Sorry that took so long.
No, it's worth reciting. And, back in 2007, when you predicted that or pronounced the mainstream media dead, you weren't just prescient. You had eyes and ears, and you were paying attention, and you saw what they were doing. They were rushing to judgment. They were allowing their own political bias to infect their reporting, and not just the stories they chose to publish, but the way they told those stories. And what's so interesting about all the examples that you just recited, quite accurately, I must add, is that there was never any mea culpa from the mainstream media for getting it wrong. They never apologized for it. And the Russia hoax was the classic example. When, in the end, they were finally forced to admit, the New York Times or the Washington Post, they got it wrong, they didn't give back their Pulitzer Prize. No, they just moved on to the next faux scandal that they either generated or inflated, and never looked back at all of their chronic mistakes. They never apologized to the American people. And look, Americans are smart, and that's why they no longer trust people in the mainstream media. They have utterly lost faith in them because they have gotten it wrong so many times, and not just innocuous mistakes. It was done with malice.
It really was, Greg, and all credit to you. And here's the irony, and it gets more ironic, is that they got Pulitzer Prizes. Yeah. Now, I'm not saying that we deserve a Pulitzer Prize, but there was a very, very small circle of us that were doggedly all over the Russia hoax. We spent about 3 years of our lives covering that story, unpeeling every layer of the onion. You were a big part of the coverage. John Solomon, Sarah Carter, Catherine Herridge. And I'm going to miss names here, but there wasn't many more. And maybe about 6 sources that were so rock solid, and we protect our sources because we are members of the press. But, but for those 6 people or 7 people maximum, the story never would have been told.
Yeah, I mean, look, I had good sources, you had good sources, but a lot of it was in the public sphere. And journalists, mainstream journalists, became incredibly lazy. They were happy to jump on the I hate Trump bandwagon. He's a Russian stooge who colluded in the bowels of the Kremlin with Vladimir Putin. I looked at a lot of this as a lawyer, and I began with the FBI regulations. I said, wait a minute. Comey's violating the regulations. He has no credible evidence. None. Zero. And yet...
But you even took it further than that, because after he knew definitively in December of 2016 that they knew by then that it was debunked, Christopher Steele was fired. And in spite of that, they still continued to use that dirty Russian disinformation dossier that Hillary paid for as the bulk of information before the FISA court. Now, the law, you pointed out to me at the time, required that if you make a mistake, you go back to the court immediately and tell them.
Yeah, and I poured through all of those applications to the FISA court. James Comey's on name and signatures on 3 of the 4, and McCabe on another one. Including Rod Rosenstein, by the way, and that's a whole other story. But look, what he was doing was telling the court that this is based on the dossier. The dossier is credible and Christopher Steele is reliable, without telling the court that Steele was not reliable, in fact, so unreliable and such a liar that the FBI fired Steele as a confidential human source for lying. But they didn't disclose that to the court. Now, what is that? That's lying to the court. And if I ever did that in front of a judge, I'd better bring my toothbrush, because I'm going to be held in criminal contempt. And yet,
but you don't have to worry, because I'd come with a cake and a file. You'd be good.
Thanks, pal. I appreciate it. But look, the point here is that these people were getting away with it. James Comey and his whole crooked gang at the FBI. And they're still getting away with it because they were never held accountable. It apparently is not enough for you and I and John Solomon and others and Catherine Herridge to disclose the truth backed up by documentary proof. That's apparently not enough. And, this Nellie Ohr, they buried that classified document for the better part of a decade until Kash Patel came in, started going through the vaults where all this stuff is hidden away so that nobody would ever see it. And he began to go through it and reveal it to the American public. They deserve the truth. And, God bless Kash Patel for doing that. It takes a lot of courage.
All right, quick break. We'll come right back, and we'll continue more. Craig Jarrett on the other side. We'll hit the phones as well, 800-941-SEAN, if you want to be a part of the program. All right, we have the 4th of July coming. Don't you want to fly the American flag with pride? Don't you feel when you're in your more quiet and introspective moments, aren't you glad and grateful and humbled that you live in the greatest country God gave man? I remember writing a friend of mine. I was in Saudi Arabia. I was in Riyadh. I said, man, I miss the free state of Florida. It was hot and it was an arid desert. But we live in the greatest country on earth. Independence Day is coming, the birth of our nation. And you don't want to celebrate it without a flag or a cheap flag made in China. No, you want to celebrate Independence Day, the blessing of liberty, with an American flag made right here in America. And I'm talking about Allegiance Flag Supply. They make the highest quality American flag, period, hand sewn in Charleston, South Carolina. I mean, top quality, all American made, 100%. And I'm telling you, the most patriotic thing you can do is support hardworking Americans and proudly display that Allegiance flag and fly it with pride and appreciation and humility and gratefulness. Just go to showallegiance.com. Use the promo code Hannity. You'll get free shipping. That's showallegiance.com. Promo code Hannity. Free shipping, and have your flag in time for the 4th of July. That's Allegiance flags, American flags for great Americans made the American way.
A daily heat-seeking missile of information that you won't get anywhere else. Hannity's on now.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Hey, are you ready for a home upgrade without the hassle? We'll give your home a fresh look with new custom window treatments from our friends at Blinds.com, where real professional design experts make the complex very simple. Now, forget everything you thought you knew about shopping for window treatments. Now, Blinds.com's design experts are ready to help you with everything from selecting the perfect styles to scheduling the installation. Now, if you have a complicated project, their designers can schedule a free professional measure for you. Now, if you think you need a designer to visit your home, shop from the comfort of your home on your schedule, and they'll even send free samples to your door. Again, fast and free. You can choose from their stylish Roman and woven wood shades and shutters, motorized options, and much more. And you get an upfront quote with no hidden fees. And with Blinds.com, there's no need to wait around for an in-home consultation just to get a quote. Shop now at Blinds.com and save up to 50% off with a minimum purchase. Get up to 50% off for a limited time at Blinds.com. Rules and restrictions may apply.
We've got trade wars, inflation, skyrocketing national debt, and a potential recession looming. It's no wonder gold keeps hitting record highs. With everything going on in the world, thousands of hardworking Americans are looking to diversify their savings with precious metals like gold and silver. And they're turning to the top-rated gold company, Gold Co. With over 6,000 five-star customer reviews, an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, and the industry's highest buyback guarantee, Gold Co. is the preferred precious metals company of thousands of Americans. Right now, Gold Co. is offering you a free 2025 gold and silver kit. Plus, you could get unlimited bonus silver if you qualify. Find out how you can help diversify your savings, tax and penalty free today. Visit HannityGold.com or call 855-815-GOLD. That's HannityGold.com or call 855-815-GOLD.
David is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Nice to meet you. My name is David. I've been a pharmacist for 44 years, and I'm from Flowery Branch, Georgia. When I first started taking Prevagen, I noticed stuff just seemed to come together and fit like a jigsaw puzzle. When I have customers come in, I recommend Prevagen. Number one, because it's safe and effective, does not require a prescription, and I've been taking it quite a while myself, and I know it works. I wouldn't recommend something like Prevagen if I didn't think it was worth it because it works so good for me. And I love it when the customers come back in and tell me, David, that really works so good. It makes my day.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin. $5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5 grand. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code TRAVEL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code TRAVEL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code TRAVEL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Get rid of that musty, dusty smell in your home with help from the Zero-Res Air Duct experts. Mention me, Chris Chandler, and get $50 off your next air duct cleaning. Just use promo code AIR50 when scheduling online at ZeroResAtlanta.com. Zero-Res, it's the right way to clean.
All right, we continue now with #1 New York Times bestselling author, Fox News legal analyst Greg Jarrett is with us. You know how I know that I'm right? And we were right on this program. We started chronicling Joe's cognitive decline in 2019. And I've proven that on radio, and we're going to go deep in the paint tonight on Hannity on TV on this, because I think it's the biggest White House and presidential scandal in history, what they did. And I'm sorry, but I'm going to be dogged on this, because and please watch tonight's show. It's going to be definitive. Is the media ignores me when I'm right. They ignored my reporting on his cognitive decline, except to criticize me occasionally and take cheap shots, a hit and run. But it's the same with the Russia hoax. They never followed our lead. They were watching every single night. They knew the truth, and they didn't care. Last word.
Well, you were talking about it in 2019. I went back and I pulled a August 2020 podcast. I warned that if Joe Biden was elected, he would be a marionette president manipulated by White House puppeteers. That literally was the title of my podcast. Of course, that's exactly what happened. Puppeteers were pulling the strings, his White House aides, his wife. And, you know, once again, I was simply paying attention as you were paying attention. We could see it with our own eyes. The mainstream media wanted people to deny what their eyes and ears.
They were calling it in late 24 cheap fake videos. They were mocking us, and we were playing very real videos. I have to run, but I will tell you, it makes me proud to be associated with people like you and John and Sarah and everybody that was part of our ensemble cast. We all dug down as deep as we could, and our staffs also worked so hard on those issues. And we like being right. And if we're wrong, we'll admit it. But that's something they won't do.
Well,
Greg Jarrett, appreciate you being with us, my friend.
And so thank you to you as well.
Have a great weekend. 800-941-SEAN if you want to be a part of the program.
David is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Nice to meet you. My name is David. I've been a pharmacist for 44 years, and I'm from Flowery Branch, Georgia. When I first started taking Prevagen, I noticed stuff just seemed to come together and fit like a jigsaw puzzle. When I have customers come in, I recommend Prevagen. Number one, because it's safe and effective, does not require a prescription, and I've been taking it quite a while myself, and I know it works. I wouldn't recommend something like Prevagen if I didn't think it was worth it, because it works so good for me. And I love it when the customers come back in and tell me, David, that really works so good. Makes my day.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
At 10:30, I'm Steve Summers. Our top story, an update to a situation we've been following tonight. Delta Airlines Flight 1457 still at the gate at Hartsfield-Jackson, waiting to take off for Tampa after being forced to return to Atlanta earlier this evening with what the airline calls a pressurization problem. The 199 passengers and crew aboard the Boeing 757 switched to another jet but continue to wait in Atlanta. Their takeoff time now set for about 11:03. 67 in Midtown. Atlanta's most accurate and dependable forecast is coming up soon. Officials in 3 metro counties plus the city of Atlanta trying to figure out why they are on the federal list of places that help illegal immigrants to avoid deportation.
The Department of Homeland Security calls DeKalb, Douglas, and Fulton counties and the city of Atlanta sanctuary jurisdictions in a new listing. It claims these local governments are harboring undocumented migrants and aren't complying with federal immigration agents. The agency says it will notify each jurisdiction and demand each immediately review their policies and make any changes to align with federal immigration laws. Austin Eller, 95.5 WSB.
Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens responding to these allegations, saying, quote, while Atlanta remains a welcoming city, it's well known that state law has prohibited sanctuary cities since 2009. Fulton County also responding. They say Fulton County complies with state and federal laws that ban sanctuary jurisdictions. We are not aware why this designation was made.
The best and strongest steel on earth will forever be made in America and made in Pennsylvania.
President Trump telling steelworkers in the Keystone State tonight that they will soon be the only game in town.
At U.S. Steel's Mon Valley Works, the president said steel tariffs will be doubled.
From 25%, we're doubling it to 50%.
During a rally celebrating Japan-based Nippon Steel's investment in U.S. Steel, Trump said there's a lot in it for America's steelworkers.
There will be no layoffs and no outsourcing whatsoever, and every U.S. steelworker will soon receive a well-deserved $5,000 bonus.
Amid the celebration, concern that the president's steel tariffs could raise prices for U.S. goods.
Price of steel products has risen 16% just since Trump became president, again, according to government numbers. It's 10:32.
Trust is not just a word. It's an experience. When your home needs service, you can trust TE Certified Electrical Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Hey, it's Chris Chandler. TE is the company I trust to fix any problem once and for all, and I don't say that lightly. I really do love my home. It's my baby. My family lives there. When somebody's there working, I can hover a little bit. I can supervise a little bit. They love that. I usually worry a little bit too, but with TE Certified, I don't have to do any of that. They actually love my home too. I am a TE certified customer, so I speak from my own experience when I say you can trust them too. Their 5-star customer experience means easy online scheduling, friendly technicians, a lifetime workmanship warranty. When TE's at the Chandler house, I just sit back and relax, let them handle everything. When it comes to my home, trust matters.
TE certified, we love your home.
At Shane Company, we love a spring engagement, but you might be wondering, how do I find the perfect engagement ring? As a trusted family jeweler since 1929, we get asked this a lot. We have a wide selection of ring settings, like vintage designs with romantic details, floral settings inspired by nature, and classic styles with clean lines and sleek metals. Dreaming of the most beautiful diamond you've ever seen? At Shane Company, we handpick only the sparkliest center stones in all shapes and sizes, from oval to round to marquise, and more. We have gorgeous natural and lab-grown diamonds at competitive prices, in-store, ready to compare side by side. Drawn to certain colors? We're known for our rainbow of vivid natural sapphires, including shades of blue, straight out of a fairy tale, handpicked by our owner, Tom Shane. At Shane Company, we have the best free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, plus resizing, repairs, and cleanings for life. Visit us at shaneco.com or in store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Skip the hassle of constant cleaning and sell your home stress-free with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Hi, this is Mark Spain. With a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can sell your home stress-free, make the most money, and move on your timeline. One of our clients, Tyra, said, thanks to Mark Spain Real Estate, our home had several cash offers within 24 hours of it being on the market, and we closed in less than a month. Find out what your guaranteed offer would be and close in as little as 21 days. There's no obligation. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
At Kroger, we've lowered prices on over 1,000 items across our stores so you can save even more. Whether you're shopping in-store or online at Kroger, we've lowered prices on thousands of the items your family wants and needs. And with lower prices, your dollar goes further every time you shop with us. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
You can save big on 6-packs of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, or Canada Dry. Select varieties or buy 2, get 2 free with your card. Limit 8. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Where you get your news is where you win.
Download the WSB app and get ready for the WSB 5K a day bonus blitz.
Amazing. 5 chances a day to win $5,000.
The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz.
5 words, 5 times a day, every weekday.
Are you serious? Your next chance to win is Monday morning at 8.
Just enter the word at WSBRadio.com or on the WSB Radio app. Oh, no. The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz.
On 95.5 WSB.
Time now for live team coverage of traffic and weather. Jay Holloway is in the WSB 24-hour traffic center.
Seeing brake lights on I-75 northbound in Fulton as road crews knock out 3 left lanes near Cleveland Avenue, exit 241. Also stoppage spotted on I-85 northbound the leg towards Langford Parkway, exit 242. 2 lanes are wiped out for construction and backing up past Cleveland Avenue as well. In Douglas County, I-20 westbound near exit 26 Liberty Road, a right lane is lost to Friday night road work. Jay Holloway, 95.5 WSB Traffic.
I'm Channel 2 Action News Chief Meteorologist Brad Nitz. 50s by morning, a cool start, then mostly sunny and warm, breezy, high 80. Sunday, low 61, high 82. Rain chance 30% for an isolated shower storm late.
66 in Powder Springs and in Fairburn, 67 in Midtown. More news at 11 o'clock. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Steve Summers, 95.5 WSB.
Free. Our number is 800-941-SEAN. If you want to be a part of the program, look, Israel is in a fight for their very survival, and they're fighting a 7-front war. It has been devastating in terms of a humanitarian crisis that has been created there. I'm proudly going to meet with the IFCJ, the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, next week, and I'm looking forward to seeing them. They are doing incredible work. They're doing God's work. And they are providing for the tens and tens of thousands of Israelis that need humanitarian assistance, that have been displaced. They need food, they need water, they need shelter, they need medicine, they need clothing, they need everything. And they're there helping everybody in need. And they're also providing safety equipment like flak jackets and bomb shelters. And whatever you can do to help them and donate to them is necessary. It is needed. You're providing aid to people as they battle for their very survival against radical Islamic terrorists, and they are fighting a war, again, for their very survival. Anyway, please help them out. Donate generously. Here's the toll-free number. It's 888-488-IFCJ, 888-488-IFCJ. On the web, it's ifcj.org. That's ifcj.org today. Well, we've been talking a lot about the Democrats and how they're sinking. There's a great article in Salon. How long will Democrats sink before the DNC acts? I don't think they're going to be able to act. There's no way. Well, first of all, there aren't many moderates to begin with. That's number one. Number two, they continue to remain woke. You heard AOC talking about, let's abolish ICE. You know, they keep on this narrative that they want to defend the right of men and champion the rights of men to play women's sports. They continue to champion the rights of illegals, even gang members and cartel members, over the safety of Americans. They continue to think that if you try to rein in insane government spending and rob from our kids and grandkids, that you're a horrible person. I think the most amusing part of all of it to me, though, is the fact that they have no clue what has happened to them. They have no clue and no understanding of why the American people are rejecting them in droves. They don't understand that most Americans don't want taxpayer-funded sex change operations for illegal immigrants and for convicted felons, the way Kamala Harris did. They don't want to pay for college tuition for illegal immigrants. They want people to follow the law. They want people vetted before they enter our country. I think what made me laugh the most this week is this insanity of the left when it was announced that they're spending 20 million taxpayer dollars, 20 million, to figure out how can we talk to men, especially younger men. Hey, bro, how are you? What's up, dude? You want to get a brewski? I mean, what the hell is that? Anyway, here to sort this one out. It really is a job for one man and one man only. Our good friend Rick Burgess is back. He's now the author of the book Men Don't Run in the Rain. He's the host of the hit Rick Burgess Show. For many years, it was the Rick and Bubba Show, and I know Bubba is sadly retired. I know he's doing great things. We miss him, and I know you guys are still great friends, which I'm glad to hear. And I can't make fun of his tennis game anymore. I had so much fun doing that.
Well, yeah, I mean, you never saw Bubba and thought to yourself, now there's a tennis player.
No, you never saw Bubba and said, yeah, there's a great tennis player. But he was a great guy, and you guys had an incredible run together, and I'm glad you're continuing in broadcasting, and I'm wishing him all the best. He's been a great friend of the show, as you have been. By the way, so the name of your book is Men Don't Run in the Rain, his son's reflections on life, faith, and on an iconic father. And I want to talk a little bit about it, but first, I mean, $20 million Democrats spending to learn how to talk to men. Hey, Rick, how are you? What's up, bro? How you doing? What's going on? Want to catch a brewski together? I mean, what the hell is that?
I can't imagine my dad, because this book represents a dying generation. Now, don't forget, the left are the very people that, on one hand, told us that men and women are not beautifully distinct. They're interchangeable, that women can be men can be women, but all of a sudden they decided that they're going to lead the way on how to talk to men after telling us there's no such thing as men and women. That only the left could have that kind of logic.
Yeah, it's all true, but I mean, if you have to study that question, that means you don't have any authenticity. I learned very early in my career that the only way I was going to be successful is to just be myself. When I first started in talk radio, I had listened to guys like Bob Grant. Hey, get off my phone, you creep, you scumbag, and all this stuff. So when I started in radio, I tried to be like that. And I realized, that's not really who I am. And I just evolved into myself more and more. And you can't fake it for 3 hours a day. Your authentic self is coming out, period, end of sentence, if you're going to have any level of success. But what I love about you is, you guys cut up, you have a good time, you laugh, you tell jokes. But then you also have a serious side. You're very open about your Christian faith. In your book, A Son's Reflections on Life, Faith, and an Iconic Father, few things shape a life more profoundly than the lessons of a father. Well, that's going to make the left in this country bubble and fizz like Alka-Seltzer, because, it's too masculine in its title.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And that title, Men Don't Run in the Rain, it came from, I remember growing up, and you remember these men, Sean. I mean, you saw them, and they were men. They didn't apologize for being men. And now what at one time we called basic masculinity, the left has tried to label toxic masculinity. Now, there is a toxic masculinity, and there are men who are a detriment to society. But just because a person is masculine, it does not make it toxic. There was also a beautiful masculinity that I believe was created by God when he made them male and female, made them equal but beautifully distinct. And I remember seeing my father, it was raining, and I was just a child. I was a little boy. And I noticed that he never changed his gait. He was walking in the rain as if there were no rain falling at all. And he came over, and even my friend, he said, "Did you notice your dad doesn't run in the rain?" And I'm like, "No, I've never seen him run in the rain." So when I became a teenager, and he was the athletic director and football coach at the local high school, I was in the junior high program. So, Mom said, "Ride home with your dad when he's done." So we were about to go out to his truck, 3 on the column, like real men drove. And so it started raining. We're from Alabama. Just about every summer afternoon you're going to get some sort of rain because of the humidity. And I went to run to his truck, and he took his massive forearm, Sean, and he just stopped me, and he said, "Men don't run in the rain. We'll walk to the truck."
I mean, I kind of love that. That's a pretty cool story about your dad, and it's very old school. Yeah, you're right. It would be called toxic masculinity. I said to, I was having this conversation with a friend of mine. I mean, what does it mean to be the head of your household or the man in the home? Well, in my view, and I don't care if people want to call me Bam Bam or Fred Flintstone, if there's an intruder in my house and my family is there, I'm going to be the one that goes out and takes care of the threat. That's my job. I view it as my job. And even though, quote, I view myself as, quote, the head of the household, you're the man of the household, but you're a gentleman. It's like I still believe in the old-fashioned way of opening doors for women in a car. I believe men should pay for a date. This idea of if you pay half, I pay half. I don't get that. I wasn't raised that way. I was taught that you don't say certain words to a woman ever, except Linda, because she uses them more than me.
Well, let's face it, Linda's a different case. But when you're our household, you said that correctly. My dad was clearly the authoritative figure in the home, but it was a servant leadership. He was our protector. I remember, the day he passed away, my mother was there, and my wife was there, and my mother and my wife both said the same thing. When he passed, there was a moment where my wife looked at me and she said, "He was our protector. He was the patriarch of the family," the very thing the left is trying to remove from society. And there was a moment there when I realized it would now shift to me. It would shift to my brother. And we realized there was a passing of the torch. But there was a certain comfort he brought because we knew what you said, Sean. He would make sure that nothing could ever harm us. But at the same time, he opened the door for my mother. He told us never disrespect our mother. I better never hear you say a harsh word to your mother. And he served our house as well as led our house, and he had a humility that was something that's been lost. And I'm trying to use this book to say these kind of men are leaving our society, so we can use this platform where I can share this incredible man, this true original, with a generation that aren't being taught this.
All right, quick break. We'll come back more with Rick Burgess, radio host, author of the brand new book, Men Don't Run in the Rain, a son's reflections of life, faith, and an iconic father. Amazon.com, Hannity.com. Also, your calls, Andy Ogles, on this radical left Nashville mayor as we continue.
The final hour of the Sean Hannity Show is up next. Hang on for Sean's Conservative Solutions.
All the news, weather, and traffic you need. 95.5 WSB.
Get the dirt out before school's out and call Zero Res. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $129. Mention me, Chris Chandler, to secure this deal today. Book online at ZeroResAtlanta.com. Zero Res, spell it backwards or forwards. It's the right way to clean.
Oh, there it goes again. I think old Rusty's had her last ride.
Aw, I think you're right. It's time to let her go. But what if she could still do some good?
What do you mean?
Well, we can donate it to the Tommy Novus Center.
Really?
They take old cars, running or not, and use the proceeds to help people with disabilities find jobs.
So instead of Rusty just sitting in the driveway, she could help someone who needs a job?
Exactly. And donating is easy. They pick it up for free.
That's a great idea.
Donate your vehicle to Tommy Novus Center and help people with disabilities gain meaningful employment. Visit TommyNovusCenter.org to donate.
It's happening, guys. Your hair's thinning, the crown's disappearing. Hair loss might have you feeling you've lost your identity. It's Mark Arum here. Thankfully, there's Advanced Hair Simple One-Day Treatment. You decide how much, how thick, and where. It's your own natural hair that begins regrowing the very next day, and it's guaranteed to grow for life. I've seen Advanced Hair's incredible results with my own eyes. Get your free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 470-660-HAIR or AdvancedHair.com.
You know what you want to do in retirement, but do you know how to get there? Tune in to Retire Ready with David Nicholas of Nicholas Wealth Management Saturday at 6 to get answers to your retirement. Nicholas Wealth is an independent financial services firm and uses a variety of different investment strategies.
Hey, get a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate and sell your home for maximum value, and that's without the stress of listing your home on the market. Hey, Sean Hannity here. You know, trying to sell your home can be overwhelming. With the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can skip the entire hassle, get an all-cash offer, and close within days. That means no showings, no open houses, and the best part, no stress. Just go to markspain.com and find out what your guaranteed offer will be, and then you can start packing.
The last thing on your mind is maintaining your septic system. It's all good until it's not. Hi, I'm Shannon, owner of Scorpion Septic. Don't wait for a septic emergency. Our affordable, routine maintenance will keep your system running smoothly.
Take the sting out of septic service with Scorpion Septic. Never a pump out charge with your repair. Get a free quote at scorpionsepticservices.com.
ScorpionSepticServices.com.
WSB Atlanta, WSBB FM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
We continue with Rick Burgess, very successful radio host and author of the brand new book, Men Don't Run in the Rain, a son's reflections of life, faith, and a iconic father, Amazon.com, Hannity.com. Let's talk about, because, all of this was displayed, you write, on the football fields in the Southeast as a player at Auburn and later as a championship winning coach at a high school and at the collegiate level. But he was a father. What are the other lessons you learned from your dad?
Well, my dad tried to eradicate stupidity, I think, from the planet. He loathed it. He phrases that I would never forget. My brother and I one time set the woods on fire. The story's in the book. And what we did was so stupid. And he looked at us and he said, "Boys, if I had ordered a truckload of stupid people and all I got were you two, I would have got my money's worth."
I love that. That is awesome. What a great lesson. What was your, now my dad used to, pull off the belt and give me a good licking. And I can look back in retrospect. I know I never did it with my kids. I didn't have to. I just took their stuff and that was enough. But I can tell you that I deserved it every single time, and it didn't traumatize me.
No, because my dad loved me enough to discipline us. Our only version of timeout was asking for one when he got the belt out after
Exactly.
Right. Hey, Dad, how about a timeout? How about he was completely under control. He never lost control. He never abused us. He corrected us. And he corrected us because he loved us. And he also taught us he could not stand for a man to make excuses. He said, if you make a mistake, own it. What a strange concept nowadays. If you make a mistake, don't make an excuse. Just own it, correct it, and do it right the next time. But don't shuck your responsibility. Don't shirk that. Don't say that, hey, I slipped. I remember one time, playing for him, a guy, breaks containment on the outside, and he said, "I'm sorry, Coach, I slipped." You know what he said? "Just tell me you didn't get the job done. How about this? You can't slip." Don't make an excuse. Just say you didn't get the job done, and then get back up on the next play and do it right. Now everybody's got an excuse for everything. No one owns anything anymore.
I will tell you the words, "I was wrong, I'm sorry." They're not used often enough. They really aren't, and they're very powerful words. And those are things that I learned from my parents. My parents were very devout. They grew up really, really poor, and they understood why working was so critical to life and developing a strong work ethic. I was 12 years old. I'd get home 2, 3 in the morning, and nobody was waiting up. Nobody cared. They didn't know that I had 2 St. Pauli girls at the bar before I left at 12, and I'd fly home on my bicycle. That part I didn't tell them.
A work ethic, if you could pass that along to your kids, you know what we do, Sean? I'll tell you the mistake we make, and I hope this book helps. We work so hard to give our children the things we didn't have when we really need to concentrate. If you were raised the way you and I were raised, don't forget to give them the things that you did have. Discipline, a work ethic, learn to look a man in the eye, learn to shake hands, learn to do a good interview, learn the difference between confidence and arrogance. We talk about that in the book. Learn to be tough and push through adversity. My dad had a question that he would always ask when, you were hurt. He would say, "Can you go?" And, at one time I didn't really fully understand that. It wasn't about football. I can't tell you the things that I faced in my life, including, as you know, Sean, you actually helped walk through that with me. When my youngest son died, that's when I understood when he was teaching me, hey, can you go? He was teaching me something about toughness that was much larger than the game of football.
I think that's the hardest thing that any parent can go through, and I remember it well. I really do, and I to this day, I feel horrible for you, and I know your son's in a better place, and you'll be with him again, but it's not easy. By the way, the word confidence, some people think being confident is arrogant. It's not. It's from the Latin. It means with deity, meaning you put God first, which is a big part of the message in your book as well. And I guess we're both very fortunate, Rick, in that we both stand on the shoulders of unbelievably loving parents that sacrifice so much for us. And I hope people will get a lot out of your book. We're going to put it on Hannity.com. It's on Amazon.com. It's now in bookstores around the country. And it is Men Don't Run in the Rain, a son's reflections of life and faith and an iconic father. And look, few things shape life more profoundly than the lessons of a great dad, and we both were blessed with one. Rick Burgess, thank you, my friend. God bless you. Appreciate you more than you know.
Thanks again.
All right, 800-941-SEAN is our number if you want to be a part of the program. Hey, after joining the U.S. Army, Thomas Kennedy served 2 tours of duty in Iraq, 1 in Afghanistan, but he was deployed. While he was deployed in eastern Afghanistan, the soldier's life was tragically cut short. He was killed by a Taliban suicide bomber. Now, he left behind his wife, their 2 beautiful twins, and they were just weeks shy of their 2nd birthday when they lost their dad. And Tunnel to Towers provided this family with a mortgage-free home. And only because of your kindness, your generosity, your caring, you were able to help the Tunnel to Towers step in and offer a ray of hope in a very dark time. Now, families like the Kennedys, they have sacrificed so much for all of us in our country and our nation. If you can join us here at Team Hannity, help the Tunnel to Towers Foundation. If you can commit to $11 a month, that would be awesome. If everyone listening to my voice right now did this great work would never stop. And there's so...
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and more people looking beyond pills and steroids and surgery. Hey, it's Mark Arum for QC Kinetics. At QC Kinetics, they've been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they have helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. The truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment. Now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. They're well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. They're not masking the pain. They're going after the very source of it. Yes, you can say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Learn more about this revolutionary treatment and get a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now. 770-285-8026. 770-285-8026. That's 770-285-8026.
News, weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
At 11 o'clock, I'm Steve Summers. Our top story this hour, an update to a story we've been following for several hours this evening. Delta Airlines Flight 1457 is going to be taking off at any moment now from Hartsfield-Jackson for Tampa after being forced to return to Atlanta earlier this evening with what the airline calls a pressurization problem. The 199 passengers and crew aboard the Boeing 757 switched to another jet, but they had to wait several hours, actually, since they returned to Atlanta safely to switch to a working airplane. 66 in Midtown, Atlanta's most accurate and dependable forecast is coming up. Smoke from massive Canadian wildfires could soon be choking parts of the U.S. all the way down to the Carolinas.
Dry conditions fueling wildfires, forcing at least 17,000 evacuations in Manitoba. Smoke crossing the border could hamper air quality across the northern plains and Midwest in the coming days.
There are 175 wildfires burning in Canada at this hour, most of them in the province of Manitoba. Anger and disbelief after 3 metro counties in the city of Atlanta are accused of helping illegal immigrants to avoid deportation.
The Department of Homeland Security calls DeKalb, Douglas, and Fulton counties in the city of Atlanta sanctuary jurisdictions in a new listing. It claims these local governments are harboring undocumented migrants and aren't complying with federal immigration agents. The agency says it will notify each jurisdiction and demand each immediately review their policies and make any changes to align with federal immigration laws. Austin Eller, 95.5 WSB.
Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens responding to those allegations tonight, saying, quote, while Atlanta remains a welcoming city, it's well known that the state of Georgia law has prohibited sanctuary cities for about 16 years now. Fulton County responding, saying, quote, we're not even aware why this designation was made. A long-planned project aimed at reconnecting Atlanta neighborhoods is now in jeopardy.
The goal of the Stitch is to connect communities separated by the interstate in the heart of Atlanta. Jack Seeby, director of the Stitch, says they have signed grant agreements for $157 million in federal funds, which are critical to the project.
We are definitely relying on this money to help make it happen. We're tracking that closely and, I think trying to definitely advocate for the importance of that funding.
In a statement, U.S. Senator Raphael Warnock says he will do everything in his power to protect this funding. Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
The best and strongest steel on earth will forever be made in America and made in Pennsylvania.
President Trump telling steelworkers in the Keystone State tonight that they're going to soon be the only game in town.
President Trump announced he's doubling his tariff on steel imports to the U.S.
We're going to bring it from 25% to 50%, the tariffs on steel into the United States of America, which will even further secure the steel industry in the United States.
The president delivered the news as he touted a deal between U.S. Steel and Japan's Nippon Steel.
The price of steel products, according to government numbers, has risen 16% just since Trump became president again. It's 11:03.
It pays to have the WSB radio app. Download it today and get ready for the Blitz.
The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz. 5 chances every weekday to win $1,000.
Your next chance to win is Monday at 8, 10, 12, 2, and 5. It's a Blitz.
The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz.
From 95.5 WSB.
Download the WSB radio app now.
Summer is almost here, and let's be real. Your house looks like it's been hiding under a pile of pollen, doesn't it? Just like mine in that dirty driveway. Ooh, not fooling anybody either. That's why I called Wise Guys Pro Wash. They gave me a quote, showed up the next day, and bam, clean house, sparkling patio, and a deck I actually want to sit on. With more than 2,000 5-star Google reviews, Wise Guys is the only company I trust to get my home summer ready. Mention me, Chris Chandler, and get $70 off your next service. Book now at wiseguysprowash.com.
Time marches on, and a lot has changed. But one thing has not changed. Washington regulations on local stations. Regulations that make it tough for local TV and radio stations to compete with global big tech platforms. If you want to keep local news, weather, and live sports on TV and radio, we need updated regulations. Tell Washington to modernize the rules to help local stations compete. Learn more at nab.org/modernize the rules. This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and, in rare cases, fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Time now for live team coverage of traffic and weather. Jay Holloway starts us off in the WSB 24-hour traffic center.
Travel advisory for the outer loop of 285 northbound in DeKalb as construction wipes out 2 left lanes near exit 46, the I-20 interchange. You can take exit 48, Flat Shoals Road, County Road, to exit to 20 to avoid being delayed. 2 right lanes of 285 northbound out of commission for road maintenance near Highway 78, exit 39. And the right lane of the inner loop of 285 southbound is blocked near exit 34, Chamblee Tucker Road in North DeKalb by work crews. Jay Holloway, 95.5 WSB Traffic.
I'm Channel 2 Action News Chief Meteorologist Brad Nitz. Under a clear sky, we're headed to the mid-upper 50s by Saturday morning. Mostly sunny, 80 tomorrow. And then on Sunday, low 61, high 82 with just a 30% chance of an isolated storm.
65 in Snellville, 66 in Decatur and in Midtown. More news at 11:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Steve Summers, 95.5 WSB.
The Sean Hannity Show, sponsored by Mark Spain Real Estate. Get a guaranteed offer on your home today.
We're coming to your city. Gonna play our guitars and sing you a country song.
Sean Hannity. The new Sean Hannity Show. More behind-the-scenes information on breaking news and more bold, inspired solutions for America. Coming up next, our final news roundup and information overload hour.
All right, news roundup and information overload hour. Toll free. Our number is 800-941-SEAN if you want to be a part of the program. It is pretty outrageous. We see now judges and federal officials, literally putting the lives of ICE agents, law enforcement, in jeopardy by doxing them and giving out their names, in some cases their addresses. Now, Tennessee is a very red state. I think 65% of the state voted for Donald Trump. Nashville happens to be a little bit more liberal. They have a Democratic mayor. His name is Freddie O'Connell. And anyway, it's unbelievable what he's been involved in, apparently exposed for potentially endangering the lives of ICE agents trying to do their job. And we do have the supremacy clause that gives the authority and jurisdiction to the federal government to carry out the laws of our land, even though they are aiding and abetting and law breaking. Anyway, it's another story of a blue city and a leader, quote unquote leader, protecting illegals and criminals and burdening the community. Now, 2 federal committees are conducting an investigation into the Nashville mayor for aiding and abetting illegal immigration. And Tennessee Congressman Andy Ogles announced this on Monday. We had Marsha Blackburn on TV last night. The congressman, along with a a group of other Tennessee elected officials at the state level and representatives from law enforcement agencies announced that Homeland Security and the Judiciary Committees will be looking into the mayor, his conduct, whether or not the city used federal dollars in a criminal enterprise related to immigration. Now, put aside all of that. Why, number one, are you aiding and abetting in law breaking? If let's say I were protecting illegal immigrants, what would happen to Sean Hannity? And I never would. I wouldn't violate the law. I believe in the rule of law. But what would happen to me if I was doing that? What would happen to me if I went to the border and I picked up people and I said, hey, what state would you like to go to? And I drove them there. Would I not be held accountable for human trafficking if I got caught? And this idea that we're going to put law enforcement, ICE agents in this particular case, at risk by putting out their names and in some cases addresses, which has been going on, or act like the judge that walked out this one perpetrator out the back door to escape and evade ICE agents, even though the judge knew that ICE agents were there to arrest this guy. I mean, they have to be held accountable. And those that I think doxing of any law enforcement, any judge, has got to be against the law. We saw the left do this to Supreme Court justices. It is extraordinarily dangerous, and people are going to get killed. We now see the threat incidents against ICE agents, up like a whopping 413% as a result of all of this. Anyway, Congressman Andy Ogles of Tennessee is with us. Well, look, as far as I'm concerned, this mayor, if he did all of this, should be found guilty in a court of law and put in jail, and they should literally give him years in jail. You don't get to put law enforcement officers' lives in jeopardy like this.
No, it's incredibly reckless. To your point, Sean, when you're releasing the names of law enforcement agents, and keep in mind, Nashville is the jewel of the South, or the economic engine of the South. It's a great destination, but because of that, with that influx of prosperity and population, you're going to have some bad actors as well. And as a member of the Homeland Security Committee, I've received a classified briefing on the network that the cartels out of Mexico, the gangs out of Central and South America, and when we use the word gangs, you need to put air quotes around that, because these aren't gangs, these are corporations, and their distribution networks across the United States of America would rival FedEx. Then when you're talking about MS-13 or Trinidad or some cartel out of Mexico, they have touch points all across this nation, even rural cities in Tennessee. And so if you're going to stand with illegals who are guilty of murder and rape and human trafficking, drug smuggling, the mayor of Nashville has done that. I, for one, am going to stand with the people of Nashville, and it's quite frankly absurd that a member of Congress has to step in and defend the people from the city, the people of Nashville, from a woke activist radical mayor like Freddie O'Connell.
All right, so where do we go from here? I guess the investigation is beginning, but sometimes that could be slow. Have you looked at the evidence? To me, it looks overwhelming and incontrovertible.
Well, so obviously there's a process here. We're a deliberative body in the House, and so I took this to my chairman, Chairman Green. From there, I took it to Chairman Jordan, Judiciary. We agreed that we needed a joint task force and launch an investigation in the House. So I'm leading charge on this, the pit bull, if you will. But I think this is going to be something that, and I'll tell you what, Sean, what this does is this puts the city of Nashville on notice, but it also creates the opportunity where the Homeland Security Committee and the Judiciary Committee could extend this investigation to a Chicago, to a Denver, to another woke city where they're literally subverting federal authorities doing their job and, quite frankly, putting law enforcement in harm's way. And I will always stand with ICE. That's why I held a press conference with ICE agents in solidarity to say, look, if you want ICE, you got to come through us first. We, the people, have had enough of this nonsense.
No, I tend to agree with you. And what should the penalty be, in your view, if anybody, especially a judge or an elected official, are caught aiding and abetting and protecting illegal immigrants and putting law enforcement in jeopardy? Well, what should the penalty be?
It should be severe. I don't know what the statute says, but what we'll do is we'll collect the evidence, we'll turn that over to Pam Bondi, and then we'll let her run with it. But that being said, I'm appalled that the mayor of Nashville, and again, look, he's a woke activist. He has a right to his own opinion. What he doesn't have the right to do is to bring that to work. He has a job to do. It's not my job to run the city of Nashville But right now, if it weren't for me and my colleagues in the House, he would be running roughshod over Nashville. And he's literally trying to turn it into a sanctuary city. So technically, Nashville wouldn't qualify as a sanctuary city. But because of the mayor's actions and the mayor's actions alone, it now qualifies as a sanctuary city, and that's on him.
I agree. Andy Ogles, Congressman, Tennessee, we appreciate you.
I appreciate it very much. Thank you, Sean.
All right, let's get to our busy phones, 800-941-SEAN, if you want to be a part of the program. John, San Diego, you're on the Sean Hannity Show, Kogo Radio. Hello.
Okay, Sean, here's the thing on due process. Nobody is arguing it correctly. Due process means you cannot be deprived of life, liberty, or property. That means the due process is predicated on the punishment, not the crime or the person. Illegal aliens do get due process if their punishment is prison, execution, or fine. If your punishment is deportation, you do not qualify for due process. It's that simple. And these lawyers need to stop trying to be clever and try to use the Alien Invasion Act. That's not the point. That's not going to win. You can't argue what doesn't exist in the Constitution. It is the due process clause. Simply, deportations don't count. And as far as these sanctuary cities go, the mayors of these sanctuary cities are violating 8 U.S. Code 1324, harboring aliens, and Tom Homan needs to quit messing around and arrest them.
Well, I think Tom Homan will. I mean, but, it's all over the place. You have the Massachusetts Democratic governor, Maura Healey, blasting ICE for removing illegal alien criminals from Martha's Vineyard. One Democratic county executive is dinging Trump over the sanctuary jurisdiction that he has. It's become a big deal, the Justice Department's decision to bring a sitting House lawmaker after a scuffle with ICE officers has launched, the first, track to stardom in Democratic politics. This Representative LaMonica McIver, whatever her name is, the Biden administration failed to probe more than 7,300 reports of migrant child trafficking, according to new information that has come out. You have, the D.C. Mayor Bowser flip-flopping on immigration, moving now to repeal the sanctuary city law. That's only because of Donald Trump. And I can keep going. But, at some point, this is why I keep saying the Democratic Party, they now are the party that champion the rights of men to play women's sports, the rights of illegals, including gang members, and all these violent criminals over the safety of Americans. This is now the party that thinks we have a constitutional crisis because we're weeding out waste, fraud, and abuse, and the party that won't stand or ever talk about moms that lost their children. You had the illegal immigrant who killed a woman in Colorado in a crash, only got probation and didn't get kicked out of the country. They're in the country illegally. How many more people have to die? Why? So Democrats can sit on their hands when the president speaks to a joint session of Congress? It is their priorities are so skewed. It's hard to understand. It really is. It's heartless. It's cold-hearted. It really is. Not standing for Laken Riley's family, not standing for Jocelyn Nungary's family, her mother, Alexis. It's unbelievable. Appreciate the good call, John. Glad you're out there. I think every one of you listening to my voice right now, you need a burner launcher. And it is a non-lethal form of self-defense. It is now being used by hundreds and hundreds of government agencies, law enforcement agencies, private security firms, and families all across this country. Why? Because the technology is so superior. Watch the videos. Go to byrna.com right now, and you will see even the biggest perpetrator will be incapacitated for 30 to 40 minutes. They fire literally 400 feet per second, 41 joules of force per square inch. And the beauty of it is it fires kinetic rounds and rounds with pepper spray and tear gas. And it really works. And you can see for yourself when you watch the videos. The latest burner that they've released is the compact launcher, the CL. It's the smallest one to date, 4 inches long, 2 smartphones thick. It's easy to conceal carry without attracting attention. And don't forget, every one of their pistols is hand assembled in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Go to byrna.com, get a 5-year no-hassle warranty with every launcher order. Use their retail store locator to find the nearest location offering live demonstrations, including select Sportsman's Warehouse stores, Byrna retail stores, and authorized Premier dealers. Or you can buy it. They'll mail it right to your house. It's legal in all 50 states. You don't need a background check, and you don't need a license. byrna.com today.
While the mainstream media is asleep at the wheel, Hannity Watch is on the job, bringing you the news no one else can. Sean Hannity.
Your non-stop news source, 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
All right, folks, let's talk about the timeshare nightmare. Now, if you are stuck paying endless maintenance fees and assessments, you need to call my friends at Lone Star Transfer today. Now, they've been shaping the timeshare exit industry now for over a decade. They're still leading the way with their exclusive solutions. And our friends at Lone Star Transfer, they make getting out of your timeshare faster and easier than ever before with a guarantee in writing. Lone Star Transfer is a family-owned company. They have helped tens and tens of thousands of owners break free from their timeshares over the last 15 years. They have earned an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. I have endorsed Lone Star Transfer for almost 10 years now because I know they are the only company that I would ever trust that will deliver results for you, my listeners. Now, they'll give you a free, no-obligation consultation. Call now, 833-594-0075, 833-594-0075. On the web, it's one word, LoneStarTransfer.com. You know, in the book of Genesis, God makes a promise to your offspring. I promise this land. Now, that promise is the foundation of Israel, a land the Jewish people have returned to after centuries of exile and bondage and even the horrors of the Holocaust. But that promise is still under threat, especially after October 7th. Now, Israel's safety today depends on the very brave men and women of the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces. Every citizen is required to serve. Now, your gift of $45 will help provide aid to soldiers and their families by helping to provide food and other bare necessities for these families and emergency supplies for soldiers. Now, you can help secure their future, honor those who are defending the Holy Land. Call now, 888-488-IFCJ. That's 888-488-IFCJ. Or just go to their website. It's ifcj.org, and you can give today. They are in desperate need of help.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them. But they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. And that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
The reason many of us hate insurance companies is because some of them act like bullies. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been dealing with these creatures my whole career. Whether it's a workers' comp claim, an auto accident, or a nursing home or medical mishap, the playbook is often the same: deny and delay. We became the largest injury firm in America for a reason. We fight the bullies. They know who we are, and I know it makes a difference for our clients. Just go to forthepeople.com and see our results and our verdicts after those bullies gave us their final offer. Hiring the wrong firm can be disastrous. Hiring the right firm could substantially increase your settlement. It's easy to get going. Visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer, or call us on your cell at Pound Law, pound 529. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan Atlanta, 191 Peachtree Street, Atlanta, Georgia. Dial Pound Law. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Summer is almost here, and let's be real, your house looks like it's been hiding under a pile of pollen, doesn't it? Just like mine in that dirty driveway. Ooh, not fooling anybody either. That's why I called Wise Guys Pro Wash. They gave me a quote, showed up the next day, and bam, clean house, sparkling patio, and a deck I actually want to sit on. With more than 2,000 5-star Google reviews, Wise Guys is the only company I trust to get my home summer ready. Mention me, Chris Chandler, and get $70 off your next service. Book now at wiseguysprowash.com.
The Sean Hannity Show, sponsored by Mark Spain Real Estate. Get a guaranteed offer on your home today.
All right, let's get back to our busy phones this Friday. 800-941-SEAN, our number if you want to be a part of the program. Oliver, Arizona, next, Sean Hannity Show.
Hey, Sean, great to talk to you. I just wanted to get your opinion on the latest injunction that's been filed by these 3 judges. I guess one was appointed by the Trump administration, one was appointed by the Obama administration, and then I'm not sure about the other one, but you think this is going to hold any weight, or if it's just going to be another one of these deals that's going to get overturned, or what are your
Well, it's actually that ruling has already been overturned. The very next day, actually, the appeals court reinstated the Trump tariffs.
Oh, wow.
However,
okay.
No, well, I mean, it's my job. I'm supposed to be on top of this, right? I'm sure you work probably how many hours you work a day? You're kind of busy, right? My job is to keep you informed when you have a few spare minutes.
Yeah. I'm working,
but
I'm just in the truck.
But what they're trying to do is use judicial activism and activist judges to get done, to get their agenda passed, things that they'd never win at the ballot box, things they'd never win electorally or legislatively. And so far, they've been fairly effective at it. And the Trump administration is fighting back hard, and they keep winning. The Supreme Court backed Trump on ending Joe Biden's illegal alien parole pipeline, and the Supreme Court let Trump revoke temporary legal status of 500,000 illegals granted by Biden. But it's a fight every step of the way, and it shouldn't be a fight. What are they fighting for? You know, to the Obregón Garcias of the world? I mean, that stupid trip to El Salvador by Senator Van Hollen and then 3 congressmen thereafter that were hanging out at the Four Seasons in El Salvador. You can't even make it up. It's terrible. You know, it's like, when are you going to stand up for the American people? When are they ever going to pick up a phone and call the families of Laken Riley? I've talked to Laken Riley's family. They never did an interview with me. I said, if you ever want to, you're welcome, but I'm never going to pressure you to do one. It's wrong. I just wanted to say I'm sorry. I'm in the public eye. I don't know why it makes a difference if you're in the public eye and you make a phone call sometimes. It means something to people. And I learned that actually from Donald Trump, because he calls everybody. I got to know Jocelyn Nungary's mother. I got to know Rachel Morin's mother. And I mean, understand this. When you lose a child, in most cases, you will never be the same again. Some people are super resilient. Their faith usually gets them over the hump. I would tell you that I don't think I'd recover after what they've all been through. And the scar for the rest of your life, there's not a day that will go by that you don't think of that child, in my view. And yet nobody in the Democratic Party ever picked up the phone. Joe Biden never apologized. Mayorkas never apologized. Kamala Harris never apologized. And Democrats, keep pushing for the same stupid policies. And the AOCs of the world want to abolish ICE. Anyway, I appreciate the call, my friend. You're dead on. Susan, Texas. God bless Texas. We have about a minute and a half. It's all yours, Susan.
Hi. I just want to know what we can do as the public, as far as with all these judges that are trying to shoot down everything President Trump tries to put in place. Who can we contact, call, write?
Congress. I have the answer. Congress can act and stop the Democrats' use of judicial activism, so they can't go to they can't go judge shopping to these judicial activists, as Mark Levin would famously call them, men in black, and people that they know will rule in their favor to get done that which the American public would never vote for or never support legislatively. That is the answer. The Congress can act, and I hope after they pass their one big, beautiful bill that these are things that they'll take under consideration immediately, because all they're doing is slowing down the Trump agenda, which is their agenda. Anyway, I do appreciate your call, 800-941-SEAN, if you want to be a part of the program.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
I'm Chris Chandler. When you join us Monday, starting at 5 a.m. for Atlanta's morning news, breaking metro stories, our exclusive 5-day forecast covers the work week ahead. Money, uncertainty with the courts weighing in now. We'll have our regular Monday chat with CBS's Scott McFarlane in Washington. Plus, what Clark Howard says the tariff pause with China means for you. And the last week of our Bonus Blitz contest begins. Your chance to win $1,000 on 95.5 WSB.
Your non-stop news source, 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk. Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
CBS News Brief. President Trump celebrated Japan-based Nippon Steel's investment in U.S. Steel at a Pittsburgh area rally.
There will be no layoffs and no outsourcing whatsoever, and every U.S. Steel worker will soon receive a well-deserved $5,000 bonus.
CBS's Alex Tin is following controversy over the Trump administration's Make American Healthy Again report.
Federal health officials who read the report, which they were frustrated, citations aside, that a lot of the conclusions in the report were wrong and a lot of the things that they think are the real drivers of childhood chronic disease were omitted completely.
The Supreme Court is allowing President Trump to take away special migrant status for people from dangerous countries.
By stripping 500,000 migrants of their legal status. And these are people who are from countries like Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela, who have said that they very much fear going back to their countries.
Former federal prosecutor Lori Levinson, CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Toscano.
Hey folks, Dr. Joe Esposito here. If you've been in an auto accident, don't wait. The pain might not show up right away, but the damage can last a lifetime if it's left untreated. Now, our team of doctors at PainFreeAtlanta.com specialize in post-accident chiropractic that gets to the root of the cause, and that helps you heal naturally without relying on painkillers and risky surgery and other procedures. And if your condition requires further medical attention, we work with a trusted network of qualified medical doctors and specialists to ensure that you get the full care that you deserve. Let us guide you through every step of the process, safely, professionally, and with compassion. We can also find honest, qualified legal representation if necessary. Don't fall for scam artists whose only concern is their wallets and not your health. We also document your injuries so that you get the settlement you deserve. Call us at 404-333-7777 to schedule a free consultation or visit PainFreeAtlanta.com. That's 404-33-47s or visit PainFreeAtlanta.com.
Time marches on, and a lot has changed. But one thing has not changed. Washington regulations on local stations. Regulations that make it tough for local TV and radio stations to compete with global big tech platforms. If you want to keep local news, weather, and live sports on TV and radio, we need updated regulations. Tell Washington to modernize the rules to help local stations compete. Learn more at nab.org/modernize the rules. This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Your home's exterior really needs an update, but the economy is uncertain. No worries. Superior Pro is committed to low prices and high quality with American-made windows, siding, painting, doors, and more. Now, we're making it easier with this special offer. Purchase siding from Superior Pro and get half off the painting. And always an extended labor warranty. Schedule at superiorpro.com.
Superior Pro, the pros to know.
Everyone has an opinion.
We have become an idiotic nation that doesn't know how to even debate anything, so it doesn't surprise
Eric
me.
Von Hessler has an opinion.
You will still age.
And some advice.
Start doing things when you're younger. Drink a lot of water.
Eric Von Hessler, Monday at 3.
And you will still die.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
11:34, live team coverage of traffic and weather. Road crews blocking 2 right lanes of I-285 southbound the inner loop near Chamblee Tucker Road in North DeKalb. Also, road crews blocked the right lane of the entrance ramp of I-20 westbound at Candler Road in DeKalb. That's exit 65. And a vehicle crash I-75 southbound out in Bartow County wipes out a right lane near the 633 Glade Road exit 278. 95.5 WSB traffic.
I'm Channel 2 Action News Chief Meteorologist Brad Nitz. Under a clear sky, we're headed to the mid to upper 50s by Saturday morning. Mostly sunny, 80 tomorrow. And then on Sunday, low 61, high 82 with just a 30% chance of an isolated storm.
64 in Duluth, 65 in Douglasville in the West End. More news at 12. Breaking news when it happens. Jay Holloway, 95.5 WSB.
800-941-SEAN if you want to be a part of the program. Look, in the last 6 months or so, right here in America, we have experienced wildfires, tornadoes, flooding, multiple major storms. Remember, during Hurricane Helene, most places had down power lines, extremely limited communication services. But for Elon Musk, by the way, coming in with Starlink, and a lot of people were frankly just frightened. Now, if you have rapidradios.com, you would be able to communicate with friends and family members at the touch of a button in the event, God forbid, of a natural disaster. And don't forget, it's on a nationwide LTE network. It is a walkie-talkie, but it's industrial strength. It is not a toy, although you can communicate with your kids, family members all across the country. You don't pay a subscription fee. It's 100% private. Anyway, we don't know when the next big storm, the next big power outage, or unforeseen circumstance may hit. Put your mind at ease. Go to rapidradios.com right now. You'll get 60% off. That's rapidradios.com. Up to 60% off, free UPS shipping, and a free EMP protection bag. And make sure you use the promo code radio, and you get an extra 5% off. rapidradios.com. So Elon Musk has done an amazing job for this country. He has rescued astronauts. He's created, and that's why we gave away a Tesla. I think the greatest car ever designed. Has nothing to do with the fact that it's an electric vehicle. And it's self-driving. It's in a parking lot. You hit a button, come to me. It'll literally driverless come right up to where you are, pull up to you. It's incredible. I mean, it's the fastest car I've ever driven. It goes 0 to 60 in literally 1.9 seconds. It's got over 1,000 horsepower, the S-Plaid. It's just the greatest design vehicle ever. And, then, of course, SpaceX. He's launching communication satellites left, right, and sideways, and he's helping the world be able to connect with each other better. Then, on top of everything, he rescued the astronauts, never got enough credit for it. He only gets, people threatening to kill him and firebombing his dealerships and his charging stations and firing bullets into them and threatening his employees. And then, of course, he's working on Neuralink, which would use AI to maybe help the blind see one day and help those with spinal cord injuries walk one day. And then he partnered with Donald Trump to weed out waste, fraud, abuse, and corruption in our government, over $200 billion. Doge continues, but he's got other work to do. He really only signed up as a special employee for 130 days. However, he's going to stick around. The president was clear. Anyway, they had a long announcement and press conference that followed. Let me play part of it for you because it was just, we should all be grateful to this guy. We really should. And we need more people with brain power like Elon Musk. Let's go to the White House and the president and Elon.
Elon willingly, with all of
the success, he willingly accepted the outrageous abuse and slander and lies and attacks because he does love our country. I know that very much. He loves our country. He comes from another country, a country that's going through trials and tribulations, I would say. But he's all about the USA, and Americans owe him a great debt of gratitude. So I just want to thank Elon for his time as a special government employee. Can you imagine? They call him an employee, but it's a special government employee, and for coming and helping us. And he really has changed the mindset of a lot of people. A lot of people thought, maybe we'll cut 1% or 2% or 3%. Then they said, wow, we can cut a lot more than that. And we're going to do it very surgically. We're going to continue on the march. And I gave him a little special something we have here. Thank you. A very special that I give to very special people. I have given it to some, but it goes to very special people, and I thought I'd give it to Elon as a presentation from our country. Thank you. Thank you, Elon. Thank you. Take care of yourself.
Thank you. This is a lot. The luck of this is amazing.
A large luck.
Well, let me say perhaps a few words that this is not the end of Doge, but really the beginning. My time as a special government employee necessarily had to end. It was a limited time thing. It's 134 days, I believe, which ends in a few days. So that it comes with a time limit. But the Doge team will only grow stronger over time. The Doge influence will only grow stronger. It's I liken it to sort of Buddhism. It's like a way of life. So it is permeating throughout the government, and I'm confident that over time we'll see $1 trillion of savings and a reduction in $1 trillion of waste and fraud reduction. The calculations of the Doge team thus far, in terms of an FY25 to FY26 delta, are over 160 billion, and that's climbing. We expect that number will probably go over 200 billion soon. So I think the Doge team is doing an incredible job. They're going to continue doing an incredible job, and I'll continue to be visiting here. And so I look forward to continuing to be a friend and advisor to the president, continuing to support the Doge team, and we are relentlessly pursuing $1 trillion in waste and fraud reductions, which will benefit the American taxpayer. That's it, really. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Great job. Thank you.
Thank you, President Trump. The president mentioned that you had to deal with all the slings and arrows during your time at Doge. There's this.
Well, some of the people, some of the media organizations in this room are the slingers.
Well, so there is a New York Times report today that accuses you of blurring the line between.
Is the New York Times, is that the same publication that got a Pulitzer Prize for false reporting on the Russiagate? Is it the same organization?
I got to check my Pulitzer.
It is.
I think the judge just ruled against the New York Times for their lies about the Russiagate hoax, and that they might have to give back that Pulitzer Prize. That New York Times. Let's move on.
Okay, then next question. Trump, I got one for President Trump. President Trump, Biden aides who used to work here are in talks with Republicans in Congress to go and testify about what they did or didn't do to possibly conceal President Biden's decline. Do you think that Dr. Jill Biden should also have to come in and testify about what she did or didn't do?
Well, I hate the concept of it. It's the wife of a man who was going through a lot of problems, and everybody that dealt with him understood that. And I guess it came out during the debate loud and clear. That was the biggest signal of all. They have to do what's right. The country was there was a lot of dishonesty in the election, as you know, of 2020. That's been now caught. People understand it was a rigged election. And when you go further out, when you see the auto pen, I mean, I think the auto pen is going to become one of the great scandals of all time, because you have somebody operating it or a number of people operating. Because I knew Joe Biden. Joe Biden wasn't in favor of opening up borders, letting 21 million people into this from prisons and mental institutions and gang members. He wasn't into that at all. And who signed these orders, proclamations, and all of the different things that he signed that set our country so far back that was so bad for our country.
You said just now that you look forward to being a friend and advisor to the president. So do you expect to continue advising the president and DOGE informally, or are you going to sort of shift your focus entirely to your companies?
Well, I expect to continue to provide advice whenever the president would like advice.
I hope so.
I mean, I expect to remain a friend and an advisor, and certainly if there's anything the president wants me to do, I'm at the president's service.
Mr. Musk, on DOGE, you said that there was $1 trillion promise for cuts from DOGE.
Yes, I think we do expect over time to achieve the $1 trillion.
But what have you found in your time here was the biggest roadblock to getting those cuts? Was it the cabinet, or was it Congress, or something else? What was the biggest roadblock from your work?
It's mostly just a lot of hard work. It's really not any one person or Congress. It's going through really millions of line items and saying just each one of them makes sense, what does not make sense. Obviously, at times when you cut expenses, those who are receiving the money, whether they're receiving that money legitimately or not, they do complain. And you're not going to hear someone confessing that they received money inappropriately. Never. They're going to always say that they received money appropriately for an important cause. Naturally, that's what you'd expect. So we just have to. It's just a lot of work going through the vast expenses of the federal government and just really asking questions. What's this money for? Are you sure it's actually being used well? Many times we can't even find anyone who defends it. So for a lot of the expenses, there is actually no defender at all. And then we have to just work through the process of stopping the spending, where there's often literally no defender. Nobody even knows why the money's being spent. It's truly absurd. I mean, we find situations where there are millions of software licenses with 0 people using them. 0. Exactly. This is the quizzical expression. You're like, surely, if there's millions of software licenses, someone should be using them. No, and then we've got to go through the process of saying, okay, look, if no one's using the software, we need to terminate this software license agreement. That's everywhere in the government.
Mr. Musk, what do you think would be easier, colonizing Mars or making the government efficient?
It's a tough call, but I think colonizing Mars and making life multi-planetary is harder. And as I said, we do expect to achieve over time the $1 trillion of savings. We can't do it in like a few months, but if you say by I think the official end of DOGE, which the president may choose to extend, is the middle of next year. Say by the middle of next year, with the support of the president and Congress, could we achieve $1 trillion of savings? I think so. We're on track to do so.
The Democratic Party plan to avoid being swept in every battleground state again by spending $20 million to study how to speak to American men.
Well, you know, they spent $2.8 billion. We spent $1.5. We spent much less. We spent about half of what they spent. And at the end, they were $28 million short. They had to be. They spent $2.8 billion. It's a lot, but they couldn't get $28 million at the end, and now they want to spend. I read that they want to spend money to learn how to talk. That's fake. You don't want to be fake. You shouldn't have to hire consultants to say what America needs, because then the consultants should be running the deal, not them. But I read that they want to spend a lot of money in each state. So we won all 7 swing states, 7 out of 7. We won a lot more than that. We won the popular vote. We won everything, and they want to spend money to find out what they did wrong. And I mean, I can tell you what they did wrong. I can tell you every one of their programs, when they say men playing in women's sports, I would say that's not a winner. When they say transgender for everybody, I think that's not a winner. When they say open borders so the entire world's population of criminals can pour into our country, I don't think that's a winner. I mean, I just gave them that for free. But I don't know if they'll change their ways. I see them all the time. I see people that I know in Congress, Democrats, they're trying to justify some of the things I just said. You can't justify them. I always hear they're 80-20 issues. I say they're not 80-20, they're 97-3. They might be 99-1, but they're not 80-20, and they wish they were 80-20. And they're wasting a lot of money if they're going to continue with that nonsense.
Elon Musk was once idolized by folks on the left in this country before joining your administration. Now he's considered a hero by conservatives. Why do you think this man and what he's done in American life has been so politicized? Does it
Well, his life has been amazing. I mean, I look at so many different things. I look at that rocket being, guided back into position. I've never seen that before. I thought it was a space movie. I thought it was a movie. You look at what he's done in terms of communication. It's been unbelievable. So many different, even tunnels going underground, not having to go through all the process of going. He's got a company that does that. He's got so many different companies. Starlink, as an example, he saved a lot of lives, probably hundreds of lives in North Carolina. I don't even know if you remember, but I called you. They needed Starlink in North Carolina. And I didn't know what the hell Starlink was. I said, what is it? Who owns it? He said, do you know Elon Musk? I said, you happen to know the gentleman. This was before his government stay. And they said, we really need it because North Carolina became an island. There was, people had no communication. They had no access to anything, and they were dying. And I called up Elon, and you can't get it because it's so successful. It's very hard to get. And he had so much of it brought over there, and they told me it was unbelievable. It saved a lot of lives. So, he's just done a lot of things. I don't think he gets credit for what he's done.
All right, that was President Trump and Elon Musk earlier today. He really is a national treasure. He did not have to do this. He's got way more important things to do, and it's cost him, hundreds of billions of dollars. It's sad. Or I have no idea how much money it's cost him, but it's cost him a fortune. And threats against his life, threats against his employees. It's just unreal. What has he done to deserve that? Nothing except weed out waste, fraud, abuse, corruption, rescue astronauts, and work on ways to improve society, mankind, has visions of going to Mars, has visions to help the blind see and people with spinal cord injuries walk. Unbelievable what they've done to this man. Listen, our friends in Israel, they are in a battle for their survival. And that's where the IFCJ comes in now. That's the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews. I'm going to get together with them next week, and I'm looking forward to it. And they're an incredible organization because right now the humanitarian need is so great. You have tens and tens of thousands of Israelis that have been displaced. They are in need of every basic humanitarian bit of assistance you can give them. And that's food, water, shelter, medicines, clothing. They need it all, and they don't have enough. They also provide life-saving defense things like, for example, they're building their mobile bomb shelters. They're giving out flak jackets to people. It's a horrible way to live. And as they fight their war against radical Islamic terrorism, I hope you'll join us and stand with the IFCJ and support their efforts to provide all this humanitarian assistance when it's most needed. Help Israel in their fight against radicals that want to wipe them off the face of the earth and wipe us off the face of the earth. Anyway, you can donate. I hope you'll do so generously. Call toll free. It's 888-488-IFCJ. 888-488-IFCJ. On the web, it's ifcj.org. That's ifcj.org today.
Others talk about the news. We bring you the people who make the news every day. Every day. This is the Sean Hannity Show.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Preparing to sell your home can be costly and time-consuming. Skip the hassles of a traditional home sale and sell your home stress-free with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Hi, it's Chris Chandler. Say goodbye to the stress that comes with showings, open houses, and costly home repairs. My friends at Mark Spain Real Estate will sell your home fast and for maximum value. If you're thinking about selling your home, you can receive an all-cash guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Listen to what their client Tyra had to say. Thanks to Mark Spain Real Estate, our home had several cash offers within 24 hours of it being on the market, and we closed in less than a month. With their guidance, the transaction was more seamless than we had ever hoped. Selling your home is one of the biggest financial decisions you'll ever make, so who you work with matters. With over 12,500 five-star reviews, trust the top real estate team in the U.S. to sell your home for top dollar. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
At Shane Company, we've been engagement ring experts for almost 100 years. We have the largest selection of diamonds and gemstones in stock. You don't have to wait to compare them side by side. Find the one that speaks to you at shaneco.com or in store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call 404-390-4000. That's 404-390-4000.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Get the dirt out before school's out and call Zero Res. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $129. Mention me, Chris Chandler, to secure this deal today. Book online at ZeroResAtlanta.com. Zero Res, spell it backwards or forwards. It's the right way to clean.
WSB Atlanta, WSBB FM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
David is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Nice to meet you. My name is David. I've been a pharmacist for 44 years, and I'm from Flowery Branch, Georgia. When I first started taking Prevagen, I noticed stuff just seemed to come together and fit like a jigsaw puzzle. When I have customers come in, I recommend Prevagen. Number one, because it's safe and effective, does not require a prescription, and I've been taking it quite a while myself, and I know it works. I wouldn't recommend something like Prevagen if I didn't think it was worth it because it works so good for me. And I love it when the customers come back in and tell me, David, that really works so good. Makes my day.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
I mentioned it on TV last night, and, I became really fond of Bernie Kerik, and he passed away. And I saw him about a month ago. We had a great conversation. After 9/11, Rudy Giuliani, they really were heroes to this country. They nearly died that day. And I just want our thoughts and prayers are with him and his family. Always so nice to me. Probably the best NYPD commissioner in history, or certainly right up there with the best of them. And he will be missed. Anyway, we'll see you tonight on Hannity. Josh Hawley, Rand Paul, Newt Gingrich, Jimmy Fallon, Doug Schoen, 9 Eastern. Have a great weekend. Our prayers to Bernie Kerik and his family as we head into the weekend. See you tonight. You can't celebrate Independence Day, the birth of our nation, without a flag. Now, this year, celebrate it with an American flag made right here in America. And, of course, I'm talking about Allegiance Flag Supply. Now, they make the highest quality American flags, period. How do I know? I'm flying one at my house. And by the way, they're hand sewn in Charleston, South Carolina, and every component was sourced and crafted in the U.S. You don't want a foreign flag, do you, on the 4th of July? Anyway, you're supporting American miners, American lumber industry, the American textile industry, all these great people. Simply go to showallegiance.com, use the promo code Hannity for free shipping. That's showallegiance.com, promo code Hannity. Get your Allegiance flag in time for the 4th of July.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
David is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Nice to meet you. My name is David. I've been a pharmacist for 44 years, and I'm from Flowery Branch, Georgia. When I first started taking Prevagen, I noticed stuff just seemed to come together and fit like a jigsaw puzzle. When I have customers come in, I recommend Prevagen. Number one, because it's safe and effective, does not require a prescription, and I've been taking it quite a while myself, and I know it works. I wouldn't recommend something like Prevagen if I didn't think it was worth it because it works so good for me. And I love it when the customers come back in and tell me, David, that really works so good. Makes my day.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Hope. It's more than a word. It's a breakthrough in the making. At City of Hope, we're pushing the boundaries of science, targeting cancer at the molecular level, with teams of experts working together to personalize a treatment plan right down to your DNA with unprecedented speed, making every second count, with appointments in as little as 24 hours. City of Hope, advancing cancer care at life-saving speed. Learn more at cityofhope.org.
News, weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Michael Toscano. The White House says it will update the controversial Make America Healthy Again report from Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. This follows criticism it misinterpreted a number of studies and cited others that do not exist. CBS News medical contributor and editor-at-large for KFF Health News, Dr. Celine Gounder, says this is dangerous.
This is a real breach of public trust. And coming from an administration that has said, look, we're going to be more transparent. We're going to follow the evidence. We're going to have gold standard science. And frankly, this is Orwellian doublespeak for sloppy pseudoscience.
Kennedy refuses to say who wrote the report. Correspondent Erica Brown reports President Trump held a rally with steelworkers.
Today, I have a major announcement, and are you ready to hear this?
Shortly after President Trump took the stage at a Pennsylvania steel plant Friday evening, he announced he's doubling his tariff on steel imports to the U.S.
We're going to bring it from 25% to 50% the tariffs on steel into the United States of America, which will even further secure the steel industry in the United States.
The president delivered the news as he touted a deal between U.S. Steel and Japan's Nippon Steel.
Parts of Minnesota and Wisconsin have unhealthy air tonight for people and animals sensitive to pollution and other airborne particles. That's because of smoke drifting south from Canadian wildfires. Here's meteorologist David Parkinson.
The upper Midwest most impacted by these fires, but as they continue to burn, more and more of the U.S. will likely feel at least some impacts. And interestingly enough, this smoke likely to actually extend all the way to Europe by next week. That should give you an indication of just how much smoke is being put into the air by these record-breaking fires.
Hamas says it is reviewing a U.S. proposal for a temporary ceasefire in Gaza. We have more from CBS's Imtiaz Tayeb in Israel.
Crucially, this deal will not bring a complete end to Israel's war on Gaza or bring all the hostages, dead or alive, home. The deal would, however, see a massive surge of humanitarian aid into Gaza, where up until last week, Israel has blocked almost all food, water, and medicine from entering the devastated Palestinian territory.
Loretta Swit, who won 2 Emmy Awards playing Major Margaret Houlihan on the pioneering hit TV series MASH, has died. Along with Alan Alda, she was the show's longest-serving cast member.
From now on, I'm number one, me, Margaret Houlihan.
Swit died Friday at her home in New York City. She was 87. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. In short, a lot of things. Bundle today at Progressive.com.
Preparing to sell your home can be costly and time-consuming. Skip the hassles of a traditional home sale and sell your home stress-free with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Hi, it's Chris Chandler. Say goodbye to the stress that comes with showings, open houses, and costly home repairs. My friends at Mark Spain Real Estate will sell your home fast and for maximum value. With over 12,500 five-star reviews, trust the top real estate team in the U.S. to sell your home for top dollar. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.
Sometimes a girl in my class doesn't bring anything to eat for lunch.
The truth is, in America, 1 in 5 kids worry about their next meal.
I want everybody to have yummy food.
So do we. That's why Kroger donates surplus fresh food from our shelves to your local food bank. We've provided over 3.5 billion meals through our Zero Hunger, Zero Waste plan. Visit Kroger.com to see how you can help fight hunger and waste in our community.
Because nobody should have an empty tummy.
WSB consumer expert Clark Howard.
So if you are a shopper at what I've been calling $1.25 tree, well, get ready. Because of inflation and the impact of tariffs, Dollar Tree is going to sliding scale pricing that generally is going to be $1.50 to, get this, $7 apparently. Think about that. Dollar Tree used to be the old reliable. Forever from its actual naming as Dollar Tree, everything in the store was $1 or less. And then they let it float to $1.25, and now floating way on up. So when you used to go into Dollar Tree, you'd go in, you'd pick up an item, and just in your mind, you knew how many items, how many dollars. Not anymore. Pay close attention to what the item is actually costing you. It'll say on the shelf. I'm Clark Howard.
It's Thursday night, and you're grabbing drinks with some friends. Started off with a pitcher for the table, which quickly becomes 2. There's pool. And there's the photo booth.
All right, everybody squeeze in. Say cheese!
Followed naturally by an order of wings. And another.
Can we get some extra ranch sauce?
Then there's the ceremonial nightcap.
So what are we doing this weekend?
And lastly, it's back to the car, which, if you're buzzed, could be the most expensive night of your life. Getting pulled over for buzzed driving could cost you around $10,000 in fines, legal fees, and increased insurance rates. Nothing kills a buzz like getting pulled over for buzzed driving, because buzzed driving is drunk driving. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Listening to 95.5 WSB pays.
No way!
The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz.
That is awesome.
5 chances a day to win $5,000.
Download the WSB app. Your next chance to win is Monday morning at 8.
Oh my God.
From 95.5 WSB.
1205, live team coverage of traffic and weather. Construction on I-75 northbound in Fulton County blocks 2 right lanes near Cleveland Avenue, exit 241. And they crash in Bartow County that's blocking the right lane of 75 southbound near Glade Road, exit County Road 633, exit 278. It is causing some delays still. You can take 41 to get around that. Also, reports of a vehicle stall in Clayton County taking out a left lane of 285 westbound inner loop at exit 60, Riverdale Road. 95.5 WSB traffic.
I'm Channel 2 Action News Chief Meteorologist Brad Nitz. 50s by morning, a cool start, then mostly sunny and warm, breezy, high 80. Sunday, low 61, high 82. Rain chance 30% for an isolated shower storm late.
63 in Powder Springs, 64 in Panthersville and Peachtree Corners. More news at 12:30. Breaking news when it happens. Jay Holloway, 95.5 WSB.
The following was previously recorded and scheduled to broadcast at this time.
Happy Friday, friends. We all made it together. Yes.
An exhausting week. Even though it was a 4-day work week for a lot of us, it's been an exhausting week. The news keeps on coming and coming hard. We are going to be all over the map for you today. In-depth coverage on a pause in the tariff pause. We're going to go to the White House and get an update from Elena Treen in just a second. Legal analyst Thane Rosenbaum is going to join us next hour. Tell us exactly what happened in the courts yesterday as the Trump administration won their appeal from that decision from that 3-judge panel that the tariffs were in place illegally. A really, really big, important story. We're going to talk about that. Political analyst Bill Crane live in studio at 10:35. A lot of big local political stories we're going to talk to Bill about. Oh, and 1018. Gosh, I always forget. 1018. We're going to give away another $1,000. Another chance for you to win $1,000 just for listening to 95.5 WSB. It's the 5K a day bonus blitz. Yours truly is going to give you another keyword at around 1018-ish. Could be 16, could be 20, around 10. Just be listening to the show so you don't miss the keyword in the 5K day bonus blitz. Another chance for you to win $1,000. I want to start with a big local story that I didn't even know was a local story, Deborah. It just goes to show you, I don't think we realize how big Metro Atlanta is, right? You think about it, like if you live in Kennesaw and you get invited to a party in Stockbridge or McDonough, you're like, that's a lot. That's a heck. I would be debating. I'm like, that must be a really good party for me to drive from Kennesaw to McDonough or vice versa. Metro Atlanta is just, it's physically, it's big. Geographically, it's a big area. So last night, I knew it was raining. I took the dogs out in between the raindrops, took my nap, went up. Maya and I went to a graduation party yesterday evening up in the Dunwoody area. And I was like, oh, it was just raining, you know. I had no idea there was a tornado yesterday on the south side.
Are you serious?
I had no idea.
You don't get like weather alerts or anything like that?
Once I take my nap, I put my as Maya calls it, my moon. I put my moon on, so I get no updates or alerts or anything. I woke up for the nap, didn't check the alerts, walked the dogs, got ready for the. I had no idea where did the tornado hit yesterday? It was apparently a pretty severe thing.
Yeah, this was down in Henry County. I mean, I get all the alerts, and then, of course, you see social media blow up whenever it's in the metro area, too. So this was down in Henry County, and if you check Twitter or whatever threads you like to use, you will see all kinds of crazy videos of the actual tornado, like, coming right across I-75. I mean, this looks like you would be seeing the Twister movies. It was pretty intense.
Absolutely, and I had no idea. And it's the Metro Atlanta area. Like whenever something bad happens in Atlanta, I hear from my mom, like, "Are you okay?" I'm surprised I didn't get a text from her saying, "Are you okay?" But Henry County, I'm in Decatur, Tucker area. Like that's a long way. I had no idea that we had a tornado in Henry County, and we're not out of the woods yet. Apparently, there's a threat of severe weather this afternoon. Charging into Metro Atlanta is the headline on the AJC. Obviously, our weather and traffic teams are going to be at the ready, but it was just a reminder of how big the Metro Atlanta area is. Like my home state of Connecticut can fit comfortably in North Georgia. Like if God just picked up Connecticut and was like, all right, enough of this, and right down in North Georgia. So to me, it boggles my mind that we have so much area in the Metro Atlanta area. Like we're dealing with a hazmat situation on the west side on I-20. And then you think of the other side of I-20, still in the metro area, you go out to the Conyers area. That's like an hour and a half drive. Yeah. In Connecticut, I would never take an hour. It was an hour and 15-minute drive to the casino. And I was like, that's no way. That's forever.
Another state if you're in Connecticut.
Yeah, it's like, forget it. But here it's just, you're still in the metro area. Oh, you drove an hour and 15 minutes and you're still in the Metro Atlanta area. Some chilling audio from the storms yesterday. This is Malachi Chaney. The son was Malachi Chaney. His father, Trey Chaney, was an actor who played Poot in the hit show The Wire. Apparently lives on Atlanta's south side now. He posted a video after finding his phone in the rubble left behind by the tornado.
I survived the tornado. My son, he survived. I'm doing a video to let y'all know right now, man. Cherish life.
I mean, you hear the the emotion. Apparently, one of his kids is critically hurt after being thrown by the tornadic winds.
My son was thrown 300 feet out of his room.
Wow. So it's an 18-year-old. His 18-year-old son is now critically injured after that tornado ripped through their home in Locust Grove. More from the dad.
I just got my phone back because I just crawled through where I was. And luckily, the phone wasn't broke. I found it. But anything else, I don't have.
Oh, the heartbreak there of a dad who survived the tornado, but his son is critically injured. Just awful.
In a split second, my house is gone. I just got out the hospital. I got this bruise on my head. I wish I could replace the pain with my son.
Unbelievable. So a reminder, severe weather is no joke. We expect more this afternoon. As Deborah mentioned, get those push alerts from the WSB News app. The weather team's going to be on board. No one's going home. Traffic's going to get you around. Any bad flooding or trees down or wires down. Speaking of tree down, I don't know if this was related or not, Deborah. I didn't send you the story. I actually heard it on Atlanta's Morning News. I say, hey, Judd, tell me more about that story. I don't know if you heard this. 78-year-old Tequila man died yesterday, okay, after pushing his twin 8-year-old granddaughters and his sister out of the way of a massive falling tree limb. Did you hear that story?
Yeah, I did.
So Manuel Javier Pinzon was with the girls around noon on Ewing Chapel Road when they discovered a small animal in his backyard. The twins had been excited about their finding, sending pictures to family. Quote, my girls found a baby deer in the backyard. They've been playing back here for years, said the son-in-law. All of a sudden, there was a large crackling sound. Crashing is how they described it. And the grandfather heard the sound and raced in and pushed his granddaughters and his sister out of the way. Saved 3 lives. But unfortunately, the tree limb fell and killed him. Died literally. A hero, right? He heard. I mean, who would have had the instincts, the reaction? Like a professional athlete has, the hand-eye coordination, and this guy's 78-year-old grandpa, but he hears the crackling above, instinctively says, "Oh, something bad's about to happen." While his grandkids are looking at this baby deer in the backyard, rushes, pushes them out of the way. And then he gets killed by the falling branch. If it could kill a grown man, it would have killed the 2 granddaughters for sure. It was a 20-foot branch broken off up about 80 feet from a massive tree. Estimated weight of the branch, 75 to 85 pounds. Killing the 78-year-old grandfather. But what a hero. What a hero. 78-year-old Manuel Javier Pinzon. Saved his sister and his 2 8-year-old twin granddaughters. What a hero. Sad news, obviously. I mean, the granddaughters, they're going to be living with that forever, but the pride in knowing, oh, man, Grandpa saved our lives. A lot of stories from the severe weather. Again, severe weather is threatening again today. Keep it locked to 95.5 WSB for the absolute latest. All right, monitoring the big story we've been following for a couple of days here on the Mark Arum Show and on WSB Radio. The tariff, that 3-judge federal panel that said the Trump tariffs were illegal. He didn't have the power, the justification, the jurisdiction. There was a pause in that yesterday. So now the tariffs are still alive until this whole thing is adjudicated. Elena Trine at the White House this morning.
I mean, after a day of really allowing his advisors to speak for him, we did hear from the president directly on this, lashing out about this court decision, even though we saw the Federal Appeals Court quickly step in and kind of revive the tariffs that the Court of International Trade had initially blocked. Now, you mentioned this, but he was particularly irked. You could see this in his very lengthy post on social media that one of the judges on that 3-judge panel who decided this ruling was someone that he had appointed himself back during his first term. He argued he was newer to Washington. I would argue he was actually 2 years into his first term when he appointed that judge, and blamed others for telling him and recommending that judge to him. But look, he also asked that the Supreme Court step in immediately to decide this case. He argued that if he had allowed Congress to approve these tariffs initially, they would have sat around, he said, and decided weeks on what these type of levies should be. Remember, this is the reason that the court said that he did not have the authority to impose these sweeping tariffs. They said he could not go around Congress by declaring that national economic emergency. And you also highlighted that point when he said backroom hustlers, a quote from him, should not be allowed to destroy the nation. But while the president kind of was stewing over this all day yesterday, Kate, we did see many of his economic advisors go out, kind of do a tour on the media networks to try and make sense of these different rulings. And one of those people we heard from was Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. He said essentially, quote, that the president has the right to set the trade agenda for the United States. But then he also argued that the legal setbacks weren't impacting the trade negotiations with a series of different partners. However, one of the United States' biggest trading partners, China, is one where he said some of the conversations have been stalled. I want you to listen to how he put it.
I would say that they are a bit stalled. I believe that we will be having more talks with them in the next few weeks. This is going to require both leaders to weigh in with each other. They have a very good relationship, and I am confident that the Chinese will come to the table when President Trump makes his preferences known.
So as you could hear there, not really projecting a lot of confidence in some of the talks with China. That comes after, of course, they had announced a couple weeks ago a broader trade agreement between the United States and China, trying to avoid some of the steepest tariffs that the president had placed on them. Now it's down to 30% tariffs on China, but still not exactly looking like an optimistic picture of how those negotiations are going.
Elena Trina at the White House this morning with a lot of information there. We will continue our team coverage of the future of the tariffs through the court system. Legal analyst Thane Rosenbaum is going to join us shortly after the 10 a.m. news and explain exactly what happened to the courts yesterday and what's going to happen moving forward. And Elena mentioned there, the negotiations with China. Is this part of the negotiations? We heard from the Secretary of State's office yesterday about a new procedure when it comes to Chinese student visas and what that means moving forward for Chinese students that want to come study in the United States. Chris Baccia from ABC is going to cover that for us in just a little bit, but a lot going on. All right, reminder, 1 hour from right now, I'm going to give you a keyword of the 5K Day Bonus Blitz, another chance for you to win $1,000. How cool would that make your weekend, winning $1,000 just by listening to WSB Radio? Quick break. When we come back, though, federal cuts impacting an organization in Metro Atlanta near and dear to me. I'll tell you what organization is going to lose some federal funding.
If it's happening on the streets of Atlanta.
The Cobb County Medical Examiner's Office identifies 57 sets of cremains.
If it's happening on the roads leading to Atlanta.
Massive project at 285 and Georgia 400 has been a big improvement.
We've got it covered.
Atlanta jurors convict a former Customs and Border Protection officer.
Your 24/7 news source.
Covering the stories that impact you.
Tune in throughout the day to stay up to date.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's breaking news station.
Well, I bet it is safe to say you are sick and tired of home services companies that don't show up on time, don't get it right, ghost you then when you need them later. Hey, it's Chris Chandler. I don't have to worry about any of that because I only trust TE Certified Electrical, Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. TE Certified is a well-oiled machine with the highest level of communication and follow-up. They're on time, friendly, and fully stocked.
TE Certified, we love your home.
Today alone, 5,370 people in the United States will be diagnosed with cancer. That's why Stand Up to Cancer funds and develops the newest and most promising cancer treatments. Stand Up to Cancer wants to provide you with every opportunity to join in this mission. By donating your home, land, or commercial property, you can help Stand Up to Cancer fund innovative cancer research. Stand Up to Cancer makes the process easy, and it may be tax deductible. Visit standuptocancer.org/giveproperty to learn more.
WSB consumer expert Clark Howard.
If you loved shopping at Big Lots and you really mourn their demise, well, they have been reborn, at least in part, There are 14 stores that are reopening across North Georgia, and Big Lots failed because of mismanagement, not the idea. In fact, all across the country, and we're one of the hottest spots in America for this, deep discounters are popping up. Deep discounters that the price of the goods are all a flat price that goes down every day on surplus goods. So if you're stuck with the inflationary cycle and you're looking to stretch every dollar, know that we've got a lot of alternatives across Metro Atlanta to help you do that.
I'm Clark Howard.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code LIKE to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code LIKE for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code LIKE for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Steel Horse Law knows that your bike is made of steel, but your heart is made of gold. If someone causes you to lay your bike down, you deserve the very best from an experienced firm that knows bikers because they are bikers. Eric Von Hessler for Steel Horse Law, the Stein and Karen Law Group. They're local, so they understand the changes to Georgia law, and you'll meet directly with your attorney, not just an assistant like the mega firms. Schedule your free accident evaluation at steelhorselaw.com.
We're finding debris all over the place, just phones and other things from inside the house are being located just great distances away.
Man, that's Henry County Police Deputy Chief Jason Bolton talking about yesterday's confirmed tornado now in Henry County. 18-year-old critically injured, and we are not out of the severe weather woods yet. We are expecting more rough weather this afternoon. It's going to make a mess of your afternoon commute, and Christina Edwards is on call if there's any tornado warnings. Christina will be jumping in live, breaking into regular programming to keep you safe and sound. And again, reminder, download the WSB Radio app. Do it right now. You get those push alerts. Christina, when we have severe weather, Deborah, I know you know this, but Christina gets to take over the station. Like, she's got control of social media, the apps. Like, she is, this means a lot to her. Is making sure that the listeners are safe during severe weather. So, right.
She feels guilty if she's not here and it's just a thunderstorm. She's like, I should have been there to tell people.
Well, she's on vacation right now. Like,
I know, but she's checking in. If you follow her on social, she's checking in.
She's like an ER doctor. Like, she's on call for any tornado warning. So even if she's in the middle of the Pacific on a cruise ship, Christina will be here for you, so make sure you download that. Federal cuts hitting close to home now, Deborah, for me as well. One of my favorite charitable organizations, the Atlanta Community Food Bank, is about to lose some federal funding. What can you tell me?
Yeah, Atlanta Community Food Bank is already struggling with those federal cuts. You know, they support about 15 to 20 million pounds of food, which service 29 counties in the metro area. We just talked about how big Metro Atlanta is. But because of inflation, increased food costs, and then loss of funding like SNAP benefits to a lot of people here, more and more people are having to rely on the food bank. And they've seen a 60% increase in need just over these past couple of years. But you've had federal cuts, and then, you know, those changes that they made to the USDA that were also sending food out all over. they've canceled about 300 truckloads of food already to ACFB, and they're not sure how to replace it. So if you're looking for a place to donate, if you can, consider acfb.org.
Yeah, do that monthly donation. I've got it set up. I don't even have to think about it every month. Because the food insecure are now more insecure, and there's more folks that are food insecure. Atlanta Community Food Bank doing the best they can. I haven't talked about this all week, and I'm just going to use this update as a segue to something I really want to talk about. The Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial continues today in New York. Our buddy Aaron Katersky from ABC says what we can expect today.
Mia's going to be back on the witness stand. She has already recounted several instances of violence and violent sexual assault. Perhaps there's more to come. And then she's going to be cross-examined. We expect that would take much of the day because the defense is going to try and say that she was in a professional relationship with Sean Combs for 8 years. She had points where maybe there were red flags. She said the first day she met Sean Combs, he was in his underwear. And why did she stay in that professional relationship for so long?
Unbelievable. But this is what I want to talk about. Sean Diddy's done. He's absolutely done. But through this, I guess it was through the testimony or something, the dude puts applesauce on cheeseburgers. What?
I knew you were going to pull that out.
Yeah. What do you, I mean, I love applesauce. I love cheese. But why? That's freaky. That's a freak off, if you will.
It's freak off parties. I'm Austin Eller, 95.5 WSB.
Who the hell's putting applesauce on a cheeseburger? Throw the book at him for that alone. Was that entered into evidence? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this freak puts applesauce on cheeseburgers. You must convict. Just an awful story. All right, when we come back, student visas about to be cut off for all Chinese students coming to the United States? Question mark? Chris Baccia from ABC News with that story next on The Mark Arum Show.
Selling your home does not have to be a circus act. With Orchard, you can skip the juggling and get paid twice. Hey, it's Eric Von Hessler, and here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash up front from your current home so you can go ahead and buy your next place without waiting around. No juggling closings, no temporary rentals, no, hey mom, can I stay for a week situations. While you're moving into your new home, Orchard is behind the scenes getting your old one ready. Repairs, showings, even upgrades to bump up that sale price. And when it sells for more, like it usually does, you get that money too. So yeah, it's like getting paid twice. Once now, once later. And who doesn't want to be paid twice? Come on, we all love getting paid twice. Start with a free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com. No pressure, no catch, just a smarter way to move. That's Orchard.
Every 36 seconds, a vehicle is stolen in the United States. Cars are an important investment, and you have the power to protect it. Remove valuables from your car or place out of view. Roll up your windows completely. Don't leave your car running while unattended, especially during the winter. And always lock your doors and take your keys or fob with you. If you know something about a vehicle theft, call us at 1-800-TEL-NICB.
This is a public service message from the National Insurance Crime Bureau.
The morning rush hour, the evening rush hour, and everything in between.
Slow spots are starting to build up the east side perimeter on 285 North.
Tune in 24/7 with the Triple Team Traffic
We've
Center.
had several breakdowns, including one in the express lane.
Your source for Atlanta's traffic.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk. Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News, weather,
Traffic. 95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
CBS News Brief correspondent Alex Tin tells us reporters found serious faults with the Make America Healthy Again report from HHS Secretary Kennedy.
They essentially went through all the citations in this report released by the White House, and they found that some of those citations were either wrong, they led to studies that essentially didn't exist. They found others were misinterpreted.
President Trump tells a Pittsburgh area rally he's raising the tariff on imported steel to 50% as Japan's Nippon Steel invests in U.S. steel.
I think being able to invest in our communities and be able to ensure the longevity of U.S. steel, I think it's really exciting.
The U.S. is waiting for Hamas to respond to a ceasefire proposal for Gaza.
Hamas has not outright rejected the U.S. plan for a 2-month ceasefire, the release of 10 living Israeli hostages and over 125 Palestinian prisoners freed from serving life sentences.
CBS's Imtiaz Tayeb in Israel. CBS News Brief, I'm Michael Toscano.
That's your garage door. Almost broken, but technically not broken yet. And you know the old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? So you don't fix it, 'cause it ain't broke. And it gets worse. Until one day, 2 a.m., raining alligators, carload full of dry cleaning, you push the button, and out of nowhere, guess what's broke? Your garage door. At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. A garage door that's almost broken can actually do more damage than one that's fully broke. Jammed up parts put an extra strain on the motor, rollers out of whack stress the tracks and the belts. Fix it early while it's still a simple repair and before your car gets locked out or locked in. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll come over and make it right. Because if it's almost broke, you fix it.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
When someone's AC is on the fritz, drains are clogged, or wall outlets are sparking, Castile Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume, how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Castile will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at CastileAir.com.
A big truck ruined your car and your career. Now the trucking company thinks they're going to bully you into a bad offer. Get the strong arm. Attorney John Boy and Associates.
Don't get tricked, twisted, and trapped into a terrible settlement. Call me first. We'll move fast to get you the most money possible as quickly as possible. And it costs you nothing to get started today. That's the strong arm.
Get real. Get the strong arm. Call Attorney John Boy and Associates now.
When traffic
No
hits,
traffic getting through in either direction.
the Triple Team Traffic Center has you covered.
Even the bridge over 75 is being held.
Your source for Atlanta's traffic.
Out of Spaghetti Junction along 285 westbound and a crash on Peachtree Boulevard 141 southbound before 285.
Brought to you by the Cool Ray Lifetime Parts and Labor Warranty.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
1235 live team coverage of traffic and weather. Heads up in Fulton County, 85 northbound as road crews take up 2 left lanes near Cheshire Bridge, Lennox Road. Buford Highway is sitting at the ready should delays get to be too much there. And 2 right lanes of 285 southbound and inner loop are out for road maintenance near Glenwood Road, exit 44 in the Decatur area. And 3 right lanes of the outer loop of 285 northbound near Highway 78 are blocked for construction. 95.5 WSB traffic.
I'm Channel 2 Action News Chief Meteorologist Brad Nitz. 50s by morning, a cool start, then mostly sunny and warm, breezy, high 80. Sunday, low 61, high 82. Rain chance 30% for an isolated shower storm late.
62 in Oxford, 62 in Clarkston, and 63 in Austell. More news at 1. Breaking news when it happens. Jay Holloway, 95.5 WSB.
Happy 61st birthday, Winona Judd. Turned 61 today. She was 60 when she was on the show yesterday. That was fantastic. Deborah made a social media video, but Deborah, I tried to download it off my email, and it said it said you got to push alert to log in. Blah, blah, blah. Anyway, I'll get it posted. Thank you for doing that, Deborah. By the way, yesterday apparently I was really sleepy by the time Winona Judd was on the show, and I kept referring to her as Winona Judge.
Yes,
like Aaron Judge's mom. Anyway, no disrespect to the fam, the Judd fam. It's Winona Judd. See, I'm awake, fully caffeinated. It's Winona Judd, not Judge. Anyway, happy birthday to Winona. That was great. She was fantastic yesterday. If you missed that, the podcasts are available. And I don't know, are we supposed to solicit people liking the podcast? Does that help the algorithm?
Like the podcast?
Yeah, like if you give it a thumbs up on wherever I don't know. I listen to these fantasy baseball podcasts. And they're always pleading, hey, make sure you like our podcast because it helps us. So does that help us if people like our podcast?
I'm sure it does, yes.
Yeah,
All right.
why not? Go
All right,
ahead.
go ahead.
Show us.
Hit the like button.
Hit the like
Yeah.
button. Yeah, anyway, I have no idea. You're going to really like the opportunity to win $1,000 coming up at 10:18-ish. I'm going to give you a keyword in the 5K day bonus splits. Another chance for you to win $1,000 just for listening to the Mark Arum Show. Who wouldn't like that? Who wouldn't like $1,000 here going into the weekend? All right, let's go up to ABC's Chris Baccia, who joins us here on the Mark Arum Show. Chris, good morning, my friend. Got some news out of the State Department yesterday concerning Chinese students and Chinese visa student applicants moving forward. What can you tell us?
Well, we found out that the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, and his State Department apparatus will, quote, more aggressively be checking the visa application process of Chinese international students. Now, we don't have much clarity on what exactly that means, because certainly there's already a process to check students as they come in. They have to go to their embassy and go through certain processes at home. So we're not so sure. They point out that certain fields, specific fields of study, are going to be evaluated more harshly, let's say. So Chinese students, particularly scientists, I think, have a bit more fear at this moment, though a lot of Chinese students don't want to come forward and talk to folks like us in the press for fear that could identify them to authorities. It's notable that the State Department statement mentions the Department of Homeland Security, which is involved with border security, of course, and deportation operations, as we've seen throughout the country. So certainly just that mention, I think, can send a bit of a chill. But really, in the middle of this are the 277,000 Chinese students who come to the United States to study each year, which is more than any other country besides India. These are students who just don't know what could be next year.
Did we hear from the State Department the reasoning behind this extra scrutiny on future visa holders and current visa holders?
They won't use the term directly, national security or espionage, but certainly the implication is that there's concern about what Chinese students could use to potentially weaponize things that they learn or hear in the United States. And that's the particular worry with certain fields. Think of a nuclear physics student. But it's worth mentioning that in 2020, the Trump administration already did an executive order, the first Trump administration, which looked at Chinese students with any ties to the military. The Biden administration upheld that executive order. So already in effect has been an extra layer of scrutiny for anyone with association with the military or who studied at a military-affiliated school, for example. But this extra layer, the State Department spokeswoman mentioned intellectual property that might be mentioned on campus. Just any information that's proprietary to the United States in the sciences or other fields, that there's a concern of what that could, how that could be used back in China. But they're pretty thin on the details here.
Chris Baccia, ABC News, joining us on the Mark Arum Show. Legitimate concern, Chris, or just a way to further President Trump's negotiations with China, giving him another tool in his toolbox as he sets to negotiate trade deals?
Well, that's what some of the few Chinese students who have come forward and talked to the press have said. We feel like a bargaining chip here, and I think there's a lot of merit to that. I think that's part of it. But this is a broad geopolitical stroke at the same time. The fact is that the United States and China are at odds in a way that they just haven't been, and that escalation ladder has continued to go up. And this is another sort of tool in the kit that the Secretary of State had, who's his whole career been at China. And it's been raised as a certain tool that should be utilized in the national security circles here in Washington, which is that lots of important Chinese people send their children, their wealthy families, the upper echelon of Chinese society, send their children to study in the United States here. And it's been viewed as a leverage tool because it's still sought after, it's desired in the upper echelon of Chinese society. And so here is the administration saying not so fast.
Sure. Have you heard from Beijing in response to this?
Yeah, and they've come out and called this discriminatory. They've used that word directly to say that this has a lot to do with Chinese identity, and they don't appreciate it. This is a political move, and their comment was that the United States, which prizes liberty, or so it it says, and I'm paraphrasing there, but they say that they're not quite living up to that reputation.
Final question for you, Chris. We talked about the number of foreign students here in the metro Atlanta area, a ton at Georgia Tech, at Emory University. For current students at those institutions of higher learnings that are here on Chinese student visas, should they be worried that they might not be allowed to matriculate?
I think those who are already here in the United States are in a better position, and that's fortunate if they are here, let's say over the summer, or they didn't go back. I can't necessarily answer that question, but I think that the very few murmurs that you'll hear out there from Chinese students is that keep a low profile, don't get into trouble, and just hope for the best at this point. But we know what the approach is, and certainly social media is something that the State Department has said it wants to start looking at. Perhaps it already is. So that's another thing that students need to be aware of.
Chris Baccia, ABC News. Great stuff as always, Chris. Thanks so much for your time.
Thanks, Mark.
I was kind of shocked at that number, Deborah. 240,000 Chinese students in the United States on student visas. I mean, I know it's the most populous nation in the world, but that's a lot. That's a lot. Just think of the paperwork having to deal. The State Department's got to deal with clearing 240,000 student visas just for Chinese students. Now, my gut reaction is like that's too many. But then I'm like, well, all these, and Chris mentioned it rightly so, that it's the upper echelon of the Chinese Politburo, the movers and shakers, the really well off. They want their kids educated in the West. They're not getting Hope scholarships. Like a billionaire's son in Beijing isn't coming to the United States and getting a merit scholarship. Like they're paying the full ride for and which kind of supplements the lower income Americans that want to go. So I know it's a catch-22, but that's a big number, 240,000. I don't know if you are a Chinese national here on a student visa at Tech or at Emory. Again, not 95%, as Vinny said yesterday, as far as student visas are concerned. But I'm not sure you should be concerned, but I wouldn't feel too comfortable. Because but maybe this is just a negotiating tool for the president in dealing with China. We have more on the China negotiations coming up a little bit later on the show. Didn't go to a Chinese restaurant for lunch yesterday, Deborah, but we did a little staff lunch yesterday. Mm-hmm. I took Vinny Drip, and the two Ashleys, Ashley Frasca and Ashley from the digital desk, to the Revolving Sushi restaurant in Midtown. Okay. Longoria bailed because he doesn't like sushi. He didn't want to go. Ooh. But Ashley had never had sushi before. So I was like, all right, we got to do this. And Vinny, you seem to have limited sushi experience from what I saw yesterday.
Wait, why do you say that?
Well, you didn't know how to hold chopsticks.
Okay, that doesn't.
You give him the kid one?
Yeah, that's hard.
You should have given him the kid chopsticks.
I should have asked them for the kid chopsticks.
I don't think it matters.
But anyway, Vinny,
chopsticks are good.
Deborah, Vinny was very adventurous. He had a ikura, which are salmon eggs. Wow. That's big time sushi, and he just threw it down, Vin. I'm very, very impressed with your thing.
Good for you, Vince.
Thank you.
Anyway, I like that Revolving Sushi place there because it's fun. That you just pull the food off the revolving conveyor belt, and it's a good time. But I also have the app, so I get rewards points. So I get these Kura points, and I went to Dunkin' Donuts today. Guess how many Dunkin' Donuts points I have, Longoria?
5,000.
19,000.
What? I was going to say 10. I was going to overshoot that.
So I'm big on that customer loyalty
19,000.
thing. 19,000. But I only were places where I go frequently. Like, I don't go to Starbucks frequently. Yeah. But apparently they are changing their loyalty program or their rewards points, Deborah.
Mm-hmm. Starbucks is going to change their loyalty program beginning on June 24th, so you still got a couple days. They're going to eliminate that 25-star bonus for customers that bring in their own cup. I don't know if you've ever gone to Starbucks, but if you brought in your own cup, they'd give you like a discount and some actual points, to get your own coffee. Well, they're going to get rid of that. So basically, the way you earn your loyalty points, much like the airlines, they're going to get diminished. It's going to be harder, but they are going to offer double points on some other things. So just track your points at Starbucks.
Okay. I don't have the app or loyalty. So I rarely the only time I go to Starbucks is if I'm going to Target. looking for baseball cards, and there's a Starbucks there. I'm like, oh, let me get one of those. Oh, I wish I could play the Larry David. Vinny, try to find the Larry David scene on how he orders his coffee at Starbucks. It's from Curb Enthusiasm, and then edit it for the air.
Yes, edit it.
It's so funny. It's so funny. All right, so for all the Starbucksians out there, there's going to be a change in the loyalty program. Speaking of loyalty programs, apparently JetBlue and United are going to enter a partnership. Is that good or bad for frequent flyers?
The morning rush hour, the evening rush hour, and everything in between.
Slow spots are starting to build up the east side perimeter on 285 North.
Tune in 24/7 with the Triple Team Traffic
We've
Center.
had several breakdowns, including one in the express lane.
Your source for Atlanta's traffic.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
It's Ashley Frasca. When installing sod, freshness is key. It can be installed right now. You can trust NG Turf for the freshest, highest quality sod, like Rebel Supreme Fescue and Southern Blue. With multiple local farms across Georgia, they sell direct to homeowners. ngturf.com.
Look Again is a simple message with a huge meaning. We want anyone who is transporting children. When you get out of your vehicle, please check the front and back seats. And before you walk away, look again. No time of year or for any amount of time is it good to leave a child alone in a vehicle. Also, lock your doors, even when you're at home. If you see a child left alone in a vehicle, immediately call 911. I'm Commissioner Amy Jacobs of the Georgia Department of Early Care and Learning, and the Governor's Office of Highway Safety are asking you to look again.
WSB consumer expert Clark Howard.
Okay, I need you to have a conversation with your parents because there's a clear trend over the last 3 months where people are panic claiming Social Security at much younger ages than I recommend. That normally people get full Social Security claiming about age 67, and you get the most money if you wait to age 70. But there's been so much talk about whether Social Security is going to be solvent and all the rest that people are saying, well, I better get what I can get right now, and they're claiming really early. And the reason I don't want your parents doing this is that if they do that, it means they get a much smaller check for the rest of their lives. There's no do-over for this. So chill. Social Security's gonna be there. I'm Clark Howard.
Hey, if you've been thinking about selling your home, now is the time. With a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, now you can sell your home fast and for more than you expect. Hey, Sean Hannity here. One of the most stressful things about selling your home is not being able to control the timing. Now, Mark Spain Real Estate, they allow you to receive an all-cash offer and close in as little as 21 days. No showings, no open houses, no waiting around wondering whether your home is going to sell or not. It's that simple. One of their clients, BR, said, quote, Mark Spain Real Estate sold my home within 30 days. We received 4 offers in just 1 week. And thanks to them, the process was by far the easiest and the quickest. With over 12,500 5-star reviews, well, you can trust Mark Spain Real Estate to sell your home fast and for the most money. Now choose when you want to move with the Mark Spain Real Estate guaranteed offer and close with confidence. Just go to markspain.com to find out what your guaranteed offer will be. That's markspain.com, and you can start packing.
WSB Atlanta, WSB BFM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
We've got FBI involved, and hopefully things will move fast and we can bring this child home.
20 years ago, you heard that on WSB Radio. That was Natalie Holloway's mom, the Alabama teen that disappeared in Aruba 20 years ago today. Holloway's never been found, but didn't they convict Vandersloot? Was that the guy's name? Yeah, yep. Like he was Diddy-esque in his dastardly deeds. But I remember I went to Aruba in 2011, so it was a while ago. And so Natalie disappeared in 2005. I went to Aruba in 2011, 6 years later. And like every native was like, hey, that Natalie Holloway thing was a one-off. You know, Aruba's safe. They were still very, I don't say embarrassed, but they were defensive about it. Like, I didn't bring it up. I didn't, ask the cabbie, like, hey, what happened to Holloway? They brought it up on their own saying, oh, Aruba's it was a great place. You ever been to Aruba?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I maybe on a cruise. Well, I'm just saying, sometimes on a cruise, you go to these little for
I
an
recommend
hour or two.
it. I had a Jeep tour and went fishing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I had a good time. I'd like to go back to Aruba. Anyway, 20 years ago, Natalie Holloway disappeared, and she has never been found. All right, I teased this, Deborah, for all the frequent flyers listening, an odd partnership coming together. JetBlue, which is I perceive as a low-cost carrier, partnering up with United Airlines, one of the major carriers. What's this partnership look like?
Yeah, United Air and JetBlue are doing a partnership. So basically, you're going to be able to use your frequent flyer miles on both airlines. So if you get a whole bunch on United, and you can use them towards JetBlue or vice versa, and any other perks they have, those will be able to cross over too, and you'll be able to book each other's flights on the same websites. Now, it hasn't had federal approval yet, so this is all pending, but this is what they're looking for in the near future.
Really? You need federal approval for that?
Yeah.
Just to share points?
Yeah.
And miles? Interesting. I wonder if that's going to spur like Delta or American and pair up with a low-cost airline and share the points. I know Delta has worldwide partners. Like, I think you can use your Delta Sky Miles with Air France and like Air Korea.
Oh, yeah.
Stuff like that. But I can't imagine Delta and Southwest, they compete in too many markets. They're not going to combine forces, but maybe Delta will do that. Interesting. Longoria, I'm going to keep putting you on the spot. What's the second best-selling beer in the United States right now?
Bud Light?
Is it Bud Light, Deborah?
It is not Bud Light.
What is it?
Second best-selling beer in, the globe, actually.
On the globe, sorry.
Mm-hmm. Non-alcoholic beer.
Isn't that crazy?
What? Like Old Duels?
Like
not specifically Old Duels,
all
just
non-alcoholic beer is now the second best-selling beer. And we had Darren Ravel on, who covers the beverage industry, like a couple years ago, and he was telling me that's the fastest-growing segment of the beer market is non-alcoholic beer. And I didn't doubt him. I'm like, he knows his stuff, but I was questioning it. I good for folks that are choosing non-alcoholic beer. I don't understand the rise in now non-alcoholic beer, unless people are doing. I think this was a trend, but I think it was with water. The Gen Zers, the young kids, they go out to a bar now, Deborah, and they'll have a drink, and then instead of round two, they'll have a glass of water.
Well, yeah.
And then
I used to do that.
Really?
Yeah.
I never even heard of that.
I don't want to be too drunk.
I never heard of that. So maybe they're having a regular beer, and then the second round they have a nana. I don't get it. I'm not judging. That's shocking, right?
Yeah, because I mean, when I was young, I don't think I ever drank a beer for the taste.
Yeah, exactly.
Like I never was like, man, I really want that refreshing. Like it was more of like, I'm gonna go get drunk or party.
It
didn't matter what it tasted like.
You never drank Busch Light or Natty Light for the taste.
No.
Yeah, so good for them, I guess.
Yeah, Gen Zers have this whole sober, curious lifestyle. Well, except for Kobe and his 30 racks or whatever. But people like Vin maybe not drinking as much, and so non-alcoholic beer rose 9%, where everything
crazy.
else fell by 1%.
Maybe Lil Gnocchi's 30 rack is O'Doul's. That's the only non-alcoholic beer I know, too, O'Doul's. I don't even know if they still make that. Interesting. Great fact there. Second most imbibed beer in the world, non-alcoholic beer. All right, Sabrina's got your news, weather, and traffic. When we come back, legal analyst Dane Rosenbaum going to join us. When it comes to the tariff pause or not pause in the courts, he'll break down what happened yesterday next on The Mark Arum Show.
It pays to have the WSB radio app. Download it today and get ready for the Blitz.
Oh my God. The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz. 5 chances a day to win $5,000.
It's a Blitz.
The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz.
Your next chance to win is Monday morning at 8.
Oh, that's cool.
From 95.5 WSB.
Download the WSB radio app now.
Now's the perfect time to cash in on your unwanted gold and silver jewelry or luxury watches. At A1 Gold buyers, you'll get top dollar, immediate payment, and free no-pressure evaluations. With years of trusted experience, they make the process quick, fair, and hassle-free. No appointment needed. Come see us at 5779 State Bridge Road in Johns Creek, next to Pike Nursery. A1GoldBuyers.com, where you get great service and great prices.
I'm in almost every school bus and classroom. I go to school with your children. We say the Pledge of Allegiance together. You see me around the neighborhood and you tell me that I'm a pretty good kid. Well, I'm one out of every 5 children in America, and I'm struggling with hunger. This problem is closer than you think. My teacher tells me we can grow up to be whatever we want. I want to grow up to be someone who doesn't go to bed hungry. There's enough food in this country to feed everybody. Please visit feedingamerica.org today and find your local food bank for ways to help. Every dollar you donate helps provide 8 meals for kids like me, quietly struggling with hunger. Together, we are Feeding America, brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Mental health touches every community in Georgia. Many of us have known a friend, a coworker, or a loved one who struggled, and we've asked ourselves, how can I help? I'm Kevin Tanner, Commissioner of the Georgia Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities. Since 2022, the 988 Lifeline has been available 24/7 by phone, text, or chat, connecting Georgians to trained counselors who are ready to listen and offer support day or night. Whether someone is overwhelmed, dealing with substance use, or just going through a tough time, 988 is here for you, for them, for all of us. Asking for help isn't a weakness, it's a sign of strength. And sometimes being a lifeline for someone else starts with knowing where to turn. Call, text, or chat 988. No judgment, just help. Together, let's change up the conversation, because Georgia, it's okay not to be okay, and it's always okay to reach out.
I'm Chris Chandler. When you join us Monday starting at 5 a.m. for Atlanta's morning news, breaking metro stories, our exclusive 5-day forecast covers the work week ahead. Money, uncertainty with the courts weighing in now. We'll have our regular Monday chat with CBS's Scott McFarland in Washington. Plus, what Clark Howard says the tariff pause with China means for you. And the last week of our Bonus Blitz contest begins. Your chance to win $1,000 on 95.5 WSB.
Looking to get organized in style? The brand new Artisan Custom Closet showroom is now open near Trilla Studios in Fayetteville. Come experience the Artisan difference. Meet with a designer for your free consultation and start your custom project today. See more at artisancustomclosets.com.
He's the guy at the desk next to you.
So if you can't handle your real face, then don't tell me how to handle my life.
He's your co-pilot for the ride home.
They have a lot more money now because they stopped kneeling.
Eric Von Hessler.
Things are going to get broken.
Eric Von Hessler.
Monday at 3.
95.5 WSB. Atlanta's News and Talk.
Stand Up to Cancer asked leading cancer researchers to speak about why they do their work.
2 words come to mind for me. One is responsibility, the other is purpose.
It's just so inspiring to do research that impacts human lives.
Stand Up to Cancer has been a critical partner in advancing research for cancer.
Cancer research saves lives.
So please, help us fight in this battle against cancer.
Be a part of the team that ends cancer at standuptocancer.org.
When a warrior faces adversity, he fights through it. He finds a way. Freedom isn't free. Rolling strong. Belief. Believe you can, and you will.
Wheelchairs for Warriors provides mobility solutions to veterans and first responders injured in the line of duty. Join the mission and visit wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
News, weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB. Atlanta's News and Talk.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Michael Toscano. President Trump says he's doubling tariffs on imported steel to 50%, and he visited a Pittsburgh-area steel mill to announce Japan's Nippon Steel will invest in Pennsylvania-based U.S. Steel. We have more from CBS News Pittsburgh reporter Jessica Guay.
Some are looking for clarity about what this partnership is.
Right now, there's a lot of questions because we don't have the details. We do not know how this is negotiated and what the details are on it yet.
Many thank the president for making sure U.S. Steel stays made in America.
Thank you for securing the future of steel jobs, for securing the future of manufacturing, and for securing the future of the Mon Valley and all of U.S. Steel.
The Supreme Court is allowing the Trump administration to remove legal protections for more than 500,000 migrants from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. CBS's Camilo Montoyo Galvez reports the number of people newly exposed to deportation is reaching 1 million.
Recently, SCOTUS also allowed the Department of Homeland Security to end the temporary protective status program for more than 300,000 Venezuelans. So, yes, these rulings are procedural in nature, but they still allow the administration to dramatically expand the categories and the pool of people who are now eligible for arrest and deportation.
The White House calls it formatting problems with citations, but correspondent Alex Tin tells us the Make America Healthy Again report on children's health from HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is riddled with issues.
What you hear from current and former federal health officials that we've spoken to is a deeper frustration, not just with the fact that these citations were wrong and potentially made up, but that the actual content and focus of this report was leaving out a lot of what they say are the major drivers of chronic disease in this country among children. Number one being preterm birth, another one being reduction to sodium. That's something that is clearly proven to reduce childhood disease.
It will stay hot across the West this weekend with temperatures 10 to 20 degrees above average.
Boise will hit 100 degrees on Saturday. Missoula, Montana up to 95. And even in a place like Reno, you're at the triple digits as well. Into the Central Valley of California, likely topping out at about 105.
That's meteorologist David Parkinson. If you happened by Fenway Park in Boston this past evening, you did not get to hear this.
Cowgirls don't cry. Ride, baby, ride.
Brooks and Dunn and Jason Aldean were the latest stars unable to perform following Shakira Thursday night, with shows canceled because of structural issues and equipment failures at the Venerable Ballpark. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Selling your home does not have to be a circus act. With Orchard, you can skip the juggling and get paid twice. Hey, it's Eric Von Hessler, and here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash up front from your current home so you can go ahead and buy your next place without waiting around. No juggling closings, no temporary rentals, no, hey mom, can I stay for a week situations. While you're moving into your new home, Orchard is behind the scenes getting your old one ready. Repairs, showings, even upgrades to bump up that sale price. And when it sells for more, like it usually does, you get that money too. So yeah, it's like getting paid twice. Once now, once later. And who doesn't want to be paid twice? Come on. We all love getting paid twice. Start with a free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com. No pressure, no catch, just a smarter way to move. That's Orchard.
Get the WSB Radio app.
This story is breaking right now.
Get notifications from your source for news.
If you have the WSB Radio app, then you saw the breaking news.
Get the WSB Radio app.
Don't miss a thing with the WSB app.
Download it from the App Store today.
105 live team coverage of traffic and weather. I-85 northbound in DeKalb is down 2 left lanes near North Druid Hills exit 89 and Cheshire Bridge Road due to road work. And brake lights are spotted on 285 northbound as cars ramp off headed east on the I-20 interchange. Road crews blocking the left lane there in all lanes, as a matter of fact. At times on 20 eastbound back near exit 66, which is Columbia Drive. 95.5 WSB traffic.
I'm Channel 2 Action News Chief Meteorologist Brad Nitz. 50s by morning, a cool start, then mostly sunny and warm, breezy, high 80. Sunday, low 61, high 82. Rain chance 30% for an isolated shower storm late.
61 in Collier Heights, 62 in Vanderbilt Heights and Pound Lake. More news at 1:30. Breaking news when it happens. Jay Holloway, 95.5 WSB.
The following was previously recorded and scheduled to broadcast at this time.
Welcome back to the show and a good Friday morning to you. Mark Arum here, you there. It's 10:04, 4 minutes after 10 o'clock. This is the Mark Arum Show, live Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon on 95.5 WSB. Whole family with us today this Friday morning. Deborah is the executive producer of the show. Longoria, the stoic Eskimo on the other side of the takeout window. Vinny Drip screens your calls. Coming up in just a little bit, we're going to talk to CBS News legal analyst Thane Ian Rosenbaum. He's going to break down what happened in the courts yesterday regarding President Trump's tariffs. And then in about 13 minutes, 10:18-ish, I'm going to give you a keyword in the 5K a day bonus blitz. You can win $1,000 if you are selected after you enter the keyword into the WSB Ready app. So don't go anywhere. Going to bring that to you in about 13 minutes. Monitoring a lot of big stories, but I want to go up to Harvard in Boston is ABC News' Peter Haralambous. Peter, good morning. I'm in the business, man, but I can't even keep up with all the legal battles going on between the Trump administration and Harvard University. Some movement yesterday on the story. What can you tell us?
Yeah, it was a really sudden day and kind of a win for Harvard in that this was an ongoing battle between the Trump administration and Harvard about whether or not the school can enroll international students. Not only did a judge give Harvard a preliminary injunction, but just hours ahead of that court hearing, the Trump administration actually rolled back what they were actually threatening. The Department of Homeland Security actually backtracking for once. This was the same day as Harvard's commencement. Really a big win for Harvard.
So the backtracking and the enforcement from the court system, where does that leave the system now at Harvard for future students?
So Harvard's still not out of the woods just yet, but they do have a bit of a temporary reprieve here. And that for now, this judge is blocking the Trump administration from terminating the school's ability to enroll international students. Now, the Trump administration can still try to do that through a longer term, like administrative avenue. But all things considered, students at Harvard are protected. That doesn't mean the other threats aren't gone, though. We're talking about billions of dollars in funding at risk and also other threats to visa holders.
Now, is there any other school that is facing such harsh sanctions, or is Harvard standalone in this regard?
So the Trump administration as a whole has really been clamping down when it comes to federal funding to these schools, particularly these elite top 20 schools in the United States, though this threat is spreading out. For example, this week we saw Secretary of State Marco Rubio announcing that they'd be clamping down on Chinese student visa holders. That's going to be across the board, every college and university here in the United States.
Yeah, and we saw the statistic, 7,000 foreign students enrolled at Harvard currently. I would imagine, as the school year wraps, as you mentioned, graduation just happened, that the incoming freshmen have already been accepted and cleared to come. It would be the class after that might be impacted by Harvard's lack of ability, if the courts determine to enroll foreign students.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Though I was on Harvard's campus yesterday for this court hearing, and it was surprising to hear, yes, this was a temporary win for Harvard, but you could still hear that uncertainty from students. Every international student at this point worried that a sudden change from the Trump administration could really endanger their ability to be students long-term there. And again, this is not just a Harvard thing, despite the fact that the Trump administration is trying to make a bit of an example of them. We're talking about basically every school that has international students, theoretically up to see a major change over the coming years.
Peter Haralambous, ABC News. Peter, as always, appreciate your time.
Thanks so much, Mark.
I feel more comfortable in my decision, Deborah, leaving high school, that I didn't enroll in Harvard. I feel better about.
Sure.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I didn't even have a guidance counselor. Our freshman year, this is crazy. To imagine that I have achieved the heights that I have. Freshman year in high school, our guidance counselor got busted for cocaine possession.
What?
Yes. He was found in like the Stop and Shop, ShopRite, A&P parking lot with, I don't know, Longoria, an ounce? What is
Why
coke?
are you asking me?
Grams?
I don't know.
Anyway, he was busted, which is for my small town, that's a huge story. Like the guy who's in charge of guiding you got busted for doing coke in a parking lot, and then they never hired a replacement. Like, we didn't have a guidance counselor. But if I had a guidance counselor and I said, hey, I want to go to Harvard, they would have laughed me out of get out of here, Aram. And they just shoved me away. Anyway, we're just picking up some breaking news regarding the United States and the dealings with China. Elena Treen, moments ago outside the White House.
Yeah, look, I mean, this is not entirely surprising, given some new reporting, great reporting from our colleagues that show that a lot of Trump administration officials have been very frustrated with China because they do believe that they are not fully living up to the commitments that they made when the United States and China officials from both countries met in Geneva just a few weeks ago. But I do do want to read for you what the president posted. It was a lengthy statement. I'll just read some of it. He said, quote, "I made a fast deal with China in order to save them from what I thought was going to be a very bad situation." But then he went on to say the bad news is China, perhaps not surprisingly to some, has totally violated its agreement with the U.S. So much for being Mr. Nice Guy. So it's unclear what he means by that, being Mr. Nice Guy. Does this mean that he's potentially going to change the tariffs that he had lowered following that trade agreement on China? That's still to be seen. But look, this all comes after we've already seen the Trump administration take some punitive measures against China. Just this week, they revoked visas for Chinese students. They also suspended the sale of some critical technology to Chinese companies. We're told in this reporting that a lot of it is because of them believing that China is not living up to their commitments. Now, we did hear from the United States Trade Representative Jamieson Greer on this morning. Take a listen to what he said.
The Chinese are slow rolling their compliance, which is completely unacceptable and has to be addressed. We made a huge effort in Geneva to accommodate the Chinese. And listen, it always ends up being this way, whether it's the United States or other Western countries have always sought to accommodate the Chinese. We've had open markets, et cetera. And time again, we see the Chinese come down and not comply with their agreements, slow roll compliance, not open their economy like they should. Right.
Now, Jamieson Greer there did not specifically say what China is not doing, but we have the reporting that essentially they are not easing export restrictions on some rare earth minerals, and that is what they believe that they would have been agreeing to have following that meeting in Geneva. All to say, leaving really these trade talks with China very much unclear and uncertain, and we're seeing that uncertainty impact the markets today.
Elena Treen, moments ago outside the White House. So again, President Trump taking to social media, voicing his displeasure with what China is doing as far as the trade agreements. The markets, NASDAQ's down 90, Dow's up 17, almost 18 points. So not major movement on the markets, but obviously this goes back to the conversation, Deborah, I had with Chris Baccia from ABC regarding the Secretary of State's office saying, hey, we are going to probably pause all student Chinese visas coming to the United States. Is that a real thing, or is that just something that President Trump wants to have in his back pocket when it comes to, hey, let's get a little more negotiating power against our Chinese counterparts? So I don't know, but President Trump, he's not happy with the Chinese, and he's not happy with Russia right now with Vladimir Putin. So obviously a couple of big stories worth monitoring. Is he happy with crypto, though? I don't know if you guys saw this. There has been a crypto announcement by the government, basically saying the government is going to invest in crypto. New questions now about government oversight of the cryptocurrency industry. ABC News chief investigative correspondent Aaron Katersky has more.
The Securities and Exchange Commission dropping its lawsuit against Binance, the world's largest crypto exchange, ending one of the last remaining crypto enforcement actions from the prior administration, which had accused Binance of mishandling customer money and other violations. Now, the dismissal comes days after Binance began listing USD1. This is a cryptocurrency launched by World Liberty Financial, the crypto firm started by President Trump's family.
Aaron Katersky in New York. I know next to nothing about crypto. Again, don't kidnap me. I don't own it. Please. But a friend of mine, a good friend of mine that is heavily involved in crypto, like that's his job now, is crypto trading. And he posted on social media, if cryptocurrency and the government get together, it's bad for the government and bad for cryptocurrency. I don't know what that means, but the lack of regulation, I don't know what it, but anyway, it doesn't impact me. Deborah's sitting on a ton of crypto.
No, zero.
Zero crypto?
Yeah, I don't understand. Every time I think I understand it, then something else that gets in there and it confuses me.
Yeah. Another crypto kidnapping, by the way. You warned us about this the other day. 2 New York City detectives being disciplined in connection with the cryptocurrency investors who are accused of kidnapping and torturing a man from Italy. Sources have told CBS News that the suspects in the case hired the detectives as private security.
There is no indication at this time that the detectives actually knew anything about the alleged crimes. Two sources telling CBS News one of the detectives picked up the victim from the airport on May 6. Police say he was kidnapped and held for more than 2 weeks by crypto investors. Now, during that time, authorities allege the victim was beaten, shocked, drugged, and even dangled over a ledge.
Unbelievable. All right, so be careful with your crypto out there. All right, let's continue our team coverage of the president's tariffs in the court systems. A lot of movement yesterday. Joining us live, CBS News legal analyst Thane Rosenbaum. Thane, good morning, my friend. How are you?
Good morning, Marky. Good hearing your voice, buddy.
Likewise. Big story, right? So this three-judge panel ruled that President Trump didn't have the power under that 1974 act to enact these tariffs. There was an appeal yesterday by the Trump administration. What happened during that appeal?
Well, it just said, look, in the meantime, we're still working through whether or not he has this kind of authority under Article 2 of the Constitution to impose emergency circumstances to our trade imbalance. And so in the meantime, he can continue to impose the tariffs while the case actually proceeds. But meanwhile, there was another judge, a federal district judge, who had before him a few small businesses that are in the importing business, and he issued his own injunction saying, look, these people are going to be driven out of business if they have to charge as much money as it's going to have to be if the tariffs are imposed. Remember, the purpose of injunctions, preliminary injunctions, is are you about to receive irreparable harm, right? If you're going to be irreparable harm, we're going to let you conduct your business the way you used to before while we litigate the case, but we're not going to let the decision of the administration affect you right now. We're seeing some of that even with Harvard, right, with the preliminary injunction when it came to student visas. So, all the judge is really saying is, in the meantime, we're going to say that the president doesn't have this kind of power and protect you, but eventually this case is going to get wound down because you have these two cases, one in federal court, another one that arises out of the International Court of Trade. The president is clearly looking to appeal and even jumpstart this, leapfrog it rather to the Supreme Court to get a final resolution on whether trade imbalances and unfair tariffs constitute the kind of economic emergency that would allow him to act under that statute, that International Economic Emergency Act, that would give him the right to basically, conduct his business with respect to the tariffs as a matter of foreign policy.
It seems inevitable, even to me, Thane, that this does wind up in front of the Supreme Court. But what's the judicial timeline on this? Can this be fast-tracked, skip over the other appeals and go straight to the Supreme Court?
So one of the things that's going to happen this whole month, starting in June, is you and I are going to talk all the time.
Great.
And it's not just because we're buddies. That's one reason. The other is because the Supreme Court issues all of its opinions from this entire term all throughout June. They unload them just before July 4th holiday. So the good news is that the court right now doesn't take on new cases. In other words, its docket, it's clear. All it's doing is writing opinions on all the major cases it's heard all year. So in theory, they could fast-track this and say, look, all we're really doing right now is going to whether or not the president in the meantime can conduct foreign policy and impose these global tariffs in the way that he thinks he's permitted to, and that whether the statute allows him to do so and his Article 2 powers under the Constitution allows him to do so. Those people who are objecting are saying, wait a minute, tariffs is not the business of a president. That's the business of Congress. And secondly, this is not an emergency. Tariffs are not national security. Tariffs are not really conducting the kinds of national security implications that we saw in 9/11. That's when we give the president sort of carte blanche. When it comes to trade imbalances, when it comes to unfair tariff policies, that doesn't constitute an emergency. in the way that it's more commonly understood.
Really big story that is going to impact all of us, no matter how it turns out. Thane, thanks for jumping on the breaking news. Have a great weekend, my friend.
Anytime. Bye-bye, Mark.
There you go.
Thanks.
CBS News legal analyst Thane Rosenbaum. Any updates on that in the court system throughout the day and the weekend? You'll get them here live.
Where you get your news is where you win.
Download the WSB app and get ready for the WSB 5K a day bonus blitz.
Amazing. 5 chances a day to win $5,000.
The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz.
5 words, 5 times a day, every weekday.
Are you serious? Your next chance to win is Monday morning at 8.
Just enter the word at WSBRadio.com or on the WSB Radio app. Oh, no. The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz.
On 95.5 WSB.
Even good people can find themselves in a bad situation. Hey, it's Eric Von Hessler. If you've got a DUI problem, you need George Stein. He literally wrote the book on DUI defense in Georgia. Go to georgestein.com.
WSB consumer expert Clark Howard.
I don't know if you've noticed, but airlines are offering more and more sales. Just a week ago, United was offering crazy low fares out of certain markets, which is unusual for United. That's not their normal strategy. And a variety of airlines have announced to Wall Street that they're going to park planes in the desert later this year because they're seeing a decline in demand. But it takes a while to reorient schedules and to park those planes. So it means we are seeing waves of airfare sales that we don't normally see for summer and next fall. So if you're looking for a bargain and a great sale comes along, buy it now when the deals are announced because they're the best deals we've seen in years.
I'm Clark Howard.
That's your garage door. Almost broken, but technically not broken yet. And you know the old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? So you don't fix it, 'cause it ain't broke. And it gets worse. Until one day, 2 a.m., raining alligators, carload full of dry cleaning, you push the button, and out of nowhere, guess what's broke? Your garage door. At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. A garage door that's almost broken can actually do more damage than one that's fully broke. Jammed up parts put an extra strain on the motor, rollers out of whack stress the tracks and the belts. Fix it early while it's still a simple repair and before your car gets locked out or locked in. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll come over and make it right. 'Cause if it's almost broke, you fix it.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
Congress is poised to pass a bill to keep AM radio in cars, but time is running out. 82 million Americans risk losing the news, sports, talk, traffic, and vital emergency information they rely on. Text AM to 52886 and tell Congress to pass this bill now.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to stop.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Preparing to sell your home can be costly and time-consuming. Skip the hassles of a traditional home sale and sell your home stress-free with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Hi, it's Chris Chandler. Say goodbye to the stress that comes with showings, open houses, and costly home repairs. My friends at Mark Spain Real Estate will sell your home fast and for maximum value. If you're thinking about selling your home, you can receive an all-cash guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Listen to what their client Tyra had to say. Thanks to Mark Spain Real Estate, our home had several cash offers within 24 hours of it being on the market, and we closed in less than a month. With their guidance, the transaction was more seamless than we had ever hoped. Selling your home is one of the biggest financial decisions you'll ever make, so who you work with matters. With over 12,500 five-star reviews, trust the top real estate team in the U.S. to sell your home for top dollar. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
All right, news, weather, and traffic 3 minutes away. When we come back, a lot of big local political stories. Political analyst Bill Crane joins us live next. Social media is active throughout the broadcast at Mark Airman at WSB Radio.
Looking to get organized in style? The brand new Artisan Custom Closet showroom is now open near Trilla Studios in Fayetteville. Come experience the Artisan difference. Meet with a designer for your free consultation and start your custom project today. See more at artisancustomclosets.com.
Today alone, 5,370 people in the United States will be diagnosed with cancer. That's why Stand Up to Cancer funds and develops the newest and most promising cancer treatments. Stand Up to Cancer wants to provide you with every opportunity to join in this mission. By donating your home, land, or commercial property, you can help Stand Up to Cancer fund innovative cancer research. Stand Up to Cancer makes the process easy, and it may be tax deductible. Visit standuptocancer.org/giveproperty to learn more.
Life can hit you with the unexpected. The loss of a job, a sudden illness, a dramatic jump in your mortgage payment, leaving you feeling helpless, forcing you to make difficult decisions. If you've fallen behind on your mortgage, are worried about financial problems, or are afraid of foreclosure, it's time to take control. You don't have to lose your home. The National Foundation for Credit Counseling can help. Seek advice from our certified housing counselors today. Call us at 866-687-6322 or visit mortgagehelpnow.org. The National Foundation for Credit Counseling. Real solutions for real people.
The National Foundation for Credit Counseling is a nonprofit organization that has been providing financial counseling and education for 60 years. Our national network of member agencies have helped millions of consumers with foreclosure prevention. NFCC member agencies are approved by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development.
There are 1,000 ways to say it.
Nope. Knock it off. Shut it down. Dream on. No dice. Give it a rest. Not a chance.
Or just.
All text. You focus on the road.
As a passenger, you have the power to prevent an accident. There are 1,000 ways to stop a distracted driver. Choose one.
A message from CTIA.
WSB consumer expert Clark Howard.
If you or a family member are dealing with federal student loans, or you're a parent of a kid who took out Parent Plus loans, know that not only do those have to be paid now, but if you're delinquent, you could have a tax refund seized, your wages garnished, or if you're on Social Security, you have a relative who is, they could have their Social Security payment reduced for the student loans. What's so important right now is that if you're delinquent on student loans of any type, but especially federal, you need to work it out with the feds. They want to hear from you. They want to try to come up with a payment plan so that you are brought current. But to just put your head in the sand, that's not going to work.
I'm Clark Howard.
Do you want to give back to an individual with disabilities and help change a life? The Guide Dog Foundation and America's Vet Dogs are seeking volunteers to help raise future guide or service dogs. Puppy raisers provide loving homes for puppies until they are old enough to begin formal training. Help raise an adorable pup into a future guide or service dog for a person who is blind, visually impaired, a veteran, or a first responder. Visit puppy.guidedog.org to learn more. That's guidedog.org. Sponsored by the Guide Dog Foundation.
I'm in almost every school bus and classroom. I go to school with your children. We say the Pledge of Allegiance together. You see me around the neighborhood and you tell me that I'm a pretty good kid. Well, I'm one out of every 5 children in America, and I'm struggling with hunger. This problem is closer than you think. My teacher tells me we can grow up to be whatever we want. I want to grow up to be someone who doesn't go to bed hungry. There's enough food in this country to feed everybody. Please visit feedingamerica.org today and find your local food bank for ways to help. Every dollar you donate helps provide 8 meals for kids like me, quietly struggling with hunger. Together, we are Feeding America, brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
WSB consumer expert Clark Howard.
So if you are a shopper at what I've been calling $1.25 tree, well, get ready. Because of inflation and the impact of tariffs, Dollar Tree is going to sliding scale pricing that generally is going to be $1.50 to, get this, $7 apparently. Think about that. Dollar Tree used to be the old reliable. Forever, from its actual naming as Dollar Tree, everything in the store was $1 or less. And then they let it float to $1.25, and now floating way on up. So when you used to go into Dollar Tree, you'd go in, you'd pick up an item, and just in your mind, you knew how many items, how many dollars. Not anymore. Pay close attention to what the item is actually costing you. It'll say on the shelf.
I'm Clark Howard.
All the notifications you need.
The story developing in Marietta.
All the local and breaking news alerts you need.
We're following breaking news in Atlanta.
All in one place.
The 95.5 WSB app.
Download it today.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's news and talk.
CBS News Brief. President Trump says U.S. Steel and Japan's Nippon Steel are planning a partnership as he announced a 50% tariff on imported steel. Pennsylvania steelworkers react.
It's going to put new blood into our mill, into our economy. This is great. I have work for the next 10 years. It's great to know, like, job security. Good to know there's more investments coming.
The Supreme Court is allowing President Trump to remove special migrant status and deport 500,000 people from dangerous countries.
The program is ended for now. I do want to caution that this isn't a final ruling on the merits from the trial court, from the circuit court, or from the Supreme Court.
Former federal prosecutor Lori Levinson. CBS's Alex Tin reports some of the issues with the new health report from HHS Secretary Kennedy.
There was the notice report criticizing the fact that there were several citations in that document that simply were wrong, that didn't go to actual studies that existed.
CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Toscano.
You've had your windshield wipers on high a lot lately, and they're getting the job done, but how is your roof holding up after all this heavy rain? Dave Baker here from my local experts at Finley Roofing, the roof guys. It's a fact. Water is your home's #1 enemy, so weather like we've been having recently can really challenge your roof. You may not even see signs that your roof is leaking or damaged, so after weather like this, think of Finley first and schedule a free roof analysis. Finley will send a highly trained professional to your home who will thoroughly examine your roof. No obligation, no charge. Finley is the best. They installed the roof on my home, and I trust them, and you can too. Finley's replaced over 65,000 local roofs. They've mastered the roof replacement process with impeccable, high-quality work. They've seen it all and replaced it all. Schedule your free roof analysis at FinleyRoofing.com.
Have you downloaded your mobile driver's license yet? If no, why not? The Georgia Digital Driver's License and ID is available in your Apple, Google, and Samsung wallet. It's free, secure, and easy to use. Download it today to skip the line when you visit a DDS center. To learn more about Georgia's digital license and ID, visit dds.georgia.gov. That's dds.georgia.gov. Message from the Georgia Department of Driver Services.
Hey, it's Shelley Winter here with another weekend show, Inside Georgia Real Estate. Join me and Deborah Morton of Clario Real Estate. If you're buying a home, selling a home, refinancing, whatever, she will have the answers to all your questions. Starting this Saturday at 1 p.m. right here on 95.5 WSB.
Buying a new car? Need help fixing your current car? What's the safest car for a first-time buyer? The Car Guys have the answer. Join Shelley Winter and automotive expert Kevin Deutsch this and every Saturday at 12 for all your car needs. The Car Guys, presented by Butler Lexus of South Atlanta, Saturdays at noon on 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
134, Latin coverage of traffic and weather. In Fulton County, roadwork stuffs 3 right lanes of 75 northbound near CW Grant Parkway, exit 239, which is doubles up for Central Avenue. Also, I-85 northbound 2 left lanes are blocked for roadwork near the Cleveland Avenue exit, which is exit 76. 95.5 WSB traffic.
I'm Channel 2 Action News Chief Meteorologist Brad Nitz. 50s by morning, a cool start, then mostly sunny and warm, breezy, high 80. Sunday, low 61, high 82. Rain chance 30% for an isolated shower storm late.
60 in Villa Rica, 62 in Kennesaw and Ola. More news at 2, breaking news when it happens. Jay Holloway, 95.5 WSB.
10:36 on the Mark Arum Show. Coming up in 30 minutes, we're going to check in with Bloomberg News. Will the president and the Fed chair have a face-to-face? 11:35. Deborah's got tickets to give away to see Bare Naked Ladies, and comedian Joe List is going to join us live. But now, joining us every Friday at this time, our beloved political analyst Bill Crane. Bill, happy Friday, my friend.
Happy Friday, Marcus. How are you?
I'm trying to keep up with the news cycle, Bill. I mean, it isn't
easy.
You're like 2 years older than me, but you have vast more knowledge. But politically, it's like this news cycle. I've never seen anything like it.
The flood zone and other things that the Trump administration isn't touching is making it challenging, even those of us who are geeks and wonks on this stuff, just to keep up with court orders, the cross court orders, the appeals, the litigation, the comings and goings in the White House, the ups and downs of the tariffs. But I'm trying to stay up on it so I can help your listeners.
Oh, you're doing fine. For me, it's like I get off the air at noon. It's like I just did cardio for 3 hours. It's absolutely exhausting. You mentioned the president. Let's talk about the Trump tariffs. We had legal analyst Thane Rosenbaum on last half hour. Got an appeal yesterday, but what's the long-term vision, do you think, of the future of the wide Trump tariffs?
I'm not a constitutional law expert, and I'm not a trade law expert, but I did read the decision and the appellate brief in anticipation of chatting about this morning. The president used emergency powers to essentially simultaneously declare emergencies with more than 100 countries to set those tariffs that went into effect in April. And, of course, any of them have been paused or changed or raised or lowered since then. There is a court that oversees trade disputes and trade questions between the United States and other countries with countries that choose to participate. In this case, a 3-judge panel, one appointed by George Bush, one appointed by Barack Obama, and one appointed by Donald Trump, found that the president had overstepped, that you can't have 100 emergencies simultaneously. Let's say we had started a normalized relationship with Cuba, and let's say they were bringing in Russian troops or submarines offshore. That would be an emergency, and you could embargo. That's an emergency. But they're saying that what he did, basically declaring a state of emergency in all those nations at the same time, overstepped his authority without involving Congress. Constitutionally, Congress was charged with overseeing foreign trade. So I think what we'll end up with on the back of this is some bill will come out of the Republican Congress to step back into that role, perhaps allowing the Commerce Department, the U.S. Trade Representative, to negotiate these deals, and then Congress approves it or denies it the way they do on certain judicial and cabinet appointments.
Yeah, I mean,
but where we are right now is they're back in place because the appellate court stayed the ruling of the trade court.
So right now the tariffs are on, but I mean the Republicans control the House and the Senate and the Oval Office. Like there is a way for this to be, the tariffs to be controlled by Congress, and they wouldn't have to have these court battles. The president took to Truth Social after talking about the judges, and specifically he signaled out one guy, Leo was his name. Apparently from the Federalist Society that had recommended all these judges, and he was not happy with Mr. Leo.
Well, Leo, and in the Senate still, though not in charge of judiciary anymore, Mitch McConnell made the legacy of his career getting conservative jurists back on the bench. And when they held up a lot of nominations of the Obama administration in the second term, filling hundreds of federal court, circuit court, and appellate court judges, and of course 3 Supreme Court justices with conservatives. So it's really difficult for the president to make an argument that the bench is stacked against him at this point. And one of those was his appointee. And his appointee didn't have kind words on the president's powers and authority here either. It is clear that the Constitution vests this role with Congress. Congress sort of ceded the authority post-World War II to the executive branch in increasing percentages. And it basically, when you got around to it, you had things like the North American Free Trade Agreement, which Congress was involved in the Clinton administration. But you move forward from that. Trade, because we haven't had large tariff situations, we've had a growing free trade market. Congress didn't have a role and really didn't want a role because foreign affairs is not where they want to spend a lot of their time unless it's on national defense issues. But I think they're going to have to step back in and probably do it before the midterms while they still have a majority, though it's only a 3-vote majority in the House and about a 5-vote majority in the U.S. Senate.
Political analyst Bill Crane joining us live on the Mark Arum Show. Bill, what's the latest on the Qatari Air Force One plane?
Defense Department says it's a bit under-maintained, that it's obviously intended for high-end residential kind of fly in the skies like a Playboy jet, and it's not obviously set up for the mission that Air Force One would have. So to bring it up to speed as well as check it for bugs and make sure there's not anything, listing devices or other things we don't want on the plane, is somewhere in the neighborhood of $150 billion or $150 million. And then to restore it for civilian purposes and remove all that equipment for converted use for the presidential library of Donald Trump at the end of the term would be another $500 million. So that's a rather hefty price tag for a used plane. However, Donald Trump is adamant that he wants a new Air Force One during this term, and the deadline on the one that's being built keeps moving up, and the latest is that it's expected for delivery in 2027. So I suspect in some version or form that plane will be accepted. It may not become Air Force One, but it will be available for the president's use or for carrying members of Congress and VIPs. It is a $400 million plane, but it's obviously not in the status that it should be to be the new Air Force One.
Yeah, the Air Force estimated it could cost $1.5 billion to get it up to Air Force One standards, and then after the president leaves office, $500 million to get it back to the luxury jet status. So looking at a $2 billion
price tag,
yeah.
And the new planes that they're building are $4 billion each. So yeah.
All right, locally, Stacey Abrams plans a listening tour. Does that tell us that she might be running for the governorship for the third time?
Tells us she hadn't made her mind up yet, and also tells us that she's not overly impressed with the existing field, or else she would just be sitting back and working on turnout strategy. Michael Thurman, the former CEO of DeKalb County, apparently has also been speaking outstate as he's traveled on his book tour with a biography he's done of James Edward Oglethorpe. So those are two names that have been sort of on the fringe, but look like they are trying to settle and make a landing one way or the other by fall.
Bill, a lot of the attention obviously going to the big ticket races, the governor seat and the Senate race. But down ticket, we're going to start seeing a flurry of candidates announcing.
Steve Gooch, the Senate Majority Leader on the GOP side from Dahlonega, Georgia, announced about 10 days ago for Lieutenant Governor. Bill Calsert, who's one of the senior members of the state Senate, announced he's going to run for Attorney General. And of course, we've got this special primary election going on right now for the Public Service Commission. These down-ticket races don't get a lot of attention, but they are obviously involved in not just pulling the levers of power, but determining the state budget. And the lieutenant governor is second only to the speaker, controls the chamber. And as we've seen in the more recent years, Burt Jones in that role has been a much more hands-on in the day-to-day of what happens in the state Senate than some of his predecessors in the passing of David Ralston, a very long, well-established and respected House Speaker. The state Senate sort of surged into a more dominant role in the Georgia General Assembly. So we're going to see a lot of turnover in the state Senate as they jump up to run for other races, some for congressional seats, some for constitutional offices. It's estimated as many as 20 of the state's 56 senators won't be there.
Wow.
This upcoming year.
That's a big number.
It's a big number, about a third.
Bill, finally, can I ask a favor of you, a personal favor?
Please.
So I found out yesterday, Vinny Drip, who screens our calls, you're very familiar with Vinny's fine work.
Yes, I am.
He's never been to Athens, and he's never been to a Georgia football game.
Oh, I can take care of both of them.
We need to rectify that, right? We got to get
tell him to take a look at the schedule. It's easiest to get tickets for one of those what I call high school games, and there's two of them right at the beginning of the season.
Boom.
But Athens is still beautiful, and so is the campus.
Oh, it's remarkable.
Certainly the students. So, I'd be happy to host them and take them around and maybe show up at Hondo's tailgate.
There you go.
Make it a big old day.
All right, Bill, you're a mensch, an honor to have you on the show every weekend. Political analyst Bill Crane. Bill, have a safe weekend. We got some severe weather in the metro area today, so hunker down, my friend.
Will do. Take care.
There you go. Political analyst Bill Crane. CSI Crane now on all the social medias. Going to take care of Vinny. Vinny's never been. You've been to Athens at least, Longoria.
No.
Never for a concert or anything?
Or a game.
Well, I couldn't see you going to a game, but the tailgate maybe.
Yeah, no, never.
Wow. Deborah, can you believe our coworkers are Athens virgins?
Andrew, yes. Vinny, no.
Yeah, Vinny got the downtown. Vinny's young enough to enjoy downtown Athens.
Yeah,
we're out of
too
that.
old.
We're out of. But the music scene, Deborah, in Athens is killer. Like I can't believe I've been to a show.
Yeah, I can't believe you've never gone to a show there.
No, never.
I've seen the Pixies in Athens 12 times.
I've seen them here in Atlanta 12 times.
Yeah. All right. So we're going to do that. We're going to take a field trip this.
I'm down.
Yeah, this fall. I was shocked. Oh, back to Vinny. So Deborah, you're gonna love this, and Longoria, you're gonna love this too. Back to so I again went out to lunch yesterday at the Conveyor Belt Sushi place yesterday. It was me, Vinny Drip, and the two Ashleys, Frasca and Digital Ashley. Digital Ashley's never had sushi before. I question whether or not Vinny has had it anyway. But so there's two things at the Conveyor Belt Sushi. You can pull the sushi plates off the conveyor belt, or there's a touchscreen where you can order stuff. And I felt bad because I was eating everything. But Vinny and Ashley weren't eating, so I went to the menu. There's a lot of cooked items, and Vinny pointed out to the fried takoyaki. He's like, "Ooh, what's that?" And Deborah, I go, "Oh, they're octopus balls." And Vinny was like, "What?" And I was like, "Yeah, they're fried octopus balls." And he's like, "No,
I don't want that."
And then I'm like, "Oh, all right, no, they're like little hush puppies, little pieces."
Right. They're not actual.
The way you said it.
Yes, they're not octopus testicles. They're
right.
But he was. I mean, you turned pale, Vin. You were like, "No, I don't want fried."
Like a Rocky Mountain oyster,
exactly.
right?
I get it.
I was willing to try anything.
Yeah.
I didn't want to try that.
He drew the line at fried octopus balls. Speaking of, what are those? What are those classified as? The genus octopus and squid? I don't know. I forgot biology. But I saw a story yesterday, and this has been circulating around conspiracy theories that squid and octopus, they're aliens. That they were living in an ice comet, and a chunk of the ice comet broke off and landed in the ocean. And that's why we have squid and octopus, because they're smart and they can change color. Like they're alien. And
we just eat them.
And we eat them. Although after I watched that documentary, what is it? My octopus friend or my squid? I forgot.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Oh
yeah.
my God! I can't eat them anymore. Can't do it. They're brilliant.
Oh yeah, they can get themselves out of like jars and stuff like that.
It's insane. Yeah. So, all right, monitor that, Deborah. If octopi and
octopus balls.
Yeah, no. Vinny's like, I draw the line in the sand with octopus balls. All right, when we come back, we're going to update our top local stories.
The morning rush hour, the evening rush hour, and everything in between.
Slow spots are starting to build up the east side perimeter on 285 North.
Tune in 24/7 with the Triple Team Traffic Center.
We've had several breakdowns, including one in the express lane.
Your source for Atlanta's traffic.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Hey, if you've been thinking about selling your home, now is the time. With a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, now you can sell your home fast and for more than you expect. Hey, Sean Hannity here. One of the most stressful things about selling your home is not being able to control the timing. Now, Mark Spain Real Estate, they allow you to receive an all-cash offer and close in as little as 21 days. No showings, no open houses, no waiting around wondering whether your home is going to sell or not. It's that simple. One of their clients, BR, said, quote, Mark Spain Real Estate sold my home within 30 days. We received 4 offers in just 1 week. And thanks to them, the process was by far the easiest and the quickest. With over 12,500 5-star reviews, well, you can trust Mark Spain Real Estate to sell your home fast and for the most money. Now choose when you want to move with the Mark Spain Real Estate guaranteed offer and close with confidence. Just go to markspain.com to find out what your guaranteed offer will be. That's markspain.com, and you can start packing.
WSB consumer expert Clark Howard.
If you loved shopping at Big Lots and you really mourn their demise, well, they have been reborn, at least in part. There are 14 stores that are reopening across North Georgia. And Big Lots failed because of mismanagement, not the idea. In fact, all across the country, and we're one of the hottest spots in America for this, deep discounters are popping up. Deep discounters that the price of the goods are all a flat price that goes down every day on surplus goods. So if you're stuck with the inflationary cycle and you're looking to stretch every dollar, know that we've got a lot of alternatives across Metro Atlanta to help you do that.
I'm Clark Howard.
Junior achievement is where dreams take flight.
We are helping students connect what they learn in school to future work and career success. We are teaching them how to manage money to achieve financial security as adults. And we are showing them that starting a business also means changing lives and communities. However, we can't do it alone. Find out how you can help.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code LIKE to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code LIKE for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code LIKE for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
WSB Atlanta, WSBB FM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
I'm sure that a lot of parents having PTSD listening to this song right here. This is from Frozen, right, Deborah? Frozen?
Yep.
Happy 54th birthday, singer Idina Menzel. This is Let It Go from Frozen. I can only imagine parents that have heard this song a million times. She got famous. I mean, she was already famous, but didn't Travolta just hammer her name?
Oh, yeah.
At
the Oscars, I think.
Some awards there. I forgot what he called her, but it wasn't even close. So anyway, happy 54th birthday to Idina Menzel. Did I get that right?
Yes.
All right. Very good. A spelling bee. We got a new spelling bee champ. The local angle is a kid from Dunwoody came in third place, which is phenomenal. But a 13-year-old from Allen, Texas, has won the Scripps National Spelling Bee.
Eclair Sisma. E-C-L-A.
Faison Zaki was the runner-up last year, but this time around spelled his way to the top.
That is correct.
The definition of éclaircissement, according to the Merriam-Webster Dictionary, is a clearing up of something obscure.
Congratulations, Faison Zaki.
He won $52,500. With part of his winnings last year, he splurged on a $1,500 Rubik's Cube with 21 squares on each side. This year, he says he'll donate a large chunk to charity. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
Now, normally I would say, a 12, 13-year-old kid wins the national spelling bee. He's got a bright future. Until I heard he blew $1,500 on a Rubik's Cube last year.
Come on now.
He's done. He's going to be like one of those NBA players that makes $250 million
and blow it all.
And they're broke. Look at what his parents doing. I mean, granted, the kid's amazing, but you're going to blow $1,500 on a Rubik's Cube?
At 24 sides on each side.
Rubik's Cube was it?
I don't know.
It said 24 sides on each side. So it must be a special one.
Listen, if you win the spelling bee, you can write a letter to Rubik's Cube Company. And
I'm sure they'd give it to you for free.
Exactly. I don't have faith that kid's going to be doing well in life later on.
He could spell, but he won't be able to.
What does that do?
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of which, Deborah's got the most misspelled words. I misspell about half of them. We'll share that. Coming back, we'll update our top local stories, and we're going to check in with Amara Omake from Bloomberg News. President Trump set to meet with the Fed chair, Jerome Powell, face-to-face meeting between those two. That's big news. Social medias are active. In fact, you can see on my Instagram story some of the sushi pictures from Vinny not eating octopus balls yesterday. At Mark Arum, Markarum.
It pays to have the WSB Radio app. Download it today and get ready for the Blitz.
The WSB 5K Day Bonus Blitz. 5 chances every weekday to win $1,000.
Your next chance to win is Monday at 8, 10, 12, 2, and 5. It's a Blitz.
The WSB 5K Day Bonus Blitz.
From 95.5 WSB.
Download the WSB Radio app now.
I was live streaming makeup tips when my internet went down. My followers were furious. Like, both of them.
Someone damaged the gas line and our service was turned off for safety. Now my chili is ruined and I'm simmering.
As she was digging into my chocolate delight, someone dug through a water main. No water,
No bath.
no delight.
All because my neighbor didn't contact 811.
Be a good neighbor and contact 811 before digging.
The key to unlock the next breakthrough in cancer research could be sitting in your driveway. Stand Up to Cancer's vehicle donation program makes it easy to turn your unwanted vehicle into funding to support innovative cancer research. So when you're looking to get rid of your old car, truck, motorcycle, RV, or boat, why not donate it to Stand Up to Cancer? You can be a driving force in cancer research. Donate your car today. Visit standuptocancer.org/cars to learn more.
Life can hit you with the unexpected. The loss of a job, a sudden illness, a dramatic jump in your mortgage payment, leaving you feeling helpless, forcing you to make difficult decisions. If you've fallen behind on your mortgage, are worried about financial problems, or are afraid of foreclosure, it's time to take control. You don't have to lose your home. The National Foundation for Credit Counseling can help. Seek advice from our certified housing counselors today. Call us at 866-687-6322 or visit mortgagehelpnow.org. The National Foundation for Credit Counseling. Real solutions for real people.
The National Foundation for Credit Counseling is a nonprofit organization that has been providing financial counseling and education for 60 years. Our national network of member agencies have helped millions of consumers with foreclosure prevention. NFCC member agencies are approved by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development.
When a warrior faces adversity, he fights through it. He finds a way. Freedom isn't free. Rolling strong. Belief. Believe you can, and you will.
Wheelchairs for Warriors provides mobility solutions to veterans and first responders injured in the line of duty. Join the mission and visit wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
WSB consumer expert Clark Howard.
Okay, I need you to have a conversation with your parents because there's a clear trend over the last 3 months where people are panic claiming Social Security at much younger ages than I recommend. That normally people get full Social Security claiming about age 67, and you get the most money if you wait to age 70. But there's been so much talk about whether Social Security is going to be solvent and all the rest that people are saying, well, I better get what I can get right now. And they're claiming really early. And the reason I don't want your parents doing this is that if they do that, it means they get a much smaller check for the rest of their lives. There's no do-over for this. So chill. Social Security's gonna be there.
I'm Clark Howard.
Life is full of moments, including difficult and disruptive ones like a cancer diagnosis, which is why the groundbreaking work of Stand Up to Cancer is so vital. They bring together top minds from different fields to find new and better treatments so patients can thrive. Please join Stand Up to Cancer and Myrtle Beach to help families get back to where they belong, making new memories for years to come. Go to standuptocancer.org to see how you can join the mission.
WSB consumer expert Clark Howard.
I don't know if you've noticed, but airlines are offering more and more sales. Just a week ago, United was offering crazy low fares out of certain markets, which is unusual for United. That's not their normal strategy. And a variety of airlines have announced to Wall Street that they're going to park planes in the desert later this year because they're seeing a decline in demand. But it takes a while to reorient schedules and to park those planes. So it means we are seeing waves of airfare sales that we don't normally see for summer and next fall. So if you're looking for a bargain and a great sale comes along, buy it now when the deals are announced because they're the best deals we've seen in years.
I'm Clark Howard.
I'm Chris Chandler. When you join us Monday starting at 5 a.m. for Atlanta's morning news, breaking metro stories,
Our exclusive 5-day forecast covers the work week ahead. Money, uncertainty with the courts weighing in now. We'll have our regular Monday chat with CBS's Scott McFarlane in Washington. Plus, what Clark Howard says the tariff pause with China means for you. And the last week of our Bonus Blitz contest begins. Your chance to win $1,000 on 95.5 WSB.
News, weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Michael Toscano. The Supreme Court has lifted a lower court order that kept humanitarian parole protections in place for more than 500,000 migrants from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela, and 350,000 Venezuelan migrants in another case. CBS's Camila Montoya Galvez reports on what comes next.
And now the Trump administration has the legal authority to revoke their legal status and the accompanying work permits that they were granted to be able to remain and work here legally. The important distinction we have to make is that some of these migrants have been able to apply for other legal immigration benefits like a green card or asylum. They will be able to stay here for the time being.
Elon Musk just spent his last day as a special federal employee cutting budgets and slashing the ranks of federal workers. He visited President Trump in the Oval Office and promised to return.
They're going to continue doing an incredible job, and I'll continue to be visiting here and be a friend and advisor to the president. And I look forward to times being back in this amazing room.
Saying he's bumping up tariffs on imported steel to 50% and that there's a deal coming between Japan's Nippon Steel and U.S. Steel. President Trump spoke at an event near Pittsburgh and made a big promise this past evening to the nation's steel workers.
All steel workers will keep their jobs and all facilities in the United States will remain open and thriving.
2 New York City police detectives are being disciplined in connection with the kidnapping and torturing of a man from Italy. CBS's Chanel Call says there is no evidence they knew about the kidnapping when they were hired by the suspects as private security.
It's not uncommon for NYPD personnel to work security in their off time, but they are required to inform the department and get approval first, which in this case police say they did not do. The NYPD has removed their guns and badges, and they've now been placed on desk duty pending an investigation.
The officially designated Atlantic hurricane season starts this Sunday at a time of federal forecasting budget cuts.
National forecasters came to New Orleans ahead of this season that marks the 20th anniversary of Hurricane Katrina to reassure residents that federal budget cuts will not impact their tracking hurricanes, issuing life-saving information, and producing the most accurate forecasts ever.
So we're ready here at NOAA. Are you?
Weather Service Director Ken Graham urged everyone to prepare for an above-average level of tropical activity this season, with rising sea surface temps and little wind shear expected. Dave Cohen for CBS News, New Orleans.
This is CBS News.
A word from Progressive Insurance. Life can be hard, so Progressive can make bundling your home and auto easy. Hope that helps. Learn more at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE.
Some things really love the rain, like flowers, your lawn, frogs. Other things like your roof, not so much. And if your roof is old, it's taken a lot of abuse from the elements over the years. Home Fixer Show host Dave Baker here from my roofing experts at Findlay Roofing, the roof guys. Water is your home's #1 enemy, and your roof is your front line of defense to stop it from getting inside. Heavy rain and severe storms like we've had recently can expose roof leaks and lead to water damage. So, how's your roof holding up? If you're not sure, I recommend you schedule a Findlay Roofing free roof analysis. It's easy. Go to roofroof.com, set up your appointment, and a highly trained professional will thoroughly examine your roof. No obligation, no charge. And if you need a new roof, remember Findlay has seen it all and replaced it all. They have replaced over 65,000 roofs in the metro area. That's why when it comes to your roof, you need to think of Findlay first. Schedule your free roof analysis at FindlayRoofing.com.
Don't think you qualify for affordable health care coverage? There might be another option for you. With Georgia Pathways, you may be eligible for no-cost health insurance. Pathways is an option just for Georgians, offering coverage for doctor visits, prescriptions, and more. Don't assume you're out of options. Your path to better health can start today. Visit pathways.georgia.gov to learn more and apply today.
Paid for by Georgia Department of Community Health.
Hey, it's Shelley Winter here with another weekend show, Inside Georgia Real Estate. Join me and Deborah Morton of Clario Real Estate. If you're buying a home, selling a home, refinancing, whatever, she will have the answers to all your questions. Starting this Saturday at 1 p.m. right here on 95.5 WSB.
Are you ready to learn what it takes to have a successful retirement? Tune in to Money Unleashed with Chris Hoffman this weekend. Check our show times at unleashyourmoney.com. Hoffman Financial Group, proud sponsor of the Georgia Bulldogs.
WSB's looking for a home for Pudding. Chris Chandler here from Atlanta's Morning News. She is our dog of the month with Paws Atlanta. We're looking for Pudding's new family after she was abandoned at the shelter doorstep. Beautiful black lab mix. Loved to play when I got to meet her. You meet her at WSBradio.com/dog. Our sponsor, Finley Roofing, pays the adoption fees. WSBradio.com/dog.
The news of the day through the eyes of Eric Von Hessler.
It's the only way to do any kind of reform of the federal government.
If it's on your mind, it's on his.
I don't remember it.
Eric Von Hessler, Monday at 3.
Who are you speaking for?
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
205 live 10 coverage of traffic and weather. Road maintenance I-85 northbound near the 285 exchange in Fulton County takes out 2 right lanes, and a right lane of the inner loop of 285 southbound in Decatur area is blocked by road crews near exit 44 Glenwood Road. Also, the ramp from 285 southbound that ramps on the I-20 eastbound is closed for construction off and on in DeKalb tonight. Expect delays in the area. 95.5 WSB traffic.
I'm Channel 2 Action News Chief Meteorologist Brad Nitz. 50s by morning, a cool start, then mostly sunny and warm, breezy, high 80. Sunday, low 61, high 82. Rain chance 30% for an isolated shower storm late.
59 in Smoke Rise in Woodstock, 61 in Fairburn. More news at 2:30. Breaking news when it happens. Jay Holloway, 95.5 WSB.
The following was previously recorded and scheduled to broadcast at this time.
Hello, America. Welcome. It is Eric Erickson here this fine Friday. It's an open line Friday, 877-973-7425. If you want to be on the program, we've got breaking news out of the gate that we've got to get to. Big story, big win. The United States Supreme Court has told Donald Trump, Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, she has the right to revoke Biden-era permissions for non-citizens from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela, and their temporary stays in the United States of America. The Supreme Court, including Elena Kagan of the left on the Supreme Court, siding with Kristi Noem and the Department of Homeland Security. The application for stay presented to Justice Jackson and by her referred to the court is granted. The April 15, 2025 order entered by the United States District Court for the District of Massachusetts is stayed pending the disposition of the appeal to the U.S. Court of Appeals for the First Circuit and disposition of a petition for writ of certiorari. If such a writ is timely sought, should cert be denied, this stay shall terminate automatically. Now, that's gobbledygook legal language for the fact that the Supreme Court says Donald Trump can begin the deportation process on 500,000 migrants who were part of a Biden-era parole program. The Biden-era parole program allowed them to stay for a time. And what the Supreme Court is making very clear here is that the Trump administration has the authority in the executive branch to do deportations. Now, this goes as well to the impact of the Harvard case, where the judge is saying the president can't actually restrict foreign students to Harvard, and pretty much acknowledge that actually he can, but I'm not going to let him. This isn't going to go well. This is the same, by the way, district court for the District of Massachusetts, same judge. Now, Justices Jackson and Sotomayor, they filed a dissent. And what's notable is that the Justice Jackson dissent essentially says, yes, The president has this power, but he shouldn't have this power. These people have been here so long. As a matter of equity, even Elena Kagan, that was a bridge too far for Elena Kagan. Elena Kagan recognizes the president has the power for deportations. The president has the power to engage in this regard, and the president of the United States has gotten a big win. Now, the question becomes, what about DACA? Remember, the DACA was the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals program that was organized by Barack Obama, and Donald Trump tried to get rid of it, and the Supreme Court said no, except they didn't really say no. One of the things that I have long advised members of the Trump administration and his supporters is, if you slow things down and dot the I's and cross the T's, you can get a lot accomplished. Let's go back to the very beginning of the Trump administration. The Donald Trump administration first term banned Muslim immigrants. It went to the Supreme Court, and John Roberts wrote the decision and said, you know what? You can do what you want to do. You just can't do it the way you did it. You can do what you want to do. Essentially, there's a procedure you have to follow. And if you follow the procedure, you as president can do it. And if you don't follow the procedure, you can't do it. And you didn't follow the procedure, so you can't do it. So what did the Trump administration do? They went back. They followed Roberts' decision. They followed the proper procedure. It went back to the U.S. Supreme Court. And guess what happened? John Roberts said, you get the right to do it. John Roberts said they could do it. And they did it. They upheld it. It worked. Then there was the case of the citizenship question in the census. They wanted at the spur of the moment towards the end. The census had been finalized, and the Trump administration said, wait, we want to ask a question about citizenship in the census. They stuck it in. It went to the Supreme Court. John Roberts again said, yes, you're allowed to do this, but there's a procedure you're required to follow, and you didn't follow the procedure. Go follow the procedure, and you can do it. By then, they'd run out the clock. They didn't follow the procedure. They rushed it. It fell away. But Roberts both times said, if you follow the procedure outlined by law to do what you want to do, you've got the power to do it. For everybody who bashes Amy Coney Barrett as a progressive now, even though she gave you what you wanted on Roe v. Wade, she gave you what you wanted on the immunity decision, she gave you what you wanted time and time again, but when she doesn't give you what you want, she's a lib, she's a progressive hack, she's terrible. Amy Coney Barrett is a proceduralist. You read Amy Coney Barrett's decisions every single time, just about. Almost every time she has ruled against the Trump administration. If you read it, what does she say? They didn't follow the procedure. If they followed the procedure, if they slowed down and dotted the I's and crossed the T's, she would have sided with them. This now raises the question of DACA, Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals. For everybody, and I see this happening online, if this court is so conservative, why didn't they side with DACA? Why isn't DACA gone? Why can't we get rid of DACA? You can get rid of DACA. I would like to read for you the Supreme Court decision. It was a 5-4 decision. Ruth Bader Ginsburg was still alive. John Roberts sided with Elena Kagan, Sonia Sotomayor, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, John Roberts, and who was the fourth one? Or the fifth one in the case. It was a 5-4 decision. John Roberts writing for the majority. Yeah, Breyer was still there. Breyer's the one I'm forgetting. So it was Breyer, Kagan, Ginsburg, Sotomayor, and John Roberts. And John Roberts wrote the decision. And guess what John Roberts said? I quote from the decision. I'm reading from the actual majority opinion for the Supreme Court. The dispute before the court is not whether the Department of Homeland Security may rescind DACA. All parties agree that it may. The dispute is instead primarily about the procedure the agency followed in doing so. The APA, which is a procedural act, sets forth the procedures by which federal agencies are accountable to the public and their actions subject to review of the courts. It requires agencies to engage in reasoned decision-making and directs that agency actions be set aside if they are arbitrary or capricious. Under this narrow standard of review, a court is not to substitute its judgment for that of the agency, but instead to assess only whether the decision was based on a consideration of the relevant factors and whether there has been a clear error in judgment. And you know what John Roberts found in this? Roberts said there was no consideration. That was the problem. The Attorney General of the United States said in light of a circuit court decision questioning DACA that they could get rid of the program. So the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security got rid of DACA. There was no hearing. There was no review. There was no procedural review. There was no contemplation. One cabinet secretary tells another cabinet secretary, you're good to go. They implemented it immediately and immediately started. And the court's decision is, whoa. We don't dispute at all that you can get rid of DACA. But you've got to have a review process to get rid of DACA. We can't insert our judgment as to whether or not you did the review process in the way we would like. That's not our role here. Our role is to say, did you do the review process? And you didn't. They literally got rid of it overnight. This gets to the case at Harvard. Kristi Noem decided to ban Harvard from accepting foreign students. The judge in Massachusetts, citing this decision, said, you can't just do that. You've got to give Harvard time, and you've got to review it. You just can't snap your finger. Now, you can say, Erickson, but by God, they were duly elected by the American people. They should be allowed. That's not the way the United States works, folks. Never has been the way the United States works. Look at what Barack Obama did with DACA. They had a series of hearings. They were very public about where they were going to go. They went through the kabuki dance of pretending they were hearing all sides, and then they implemented the regulation. All you got to do, the entirety of American administrative procedural law is do the kabuki dance. It is a foreordained outcome of what you want to have happen, but you must go through the motions of showing people you care. That is how American Republican democracy works at the bureaucratic level. You must go through the motions of showing people you care before you do exactly what you want to do. And that is what John Roberts said about the DACA case. So for all of you Trump supporters who are saying, the court sided with Obama and left DACA, why is DACA there? Because in John Roberts' words, and I quote, the dispute before the court is not whether Department of Homeland Security may rescind DACA. All parties agree that it may. The dispute is instead about the procedure the agency followed. Follow the procedure. You can do what you want. In this case, the breaking news case today, what has the Supreme Court found? They followed the proper procedure. What the court is saying is that if Joe Biden followed a procedure and implemented something, you cannot bind a future president by the acts of a prior president. You can't do it. If one president issues an executive order, the next president can rescind it. If one president grants immigration parole, the next president can walk it back. All you have to do is give the proper notice under the procedural rules. That's all you have to do. And Donald Trump did that in this case. 500,000 people can now be deported expeditiously from the country, even as the hearing is going on. Why? Because the Supreme Court is pretty much signaling, we know the president has the power to do this. Our entire job was to make sure he checked the right procedural box. They checked the right procedural box, so away they go. 500,000 people get deported. Stop pretending that you're the victim of an out-of-control imperial court system. You're not. They just handed Donald Trump a big win. And every time the conservative majority of the court, including Amy Coney Barrett, has stopped Donald Trump, was to say, you got to slow it down. You got to slow it down. check the right boxes, follow the right procedure, and you can do whatever you want to do. Donald Trump is out attacking Leonard Leo in the Federalist Society now. The Federalist Society, in fact, Stephen Miller was on CNN a short time ago saying they don't use Federalist Society recommendations for judges anymore. They're fools for not doing that. Amy Coney Barrett, Jen Roberts, Clarence Thomas, Sam Alito, Brett Kavanaugh, Neil Gorsuch. Y'all love them all. You love Jim Ho at the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals. These are all Federalist Society guys. You know why he's mad? He's mad because Tim Reif, who is the U.S. Trade Court judge that he appointed, he's blasting the Federalist Society, except Reif was not a Federalist Society judge. In fact, Reif was a Democrat. Did y'all know this? The Court of Trade judge that Trump put there was the chief of staff to the Democrats on the Ways and Means Committee, and it was Federalist Society members who advised him not to put the guy on the court. And Trump did not listen to the Federalist Society. He put the guy on the court, and guess what? That guy ruled against Trump on trade yesterday. He wasn't a Federalist Society judge. He wasn't a Federalist Society member. He was the ranking staffer for the Democrats. You're really going to attack Leonard Leo? Let me tell you what Leonard Leo did. Leonard Leo and the Federalist Society gave you a 6-3 conservative majority on the Supreme Court, where Amy Coney Barrett and John Roberts gave you the immunity you needed to cancel the prosecutions against you. Amy Coney Barrett and John Roberts gave you the power to deport 500,000 illegal immigrants. And John Roberts, if you bothered reading the DACA decision, gave you the power to get rid of DACA if you just followed the procedure. You people are not victims. You're just not following the procedures. You're rushing into things. You got to slow it down, and you're going to be able to get so much of what you want if you just slow it down. The Supreme Court said, again, I read from you, John Roberts saying it's not about whether you can or cannot get rid of DACA. Everyone agrees you can. You just got to follow the procedure. So, Mr. President, why aren't you getting rid of DACA now? That's your next big thing. That's what you promised. Get rid of DACA. The Supreme Court said you can. And today, in a 7-2 decision, the Supreme Court said you can deport 500,000 people expeditiously because you as president are allowed to undo the rulings of the Biden administration. That very court, made up of Federalist Society members you're now attacking, just gave you one of the biggest wins of your administration so far. Maybe rethink whether or not they're there to stymie you. Instead, follow the procedure and get your way.
Have something to say? Hello. Call the show. 1-877-97-ERIC. That's 1-877-973-7425.
All the notifications you need.
This story developing in Marietta.
All the local and breaking news alerts you need.
We're following breaking news in Atlanta.
All in one place.
The 95.5 WSB app.
Download it today.
Skip the hassle of constant cleaning and sell your home stress-free with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Find out what your guaranteed offer would be and close in as little as 21 days. There's no obligation. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
WSB consumer expert Clark Howard.
If you or a family member are dealing with federal student loans, or you're a parent of a kid who took out Parent Plus loans, know that not only do those have to be paid now, but if you're delinquent, you could have a tax refund seized, your wages garnished, or if you're on Social Security, you have a relative who is, they could have their Social Security payment reduced for the student loans. What's so important right now is that if you're delinquent on student loans of any type, but especially federal, you need to work it out with the feds. They want to hear from you. They want to try to come up with a payment plan so that you are brought current. But to just put your head in the sand, that's not going to work. I'm Clark Howard.
Life is full of moments, including difficult and disruptive ones like a cancer diagnosis, which is why the groundbreaking work of Stand Up to Cancer is so vital. They bring together top minds from different fields to find new and better treatments so patients can thrive. Please join Stand Up to Cancer and Myrtle Beach to help families get back to where they belong, making new memories for years to come. Go to standuptocancer.org to see how you can join the mission.
I'm in almost every school bus and classroom. I go to school with your children. We say the Pledge of Allegiance together. You see me around the neighborhood and you tell me that I'm a pretty good kid. Well, I'm one out of every 5 children in America, and I'm struggling with hunger. This problem is closer than you think. My teacher tells me we can grow up to be whatever we want. I want to grow up to be someone who doesn't go to bed hungry. There's enough food in this country to feed everybody. Please visit feedingamerica.org today and find your local food bank for ways to help. Every dollar you donate helps provide 8 meals for kids like me, quietly struggling with hunger. Together, we are Feeding America, brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Congress is poised to pass a bill to keep AM radio in cars, but time is running out. 82 million Americans risk losing the news, sports, talk, traffic, and vital emergency information they rely on. Text AM to 52886 and tell Congress to pass this bill now.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to stop.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
That's your garage door. Almost broken, but technically not broken yet. And you know the old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? So you don't fix it, 'cause it ain't broke. And it gets worse. Until one day, 2 a.m., raining alligators, carload full of dry cleaning, you push the button, and out of nowhere, guess what's broke? Your garage door. At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. A garage door that's almost broken can actually do more damage than one that's fully broke. Jammed up parts put an extra strain on the motor, rollers out of whack stress the tracks and the belts. Fix it early while it's still a simple repair and before your car gets locked out or locked in. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll come over and make it right. Because if it's almost broke, you fix it.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
Your friends at Steel Horse Law are motorcycle injury lawyers who ride. They've mastered safely riding our Georgia roads, and they've mastered the unexpected twists and turns of Georgia law. Hey, it's Eric Von Hessler for Steel Horse Law, the Stein and Karen Law Group. With all the changes in Georgia law, you need the most experienced local motorcycle injury law firm to protect your rights. You can trust them on the road and in the courtroom. Get a free case evaluation at steelhorselaw.com.
You may not agree with him, but he tells you the truth. It's the Eric Erickson Show.
Let's one more on this DACA situation. So we're saying here, a lot of Trump supporters get frustrated by the procedural stuff of slowing it down. He's the president. He won an election. He got the popular vote. He should be able to do what he wants. And yet there's this Administrative Procedure Act that outlines how things have to happen. You know, and I know that if you get Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez or Cory Booker in the White House in 2028, the same people who are complaining about the need to slow the trains down are going to find the Administrative Procedure Act to be the greatest law ever written on how it will slow down AOC and Cory Booker. They're going to be able to do what they want to do. They're just not going to be able to rush into it. It's the same way with Trump. If Donald Trump wants to get rid of DACA tomorrow, Donald Trump, the Supreme Court in a 5-4 decision said Donald Trump can get rid of DACA tomorrow. He's just got to follow the proper procedure. That's it. That's all it is. Follow the proper procedure. Time and time again, the big losses Donald Trump suffered at the Supreme Court were John Roberts writing opinions saying you get to do exactly what you want to do, but you've got to follow the proper procedure. And many times Donald Trump followed the proper procedure. It went back to the Supreme Court, and John Roberts said, hey, you follow the proper procedure. You get to do what you want to do. They just handed Donald Trump a massive win. He gets to immediately deport 500,000 people because guess what? They followed the proper procedure. Now they can do that with DACA and get rid of that program if they want. Vision Computer wants you. Y'all, you're worried about, well, you got a computer. You need a new computer. You know it's running slow, but you got all the software on the computer. If it's compatible with Windows 11, you know you can let Vision do this, and you don't have to touch a thing. They'll transfer everything over themselves. You call them 15 seconds or less. You get a person on the phone. You don't have to go through the maze of press 1, press 5, habla español. You call them. They answer the phone, and you can say, "Hey, I got a computer. It's old. I need an upgrade. Can you do it?" You can give them the computer. They'll take care of everything for you. Makes it super easy. You don't have to worry about a thing. All your files, your programs, everything goes straight over to the new computer. You could upgrade your existing computer, get a new computer from them, save money by mentioning my name. Call them at 404-COMPUTE. Say it's time for a new computer. They'll make it painless for you. They can even give you world-class tech support. 404-COMPUTE. Anybody nationwide, any business nationwide. 404-COMPUTE or visioncomputers.com. Let Vision help you.
In Atlanta, there is always something happening.
Tanker truck crashed into the median.
The Triple Team Traffic Center has you covered.
No traffic getting through in either direction.
Helping you on your commute.
Avoid the area at all costs. Take Highway 155 or Highway 4223.
Brought to you by the Cool Ray Lifetime Parts and Labor Warranty.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Get the WSB radio app.
This story is breaking right now.
Get notifications from your source for news.
If you have the WSB radio app, then you saw the breaking news.
Get the WSB radio app.
Don't miss a thing with the WSB app.
Download it from the App Store today.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
CBS News Brief. The Supreme Court is allowing President Trump to take away special migrant status for people from dangerous countries.
By stripping 500,000 migrants of their legal status. And these are people who are from countries like Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela, who have said that they very much fear going back to their countries.
Former federal prosecutor Lori Levinson. President Trump says Japan-based Nippon Steel will invest in U.S. steel.
There will be no layoffs and no outsourcing whatsoever, and every U.S. steel worker will soon receive a well-deserved $5,000 bonus.
CBS's Alex Tin is following controversy over the Trump administration's Make America Healthy Again report.
Federal health officials who read the report, which they were frustrated, citations aside, that a lot of the conclusions in the report were wrong and a lot of the things that they think are the real drivers of childhood chronic disease were omitted completely.
CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Toscano.
Trust is not just a word, it's an experience. When your home needs service, you can trust TE certified electrical, plumbing, heating, and cooling. Hey, it's Chris Chandler. TE is the company I trust to fix any problem once and for all. Their 5-star customer experience means easy online scheduling, friendly technicians, and a lifetime workmanship warranty, so I can just sit back and relax.
TE certified, we love your home.
I believe in helping others.
I believe in the power of compassion.
I believe in the importance of service. I believe in the transformative power of organ donation.
Most people who need a kidney transplant in Georgia are African American.
I said yes to organ donation.
Join me in making a difference and register your decision at donatelifegeorgia.org.
I'm Anthony, and when I opened A1 Gold Buyers, I wanted to create a better way to sell gold. No lowball offers, no shady back rooms, just honest appraisals, instant payment, and a comfortable experience from start to finish. We'll give you a free estimate within minutes. Come see me at 5779 State Bridge Road in Johns Creek, right next to Pike Nursery. A1GoldBuyers.com. Let's turn your gold into something useful. A1 Gold Buyers, where you get great service and great prices.
Ashley Frasca, host of Green and Growing for Atlanta's premium sod supplier, NG Turf. Get farm fresh, high-quality sod, including Zeon Zoysia, Rebel Fescue, and Tiff Tough Bermuda, delivered direct from NG Turf, your premium sod provider. NGTurf.com.
Listening to 95.5 WSB pays.
No way!
The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz.
That is awesome.
5 chances a day to win $5,000.
Download the WSB app. Your next chance to win is Monday morning at 8.
Oh my God.
From 95.5 WSB.
233 live team coverage of traffic and weather. Heads up south DeKalb, outer loop of 285 northbound near Flat Shoals, County Road exit 48. Left lane is closed for construction, and the blockage of all lanes at times are a good enough reason to take 155 and 920 as your alternate. Also, 2 right lanes of 285 southbound. The inner loop are blocked for road maintenance near the North Lake Parkway exit 36 in the Tucker area. No delays currently, and of course, that's a good thing. 95.5 WSB traffic.
I'm Channel 2 Action News Chief Meteorologist Brad Nitz. 50s by morning, a cool start, then mostly sunny and warm, breezy, high 80. Sunday, low 61, high 82. Rain chance 30% for an isolated shower storm late.
58 in Marietta, 59 in Tucker, and 60 in Covington. More news at 3 and breaking news when it happens. Jay Holloway, 95.5 WSB.
He's got the courage to tell you the truth, because the truth is what matters. You're listening to The Eric Erickson Show.
Welcome back. It is Eric Erickson here across the United States of America. I want to give you a heads up. So Tuesday is my birthday, and we are working to free up seats for the Not Safe for Radio show at the Fox Theater in Atlanta. Now, for those of you not familiar with this, my buddy Braden a couple years ago said when I hit 50, which I do on Tuesday, I should rent out a venue, stand on stage, and tell all the stories that are inappropriate for radio but are pretty funny. And so July 12th, doors open at 6 p.m., event starts at 7 p.m. It is sold out. We are freeing up some seats, rearranging the room a little bit, making some space. And on Tuesday, we will open up on radio to be able to sell more seats. All the proceeds, they don't go to my pocket. They go to charity. We're raising money for charity. We got some great sponsors, True Precision and Americans for Prosperity and Meta stepping up to help us cover the cost so we can give all the money to two great nonprofits. And I would love to have people there. We sold out in 6 hours, and we're like, we need to find ways. So I uninvited a lot of friends I was inviting to free up seats to be able to allow more listeners to be able to get into the room. So on Tuesday, sometime in the first hour of this program, I will make an announcement that the gates are open, the tickets are unleashed, and you can buy them. And I think we've got 100 or so more tickets available. It's going to be a fun night. Now, we got to move on. It's an open line Friday, 877-973-7425. If you would like to be on the program, I would be happy to have you. We've got to talk about the economic news, because the economic news, it was actually where I was going to start the show today. This is how persnickety some people are. We have really good economic news today. And I got hate mail from someone who is so convinced that I hate Donald Trump because I offer criticism that I didn't want to talk about the good economic news. I wanted to talk about the good economic news, and I was going to start the show with the good economic news, but then there was breaking news from the United States Supreme Court, and the United States Supreme Court breaking news was actually bigger news than the economic news that could wait until now. But let's get into it. Here's Rick Santelli on CNBC from this morning.
The income numbers, really, for the first 4 months of the year, they're stellar. They're really stellar. I mean, I could go back and look at the first 4 months of many different years. Really very strong numbers, and you're right. This administration is criticized for just about everything under the sun. I've never, ever in my lifetime had glimpses into the politics of an administration in the form of transparency like this one. Why don't we be, give credit where credit is due. Income really shooting up.
Income really shooting up. Credit where credit is due. Trump deserves credit for this. This didn't happen under Biden. And if it happened under Biden, everybody in the mainstream media would be giving Joe Biden credit for this. So, bottom line, income was expected to go up 0.2%. Instead, income has gone up 0.8%. That does not seem to be a huge deal, except it is because inflation came in less than expected and is almost at the 2% mark that the Federal Reserve wants. If you get 2% inflation, the odds are the Fed's seriously going to consider cutting interest rates. And now the markets responded accordingly this morning and started soaring. So the markets have now started going down pretty significantly. The question is, why are markets going down pretty significantly? Well, markets are going down significantly because the president has come out in the last little while and said that China is violating its trade truce with the United States, and he may up tariffs, and so the markets are responding to that. But I mean, this is from CNBC. Inflation barely budged in April as tariffs President Trump implemented in the early part of the month had yet to show up in consumer prices, the Commerce Department reported Friday. Now, pause there. You got to remember, the president started imposing tariffs at the beginning of April, but then he paused a lot of them and re-implemented them at the end of April, beginning of May. So most analysts say we're not going to see the costs of tariffs show up in data for probably another month or two. Walmart, Target, Home Depot, the like, they're only just now starting to raise prices in response to tariffs. This puts it off to later in the year. Here's the other one, though. The Personal Consumption Expenditure Price Index, the Federal Reserve's key inflation measure, increased just 0.1% for the month, putting the annual inflation rate at 2.1%, the lowest inflation rate in years. The monthly reading was in line with the Dow Jones consensus forecast, with the annual level at 0.1%. Excluding food and energy, the core reading that tends to get even greater focus from Fed policymakers showed readings of 0.1% and 2.5% against respective estimates of 0.1% and 2.6%. So that's 0.1% monthly, 2.5% year over year. They were expecting 2.6% year over year, so it came in slightly lower. Central bank officials believe core is a better indicator of long-term trends. Consumer spending showed sharp decline for the month, posting just a 0.2% increase in line with the consensus, but slower than the 0.7% rate in March. A more cautious consumer mood also was reflected in personal savings, which jumped to 4.9%, up from 0.6% in March. What does that mean? It means that consumers are waiting to see if tariffs really cause price increases, and they're setting their money in their savings accounts until they have some sense of what's happening. Food prices fell. Food prices fell in large part because gas prices have come down so much. Shelter costs increased only 0.4%. Shelter costs increased for insurance reasons and for commodity pricing. The commodity pricing, the steel and aluminum tariffs, people are starting to see effects on those. Those went up. But these are good numbers. These are really good numbers. The markets are convinced, whether the markets are right or not, you should at least understand this. The markets are convinced that we're going to see the tariff data start showing up in the next month or two. If we don't see it, you're probably going to get a stock market boom. If we don't see it, Home Depot, Target, Walmart, other companies are only just now beginning to say they are starting to raise prices because of inflation. Now, what did I tell you when we did all this to begin with? That it was going to be like a sugar high. We'd see a boost of revenue to the federal government. We wouldn't see a big effect on the economy at first, and then we'd have the crash, the sugar crash. Not a stock market crash, just the sugar crash. Like you have a sugar high. You eventually run out of energy and you get tired. That's where the markets kind of think we're headed, is towards that sugar crash of we're going to start seeing prices go up because of inflation. But we don't know. What we do know is this, and this is the biggest takeaway. Income levels are now exceeding the level of inflation. Your growth in your now, and by the way, I gotta say that this is in the abstract. Like, I haven't gotten a pay raise. You probably haven't gotten a pay raise. But you take all the Americans in the workforce together, and their income has gone up 0.8%. Inflation's only gone up 0.1%. So we are finally to the point where wages are outpacing inflation. And that's something the Federal Reserve wants to look at too. If wages outpace inflation, that's a really good sign. It means Americans can save more and spend more concurrently. We're only just getting back to this point. It's taken a while to undo the damage of the Biden administration, but that while is what Donald Trump became president January 20th at noon. We are now May 30th, just after noon, and we have broken Bidenomics finally. We've gotten out of it. Now, we don't know if Trumponomics is actually going to bring higher prices. The speculation is that, yes, it is. But here's the bottom line for everybody, and this is my frustration. If we could get some clarity from President Trump on tariffs, the economy could be roaring. If we could go on and get clarity, instead of the daily up, down, whatever, if we could get some clarity, the economy could be roaring. And if the president can get, remember, in the first quarter of the year, the economy shrank by 0.2 of a point. Wasn't much, but it shrank by 0.2 of a point. Part of that was a reduction of the size of government. The private sector largely held steady. If you get clarity on the tariffs, the private sector is going to roar back to life. I want to play you some Scott Bessent. This is him talking on Fox News about the debt to GDP ratio.
I would disagree with John. And the tariffs are not separate from the budget because while we will not be able to score tariff income for the CBO scoring that we'll see as the bills come out of the, or as the bill comes out of the Senate, we are taking in a substantial amount of tariff income. So, they are not separated, and I'm not sure exactly what John meant, because I believe that the deficit will be smaller this year than it was last year. It will be smaller next year than it is this year. So we will be running deficits. We didn't get here in the 120 days that President Trump has been president this time. We inherited the largest peacetime, non-recessionary deficit in history, and this debt has been built up over time. And I think by the time President Trump leaves office in 2028, we will have come back to the long-term average. We will have stabilized the debt to GDP, and that number will be going down.
Listen, if you get the economy roaring, the number does go down. If you get the economy going the way they want to through deregulation, they're not going to have to worry about the debt to GDP ratio. We'll still have to worry about the national debt, but it'll be in a more manageable position. We'll have more money and more resources to be able to tackle it. It will cause interest rates to go down. We just got to get the clarity. We got to get the clarity. Now, one more Bessent line. This was a great line, I thought, in his interview with Bret Baier.
I think Elon came in and in 100 days did some very important work. And, I characterize two principles with Doge here. One is the absolute level of cost cutting, which Elon has set in motion. So Doge is not going to end with Elon. It is a way of thinking about cutting costs, and it's also a way of thinking about making the government more productive and more efficient. So, I would expect that these would be the initial savings, and they will continue from here. At Treasury, we have incorporated several members of the Doge team. They have become the fully trained, fully compliant Treasury employees, and they are going to be working continuously to ferret out waste, fraud, and abuse within the government system. So I think that the meter is going to keep going with these savings. And then on the other side, we're going to deliver a better product to the American people. Because Brett, I lived in New York, I lived in Florida, and the state of New York spends about $235 billion a year. State of New York spends about $235 billion a year. State of Florida spends about $125 billion. Both states have approximately the same number of people, but Florida doesn't have an income tax. And I can tell you, having lived in both, it's better not to have an income tax, and Florida gives better services. So we want the U.S. to be more like Florida, less like New York.
That's such a good line. We wanted America to be more like Florida, less like New York. He's got great points. You bring out efficiencies, you deregulate, you can fire up the economy. And if you fire up the economy, it boosts tax revenue, lowers interest rates, it allows the government to deal better with the debt. But we got to get clarity on the tariffs. And the president today now saying that China's in violation of the agreement that we made, has sent the markets down, muddied the water more. It should be a very good day for the president, and it actually is great news for the American people. Whether the Democrats want to acknowledge it or not, in the first 4 months of the Trump administration, wages went up and inflation began to slow to a halt. And that, my friends, is a huge win for Donald Trump. And you know and I know Democrats would be willing to give it to the president if the president had a D next to their name. They might as well be intellectually honest and give it to Donald Trump. Y'all, I want you to consider Old Glory Bank. In a world where so many banks are pushing agendas that don't align with common sense American values, I switched my bank to Old Glory Bank. They respect freedom. They respect faith. They respect hard work. They respect conservatives. They're a bank by conservatives for conservatives. And they're not just any bank. They're a bank that stands up to you. They're built by conservative patriots for people like you. They're not going to cancel you because of your beliefs. There's no woke nonsense at this bank. They're honest, secure banking. It respects your values. They're headquartered in Oklahoma. Whether it's a personal account, a business banking, a home loan, they've got you covered. And they don't just talk the talk, they live it. They're founded by Dr. Ben Carson, by Larry Elder, by John Rich, by Mary Fallon, the former governor of Oklahoma, other great Americans as well. Old Glory Bank is the bank. They back free speech. They support your Second Amendment rights. They believe in the Constitution. They're not going to debank you like so many banks want to do these days to conservatives. If you're tired of banks that care more about their politics than your freedom, it's time to switch. They make it very easy for you. If your kids need a bank, a no-fee checking, no-fee savings account, Old Glory Bank is a bank built for the future. Head over to oldglorybank.com/Eric. That's oldglorybank.com/Eric. I've got to emphasize that for you. All of you should go flood their website, see if you can bring it down just by going to oldglorybank.com/Eric. Let them know I'm sending them business. oldglorybank.com/ERICK. See for yourself why they're the right choice for your banking needs. Tell them Eric sent you. Member FDIC, equal housing lender, terms and conditions apply.
Honest.
Putting your trust in me to tell you what's going on.
Transparent.
I need you to know this from the bottom of my heart.
Giving you the information without the noise.
My job isn't to tell you what you want to hear, it's to tell you the truth.
It's the Eric Erickson Show.
When traffic hits.
I-75 completely shut down north and south between McDonough and Locust Grove.
The Triple Team Traffic Center has you covered.
Brake lights fill in on 316 westbound at Sugarloaf Parkway.
Your source for Atlanta's traffic.
Heavy police fire department activity.
Brought to you by the Cool Ray Lifetime Parts and Labor Warranty.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk. WSB consumer expert Clark Howard.
So if you are a shopper at what I've been calling $1.25 tree, well, get ready. Because of inflation and the impact of tariffs, Dollar Tree is going to sliding scale pricing that generally is going to be $1.50 to, get this, $7 apparently. Think about that. Dollar Tree used to be the old reliable. Forever from its actual naming as Dollar Tree, everything in the store was $1 or less. And then they let it float to $1.25. And now floating way on up. So when you used to go into Dollar Tree, you'd go in, you'd pick up an item, and just in your mind, you knew how many items, how many dollars. Not anymore. Pay close attention to what the item is actually costing you. It'll say on the shelf. I'm Clark Howard.
Hey, it's Shelley Winter here with another weekend show, Inside Georgia Real Estate. Join me and Deborah Morton of Clario Real Estate. If you're buying a home, selling a home, refinancing, whatever, she will have the answers to all your questions. Starting this Saturday at 1 p.m. right here on 95.5 WSB.
I'm in almost every school bus and classroom. I go to school with your children. We say the Pledge of Allegiance together. You see me around the neighborhood and you tell me that I'm a pretty good kid. Well, I'm one out of every 5 children in America, and I'm struggling with hunger. This problem is closer than you think. My teacher tells me we can grow up to be whatever we want. I want to grow up to be someone who doesn't go to bed hungry. There's enough food in this country to feed everybody. Please visit feedingamerica.org today and find your local food bank for ways to help. Every dollar you donate helps provide 8 meals for kids like me, quietly struggling with hunger. Together, we are Feeding America, brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Stand Up to Cancer asked leading cancer researchers to speak about why they do their work.
2 words come to mind for me. One is responsibility, the other is purpose.
It's just so inspiring to do research that impacts human lives.
Stand Up to Cancer has been a critical partner in advancing research for cancer.
Cancer research saves lives.
So please, help us fight in this battle against cancer.
Be a part of the team that ends cancer at standuptocancer.org.
Do you want to give back to an individual with disabilities and help change a life? The Guide Dog Foundation and America's Vet Dogs are seeking volunteers to help raise future guide or service dogs. Puppy raisers provide loving homes for puppies until they are old enough to begin formal training. Help raise an adorable pup into a future guide or service dog for a person who is blind, visually impaired, a veteran, or a first responder. Visit puppy.guidedog.org to learn more. That's guidedog.org. Sponsored by the Guide Dog Foundation.
There are 1,000 ways to say it.
Nope. Knock it off. Shut it down. Dream on. No dice. Give it a rest. Not a chance.
Or just.
All text. You focus on the road.
As a passenger, you have the power to prevent an accident. There are 1,000 ways to stop a distracted driver. Choose one.
A message from CTIA.
WSB Atlanta, WSBB FM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
The morning rush hour, the evening rush hour, and everything in between.
Slow spots are starting to build up the east side perimeter on 285 North.
Tune in 24/7 with the Triple Team Traffic
We've
Center.
had several breakdowns, including one in the express lane.
Your source for Atlanta's traffic.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
On Sunday, I will be on C-SPAN. Of all things, that they reached out and said, would you be on C-SPAN on Sunday morning? So 8:30 a.m. Eastern time. I've actually got to teach my Sunday school class the book of Jude for the next month. And so my office is a block from church, so I'll go be on TV and then walk down to church. That's 8:30 Eastern time on C-SPAN. This hour of the program brought to you by First Liberty Building and Loan. If you're buying a building, if you're growing your business anywhere nationwide, First Liberty helps businesses grow. They would love to help your business grow. Reach out to them, firstlibertyga.com. That's firstlibertyga.com. And see if First Liberty is a good fit for you and you for them. Tell them I sent you. I want to take your phone calls in the next hour. We haven't taken a lot of phone calls this week. It is an open line Friday, 877-973-7425. Just be patient with me, because when we come back, I got to play you a clip from Pete Buttigieg. The other day, Democrats are starting to do all this hand-wringing over how do we reach young men? How do we win young men back? I thought it was very notable that one of the ways Pete Buttigieg suggested Democrats lure young men into the Democratic Party is pornography. Not making that up. The man who wants to be president believes that the Democrats can get young men back by telling them they will protect their pornography. Tells you pretty much everything you need to know about the problems with the Democratic Party. It goes back to the Democratic consultant who told me that the biggest problem the Democrats have is they are held hostage to progressive white women and gay men. Pete Buttigieg saying porn is the way for the Democrats to recover young men. I'll play you the audio when we come back. I'll take your phone calls as well. 877-973-7425. You're listening to the Eric Erickson Show nationwide.
I'm Chris Chandler. When you join us Monday starting at 5 a.m. for Atlanta's morning news, breaking metro stories, our exclusive 5-day forecast covers the work week ahead. Money, uncertainty with the courts weighing in now. We'll have our regular Monday chat with CBS's Scott McFarland in Washington. Plus, what Clark Howard says the tariff pause with China means for you. And the last week of our Bonus Blitz contest begins. Your chance to win $1,000 on 95.5 WSB.
There are 1,000 ways to say it.
Nope. Knock it off. Shut it down. Dream on. No dice. Give it a rest. Not a chance.
Or just
all text. You focus on the road.
As a passenger, you have the power to prevent an accident. There are 1,000 ways to stop a distracted driver. Choose one.
A message from CTIA.
News, weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Michael Toscano. The White House says it will update the controversial Make America Healthy Again report from Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. This follows a report by online news outlet Notice that it misinterpreted a number of studies and cited others that don't exist. CBS News medical contributor Dr. Celine Gounder, editor-at-large for KFF Health News, says this is dangerous.
This is a real breach of public trust. And coming from an administration that has said, look, we're going to be more transparent. We're going to follow the evidence. We're going to have gold standard science. And frankly, this is Orwellian doublespeak for sloppy pseudoscience.
Kennedy refuses to say who wrote the report. Correspondent Erica Brown tells us about President Trump's rally with steelworkers last night.
Today, I have a major announcement, and are you ready to hear this?
Shortly after President Trump took the stage at a Pennsylvania steel plant Friday evening, he announced he's doubling his tariff on steel imports to the U.S.
We're going to bring it from 25% to 50%, the tariffs on steel into the United States of America, which will even further secure the steel industry in the United States.
The president delivered the news as he touted a deal between U.S. Steel and Japan's Nippon Steel.
Parts of Minnesota and Wisconsin have unhealthy air right now for people and animals sensitive to pollution. That's because of smoke drifting south from Canadian wildfires. Here's meteorologist David Parkinson.
The upper Midwest most impacted by these fires, but as they continue to burn, more and more of the U.S. will likely feel at least some impacts. And interestingly enough, this smoke likely to actually extend all the way to Europe by next week. That should give you an indication of just how much smoke is being put into the air by these record-breaking fires.
Hamas says it is reviewing a U.S. proposal for a temporary ceasefire in Gaza. More on that from CBS's Imtiaz Tayeb in Israel.
Crucially, this deal will not bring a complete end to Israel's war on Gaza or bring all the hostages, dead or alive, home. The deal would, however, see a massive surge of humanitarian aid into Gaza, where up until last week, Israel has blocked almost all food, water, and medicine from entering the devastated Palestinian territory.
Loretta Swit, who won 2 Emmy Awards playing Major Margaret Houlihan on the pioneering hit TV series MASH, has died. Along with Alan Alda, she was the show's longest-serving cast member.
From now on, I'm number one, me, Margaret Houlihan.
She died yesterday at home in New York City. Swit was 87. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
A DUI conviction is life-changing with serious ramifications both personally and professionally. Hey, it's Eric Von Hessler. Make the smart call to George Stein, the DUI lawyer. You've got a 30-day deadline to save your license. Go to georgestein.com.
As the weather warms up, more motorcyclists are out on the roads. Both motorcycle riders and drivers need to be aware of their surroundings. Before turning, entering the road, or changing lanes, give a second look. Always check to make sure the road is clear for all vehicles, including motorcycles. Looking twice can help save a life. That's why the Governor's Office of Highway Safety reminds you to share the road with motorcyclists.
Preparing to sell your home can be costly and time-consuming. Skip the hassles of a traditional home sale and sell your home stress-free with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start backing.
Tune in to Money Unleashed this weekend and learn the keys to a successful retirement with Chris Hoffman of the Hoffman Financial Group. You can check those show times at unleashyourmoney.com. Hoffman Financial Group, proud sponsor of the Georgia Bulldogs.
Dave Baker here for Artisan Custom Closets. Spring cleaning? Not a fan. However, ever since I had Artisan Custom Closets help me redesign my bedroom closet, spring cleaning has gotten a whole lot easier. See, Artisan helped me to design an affordable, luxurious closet system tailored to my needs. Every project they do is installed by an Artisan professional, generally in under a day. Schedule your free design consultation with the master designer at artisancustomclosets.com. P.S. They did my garage too. I love it.
When the news matters to you.
The FAA says the flight crew was reporting possible smoke in the flight deck.
95.5 WSB has you covered.
Beef prices are going up.
Your 24/7 news source.
They had no ties to a gang, but they were killed by them.
When you need the story, all you need to do is listen. 95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's breaking news station.
305 live team coverage of traffic and weather. Fulton County road crews wipe out 2 right lanes at 85 northbound near the 285 exchange exit 68. Also, 2 left lanes of 285 northbound are blocked by road workers near exit 46, the interchange for I-20. And the slowing effects are felt all the way into Glenwood Road exit 44 over in DeKalb. Also in DeKalb County, a left lane at 285 northbound is wiped out for road maintenance near Candler Road, Flat Shoals Road exit. Expect delays there, but you can take exit 48 to I-20 and arrive on time. 95.5 WSB traffic.
I'm Channel 2 Action News Chief Meteorologist Brad Nitz. 50s by morning, a cool start, then mostly sunny and warm, breezy, high 80. Sunday, low 61, high 82. Rain chance 30% for an isolated shower storm late.
58 in Lawrenceville, 59 in McDonough and Cartersville. More news at 3:30 and breaking news when it happens. Jay Holloway, 95.5 WSB.
The following was previously recorded and scheduled to broadcast at this time.
America, welcome. It is Eric Erickson here this open line Friday, 877-973-7425. Should you wish to be on the program, don't forget to text Eric, E-R-I-C-K, to 33777. Get the show notes, the live stream, the podcast, everything you need. I want to take your phone calls, but I've got to start with the Democrats trying to get men back. Why does the data suggest men went to the GOP? It's been a problem for some time. And what Democrats consoled themselves with for a very long time is that more women vote than men. Women more decisively vote Democrat. And non-white men are within the Democratic Party. So they didn't take the issue seriously, and white men became the bad guy. Unless you were an effeminate, well-educated, upper-income white dude, the Democrats wanted nothing to do with you. I mean, literally, Tim Walz has the audacity to talk about how he was coded to speak to men who watch football. Normal men do not say coded to speak. Progressive men do. Men who have very odd relationships with their wives. I mean, I guess we're allowed to talk about it. I mean, we talked about it at the time. I didn't care. It was really weird when Tim Walz and his wife were on stage with Kamala Harris and Doug Emhoff, and Tim Walz's wife was more willing to kiss and hug the Harrises than she was her own husband. It seemed very weird to a lot of people, and Tim Walz was the guy who went out on the campaign trail saying J.D. Vance and Donald Trump were weird. No, dude. You are really weird. Your whole family was weird. You were whacked out. You and your wife, I mean, talking about the smelling Minneapolis burn during the George Floyd riots and stuff like that, and leaving the windows open to be able to say, just, y'all were some weird people. Normal dudes spread their legs when they sit down, and Democrats lecture them on man-spreading. Normal dudes like to be helpful and open the door for women, and Democrats get mad at them for doing so. Normal dudes try to explain to be helpful, and Democrats yell at them for mansplaining. Listen, I'm sorry if you don't know how to put stuff in the dishwasher, but I'm going to explain to you how to do it, Democrats. Normal dudes want a job. They'd like to have a family. And they don't want to be put down upon by society. Watch television ads. Television ads done by a bunch of liberals in Hollywood. Just watch television ads. And you can see men are the butt of jokes. Dads in particular, white dads especially, the butt of jokes. You're hard-pressed to find white men in commercials these days unless they're gay. In fact, so I keep on in my office, typically CNBC. You know how often I see that ad for the medicine for people with HIV, and it's all a bunch of shirtless gay dudes and lesbians sitting on the couch watching TV and two old dudes together watching a movie and eating popcorn. Like, I don't want to see that ad. That's about the only time you see white men and they're shirtless gay dudes with each other at a party with a medicine they're advertising for HIV. Can we just have like some normal people in TV ads where the dads aren't the butt of jokes? Normal dudes are normal, and yet the media portrays them as toxically masculine. Toxic masculinity, yeah, okay, I understand the phrase. Andrew Tate and his brother, they're charged with rape in the UK. They're not good people, and you got a bunch of bros who went after Andrew Tate trying to find their calling. Listen, there are some guys out there who have problems with chicks, and they decided that they would listen to Andrew Tate, a pornographer, on how to get the chicks, and they spent a lot of money, and they're stupid, and they're probably never going to have kids, be bred out of the gene pool, and I'm not sure I'm upset about that. But most normal dudes, they're not the Andrew Tate watchers. They are guys who are going to work, they're providing a living for their families, and yet they're constantly scolded by society. It's one reason golf has taken off again with middle American men. Because on the golf course, it's you and a couple dudes and some drinks, and you're hitting golf balls, maybe smoking a few cigars, and you're having a great conversation. You're not being browbeaten by society. And it's not a surprise now that the left is coming after golf. It's bad for the environment. Do you know like 90 to 100% of the water on a golf course is recycled water that comes from the retaining ponds they use? It's so bad for the environment and the pollution. Don't come after my golf courses. You've already tried to come after my cow, my coffee. Now you're coming after my golf course? So Pete Buttigieg was on a podcast talking about getting young men back into the Democratic fold. Pete Buttigieg has a history of saying odd things.
Of course we should be talking about how, if Speaker Johnson got his way, it wouldn't be possible, not just for gay people to get married, but for straight people to get divorced, let alone like birth control or how he would want to regulate porn or whatever most people would have a problem with.
How he wants to regulate porn. Now, take the hysteria of you wouldn't be able to get a divorce. You wouldn't be able to get married if you're gay. Interestingly enough, Gallup has polling out that people's views of gay marriage, particularly people who are Republicans, it's cratered like 14 to 15 points. And do you know why people on the right who had generally become supportive of gay marriage, why they're shifting? It actually has nothing to do with gay men and lesbians. It has to do with the trans community. It has to do with the punishment of small businesses that are Christians. It has to do with the never-ending hectoring. A lot of people are like, look, we're going to give you gay marriage and then just leave you alone. Please leave us alone. We gave them gay marriage, and now the entire month of June has to be gay. I mean, it's already starting. I'm already starting to get the messages. We gave you gay marriage. You said you wanted gay marriage so that you could be normal like the rest of us, and now we've got to have an entire month. My birthday month is now the gay month, where the moment June 1st arrives, midnight June 1st, every corporation in America hoists the rainbow flag. It's like, we're gay this month. That's not normal. That's weird. And it's annoying and in your face. You said you just wanted to blend into society. We gave you gay marriage, and now you're like, yeah, we're here, we're queer, and you got to see it 24/7, 365, particularly the month of June. That's kind of off-putting to a group of dudes who are normal. And to have Pete Buttigieg, a gay man who has talked about the discount you get by adopting black babies, to say, I mean, we need to explain to dudes that they want to regulate your porn. It's such an odd thing to say. The porn regulation. They really don't understand men. They don't, well, I should say they don't understand heterosexual men. Heterosexual men want to find a wife and have a family, and society has put up massive obstacles to do so, including disadvantaging men when it comes to education and scholarships, where now it's harder and harder to find a wife who wants to marry you. If you're a blue-collar man and your wife is a professional, she doesn't want to marry you. She wants another professional, and yet society has collaborated and conspired to make it harder for you to get a good education as a guy and go to college and get an affordable degree. Saddle you with student loans or deny you college altogether. Men want to be fathers, and yet they're told that they're toxically masculine and they shouldn't raise their children to be boys and girls. They want a family. They want their truck. The left is coming for their truck. You can't have the truck, the F-150, the GMC Sierra, the Silverado, the Dodge Ram. Those, you're not supposed to have them unless you're working a blue-collar job where you're actually hauling lumber. The left doesn't want you to have a truck anymore. They don't want you to eat beef anymore. You know, the left is now trying to twist this on the right and say, you know, they're conspiring to ban lab-grown meat. They don't want you to even try it. You know why we're trying to get rid of lab-grown meat? Because we know what happens is you guys impose lab-grown meat on the rest of us. And ban the cow. You've been trying to ban cows and coffee for a decade now. And now you're like, the right wants to ban lab-grown. They don't even want you to try lab-grown meat. Nobody wants your lab-grown meat. That's why they rejected Pete Buttigieg. Y'all, come on. The idea that the left is going to go out there and say, we're going to get men back by talking about porn and talking about divorce. Maybe first get a masculine voice and a man who's not afraid of being a man. It's weird to see these Democrats out there trying to you've got these 20-something effeminate dudes talking to very, very, very large young women about how to reconnect with young men. You know, young men, it's not just the white guys now. The black young men, the Hispanic young men, they're all leaving the Democratic Party. That's why the Democrats care about this issue. Again, they don't care about the young white guys. They care about the young black guys and the young Hispanic guys. And the problem is they have divided everyone into victim groups. And black men and Hispanic men are supposed to be victim groups of the Democrats. And it turns out, surprise, surprise, young Democratic black men and Hispanic men who have shifted right, you know one of the reasons they did? They're not victims. They're not victims. They don't want to be victims. They don't feel victimized, and they're damn tired of Democrats telling them they're victims. They want to be entrepreneurs. They want to be successful, and the Democrats want to tax their businesses when they get successful. The Democrats want to take their money from them when they get successful. The Democrats accuse them of acting white when they get successful. That's the problem with the Democratic Party. You get a young, black, entrepreneurial man who builds a business, and what do the Democrats do? Well, you're speaking white code. Really? They're speaking like a successful American, and you're going to pretend that they're trying to play white by virtue of their success? Or take the Hispanic men, they're Latinx, they're not Hispanic, and they start a construction business, they start building houses, the Democrats are going to regulate them out of existence and then tell them you're trying to be white. You know, the longer a Hispanic family stays in this country, the more they identify as white, Protestant, and Republican. And the Democrats don't like that. And you know something else that's happening out there? Young men are starting to go back to church. In the 18 to 25 cohort, it is more likely that a young man goes to church than a young woman these days. The Democrats have turned young women into a bunch of neurotic psychology problems. And the young men are going to church. The young men are finding Jesus, and the young women are finding therapy. The Democratic Party did this to itself. And it didn't do it overnight, and it didn't do it in one election. It did it in multiple election cycles over time, and it chose to ignore the data that showed that young men in this country just want to be successful in their work, get a good job, get married, have kids, start a family. And the Democrats vilified it all. They vilified starting families. They vilified kids. They vilified the sanctity of marriage. They degraded the sanctity of marriage. They vilified young men's ambition. They vilified young men for being men. And now they're like, oh, we're going to tell them they're going to regulate porn. That'll get them on our side. The Democrats will eventually fix the problem. There's no such thing as permanence in American politics. But it's going to take them a very long time to fix the problem. It's not just about Donald Trump. And this is the other thing the Democrats are telling themselves, by the way. You do need to know this, is that there's a growing view in the Democratic Party. This is just Donald Trump. When Donald Trump goes away, they'll come back. Shh. No. It's, you actually look at the data. I know how to read the data. It's way more than about Donald Trump. Donald Trump gave voice to some of the concerns. The there for they, them, Donald Trump's for you. That ad resonated a lot, particularly with young men and married women, by the way. The Democratic Party doesn't have a clue how to connect to young men because the Democratic Party views them as victims aligned with races as opposed to young American men.
Those who love him, listen to find out what he's going to say next. Those who disagree with him, also listen to see what he's going to say next. It's the Erick Erickson Show.
I'm a big fan of the Eden Pure Thunderstorm, and right now you can get 3 of them, saving $200 by going to EdenPureDeals.com. Use the discount code ERICK3, ERICK3. The Eden Pure Thunderstorm is an air purifier, so it traps the dust, it traps the pollen, but where it really shines, the way I use it, odor eliminator. I've got a friend of mine who he and his wife bought a small old lake house. The people they bought it from had died. They had smoked in the house for years, and they bought the Eden Pure Thunderstorm 3-pack and wiped out the smoke odors in the house. I've used it in rental cars where people have smoked in it. I know friends who, with dirty diapers, they use it to wipe out the dirty diaper odor or the litter box odor. You name it, it works. You can get 3 of them for less than $200 and save $200 at EdenPureDeals.com. The discount code is ERICK3, ERICK3. You'll wipe out odors. You'll clean the air. You won't be disappointed. It really works. You can plug it up with a USB cord in a car or even directly into the wall. EdenPureDeals.com, discount code ERICK3. It's Eric.
Chris Chandler here from Atlanta's Morning News, hoping with Paws Atlanta to find a home for our WSB Dog of the Month, Pudding. Playful, beautiful black lab mix. Her owner left her at the shelter doorstep, so she's looking for a new family home, maybe yours. Meet her at WSBRadio.com/dog. Our sponsor, Finley Roofing, pays the adoption fees. WSBRadio.com/dog.
That's your garage door. Almost broken, but technically not broken yet. And you know the old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? So you don't fix it, 'cause it ain't broke. And it gets worse. Until one day, 2 a.m., raining alligators, carload full of dry cleaning, you push the button, and out of nowhere, guess what's broke? Your garage door. At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. A garage door that's almost broken can actually do more damage than one that's fully broke. Jammed up parts put an extra strain on the motor. Rollers out of whack stress the tracks and the belts. Fix it early while it's still a simple repair and before your car gets locked out or locked in. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll come over and make it right. Because if it's almost broke, you fix it.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
Life can hit you with the unexpected. The loss of a job, a sudden illness, a dramatic jump in your mortgage payment, leaving you feeling helpless, forcing you to make difficult decisions. If you've fallen behind on your mortgage, are worried about financial problems, or are afraid of foreclosure, it's time to take control. You don't have to lose your home. The National Foundation for Credit Counseling can help. Seek advice from our certified housing counselors today. Call us at 866-687-6322 or visit mortgagehelpnow.org. The National Foundation for Credit Counseling. Real solutions for real people.
The National Foundation for Credit Counseling is a nonprofit organization that has been providing financial counseling and education for 60 years. Our national network of member agencies have helped millions of consumers with foreclosure prevention. NFCC member agencies are approved by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development.
WSB consumer expert Clark Howard.
If you loved shopping at Big Lots and you really mourn their demise, well, they have been reborn, at least in part. There are 14 stores that are reopening across North Georgia, and Big Lots failed because of mismanagement, not the idea. In fact, all across the country, and we're one of the hottest spots in America for this, deep discounters are popping up. Deep discounters that the price of the goods are all a flat price that goes down every day on surplus goods. So if you're stuck with the inflationary cycle and you're looking to stretch every dollar, know that we've got a lot of alternatives across Metro Atlanta to help you do that. I'm Clark Howard.
There are 1,000 ways to say it.
Nope. Knock it off. Shut it down. Dream on. No dice. Give it a rest. Not a chance.
Or just
All text. You focus on the road.
as a passenger, you have the power to prevent an accident. There are 1,000 ways to stop a distracted driver. Choose one.
A message from CTIA.
Selling your home does not have to be a circus act. With Orchard, you can skip the juggling and get paid twice. Hey, it's Eric Von Hassler, and here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash up front from your current home so you can go ahead and buy your next place without waiting around. No juggling closings, no temporary rentals, no, hey mom, can I stay for a week situations. While you're moving into your new home, Orchard is behind the scenes getting your old one ready. Repairs, showings, even upgrades to bump up that sale price. And when it sells for more, like it usually does, you get that money too. So yeah, it's like getting paid twice. Once now, once later. And who doesn't want to be paid twice? Come on. We all love getting paid twice. Start with a free home valuation at orchard.com. That's orchard.com. No pressure, no catch, just a smarter way to move. That's Orchard.
It is an open line Friday, 877-973-7425. I'm going to go to John. Welcome to the show, John. How are you?
Hey, Eric. How you doing today?
Great. Thanks for being patient.
Well, no problem. I want to talk about liberty and the war against money and banks. So
All right.
I had an interesting experience today. I went to the bank. My wife is currently out of the country, and she needed me to deposit some cash for her into her checking account. I was unable to do so because I had to jump through some hoops of depositing the cash into our joint checking account and then transferring it to her account. And when I spoke with the branch manager, the explanation was that I was given was it is a federal regulation to attempt to combat money laundering. Mm-hmm. And I look at it as, no, it's a way to try to get me to stop using cash and also a way to be able to track where my money comes and goes. And the slippery slope of that is the net result of being able to control how currency flows and what business is acceptable and what is not.
You're absolutely right. That's exactly what's going on. So it's if it's over $10,000 in a week deposited, or a couple $1,000s in a chunk, they have to notify the government. There are delays on the amount of money that can flow in. It absolutely is. It's a spy thing. That's what is going on is reporting to the government. It's the same way now with the Venmo transactions and stuff. Some of those have to be reported to the government. It's 100% about controlling you. They don't want you to use cash. They're convinced, despite printing cash and telling people the American dollar is good, they want you to use credit cards or debit cards to make everything easier to be able to trace you. And it's a control on you. And by the way, John, I'm glad you called on this because there actually is a report that's come out of the last week that actually says that these money laundering rules restricting the use of cash actually are not nearly as effective as the government claimed they were. There are lots of in-runs around them. So it's a frustrating rule to me, and I'm sorry you had to deal with that with your wife. It's more of a hassle than it's worth. Now, Americans for Prosperity is fighting for common sense conservative reforms. In fact, Americans for Prosperity is fighting on this particular issue, on unrestricting your ability to use cash without the government snooping on you all the time. Right now, they are active on fighting to get the president's tax bill passed. They would love to have you on board. You go to protectprosperity.com. Protectprosperity.com is the AFP website designed to mobilize activists around the country to tell your senators to fix the bill and get it passed so it can be done. There are some Republicans in the Senate saying they're going to kill the bill and do a new bill. They're not going to do that. They want to get something passed, but if they know you're out there and active, they're going to fix the bill, not try to kill the bill, and they're going to get it back to the House expeditiously, hopefully by July 4th. Go to protectprosperity.com today. ProtectProsperity.com is brought to you by Americans for Prosperity, the largest leading grassroots group in the country. They advocate common sense conservative solutions. ProtectProsperity.com is where you want to go.
Every 36 seconds, a vehicle is stolen in the United States. Cars are an important investment, and you have the power to protect it. Remove valuables from your car or place out of view. Roll up your windows completely. Don't leave your car running while unattended, especially during the winter. And always lock your doors and take your keys or fob with you. If you know something about a vehicle theft, call us at 1-800-TEL-NICB.
This is a public service message from the National Insurance Crime Bureau.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
CBS News Brief correspondent Alex Tin tells us reporters found serious faults with the Make America Healthy Again report from HHS Secretary Kennedy.
They essentially went through all the citations in this report released by the White House, and they found that some of those citations were either wrong, they led to studies that essentially didn't exist. They found others were misinterpreted.
President Trump tells a Pittsburgh area rally he's raising the tariff on imported steel to 50% as Japan's Nippon Steel invests in U.S. steel.
I think being able to invest in our communities and be able to ensure the longevity of U.S. steel, I think it's really exciting.
The U.S. is waiting for Hamas to respond to a ceasefire proposal for Gaza.
Hamas has not outright rejected the U.S. plan for a 2-month ceasefire, the release of 10 living Israeli hostages, and over 125 Palestinian prisoners freed from serving life sentences.
CBS's Imtiaz Tayeb in Israel. CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Toscano.
Dave Baker here for Artisan Custom Closets. Spring cleaning is here. Let Artisan Custom Closets help you maximize your space and get organized. Artisan will work with you to design an affordable luxury custom closet where you'll be able to see all your accessories, clothes, and shoes without rummaging through the clutter. Don't use the pricey West Coast closet company that doesn't customize or the cheap closet companies with pushy salespeople and pricing games. Artisan Custom Closets, affordable luxury. ArtisanCustomClosets.com.
Every 36 seconds, a vehicle is stolen in the United States. Cars are an important investment, and you have the power to protect it. Remove valuables from your car or place out of view. Roll up your windows completely. Don't leave your car running while unattended, especially during the winter. And always lock your doors and take your keys or fob with you. If you know something about a vehicle theft, call us at 1-800-TEL-NICB.
This is a public service message from the National Insurance Crime Bureau.
Skip the hassle of constant cleaning and sell your home stress-free with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Find out what your guaranteed offer would be and close in as little as 21 days. There's no obligation. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
The morning rush hour, the evening rush hour, and everything in between.
Slow spots are starting to build up the east side perimeter on 285 North.
Tune in 24/7 with the Triple Team Traffic
We've
Center.
had several breakdowns, including one in the express lane.
Your source for Atlanta's traffic.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
333, live team coverage of traffic and weather. Road crews knock out 3 right lanes of I-85 southbound near exit 89, which is North Druid Hills Road in Brookhaven. Also heads up in DeKalb as road crews in 285 southbound near Glenwood Road, exit 44, blocking all lanes at times as they convert over to the new interchange ramp exit to I-20. And also 2 lanes are blocked on I-285 north near Highway 78, exit 50. Jay Holloway, 95.5 WSB traffic.
I'm Channel 2 Action News Chief Meteorologist Brad Nitz. 50s by morning, a cool start, then mostly sunny and warm, breezy, high 80. Sunday, low 61, high 82. Rain chance 30% for an isolated shower storm late.
57 in Milton, 58 in Palmetto and Conyers. More news at 4. Breaking news when it happens. Jay Holloway, 95.5 WSB.
Smart, fearless, and occasionally funny. You're listening to The Eric Erickson Show.
Y'all, on Sunday morning, it's 8:45 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be on C-SPAN, and yes, I get to take C-SPAN caller calls. They are infamous for being unscreened and crazy. It's going to be a delightfully wild time. Now, if you want to be on Open Line Friday, the phone number is 877-973-7425. I want to talk about Elon Musk and his departure from Washington, D.C. To do so, however, I want to begin first. In fact, Elon just recirculated this clip of Jamie Dimon. A note to control, I haven't heard it yet, so I don't think Jamie Dimon has a potty mouth, so we're going to play Jamie Dimon, who has just been on stage in New York talking about China and the American economy. Jamie Dimon, for those of you who don't know, is the chairman and CEO of J.P. Morgan.
The biggest one, underlying both that, is the enemy within. I'm not as worried about China. China is a potential adversary. They're doing a lot of things well. They have a lot of problems. What I really worry about is us. Can we get our own act together, our own values, our own capability, our own management? What you heard today on stage was the amount of mismanagement is extraordinary. By state, by city, for pensions, and that stuff is going to kill us. And, I always get asked this question, are we going to be the reserve currency? And no. If we are not the preeminent military and the preeminent economy in 40 years, we will not be the reserve currency. That's a fact. Just read history. Now, I think we will be. Warren Buffett here would tell you we're enormously resilient. I agree with that. I think this time is different. This time we have to get our act together, and we have to do it very quickly.
He's not wrong. And Elon Musk said, too, he's right. Elon Musk is leaving Washington, D.C. The American press corps they're not lying about Elon Musk leaving D.C. somewhat disaffected. There's a story in the New York Times today about Elon Musk's rampant drug use. Now, I will tell you, there are lots of people out there who will say the National Enquirer is more credible. This is the New York Times. Don't believe them. You talk to people in Elon Musk's orbit. They'll acknowledge that he does have an issue with drug use. It's been a long time and probably exacerbated by the stresses of D.C. But also Elon Musk did a good job and a good thing for Washington and the nation, not just in what he was able to cut. He wasn't able to cut much, to be frank, but in showing how entrenched the bureaucracy is and those who just want to coast along without fixing things. And there is happening a smear against Elon Musk as he departs Washington. He had to depart Washington, D.C. The law under which Elon Musk served the president was called the Special Government Employee. You can only serve in Washington, D.C. as a special government employee for 130 calendar days. Because Elon Musk worked on weekends, his time is cut shorter than those who work 5 days a week as a special government employee. Normally, he would be able to make it until about the 4th of July. It's a month short because of his time working weekends tirelessly to fix problems in Washington, and he exposed a lot. And as he departs Washington, he is the victim of a terrible slur. And I wanna play for you two clips. This is Adnan Gridhardis on MSNBC amplifying the rhetoric against Elon Musk.
I think the theme of the last two stories that we've been talking about are welcome to democracy. Welcome to our system. It's not a judicial coup. Our system, for as long as these short-memoried people may or may not remember, has been a three-branch system of government in which other branches have a say. And when you go back to the Elon Musk story, it's the same story. He didn't just leave. He's not just slipping out of Washington. He was chased out of Washington by democracy, by people saying no, by people protesting so much around his cars and dealerships that he lost billions and billions of dollars.
Everything he just said there's a lie. Other than we're not actually in a judicial coup, but he would think so if the Democrats were in charge and courts were stopping him. Elon Musk was not chased out of Washington. He had to leave by law. Elon Musk, his stock value for Tesla has rebounded and is higher now than it was when Tim Walz was cheering on its decline. In fact, I'm watching right now. There's going to be a press conference here shortly with the president and Elon Musk. We'll carry some of that live if we can. And Tesla stock has rebounded. But this is the real slur here by this guy on MSNBC.
I just want to say, we can tell the Elon story and this kind of disciplining by democracy as a story of someone leaving. But there is pain in the wake of these tariffs, and there's pain in the wake of what Elon did. He talked about bringing the wood chipper to USAID. Brooke Nichols, Boston University professor, mathematician, figured out what is the effect of this. They have a tracker, 300,000 deaths. According to a Boston University professor, because of the aid cuts so far, 200,000 of them children. Okay, Vietnam War, y'all remember that? 60,000 U.S. service members died. This is 5 times more deaths, according to the Boston University study, because of aid cuts since January of this year.
This is where they're headed with this. A made-up number by a anti-Trump professor giving them a talking point that Elon Musk has caused the deaths of 300,000 people, 200,000 children. This is what the left would call stochastic terrorism if it was someone on the right targeting anyone on the left saying they were responsible for 300,000 deaths. They had Stalin-esque death totals. And this is what the left is doing now. The left wants Elon Musk and Donald Trump to die. They want them to take bullets. People at MSNBC are only upset that the bullet missed Donald Trump a little bit. They want these men dead. And they will amplify their slurs against these men to try to get them killed. And they'll deny it, of course. They'll say, I'm telling the truth. I'm just citing a study. You're citing a crap study debunked, for which there's actually no way to prove it's true. Just think about it. How do you assess whether it was a cut in USAID funding that actually went to a non-governmental organization, not to the actual entity? How do you assess it was that cut? You can't actually do it, and yet they say these sorts of things so that you'll believe they're true, so that you will hate Elon Musk, so that some nut job out there will try to gun the man down. It's what the left excels at these days. Violent rhetoric to get people killed, and then they point to the right and say, that's violent rhetoric. You're going to get someone killed. How dare you? Don't judge me for mine. They're coming after Elon Musk. They're attacking Elon Musk because he actually exposed a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse. He actually exposed the kickbacks. He actually exposed the payments to outside groups, some of which go into their pocket. He actually exposed all this, and the left is furious about it, and now he needs to die because of it. That's how they look at these things. You do not go on television and claim that Elon Musk caused 300,000 people to die. It's not responsible rhetoric when you know the history of these studies is they can't really be proven true. This isn't a dumb guy on MSNBC. He knows what he's doing. He's trying to fuel and foment the hate against Musk, and it's not just him. It is all sorts of left-wing publications have seized on these talking points now in order to attack Elon Musk, in order to defame Elon Musk, in order to belittle him. Here's Michelle Goldberg, the New York Times. This is the New York Times. The headline, Elon Musk's legacy is disease, starvation, and death. Musk's absurd scheme to save the government $1 trillion by slashing waste, fraud, and abuse has been a failure. Doge claims it saved $175 billion, but experts believe the real number is significantly lower. Meanwhile, according to the Partnership for Public Service, which studies the federal workforce, Doge's attacks on government personnel could cost the government upwards of $130 billion this fiscal year. He did indeed shred USAID. Now, get this. Brooke Nichols, an associate professor of global health at Boston University, has estimated the cuts already resulted in 300,000 deaths. Notice the talking point is circulating now from one associate professor of global health at Boston University. That's what they're claiming, 103 deaths per hour. Additional adult malaria cases, additional adult malaria deaths, additional cases of tuberculosis, additional child deaths from diarrhea, additional child malaria cases, additional deaths from tuberculosis, PEPFAR, additional adult deaths. On and on and on and on and on. That's what they're claiming. And they're doing a tracker. These are made up numbers. They're not real numbers. And yet Michelle Goldberg at the New York Times amplifies them. And what's his name at MSNBC amplifies them. Other left-wing outlets continue to amplify them because they want Elon Musk to be treated like Stalin or Hitler. Actually, Hitler, not Stalin, because they like Stalin. They'll go with Hitler or Pol Pot. And they want him vilified in that way because it's not enough for him to leave. He must be destroyed. He must be destroyed because he exposed their income from NGOs. He exposed the side deals. He exposed the corruption. He exposed the waste, fraud, and abuse. He saved the government money. Did he save as much as he wanted? No. $100-some-odd billion. But that's still $100-some-odd billion that he's been able to find in government and fix. And they've got to vilify the guy. And you know why? It's not even really what he did. It's because they presumed for the longest time Elon Musk was one of them. Kara Swisher is the technology hack who's on CNN and the like. She's a far-left, progressive, angry lesbian who hates people on the right, hates Christians, and she loved Elon Musk for the longest time until he turned right. And now she uses her platform to attack him every time she can. People on the left love to hate Mark Zuckerberg for the same reason, because Mark Zuckerberg seems to actually be more libertarian than they thought, less of a progressive than they thought. They hate Elon Musk now because Elon Musk clearly is not as progressive as they thought. He supported Donald Trump. He's got to be destroyed. Time and time again, anyone who they think is coded left in their freak words, who actually turns out to not be on the left, got to be destroyed. And they're doing it to Musk. They're doing it to Zuckerberg. They're doing it to anybody they thought was on their side. And they do it to those people more than anyone else, more even than to someone like Donald Trump, who's not on their side. And by the way, and they did to Donald Trump for the longest time because at one point they thought he was on their side. They do it to them as a warning for anyone else. You can't leave the left. If you do, we will destroy you. We will amp up the rhetoric enough so people want to kill you. This is all about keeping their own side in line. What you see on MSNBC on a daily basis is all about the left bullying the left to keep them in line. What you see on a daily basis in the media about Elon Musk now is an attempt to find some nut job to try to take a shot on him because he's got to be punished to the ultimate degree for daring to walk away from the left. And you know, the funny thing is Elon Musk never actually walked away from the left. The left walked away from him. Elon Musk stayed put on where what he believed, and the left just diverged so far to the left they've left reality, and now they become violent. Stochastic terrorism is what they say about the right. It's what they're engaged in. It's what they know well. Now, I got to tell you about the Eden Pure thunderstorm because you got the BOGO happening today. Time's running out. Buy one, get one free. You go to EdenPureDeals.com and you put in Eric Bogo, ERICKBOGO, at EdenPureDeals.com. You buy one, you get one free. You buy two, you get two free. You buy five, you get five free. The Eden Pure Thunderstorm is an air purifier, and it's filterless. You don't have to get a filter subscription. It wipes out smoke. It wipes out smoke odors. It wipes out dust and pollen and pet dander. It wipes out 99.9% of bacteria and viruses. It also eliminates every odor. So smoke odors, like I mentioned, or dirty diaper odors, or pet odors, or frying shrimp in the kitchen odors, or the odors that come up out of the basement. It wipes out those odors. They're small. You can hold it in your hand. You can plug it up with a USB cord. You can plug it into the wall. It just works. You go to EdenPureDeals.com. Eden like the Garden of Eden, pure as the driven snow, EdenPureDeals.com. You put in the discount code on the front page, Eric Bogo, ERICKBOGO. You buy one, you get one free. You buy 10, you're going to get 10 free. That's the way the BOGO works. You will wipe out odors. You can get one for your living room, one for your dining room, one for your upstairs, one for your downstairs, one for your basement, one for your travel bag, one for your RV. They're small, they're portable. Plug it up with a USB cord, as I said, plug it into the wall, and they just work. And you never have to buy a filter subscription. EdenPureDeals.com, discount code Eric Bogo.
When the truth seems hazy, Eric will clear the way. It's the Eric Erickson Show.
It pays to have the WSB radio app. Download it today and get ready for the Blitz.
Oh my God.
The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz. 5 chances a day to win $5,000.
It's the Blitz.
The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz.
Your next chance to win is Monday morning at 8.
Oh, that's cool.
From 95.5 WSB.
Download the WSB radio app now.
What is dedication?
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that my kids wouldn't have a father. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. It's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Hey, it's Shelley Winter here with another weekend show, Inside Georgia Real Estate. Join me and Deborah Morton of Clario Real Estate. If you're buying a home, selling a home, refinancing, whatever, she will have the answers to all your questions. Starting this Saturday at 1 p.m. right here on 95.5 WSB.
That's your garage door. Almost broken, but technically not broken yet. And you know the old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? So you don't fix it, 'cause it ain't broke. And it gets worse. Until one day, 2 a.m., raining alligators, carload full of dry cleaning, you push the button, and out of nowhere, guess what's broke? Your garage door. At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. A garage door that's almost broken can actually do more damage than one that's fully broke. Jammed up parts put an extra strain on the motor. Rollers out of whack stress the tracks and the belts. Fix it early while it's still a simple repair and before your car gets locked out or locked in. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll come over and make it right. Because if it's almost broke, you fix it.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
More local news.
Atlanta's airport's bracing for record-breaking crowds. Apparent murder in the Grant Park area.
More traffic.
A crash in the Cobb Cloverleaf.
One crash on I-20 westbound.
You're on and off the brakes beginning at University.
More weather.
Looking at rotation that is near the city of Brooks. Thunderstorm is capable of producing a quick spin-up tornado.
Atlanta's Morning News.
Governor Kemp reacting to that tariff pause.
Monday morning at 5.
Wake up with 95.5 WSB. How Atlanta starts its day. WSB consumer expert Clark Howard.
Okay, I need you to have a conversation with your parents because there's a clear trend over the last 3 months where people are panic claiming Social Security at much younger ages than I recommend. That normally people get full Social Security claiming about age 67, and you get the most money if you wait till age 70. But there's been so much talk about whether Social Security is going to be solvent and all the rest, that people are saying, well, I better get what I can get right now. And they're claiming really early. And the reason I don't want your parents doing this is that if they do that, it means they get a much smaller check for the rest of their lives. There's no do-over for this. So chill. Social Security's gonna be there.
I'm Clark Howard.
WSB Atlanta, WSBB FM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Dave Baker here for Artisan Custom Closets. Spring cleaning? Not a fan. However, ever since I had Artisan Custom Closets help me redesign my bedroom closet, spring cleaning has gotten a whole lot easier. See, Artisan helped me to design an affordable, luxurious closet system tailored to my needs. Every project they do is installed by an Artisan professional, generally in under a day. Schedule your free design consultation with the master designer at artisancustomclosets.com. P.S. They did my garage too. I love it.
The Eric Erickson Show.
Welcome back. Breaking news. I just was able to get this clip. Joe Biden has been speaking. They put a camera in his face. It's the first time he's spoken since his prostate cancer diagnosis, and he kind of loses it. Let's listen to some of this. Just
well, the prognosis is good. And, we're working on everything. It's moving along. So I feel good.
Have you decided on your treatment options?
Yeah, we have. And they're underway, and all the folks are very optimistic.
And so you've started treatment?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you be willing to share what exactly that entails?
It's all a matter of taking a pill, one particular pill, and for the next 6 weeks and then another one. And the expectation is we're going to be able to beat this. It's not in any organ. It's my bones are strong. I hadn't penetrated, so I'm feeling good.
Sir,
I feel like everybody expects. Sorry, I've done it all because I'm loyal. I do it every damn year. At the very beginning. I never forget where I came from. That's why.
I feel like everybody didn't know what to expect of you today, and then you get here and you're speaking powerfully, you look good, you're confident.
Oh my gosh, listen to that.
What do you say to all those people? Don't count you out.
Well, I say lots of luck in their senior year.
What has this been like for your family? Obviously, this is also an emotional time. This is the 10-year anniversary of your son, Bo's passing. You received this diagnosis just 2 weeks before that.
Well, we're all optimistic about the diagnosis. Matter of fact, one of the leading surgeons in the world was working with me, and he had diagnosed with the same exact thing 32 years ago. He's alive and well, doing very well. So we're optimistic. We're optimistic.
And there's also been a lot of discussion recently about your mental and physical capabilities while you were in office.
You can see that. I'm mentally incompetent, and I can't walk, and I can beat the hell out of both of them.
Do you want to reply to any of those reports, and also to the fact that there are some Democrats who are now questioning whether you should have run for re-election in the first place?
Why didn't they run against me then? Because I'd have beaten them.
Do you have any regrets?
No, I don't have any regrets. Look, there's a lot going on, and I think we're in a really difficult moment, not only in American history, but in world history. I think we're at one of those inflection points in history where the decisions we make in the next little bit are going to determine what things look like for the next 20 years.
That's Joe Biden speaking just a short time ago, says he could beat the hell out of Jake Tapper and Alex Thompson, and then stumbled over the rest of his words. All right. Well, we've heard from Biden, and that one reporter, Mr. President, you sound so good. Now, what happened to the White House is Donald Trump and Elon Musk. They're just beginning to speak at the White House, of course, right as we're headed into a commercial break. When we come back at the top of the hour, we'll go to the White House. Right now, I got to tell you about Omaha Steaks because Father's Day is coming up, and you can get a great deal at Omaha Steaks. You can get $35 extra off if you use my name, Eric, E-R-I-C-K, at checkout as your promo code. Minimum order required. Omaha Steaks is a fantastic place to get your dad something great for Father's Day. In fact, my father has loved Omaha Steaks for years. I love Omaha Steaks. Get the bacon wrap fillets for your dad. Get the New York strips. My wife loves the caramel apple tart. Let's throw those in for your mom for Father's Day. Give your mom something too. But you go to omahasteaks.com. You put Eric in, E-R-I-C-K, as your promo code at checkout. You'll get an extra $35 off. They've got an incredible selection at Omaha Steaks: seafood, pork, chicken, steaks, ready-made sides, desserts, you name it. Load up deliciousness for your dad for Father's Day. OmahaSteaks.com. Eric is your promo code at checkout.
Plan on flying? It's time to upgrade to a Real ID. Because in order to board domestic flights, your driver's license or state-issued ID must be a Real ID, or you'll need another acceptable form of identification. So don't wait. Find out how to get your Real ID at tsa.gov/Real ID. That's tsa.gov/Real ID, or visit your local DMV. And then you'll be cleared for takeoff.
You've heard that comparison is the thief of joy. Did you know that comparison is also the thief of...
WSB consumer expert Clark Howard.
I don't know if you've noticed, but airlines are offering more and more sales. Just a week ago, United was offering crazy low fares out of certain markets, which is unusual for United. That's not their normal strategy. And a variety of airlines have announced to Wall Street that they're going to park planes in the desert later this year because they're seeing a decline in demand. But it takes a while to reorient schedules and to park those planes. So it means we are seeing waves of airfare sales that we don't normally see for summer and next fall. So if you're looking for a bargain and a great sale comes along, buy it now when the deals are announced, because they're the best deals we've seen in years.
I'm Clark Howard.
News, weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Michael Toscano. President Trump says he's doubling tariffs on imported steel to 50%. He visited a Pittsburgh area steel mill to announce Japan's Nippon Steel will invest in Pennsylvania-based U.S. steel. More from CBS News Pittsburgh's Jessica Guay.
Some are looking for clarity about what this partnership is.
Right now, there's a lot of questions because we don't have the details. We do not know how this is negotiated and what the details are on it.
Many thank the president for making sure U.S. steel stays made in America.
Thank you for securing the future of steel jobs, for securing the future of manufacturing, and for securing the future of the Mon Valley and all of U.S. Steel.
The Supreme Court is allowing the Trump administration to remove legal protections from more than 500,000 migrants from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. CBS's Camila Montoya Galvez reports the number of people newly exposed to deportation is reaching 1 million.
Recently, SCOTUS also allowed the Department of Homeland Security to end the temporary protective status program for more than 300,000 Venezuelans. So, yes, these rulings are procedural in nature, but they still allow the administration to dramatically expand the categories and the pool of people who are now eligible for arrest and deportation.
The White House calls it formatting problems with citations, but correspondent Alex Tin tells us the Make America Healthy Again report on children's health from HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is riddled with issues.
What you hear from current and former federal health officials that we've spoken to is a deeper frustration, not just with the fact that these citations were wrong and potentially made up, but that the actual content and focus of this report was leaving out a lot of what they say are the major drivers of chronic disease in this country among children. Number one being preterm birth, another one being reduction to sodium. That's something that is clearly proven to reduce childhood disease.
It's hot across the West this weekend with temperatures 10 to 20 degrees above average.
Boise will hit 100 degrees on Saturday. Missoula, Montana up to 95. And even in a place like Reno, you're at the triple digits as well. Into the Central Valley of California, likely topping out at about 105.
Meteorologist David Parkinson. Well, if you happened by Fenway Park in Boston last night, you did not get to hear this.
Cowgirls don't cry. Ride, baby.
Brooks and Dunn, along with Jason Aldean, were unable to perform, just like Shakira Thursday night, with shows canceled because of structural issues at the Venerable Ballpark. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive. Protect your auto, home, and business with Progressive and get 24/7 coverage. See if you can save at Progressive.com. That's Progressive.com.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore, and every Viking voyage is all-inclusive.
Creation displays such a beautiful landscape. You deserve to see it all. Don't let your old, big, and bulky windows block your view.
It's Jonathan and Ted from North Georgia Replacement Windows. Brighten your home with more daylight and bigger views with Infinity from Marvin fiberglass windows.
Our windows come with narrow frames giving you more light. Experience the Infinity from Marvin fiberglass difference at your home or in our new Alpharetta showroom.
Infinity from Marvin, replacement windows, yeah!
Hi, I'm too busy enjoying the summer in my sweet new Toyota. Stuck inside all day? Couldn't be me. Not during the Summer Starts Here sales event, where there are deals on the entire lineup. Try again when May ends. Toodles! Get $500 in bonus APR cash on a new 2025 Toyota Tacoma. Offer valid through June 2nd, 2025. Offer entitles $500 bonus APR cash on the purchase of a new and untitled 2025 Toyota Tacoma vehicle. Bonus cash may be used only toward down payment or capitalized cost reduction on the new vehicle. See dealer for details. Toyota, let's go places.
Storms and downed trees are leaving homes and businesses in the dark. When it comes to peace of mind and safety, it's important to take control of your power before disaster strikes. A Briggs & Stratton generator will provide the backup energy solutions you need to power with confidence. Keep the lights on, the AC running, and the family safe with a Briggs & Stratton backup generator. The Power Protect standby generators come with a 10-year warranty and are built to deliver more power than any other generator. Get the peace of mind a standby generator brings. You know you'll always have power right when you need it. With standby generators from Briggs & Stratton, you'll be prepared when the power's down. Contact GenSpring Power or visit their site to see how easy it is to take control of your power today. Gail and I have been with GenSpring for over 20 years.
Where you get your news is where you win.
Download the WSB app and get ready for the WSB 5K a day bonus blitz.
Amazing. 5 chances a day to win $5,000.
The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz.
5 words. 5 times a day. Every weekday.
Are you serious? Your next chance to win is Monday morning at 8.
Just enter the word at WSBradio.com or on the WSB Radio app. Oh, no. The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz.
On 95.5 WSB.
Time now is 4:06. Time for live team coverage of traffic and weather. Watching new brake lights rolling into Norcross. Looking at a crash. Few right lanes here. 85 northbound at Pleasantdale Road. Exit number 96. Already seeing brake lights taking you back towards 285. No need for an alternate right now. Just a quick tap of the brakes. Remember to keep yourself towards the left going up through here. It's going to be a little bit of a tough ride as you're heading towards Duluth. Elsewhere, got some road work. Some left lanes. 285 northbound at I-20. Exit number 46. Preparations in time as that new ramp opens right here at the 285 I-20 interchange. 95.5 WSB traffic.
I'm Channel 2 Action News Chief Meteorologist Brad Nitz. Mostly sunny, breezy today. Warm this afternoon, high 80. Tomorrow, low 61, high 82. Some isolated showers and storms late.
Right now it's 61 degrees in Marietta, 62 in Tucker, 63 in College Park, under mostly clear skies. Up. More news, 4:30, breaking news when it happens. I'm Andrew Seco, 95.5 WSB.
Outside. This is O'Neill Outside from the Bojangles studio high in the mountains of North Georgia, covering Miami to Dallas to Chicago to New York at WSB AM 750 and 95.5 on your dial. Telephone your questions and comments. And welcome to a brand new unused Saturday morning.
Wow, I feel good.
Yes, indeed. This is O'Neill live with WSB AM and FM and a very, very special morning. Well, I'll get to that speciality in a few minutes, but I feel great, and I hope you'll join us on the program this morning. And before I go any further, because without these people, we don't have a show. Stripling's General Store, Tough Shed, Mark Hurd Fuel, Toyota Trucks, Gin Spring Generators, Bojangles, the Department of Natural Resources, Realtree, Snellville Heating and Air, Athens Seed, Appalachian Gun, and Ritter. So welcome to the program, everyone. Yes, indeed, we have a special, this is a special show this morning, and I hope that you'll be able to join us. The telephone numbers are 404-872-0750 in the Atlanta area, and outside there from Miami to Chicago to Dallas to New York and some foreign countries we've been getting calls. The number is 800-972-8255. That's 800-WSB-TALK. And that Southern is T-A-U-K, but it's really T-A-L-K. 800-972-8255. It's 9 minutes after the hour. And the special show, well, different show, will start when we return. This is O'Neill, and looking forward to you joining us this morning. Welcome.
Rush hour, the evening rush hour, and everything in between.
Slow spots are starting to build up the east side perimeter on 285 North.
Tune in 24/7 with the Triple Team Traffic
We've
Center.
had several breakdowns, including one in the express lane.
Your source for Atlanta's traffic.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Have you ordered your Tough Shed yet? If you have one like Gail and I do, you'll agree it's top-notch. If you haven't, here are a few ideas. First of all, know that a Tough Shed is quality from the ground up. It adds to the value of your property, and once you have a Tough Shed, you'll wonder how you did without it. Secondly, it's installed within a day, and an online design agent will help you with size, trim, paint colors, windows, doors, and installation schedule. It can be for storage, an office, a studio, a study. Use your imagination. Be sure and ask about the new Clear Story. It's windows on the roof. Ooh, what a great idea. Guess the important thing is that a Tough Shed can be what you need, look exactly the way you want, and it's built like a rock, quality through and through. Take a look at toughshed.com. That's Toughshed, toughshed.com. Man, oh man, bet you have some hunts coming up for 25. How do you prepare? No matter what you hunt, you'll get your start at Appalachian Gun in Jasper. This is the target for the year. No matter what you need, new equipment, supplies, camo, or targeting, your hometown supply house is Appalachian Gun. When you visit, look around. There will be all sorts of things to complete your gear and equipment needs for 2025. No matter what you hunt, whitetails, hogs, turkey, quail, even small game like squirrels and raccoons, if you need it, Appalachian Gun has it. Where? On Highway 515 on the right, just south of Jasper. Look for the big gun in the sky and turn right. Lastly, the new gun range will complete your seasonal preparation and make you a more successful hunter and outdoorsman. Appalachian Gun, I'll see you there. Spring is coming, then summer. What a surprise! With southeast temperatures sometimes in the 90s, you're cooler all day and night with efficient, reliable air conditioning. Where can you get that? Gail and I have been using Snellville Heating and Air for about 20 years, and you cannot get any better service. Our system runs efficiently and without interruption. With summer headed our way, start now and telephone Snellville Heating and Air and arrange a visit. Your air conditioning needs to be running properly to enjoy summer, and a visit and evaluation by Snellville Heating and Air will have you all set for higher temperatures in fresh, clean air. Call Snellville Heating and Air now and get a tune-up if needed, and you'll be all set. Timely, reliable, knowledgeable, dependable, all over Atlanta and North Georgia. Give it a shot. Snellville Heating and Air and Plumbing. You'll be glad you did.
In case you just dropped in on us, this is O'Neill Outside, Saturday mornings on WSB. It's 12 minutes after the hour. Now it's 13 minutes after. It's funny how that clock changes. And this morning, and Terry's already calling, but I've got a little addition to we've got an addition to today's program, and we're going to take some historical looks over the next 2 hours at how this all happened. And with me this morning is my bride, Gil Williams.
Good morning.
Yeah, there she is. And she was my call screener. She was the show's call screener when we started the program in 1993 or something like that.
Yes.
Yeah. And she got up every morning with me, and we would go to the studio downtown. When we moved up here, we had to get up at 2:30 in the morning, and we would drive downtown to the studio. And, of course, now we do the show from the mountain. So, well, what do you think?
I think it's awfully early.
Yes, it is early, isn't it? Yeah.
I got the feeling kind of badly.
Okay, let's get you turned
take us a
up.
while to get used to it. Okay. How's that, Vincent? Is that better? A little bit more, O'Neill.
Okay, how about that? We need to get the sound corrected. How about that?
I want everybody to hear me.
Okay, there we are.
Well, would it be much
well,
better
these.
if he did it some more?
Yeah, we can do that too. We've got some. There's lots of knobs and things.
I mean, I forgot about all this. I come down here and I find all these notebooks that I've had since 1993 at least, or 92, whenever it was we started. And it's really kind of interesting to go back and look at some of the things that are in there. Like, I've got grocery list and.
Oh yeah, in that desk.
Phone calls.
Well,
prize
it's
packages, things that
it's
we used to
a.
long ago. Yeah. It's good to be back. It really is.
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to have you here this morning instead of
that.
being down here by myself. So,
Yeah.
all right. Well, it's 15 minutes after the hour, and he's gotten up early enough to call us. We always appreciate his participation in the program. So let's talk to Terry from Loganville on O'Neill Outside. Good morning, Terry.
Good morning, O'Neill. Good morning, Woman Williams.
That's right. Matter of fact, when we get after our call, we'll get to the reason that she got the name Woman Williams.
Yeah,
And
well,
we'll
greetings from Mississippi.
Yes, indeed.
You're in Mississippi.
Lake Sardis over here, big crappie tournament. Must be 100 boats.
This guy goes out west every week almost.
Oh, okay. But you live in Loganville, correct?
Yeah, he lives in Loganville. And so what's on the agenda for you today, Terry?
Well, there come a rainstorm up here Thursday night and Friday, and got my firewood wet, and I'm cold and wet. Been camping in a tent.
Oh, boy.
So I'm heading back to Loganville today to get me a hot shower and get warm.
There you are.
Good idea.
My firewood got wet, and I can't build a fire. I'm sitting in the truck trying to warm up.
Oh. Well, I appreciate you. I appreciate you calling and telling us. The last time I spent any time in a tent, on a fishing trip was in North Georgia, and I went out and fished the trout stream in North Georgia. And when I came back in at lunchtime to the tent, a skunk had been in there.
Oh my goodness!
that took care of the tent and everything in it.
Yep, had to destroy it.
Oh,
well,
yeah.
Over here at Lake Sardis is the largest earthen dam east of the Mississippi.
Oh, wow.
The dam is 3 miles long.
Wow.
And the lake is 20 miles long and about 4 miles wide.
Uh-huh.
And they have these huge tournaments over here for crappie. But they don't call it crappie over here. They call them crappie.
Crappie, yeah. Yeah, once you get out of Georgia, they're crappie.
And quite often down in Florida, there's specks.
Specks, yeah. I've heard them called
Specks.
papermouth too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's and they are. They are paper mouth.
They got a real tender mouth.
Yeah. Well, when you headed back here this morning?
Yeah, I'm headed back around lunchtime, and I've been up here since Thursday. I got here Thursday about noon, and it come a rainstorm Thursday night. Rain most of the day, most of the morning on Friday, but Friday afternoon was beautiful up here. I'm at the Oak Grove campground right below the dam at Sardis, and it's a beautiful place. Got these old oak trees that must be 200 years old.
It's always welcome to go to a new site, a new lake, a new destination. It makes it interesting, and I'm sure it is. And it doesn't have to be wet and cold, though, does it?
No, it doesn't. Well, I enjoy talking to you. Glad you're there, Woman Williams. I'm gonna keep listening to your show.
Okay. Thanks for calling, my good friend.
All right, I'll see you in October for the cruise.
You betcha. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, Terry's going on the cruise, honey.
Oh, fantastic. Well, I look forward to meeting you.
Oh, boy, yeah.
We have a good
Well, you
time.
take care of O'Neill.
Okay.
We'll talk to you later.
You bet. There we go. See you soon, my friend. Yeah, everybody, we're going on a cruise on October the 4th, and we're not going to the Caribbean. We're not going to go to the islands. We're going, as we have done on 3 other occasions, we're going to Alaska. And you can find out all about it by going to O'Neill Outside Alaska 2025 on Facebook. And or you can do an email, O'Neill Outside Alaska 2025.com. Oh, I don't know.
Just O'NeillOutside.com.
Oh, yeah.
Isn't it? Yeah, I think that's
Yeah.
what it is.
And you can find out all about it. We put this cruise together because we wanted to go late. We wanted to see more of Alaska. And I think this one or the next one, anyway, October, there are 2 cruises, and we'll be there on October the 4th.
There's 2 cruises, you said?
I think there's another cruise after this one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
This is not the last one for the season.
Yeah.
Because they'll swap around and go
Yeah, they'll
south.
turn around and go south.
Yeah.
I would too. But it won't be cold. But you get to see Alaska like you've never seen it before if you haven't been there in October.
It's beautiful.
Oh, it's beyond pretty. Okay, when we get back, let's tell the story because people will be interested. Let's tell the story about how you came to be called Woman Williams.
I can't believe that nobody that listens to the show would not already
Well,
know
it's
that.
it's so long ago that it happened, and I haven't told that story in 15 or 18 years.
I just don't want you to be repetitive.
No. Well, I am every Saturday. We're just talking about fishing. So we'll tell that story, and it's interesting, and the participant that started it, regrettably, is no longer with us.
That's true.
But we'll get to that. This is O'Neill Outside. Saturday mornings, WSB 750 AM and 95.5 FM on your dial. And we're talking fishing, hunting, camping, hiking, spending time with your family, and learning about the great outdoors. And we'll be back.
Hi, I'm Glenn Burns. As a meteorologist for over 40 years, I've seen how weather impacts our homes. That's why I chose windows that withstand our weather extremes and keep my family comfortable. I picked North Georgia replacement windows for my home, and I recommend them for yours. Their Infinity from Marvin fiberglass windows are beautiful, and they're energy efficient. Plus, I know my windows will stay tight and true no matter the forecast.
Infinity from Marvin, replacement windows, yeah!
Good morning, everyone. This is your friend and fellow outdoorsman, Steve Scruggs. Now that hunting season is over, I am taking the next steps to give my deer herd what they need. Minerals, yes. Bucks start growing new antlers, and minerals are what they're looking for this time of year. I am also fertilizing my clover food plots with Zero 2020 fertilizer. Like me, you should be planning your visit to Athens Seed. I first go online, athensseed.com, choose the items I need, call in my order, and guess what? They have it ready when I get there. Oh, and I cannot forget the bird seed my wife has asked me to pick up too. You have questions, you have needs, they have products. I have been doing business with Athens Seed for over 30 years. Visit soon, and hey, tell them Steve sent you. 706-769-2712. 706-769-2712. Athens Seed, Lawn and Garden.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game, stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need.
This is gone!
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Morgan & Morgan is responsible for this ad. John Morgan is licensed in Florida and Tennessee. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
O'Neill always has tips about hunting and fishing, but here's a surprise. This is about keeping your family warm and safe without troubles during the winter months. Gail and I use Mark Hurd Fuel as our propane supplier. That's a given. But today there's more. I say contract with Mark Hurd Fuel and keep your tanks on autofill. Now what does that mean? Well, it means that Mark Hurd keeps the tanks full all the time. You will stay safe and warm, save money, and avoid having to coordinate with the gas company to be there when the propane delivery is scheduled. Your household will never run out of gas because they visit, fill the tanks at the lowest prices, and you don't ever have to be there. We have never run out of propane in over 20 years. Mark Hurd Fuel is the easiest way to go. Look them up. Mark Hurd Fuel, Cumming, Georgia.
You're listening to O'Neill Outside every Saturday morning. I hope you're there with us every day. And before we get to the little story we want to tell, let's talk to Paul from Brookhaven. Are you on your bike, Paul?
I am on the bike as we speak.
Good for you.
And let me tell you a little story.
All right, I'm all ears.
This is going to be, you're going to love it. I got on the scales yesterday morning.
Uh-oh, okay.
And I weighed 195.
Okay.
I haven't weighed that in over 10 years. That's down from 231 3 years ago.
Good for you. You're going to live longer and you can call the show longer.
That's it. There you go. You got it.
That's a good reason. That's a good reason to lose the weight.
If nothing else, right?
That's exactly right. How long do you spend on the bike every day?
At least 20 minutes.
20
Sometimes
minutes.
I do more, but I do a minimum of 20 minutes a day.
Right. Get that metabolism up there, right?
That's it. It gets it up there, all right.
195. Good for you. You'll live longer. You'll
And
be able to
today-
call the show longer.
Oh, yeah. And today I've got to go to the grocery store because I'm running out of stuff. So
Oh.
I'll get that done this morning. And I got most of the... Well, I got a couple of bills paid. I got to go pay the rent. Otherwise, they'll throw me and all my junk out in the street.
Good idea. The exchange of goods and services.
You know?
That's
That's
capitalism.
You know, you know how these apartments are. If you don't pay the bills, they don't have any mercy.
No, sir. No, money talks. Glad you called, Paul. Good luck to you, pal.
All right, well, have a good one. I appreciate it.
Well, we will do that. See you soon. There you are. All right, now, when the little story about the woman Williams Park, you want to tell this story, Gail Williams?
I can.
All right,
I can.
you tell the story.
Well, many years ago when O'Neill first started doing the TV show, we had this fantastic cameraman, and his name was Rembert Brown.
Mm-hmm.
And he was just a really unique little guy. And for some reason, he just could not call me Gail. He just would not. Please don't call me Miss Gail. I don't like Miss Gail. Just call me Gail. He just couldn't do it. He just couldn't do it. So we had done a TV show, and as a matter of fact, I remember specifically it was the show you did with Gary McKee. Remember Gary McKee?
Right.
Okay. Of course, everybody remembers Gary. And I had fixed lunch that day and for everybody because I wanted to go because I wanted to meet Gary. And we became lifelong friends after that. And at the end of the show, when he edited the show, he wrote down, the credits. He wrote down catering by Woman Williams. And from then on, he called me Woman Williams. And a lot of people seem to have a problem with that he would call me Woman Williams. You don't call me woman. You call me Woman Williams.
That's one word.
One word. There's no space between woman and Williams. It's Woman Williams. And that's how it got started.
Some people mistakenly thought it was disrespectful.
They did, yeah. Well,
but it wasn't.
No, it was never meant as disrespect at all. I mean, we got a call from a guy in Florida one time, and he was just irate that, he just thought it was awful that he referred to me like that. And that you would call me, but you never ever call me woman. It's Woman Williams, no space.
That's right. And
there you go.
All right, let's go back as best you can because your brain is good for this. How long ago was that?
I would say that was, in the mid 80s, probably.
Yeah.
Somewhere around 1984,
right.
maybe 85, yeah.
Yeah, Rembert Brown, he was a track guy.
Track?
He was a track. He was a runner.
I didn't know that.
Yes, he was.
Oh,
and
okay.
and as good a cameraman as you could ever want.
Yeah, he was very creative.
Very inventive. I remember one time in one of the shows, he taped my the things I had to say about a certain subject, and he taped it through my sunglasses.
Yes, right. I remember that. It was good.
Yeah.
I wish we had some copies of those, but they've disintegrated over the years.
Yeah, they're gone. All right, 404-872-0750, 800-972-8255. You better get to work on Woman Williams and her words of wisdom because you've already been commanded.
I was, but I already have. I'm
you
ready.
Got it?
Hey, you see all this stuff on my desk?
Yeah.
It hadn't been touched in years.
Yeah.
All I have to do is pick it up, open the book, and
oh, there it is.
There you go.
You got it. All right.
I'm done.
Well, fishing is good, but now you're in the transition. Now, if you're a fisherman in the clear water lakes that reside in the Appalachian Mountains, all up through. Well, from Alabama all the way up to Kentucky, Virginia, Pennsylvania, all that clear water, the fish are deep. The spawn is over. So the fish are deep. So as I mention every week, that my good friend Bill Dance, one of the things he says, and it's true, if you're making a cast to the